Liu Lei frowned and shouted loudly. Aunt Wu Nanjiang. Liu Lei stormed into the living room and yelled, "Why did you freeze my card?" Wu King seemed to have anticipated his reaction, resting her chin casually and responding, "Xiao Lei is back. Don't rush, let's eat first, and we'll talk later." Liu Lei's stepmother, Wu King, looked at him with an indifferent expression. Liu Lei gritted his teeth in anger. "Eat? What did the bank say? Why did you freeze my card?" Liu Mei, seeing him angry, pretended to act cute. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can we eat first and talk later?" Wu King's younger daughter, Liu Mei, immediately led the way. Liu Xiaoyu, Liu Lei's younger brother, also sneered. "Exactly. What's the rush? Let's eat the last meal and talk." Wu King's younger son, Liu Xiaoyu, stared coldly at Liu Lei. Liu Lei glared at him with murderous intent. "What do you mean by the last meal?" Wu King sighed as she sipped her wine. "Xiaoyu can't keep a secret," she coldly explained. "Xiao Lei, here's the thing. Your father's whereabouts are unknown, and the company has been busy lately." Wu King and her two children slyly glanced at Liu Lei. "So, I asked your father's lawyer, Uncle Wang, to transfer the shares of Shen Lei Group to my name." When he realized her true intentions, he angrily shouted, "My father has been missing for 3 years, and you were planning to take the company for yourself." Wu King impatiently interrupted, "It wasn't just a plan. I'd already done it. And then you pretended to be friendly, inviting me to share the last meal together." Liu Lei could barely swallow his anger, pointing directly at her and shouting, "Lu Cha, how could I have treated you like family all these years, and you dared to take advantage of my father's absence?" Seeing her mother being scolded, Liu Xiaoyu stepped forward to warn, "How dare you speak to her like that? Be careful, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Wu King quickly stepped up, placing her hand, glittering with diamonds, on his shoulder to calm him. "Don't say I'm unfeeling. I'm just worried about your future." She took out a gold card, preparing 5 million and a piece of paper, and softly coaxed Liu Lei, "All you have to do is sign, and this 5 million will be yours. You'll never have to worry for the rest of your life." By now, Liu Lei had calmed down significantly, only smiling as he took the stack of papers. It seemed she had been planning this for a long time. Wu King took a sip of wine. "No denying it. If not for me, you'd be doomed." Liu Xiaoyu pulled a pen out in front of him. "Liu Lei, hurry up and sign. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the 5 million. Liu Mei, who was standing next to them, also put on a fake smile and said, "That's right, brother. Mom is right to do this. Hurry up and sign. It's good for everyone." Liu Lei took the pen and said, "I can sign, but Wu King is older than him, so naturally, he would be more knowledgeable. I know it's not as simple as it seems, but if there are any conditions, just say them." Liu Lei twirled the pen in his hand and replied, "I don't need 50 million. He paused for a moment, and then seriously stated, "I want the ancestral land of the Liu family." The three of them, Wu King, were stunned for a moment after hearing this. Liu Xiaoyu couldn't help but grin. "Are you serious?" Liu Mei also covered her mouth. "Just for tomorrow. That land is only a small supermarket, and with the merchandise, it's worth at most 3 million. Is there something wrong with your brain?" But Wu King remained calm and ordered, "Xiaoyu, go print out a new contract." He quickly responded, "Yes." A little while later, a new contract was printed and placed in front of Liu Lei, along with the prompt, "Here's the new contract. Sign it." He didn't say much, simply picked up the pen and signed. Immediately after, 2 glasses of wine were filled. Wu King, happy to have achieved his goal, raised his glass to Liu Lei, "Then let's toast to a bright future for you tomorrow." But his expression was one of disgust. As soon as she finished speaking, he threw the entire glass of wine into her face. He was radiating murderous intent, each word coming out gritted through his teeth. Lu Qiu looked at her and said, "I find it disgusting." Wu King showed no anger at his actions. She wiped the water from her face, then said 200,000 per glass of wine. She even regretfully licked the remaining wine droplets off her hand. "Liu young master, seems you enjoy making unprofitable deals." Liu Lei was furious, leaving behind only a warning before turning to head for the door. "You may take it today, but Liu Lei will one day reclaim it with his own hands." He slammed the door shut, expressing his anger. Liu Xiaoyu, seeing him leave, was unwilling to let it go. Why did Mother let him leave so easily? Wu King coldly glanced at him, her tone provoking. If he's capable, let him come. Her cunning expression reminded him, once the news of his defeat spreads, someone will deal with him. The night fell, eerily silent. Liu Lei arrived at a small shop, Lu Raya Zhuze. His expression was determined. His grandfather had told him that this piece of land could never be sold. As long as the land remains, the Liu family will survive. Liu Lei stepped forward and opened the door, when suddenly, a burst of light enveloped him. Each beam of light continuously fell down, and Liu Lei squinted his eyes in suspicion. What is this light? At that moment, the system immediately sounded. Stand confirmed, identity of the owner verified. The store has supply and demand. Initiating owner recognition process. Name: Liu Lei. Height: 1.85 meters. Age: 22. Bloodline recognition successful. After scanning his entire body, the system loudly announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have entered another world." Once the announcement sounded, Liu Lei found himself transported to a strange room. He blinked in astonishment. Why has my house become like this? Around him were jars of various sizes and colors. There weren't just a few shelves, but many shelves like this scattered all over the store. At that moment, a loud noise was heard from outside. "Open the door! Open the door! Someone, open the door quickly!" Jin De Bio automatically opened the door and entered, a foul stench emanating from him. Martial cultivation is back. After that, Jin De Bio rushed over, grabbing his legs and crying out, "Martial cultivation, you have to help me. If you don't help me, I'm definitely going to die." Liu Lei quickly covered his nose and waved his hand. "Why do you smell so bad?" Hearing this, Jin De Bio proudly replied, "Martial cultivation, Hui Ren is truly powerful. I've been suffering because of this for so many years." Every time Liu Lei saw his shameless demeanor, he scolded, "Can't you smell it? If you release me, I'll help you." Jin De Bio was so excited that he was drooling, honestly saying, Happiness. I've been waiting for martial cultivation for the rest of my life." Suddenly, the system spoke up to remind him, "The first order of the shop is available, with supply and demand. Please confirm the mission, Master." Liu Lei was overwhelmed by so many things, silently screaming in his heart, "What can I do with him? Should I go find a doctor?" But the system didn't relent, continuously reminding him, "Please confirm the mission. If the mission is not completed, the next stage cannot be activated. Completing the mission will reward you." Liu Lei held his head because of the system's noisy reminders, and could only reluctantly shout, I know, stop reading." He smiled and took out a candy, offering it to Jin De Bio. The candy was a multicolored chew with odor-neutralizing effects, providing long-lasting freshness. It had just hit the shelves, available at the Liu family supermarket. But seeing Jin De Bio just dump a whole pile into his mouth, Liu Lei helplessly shouted, tearing off the wrapper and eating one himself. After eating, Jin De Bio sighed contentedly, releasing a fragrant breath. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Liu Lei. Martial cultivation, how much is this divine item worth? Meanwhile, Han quietly thought to himself, I don't know. But, finally, he raised 3 fingers and glanced at Jin De Bio as if questioning him, playing a small trick. When the latter saw his 3 fingers, he honestly responded, Mr. Martial Cultivation, although this medicine is good, but 3 low-grade spirit stones seem a bit much. Can I pay with something else? Liu Lei, not understanding, asked, What is it? Upon hearing this, Jin De Bio blushed and hesitantly answered, It's something every man wants, you know. He then handed over a vial of purple medicine, the asterisk Dong Tu Kuei and Guyan Hon asterisk, not forgetting to imagine Liu Lei surrounded by many beautiful women, enjoying himself in pleasures that could cause one to forget their soul. Liu Lei, upon hearing this, turned red and shouted, What do I need that for? Then suddenly, he froze in shock. The system once again issued a notification while transporting him. The time of the host in the alternate world has ended, and customer clearance is now in process. Returning to the human world, the first mission is complete, meaning the host has successfully obtained the basic person who always gets what he wants title. Liu Lei, eyes wide, sat on the floor of the shop in a daze. The system, indifferent to his feelings, continued to send notifications. Host is now the owner of a shop with both offerings and dogs. It is hoped that the host will strive to grow stronger in the future. If the shop's revenue reaches 1 million, it will level up, allowing for the construction of a new spiritual energy field. Along with a grand gift bag containing a mysterious portion, the business income will exceed 1 million, and the level will be equivalent to a non-commercial chow bag. He gritted his teeth in anger. Got it. Stop being so smug. 3 days later, outside the Liu family supermarket, a striking pink car appeared. A pair of slender legs stepped out, followed by a cool-looking girl wearing sunglasses. Meng Fuyao exuded confidence but remained distant. She was Li Lei's childhood friend. Meng Fuyao entered the store and softly called Liu Lei. Liu Lei hastily hid the bronze bottle of 2 Yuan pills behind his back. Elder Miss Meng, what are you doing here? Meng Fuyao smiled and asked, I heard you returned to the Liu family's ancestral supermarket. How's the grand opening? Many customers? Scratching his head, he stammered, It's all right. Just starting a business. Hard work makes up for it. But deep down, I still worry. He had heard that Fu Yao was furious after being cast out by Wu King, causing a scene. Now that she was acting so indifferent, it was clear she was trying to comfort him. Meng Fuyao seemed to sense his thoughts and casually suggested, With your current situation, why not come with me? Hearing this, Liu Lei immediately moved closer to her. What? Why are you asking me to follow you? We've already broken off the engagement, yet you still haven't given up. Fu Yao. It showed that he was mocking her, so she frowned unhappily. Then without mercy, she used her high heels to sharply step on his foot. Liu Lei screamed in pain. He clutched his injured foot, hopping around. Fu Yao didn't care about that action. Her mind was indifferent and useless. So I can rest assured, she said coldly, waving her hand and turning to leave. Take a rest for a few days. Later, I'll find a more suitable job for you. Meanwhile, Liu Lei, watching Meng Fuyao drive away, smiled bitterly at himself. What is there about me that's so good that Elder Miss Meng would be worried about me like this? As Meng Fuyao was driving, she thought to herself, that old woman Wu King, daring to treat Liu Lei like that, she won't get away with it. Suddenly, a car sped past her, with 4 large men inside. Xu Chong thought of Liu Lei and laughed excitedly. Today, I'm going to make that Liu guy remember me. Ha! I'll show him. Just a short while later, those men appeared in front of Liu Lei's shop. Xu Chong, with his large belly, shouted, Liu Lei, come out here. Hearing someone call his name, Liu Lei stepped out. I just opened. The boss promised to come and attend. He smirked mockingly. You're paying too much attention to me. Seeing his fearless demeanor, Yang angrily warned, I'll destroy your shop. Still, he didn't miss the chance to bring Liu Lei down. But if you kneel and call me father to apologize, maybe I'll think about sparing you. I might even reward you with a meal. The 2 lackeys beside him chimed in. Call them father, hurry up. Liu Lei, seeing this, yawned in boredom. They say people always want what they can't have. Not only was he not angry, but he also smirked provocatively. You want a child but can't have one, right? Su Chang gritted his teeth and immediately ordered his underlings, charge at him, don't listen to his nonsense. The 3 lackeys obediently rushed forward to attack Liu Lei. At that moment, the system suddenly rang out, Eye of Witch Fulfillment activated. Liu Lei frowned, focused on dodging the attacks, and muttered inwardly, We're in a fight. Stop talking nonsense. After the system scanned Xu Chang's entire body, detailed information appeared. Name, Xu Chang. Gender, male. Analysis request. Due to nightly exhaustion, may be physically weakened. Treatment required for the body. At the same time, the orange-haired lackey swung a powerful punch at Liu Lei. Seeing him nimbly dodge, the system was surprised. Is it really possible to guess correctly like this? The system observed while making its comments. The client has immense potential. Actively seek a consumption path for the divine elixir. Liu Lei fought bare-handed against 3 armed men, feeling a bit frustrated by the system's incessant ding-ding notifications. How could it be advertising an ominous system during a fight? The opponents were displeased and dodged his attacks. Liu Lei smirked, speaking softly. All right then. But his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Go ahead, advertise. Suddenly, he delivered a powerful kick to the stomach of the man with orange hair, sending him reeling. Then he kicked hard at the shoulder of the short-haired man, causing him to cry out in pain. Finally, Liu Lei landed an uppercut on the remaining man, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. After Xu Chang saw Liu Lei defeat all three of his companions in such a short time, he stepped onto the field. Although his body was a bit heavy, his speed was incredibly fast, and in no time, he was right in front of Liu Lei. However, Liu Lei remained on high alert, taking the initiative to strike first. With a weary motion, Sai Jiai delivered a precise punch to the center of Xu Chang's face, leaving him sluggish and disoriented. Xu Chang heavily collapsed to the ground. Liu Lei smirked sarcastically, feeling as if its strength had been completely drained. The words unintentionally struck at the heart of Xu Chang. He sadly shed tears. Xu Chang, seemed to think of something, suddenly lowering my head and crying out, "I don't want this either." He recalled the suspicious look on his girlfriend's face. "Big brother, are you okay?" Liu Lei walked over, smiling reassuringly at him. "Did I say something wrong?" Xu Chang no longer had the fierce expression from before, his tone now one of helplessness. "What can I do? She's my girlfriend." Seizing the opportunity, Liu Lei took out a small vial. "Look at this precious treasure I've prepared for you." Yuan Yang's pupils widened in confusion. "What is this?" Liu Lei once again painted a perfect picture of the vial. "This can help Mr. Yuan Yang to rejuvenate, warm, and nourish your body, relieve fatigue, regulate vitality, and restore your energy." Xu Chang seemed to find a savior, his eyes brightening. "Is this tonic really effective?" Liu Lei smiled confidently. "Who do you think I am? I wouldn't deceive you. Don't worry, just try it. If it works, you can pay me later. No need to worry about not coming back." Though Xu Chang had received something good, he still couldn't help but express his attitude toward Liu Lei. "Fine, I'll try it at home. If it doesn't work, you better wash your neck and wait for me." Hearing this, Liu Lei immediately began to sweat nervously. All right then, Xu Chang left first, leaving behind three of his subordinates who anxiously chased after him. "Boss, wait for us." Meanwhile, Liu Lei watched them leave with suspicion. After all, the system they were using was one for cultivating immortality, so why had his turned into something so inferior? A day later, when Liu Lei was pacing in front of the shop, a group of people suddenly appeared. He coldly and warily asked, "Who's there?" Three men stepped forward. One of them sneered, "Oh my, how did Liu family's young master end up in such a sorry state? Such is life, huh?" Six large, burly men surrounded Liu Lei. Young Master Long arrogantly lifted his chin. "Liu young master, you look pretty miserable. Do you need me to introduce a lady to help the Liu family avoid extinction? I'm the one who pursued Meng Fuyao, young Master Long." Liu Lei didn't pay attention to the mockery. Instead, he pretended to be concerned and retorted, "Oh, young Master Long has so many connections, huh?" He pushed his glasses to hide his anger. "Haha, I'm laughing. Your eyesight is terrible. Back then, Meng Fuyao was your fiancée, and you were blind to have abandoned her." Upon hearing the meaning behind those words, Liu Lei frowned. Abandoned Meng Fuyao. He narrowed his eyes as if recalling something. Meng Fuyao, displeased, firmly declared, "I never agreed to the engagement when I was young." Her face was full of determination. "I will find my true love." Liu Lei was more than happy to accept that reason. "All right then." Meng Fuyao stared at him in disbelief, as if this whole situation was going too smoothly, almost strangely so. The next day, still beneath the old tree, Liu Lei, with a scratched face, smilingly informed Meng Fuyao, "I told my father and canceled the engagement. The result was a beating, a rather brutal one." She was stunned, blushing in embarrassment. "No way." At that moment, Liu Lei looked very much like an adult man, and she was free now. He smiled and supported her. "Go find the love that belongs to you." Fuyao, on the other hand, was so moved she nearly teared up. Young Master Long, noticing Liu Lei's silence, suspiciously called out, "What are you doing, just standing there?" Liu Lei merely smiled gently. Young Master Long, seeing his expression, angrily claimed ownership. "You've been done with her for a long time. From now on, she's mine." Liu Lei didn't react strongly, only replying indifferently, "Is that so?" That answer caused young Master Long to feel somewhat displeased. He stepped forward, grabbed Liu Lei by the collar, and angrily retorted, "What do you think you are? But before he could finish his sentence, a punch swiftly flew towards him. Liu Lei didn't say much and immediately struck him with a blow. His cool glasses flew off as a result. Young Master Long, holding his swollen cheek from the slap, ordered, "Then beat him up for me. Show him who's the boss here." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 men, built like bodybuilders, surrounded Liu Lei. He took the initiative and aimed a kick at one of them, but the man easily blocked it with his hand. Liu Lei furrowed his brow, feeling cautious. The bodyguards were no pushovers, and it seemed like this would turn into a serious fight. With that in mind, he quickly attacked from behind, using all of his strength to slam into the back of one of them, then twisted the arm of another. The last one, seeing this, rushed to control Liu Lei, but was met with a kick that sent his head flying back. Taking advantage of Liu Lei's momentary distraction, young Master Long appeared behind him, holding a glass bottle that he had grabbed from somewhere. With a loud crash, young Master Long slammed the bottle into Liu Lei's head. Blood immediately began to pour from the wound, and despite the pain, Liu Lei gritted his teeth and sarcastically said, "Isn't it enough to bully the weak with numbers? Now you're using weapons." After hitting Liu Lei, young Master Long felt a surge of confidence. He no longer cared about the rules of the underworld when dealing with a washed-up loser like him. He gave another order to his subordinates, "Charge at him and beat him up for me." Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. "Dare to lay a hand on Liu Lei? You want a beating, don't you?" Liu Lei was stunned. Even young Master Long and his crew were left speechless. They all shouted in unison as they saw who appeared. Xiu Chang stepped in front of Liu Lei, standing protectively. "Don't worry, Liu Lei. As long as I'm here today, no one dares to bully you." Despite this, Liu Lei wasn't moved. He only felt a bit suspicious. Why is Xiu Chang here looking like this? Maybe the rejuvenation technique is working. Young Master Long was puzzled by Xiu Chang's strange behavior. "Xiu Chang, wasn't there a grudge between you and Liu Lei? Don't get involved in this." Xiu Chang cracked his knuckles, gritting his teeth as he threatened. "Who said I have a grudge with Liu Lei? If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll make you regret it." Young Master Long's face immediately turned pale. This was bad luck. Xiu Chang was notorious as a thug around here. If he offended him now, his future business would surely face problems. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to show some leniency. "We're all injured here. Out of respect for Xiu Chang, let's just forget about this." Finally, he didn't forget to warn Liu Lei. "However, as for Meng Fuyao, I advise you to stop thinking about it." Once everything had been arranged, he didn't say anything else, simply turned around and led his subordinates away. "Let's go." When they had all left, Xu Yang finally turned back with an apologetic look. "Brother Lei, did I arrive at the right time?" But at that moment, Liu Lei's vision was fading rapidly. The last image he saw was Xiu Chang's worried expression. He cried out in panic, "Brother Lei, Xiu Chang's house is in one of those middle-class apartment buildings." Liu Lei slowly opened his eyes, but the first thing he saw was a well-endowed chest, along with some innerwear. He immediately widened his eyes, blushed, and then coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Cow asterisk. It was this that drew the attention of Han Xiao Xiao. Liu Lei sat up abruptly, confused. "Why am I here?" Han Xiao Xiao stammered, retreating a few steps. "Ah, you're awake. This is my older brother's house." She blushed, hesitated, and answered, "My brother Xiu Chang asked me to take care of you." As she spoke, she glanced at the pile of medical supplies on the table, as if to reaffirm her explanation. "I just helped you clean your wounds. Please sit up. Men really are so nosy." Liu Lei sat up, and Han Xiao Xiao once again sat beside him on the bed to tend to his injuries. After everything was settled, Liu Lei smiled and asked, "Thank you for your care. Beautiful. What's your name?" The other person politely replied, "Han Xiao Xiao." At this moment, Xiu Chang entered from outside, casually announcing, "Lei, good news. I've introduced a big order for you." Among the technicians, a group of men were sitting, laughing and chatting, joking around. Xiu Chang smiled and introduced, "This is Lei. He's the one who recommended the supplement I've been using." Liu Lei anxiously greeted, "It's a pleasure, a pleasure." Suddenly, he squinted, as the system's notification rang out, "Eye of Wish Fulfillment." When it opened again, all the men in the room were thoroughly scanned. Not long after, information appeared above their heads. Tai Xu. Bloating, sweating, weak energy, fatigue, with only Xiao Chang, who had been healed, looking happy. After conducting a preliminary assessment of everyone's condition, Liu Lei helplessly slapped his forehead. Xiao Chang really knew how to pick his friends. Finally, he sighed and said, I understand your situation now, and since you're friends of Xiao Chang. Although they heard this, the men didn't seem to believe him. How come I didn't know that the young master of Sheng Lei group was so capable? Tai Xu and the others started mocking, weak constitution. 30 seconds. Unless you take your pants off for us to check. Right, take your clothes off. Tired already. Hemph. Yang saw his savior being criticized like that and angrily shouted, What's wrong with you guys? Don't you trust Xiao Chang? Li Lei patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, saying, It's fine. In the end, he calmly left a remark, I won't sell it anymore. There will come a time when you'll come begging me. Suddenly, from outside the door, Sister Fang entered with a cup of water, smiling gently. Bro, I've brought ginseng tea for you. She was extremely attentive, feeding Xiao Chang, spoonful by spoonful. Darling, drink it, and then you can go home soon. The others were left dumbfounded by the scene. Was Sister Fang on the wrong medication? Even Tai Xu, who was exhausted, started to wonder if someone was impersonating her. Sister Fang heard them gossiping about her and shot them a warning glance. The guy who was being doubted by Tai Xu was still holding on to her. What are you looking at? Sister Fang, in anger, slammed her foot on the table as a warning. Just because old lady didn't say anything doesn't mean you can get bold, huh? If you don't want to live, I'll gladly lend you a hand. That guy immediately stuttered. Sister Fang, I'm wrong. Tai Xu's wrong. Weak 30 seconds. Wrong. Tired. Then she turned again and lovingly kissed Xiao Chang on the cheek. Hubby, I won't bother you anymore. Once again, everyone present exchanged suspicious looks at Xiao Chang, who was smiling and waving his hand. The guy who was being doubted by Tai Xu asked, Sister Fang, what's going on? Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you going along with Shu like that? The guy's exhausted. How many times do I have to remind you? You still dare say Sister Fang took the wrong medicine? Xiao Chang saw this and immediately pulled Liu Lei over to show off. It's not that she took the wrong medicine, but I took supplements. A woman like her only submits to the strong. Tai Xu and the group of 30-second people, after a moment of exhaustion, finally believed the 30 seconds. Wow, how much are your supplements? I need all of them. I'm the same. Li Lei smirked with satisfaction and called out. They immediately shouted loudly in unison, Brother Lei. The next morning, at Liu Family Supermarket, a small store but one that gave off a very warm feeling. Liu Lei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The stock sold out last night. I need to go to another world to restock. Then he called out, System, I want to go to another world. The system. When the system heard him call, it was displeased and complained. Got it, don't call me twice. Teleportation starting. Li Lei couldn't believe his ears but couldn't refute it either. Did the system actually argue back? After being transported to another world, Liu Lei smelled something and froze. Before long, he was stunned and started crying. Liu Lei held his eyes and screamed, almost fainting. What is this smell? It's so spicy and refreshing. Jin de Bio appeared again, but this time, there was someone else behind him. Martial cultivation expert, this one. He is our elder alchemist, Wang Heng. He heard that martial cultivation has many miraculous medicinal herbs, and at this moment, Liu Lei's mind was spinning from the strong, unpleasant odor. However, the system's features still performed the scanning of information, and due to the cultivation technique, the improper regulation of Kai resulted in a severe foul smell. After obtaining the information, Liu Lei searched for the root cause, which was due to the cultivation technique. Wang Heng was startled and looked at him. Does martial cultivation know the cause? Not long after, Liu Lei took out a glass box, inside which was a rather large bottle. Apply it all over your body once a day, and it will help eliminate the stench, Liu Lei explained. Wang Heng was so moved he nearly cried. Martial cultivation truly has profound powers. Jin de Bio patted his shoulder to comfort him. Elder, I told you, martial cultivation has many great medicinal herbs. Having learned from the previous experience, Liu Lei proactively suggested, I won't give this away for free. Do you have anything to trade? Wang Hang, of course, happily offered his items. I have marrow cleansing elixir, which can help strengthen your cultivation. Jin de Bio, standing beside him, also confirmed, same as before, 1 barrel of child's returning essence pills. Liu Lei casually asked, is this all? He smiled faintly. Jin de Bio, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat worried. Is martial cultivation too few? Liu Lei quickly denied no. He furrowed his brows, revealing a curious expression. The elixirs I only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If I knew which cultivation techniques you two follow, I can provide more suitable medicine. He looked at the two of them, offering suggestions one by one. Cultivation method, medicinal materials, spirit stones. He wanted to understand your cultivation process, silently calculating in his mind. If I can also practice a cultivation method and understand where to start, it will be useful for future transactions. It's better to learn their cultivation methods. The two in front of him, unsure if they fully understood his intentions, respectfully clasped their hands together, bowed and said, "Thank you, martial cultivation. Martial cultivation is indeed kind. We will express our gratitude later." Suddenly, he sensed something. Indeed, the system had sent him back to the real world along with the pile of medicine. He felt a bit dissatisfied, giving some feedback. Every time a transaction wasn't fully completed, he was pushed out. What kind of business does this system run? The system, sensing his frustration, felt a bit apologetic. It wasn't thorough enough. The master in this other world didn't have enough time because the transaction level wasn't high enough. A line of information appeared. Current revenue 75,000/1 million yuan. Preliminary level in the business world. The corners of Li Lei's mouth twitched slightly. What can be done in 10 minutes? Can the system give someone an extra hour for 5 yuan? The system did not explain further. It simply reminded the owner to quickly reach the revenue of 1 million. Only then could more functions be unlocked. Li Lei rubbed his chin, calculating. So Chang wanted to ship the goods urgently. He had to become stronger quickly, defeat Wu King, and reclaim Shenglei. He was so focused on thinking that he didn't notice someone had appeared behind him. Meng Fuyao looked at him curiously. "Boss Liu, your goods are selling pretty fast lately." Then, she saw a medicine bottle and a large box of medicine behind him. She thought of something, blushed, and said, "It looks like Boss Liu is expanding quite a bit." Suddenly, a hand slammed hard against the wall behind her. Li Lei held the bottle of medicine in front of Meng Fuyao, his expression like a b-boy. "That's right, want to try the goods." But Fuyao didn't pay much attention. "Quick, put that away. Let's get to the point. Lin Kuya's birthday is today. Let's go join the celebration." As soon as Li Lei heard this, he shook his head in refusal. "I don't have any nice clothes. It'd be embarrassing to meet people like that." Meng Fuyao, as if she already understood him, took out a suit bag and said, "I knew you would make an excuse." Li Lei looked at the suit Fuyao handed him, murmured with a smile, and thought to himself that the suit seemed new. She had such good intentions, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to refuse. He leaned closer to her again, and said, "It's rare for Elder Miss Meng to be so thoughtful." Li Lei obediently accepted the suit and said, "Then I must obey your orders." His actions left Meng Fuyao momentarily stunned. At the Fengdu Hotel, at Lin Kuya's birthday party, in a highly prestigious high-rise hotel, Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao appeared together, looking like a perfect couple. After walking just a few steps, who appeared but young Master Long. "I knew it." Suddenly, the place lit up. "It turns out Elder Miss Meng has arrived," he said. Liu Lei walked up to him and mockingly replied, "Young Master Long, why are you here?" Young Master Long, seeing someone he disliked, became unhappy. "Why wouldn't I be here? If the disabled young master of Shenglei can come, why can't I?" Then he turned around happily and called to the person behind him, "Dad, you're here." Long San Kong, his hands in his pockets, coldly reminded him, "Come in, don't stand out there." Chairman of Tang Fei Real Estate Group, Long San Chong. The party was extremely lively, with the soft sounds of the piano filling the air. Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao walked in together. Shu Chang recognized him from afar and waved, calling out, "Mr. Lei." Liu Lei gave a quick instruction to the person next to him. "Chen Chang is calling me. I'll be over there." Su Xiao Xiao pointed to the seats beside her. Mr. Lei is over here, and the people from the technician's room the other day are also here. Hello, Mr. Lei, said the five from Taixu. Han Xiao Xiao walked over, clinging to Liu Lei's arm coquettishly. Mr. Lei, they were just praising you for being really good at fighting. He quickly joked. I'm not used to not fighting when I'm with your cousin. Meanwhile, Meng Fu Yao, who was standing nearby and witnessing this scene, bit her lip in jealousy. She coldly asked, Excuse me, miss, how should I address you? The other person responded calmly, I'm Han Xiao Xiao. Meng Fu Yao glared at her with anger. Han Xiao Xiao pretended not to notice, continuing to cling to Liu Lei's arm and asking sweetly, What's wrong? Unable to hold back her anger any longer, Meng Fu Yao gently reminded her, Please remove your hand. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao Xiao grew even more bold, hugging Liu Lei tighter, her tone mocking. Is he your boyfriend? Meng Fu Yao, unconcerned by the words of a child, remained very polite. The answer is no, but he is a VIP guest, so he must sit in the VIP seat with me. Liu Lei, on the other side, also removed her hand from his. All right, let go. Then he walked up to Fu Yao and said, Today, I will sit here. Seeing her astonished expression, Liu Lei continued to explain, Wait until I have earned my position with my own abilities, and then we'll talk about the VIP seat. Meng Fu Yao was angry, but couldn't say anything. Liu Lei, noticing this, gently asked, Do you need me to take you there? Fu Yao angrily turned her head away. No need. In the end, she coldly added, I'll go on my own. Young Master Long, seeing Fu Yao leave in anger, looked mockingly at Liu Lei's group. Oh, the beautiful lady doesn't want to, but now she wants to sit with you guys. One of them angrily shouted. What do you mean by that? Liu Lei smiled and reassured him. Forget it. Keep it down. Let's show some respect for Qiu Ya, younger sister. Young Master Long, however, refused to let it go, pointing at Liu Lei's face with disdain. What's so special about you, young master who's fallen from grace? You even dare call her Qiu Ya, younger sister? At that moment, a cute voice rang out from behind. Brother Lai Liu Lu. Startled, she quickly turned her head, and a girl with green hair and a pink bow on her head jumped into his arms. Brother Lei, long time no see. Li Lei smiled affectionately, allowing the girl to hug him. Then he gently patted her head. Wow, it's only been a few months, and you've gotten so much prettier. This girl is eldest Miss Lin Qiu Ya. The two of them laughed happily, while Meng Fu Yao, standing on the side, felt a bit downcast. Young Master Long, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, angrily shouted to make his presence known. Li Lei, do you dare act so arrogantly, as if you don't regard Long Third Master at all? Su Chang's group of friends sneered in response. So what if he's Long Third Master? Are we supposed to be scared of him? But before long, someone appeared, leaving them all dumbfounded. A dark figure stood tall behind young Master Long, his face marked with a large scar, making him look even more menacing. Li Lei furrowed his brows, feeling wary. Long Third Master had been a fierce fighter in the past. This was trouble. Suddenly, someone approached from the other side to mediate. All right, it's not a big deal. It turned out to be Liu Xiaoyu. He smiled. Everyone, please do me a favor. Let's let this go. Wu King's son will inherit Shanglai Group. Liu Lei suspiciously asked the other party, Liu Xiaoyu, why are you here too? Liu Xiaoyu confidently spoke up, Today is my engagement ceremony. Of course I have to be here. Liu Lei was stunned. Then his face turned somewhat confused. Engaged to whom? Liu Xiaoyu smiled shyly. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed towards Lin Qiu Ya, who was standing next to the beautiful and lovely Lin Ya, eavesdropping. The little girl's eyes widened in fear, and she stammered, unable to speak. Whoa! What? A scream echoed through the tall hotel building as Lin Qiu Ya shouted, Engagement? Why didn't I hear about this? Liu Xiaoyu grinned maliciously, staring at the girl. Didn't your father tell you? It seemed the more he saw the terrified expression on her face, the happier he became. The birthday party was also the engagement party. He hoped she would soon marry into the Liu family. Liu Lei, seeing the inappropriate behavior, stepped forward and shielded his sister. Qiu Ya doesn't want this. Don't come any closer. Liu Xiaoyu, seeing this, yelled, This is a matter between the Lin family and Shang Lei group. What do you, an outsider, know to interfere? Liu Lei glanced at him with displeasure, then furrowed his brows and provocatively said, "If you're so capable, come over here." Liu Shiyu, somewhat fearful of the situation, quickly pulled someone else in to warn him. "Wu Lei, you're so arrogant. Do you think no one here can control you?" Long Third Master and Young Master Long are still here. Young Master Long, seeing someone despise Liu Lei, happily joined in. "That's right, when the old tiger doesn't roar, people think it's just a kitten. Brothers, come on, beat him up for me." Liu Shiyu secretly smirked. He had long heard that Young Master Long wanted to deal with Liu Lei, and today he saw it as a perfect opportunity to let Young Master Long take action against him. Xu Chang, seeing his brother being bullied, was filled with righteous indignation. He wasn't afraid of anyone. He walked up to Young Master Long and provocatively said, "Come on, hit me then." Suddenly, a loud cough interrupted everyone. Old Lin Yuan Lei, leaning on his cane, walked over and everyone respectfully greeted him. "Lin CEO, Lin CEO." He asked in a calm tone, "What's going on?" Though he's older, his voice still carried an air of authority. "Did I fail to receive the guests properly?" The chairman of Yu Lin family group, Lin Yuan Lei. Seeing someone arriving, Liu Shiyu pretended to cry and quickly tattled. "Uncle Lin, Liu Lei, a mere frog, wants to eat swan meat, and is stopping me and Q Ya from getting engaged." Lin Yuan Lei, hearing this, felt somewhat embarrassed and coughed a few times. "Ahem, Q Ya, your parents have agreed to this. Shiyu and our family are also a good match." Lin Kuye cried and refused. "I don't want to. I don't want to marry him." Then she clung to Li Lei's arm, speaking with a hint of meaning. "I want to marry the person I love." Her words made Liu Lei blush with embarrassment, while Liu Shiyu and Young Master Long both curled their lips in disdain. Lin Yuan Lei, worried about his daughter's impulsiveness, reminded her, "Marriage is a serious matter, it can't be treated like a child's game." But Lin Kuye remained very determined. "I like Lei." Her sincere gaze met her father's. "I've liked him for a long time. He originally had a betrothal, but now he's free." The people present were all stunned, and Meng Fuyo frowned, displeased. Lin Yuan Lei continued to advise. "Liu Lei, ahem, look at him now. How could he be worthy of you? Shang Lei group is no longer his." But Qu Yi remained stubborn. "I don't care. I like Lei." Tin Lei quickly grabbed the little girl's hand. Qu Ya heard her father say a sentence. He reminded everyone in front of all the guests that you were the heir to the Yilin family group, and that by staying close to Li Lei, you are only harming him. Then he glanced at Liu Lei with a slightly threatening tone. "Moreover, you like him, but does he like you?" He of course realized the man's intention, clearly trying to force him to admit he didn't like Qu Ya. Upon hearing her father's words, Qu Ya looked at him with a worried expression, staring intently. "An Lei." Liu Lei was stunned for a moment. Then he firmly responded, "Yes." His expression was extremely confident and sincere. "I also like Qu Ya very much." Everyone present was stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Lin Yuan Lei, seeing this, immediately crossed his arms, pretending to tremble. "You're at A." The people around him rushed to his side in panic. "Lin CEO! Lin CEO!" Qu Ya also called out anxiously. "Ah!" Suddenly, Li Lei stepped forward and whispered something in Lin Yuan Lei's ear, causing him to be startled. Then, turning to the people present, he said, "I'm taking Uncle Lin to rest." Young Master Long quickly stopped him, standing still. "Do you think you can leave here?" Meng Fuyao immediately spoke up to mediate. "Everyone, please calm down. This is CEO Lin's event, and CEO Lin's health is not good. I ask that no one cause trouble." Upon hearing the person he liked speak, Young Master Long obediently complied. "If Elder Miss Meng has said so, I will respect her wishes." Liu Shiyu, seeing this, also agreed. "All right, then let's let CEO Lin rest first. We can talk about this later." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan Lei emerged, his face glowing and looking refreshed. Walking out with Liu Lei, he called out loudly, "I hereby announce." With a bright smile on his face, he delivered the shocking news. The engagement ceremony for today was cancelled. Liu Lei looked at Lin Yuan Lei, who was trembling uncontrollably as the system began scanning, opening the relevant response feature, and the information about him started to appear. Name: Lin Yuan Lei. Gender: male. Age: 50. Condition analysis: deteriorating health. Cause: Li Lei smirked, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Then he made a proposal to Lin Yuan Lei. I have a way to cure your family's genetic illness. No need to beg Liu Xiaoyu. He looked out the window, hurriedly marrying off Qiu Ya. This isn't the style of Uncle Lin. The Yu Lin family group has a history over 300 years. There's no need to marry into the Sheng Lai group. Thanks to the system, Li Lei spoke with more confidence, and seeing Uncle Lin so rushed, it could only be due to the genetic illness in his family. The Yu Lin family couldn't even cure the illness of the uncle, and if it got out, it would be very dangerous. What one desires, one gets. The Chai Ai is truly convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan Lei's cane immediately dropped. He angrily rushed over, grabbed his collar, and yelled, "You better really have a cure for me, or else I won't just accuse you of slander, I'll also drag you in front of Liu Xiaoyu to apologize." Li Lei quickly held his hand to stop him. "Uncle Lin, please don't get so worked up." He then handed him a small bottle of medicine. This genetic illness inherently weakens the body. The marrow-cleansing elixir my grandfather passed down to me really can help with Gu Ga Yuan. Li Lei sincerely affirmed, "Liu Xiaoyu can only fake this medicine. I am the true heir of the Liu family." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan Lei tilted his head back and drank the entire vial of medicine, doing so to honor his grandfather. I'll trust you this once." Immediately, the effect startled him in surprise. Lin Yuan Lei felt a surge of energy. His internal organs felt completely clear and brimming with vitality. In the hotel's grand hall, in front of the guests, he joyfully announced, "I declare that today's engagement ceremony is hereby cancelled." Lin Kuya, upon hearing this, happily ran over. "Well, thank you, Dad." He smiled, patting his daughter's head. "Don't thank me. Thank your brother Lei." Lin Xiaoyu frowned, his aura menacing. "CEO Lin, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yuan Lei paid no attention to his attitude, coldly responding, "Liu young master, sorry. I only have one daughter. I can't casually marry her off to you. I have no other choice." Liu Xiaoyu, embarrassed and furious, pointed at his face and scolded, "Don't forget, you're the one who needs something from the Liu family." Lin Yuan Lei smiled and replied, "I won't trouble you anymore, Liu young master. The Lin family will handle things on their own." Seeing that nothing could be changed, he turned away to avoid his half-brother. "Lai Lei, if you dare to harm me, just wait. Sheng Lai Group won't spare you." Upon hearing this, he merely smiled and reminded him, "Now you are the young master Liu. In public, watch your image." Liu Xiaoyu, sensing the situation was turning against him, quickly turned and left. "Let's go." Lin Yuan Lei naturally didn't stop him, leaving without a word. Lin Kuye happily rushed over to hug her brother. "Brother Lei, you're amazing." Young Master Long noticed Meng Fuyo's displeasure as she watched Liu Lei and the others laughing and playing in front of her. He suggested, his mood not quite right, "Would you like a drink?" This time, Meng Fuyo didn't ignore him. She raised her glass and said, "You think I'm in a bad mood, but I'm just reflecting. Thank you, young Master Long, for showing me such courtesy today." Young Master Long was extremely pleased. "It's my honor, Miss Meng." "Of course." The two glasses clinked together, and a drop of golden liquor fell before they emptied their glasses. On the road, a sleigh voice echoed from inside a car. "Take her back to my villa. Tonight, I'll use my charm to conquer her." Young Master Long licked his lips, a dangerous expression on his face. "You didn't expect this, did you? I dare to make a move on you here, at the party. This trick works like a charm." Fu Yeo, weak and helpless, could only curse softly. Despicable, shameless. She clung to the car door, repeatedly demanding, "Let me out of the car. How could young Master Long just let me go?" He spoke soothingly in a low voice. "Darling, don't rush, I love you so much." Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes, and young Master Long fell backward. He angrily asked, "What's going on?" The driver looked outside the car and reported, "The person blocking us is Li Lei, and at the same time, Li Lei has also blocked his car," stepping down to confront him. He yelled angrily, let Meng Fu Yo go. His expression changed as a group of people in black outfits, wearing hoods, appeared behind them. Young Master Long smirked and muttered, "Liu Lei, I've been waiting for you to throw yourself into this trap." Immediately, one of the men in black rushed forward, swinging the club toward him. Fresh blood, whether from Liu Lei or the other man, splattered everywhere. Liu Lei was surrounded, leaving him frozen in place. Young Master Long laughed in satisfaction. "Give me his limbs. Let him watch as I tear Meng Fu Yao apart." Ha ha! Immediately, a group of people surrounded Liu Lei. He staggered from the blow he had just received, groaning in pain. The wound on his head was bleeding continuously, his eyes glaring coldly. Meng Fu Yao is not someone for a despicable scoundrel like you to lay a hand on. The subordinate, furious at Liu Lei's constant insults towards his superior, tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, aiming to strike Liu Lei on the head once more. Dust and smoke filled the air as young Master Long watched from the sidelines, his eyes wide and his body trembling. Here it is. Liu Lei crushed the wooden rod full of thorns in his hand. Thankfully, the marrow-cleansing elixir had strengthened his body, so now he was as solid as stone. Young Master Long, a little fearful, shouted an order. "What are you standing there for? Rush at him. If you crush him, everyone gets a reward of 500,000. Liu Lei's eyes were extremely vigilant. With one swift motion, he knocked all their weapons away. How is that possible? Despite this, they did not give up, continuing to attack him with their bare hands. But Liu Lei was quicker, delivering a sharp kick to one of them's chin. Ah, that guy. He immediately fell backward, bumping into his teammate. "What?" Young Master Long, drenched in sweat, asked in fear. Liu Lei carried a wooden plank on his shoulder, coldly threatening. "Young Master Long, you're next." Seeing the situation wasn't going well, he quickly pulled Meng Fu Yao out of the car as a hostage. "Meng, don't come near. I will kill her." Upon seeing this, Liu Lei became even angrier. He furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, and released Meng Fu Yao. With a punch straight to young Master Long's head, blood immediately gushed from his nose. Then he picked up Meng Fu Yao and ignored the rest of the group. "I've called the police. They're on their way." He also left a nameplate on young Master Long. "I am the kidnapper. Please arrest me." As soon as Meng Fu Yao was rescued, she began groaning. "It's hot. I feel terrible." Liu Lei could only softly comfort her. "Hang in there a little longer. We're almost home." Before long, the car stopped in front of Liu Lei's store. He carried her into the shop, and when he noticed she still hadn't reacted, he reminded her, "We're here. Rest now." But before he could finish his sentence, Meng Fu Yao reached up to touch his face. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her mind was hazy. She clung tightly to his neck. "Liu Lei, was it you who saved me?" "I, Liu Lei," murmured as I called. "Elder Miss Meng." Suddenly, Meng Fu Yao opened her eyes, and then realized her entire body was in pain. She angrily shouted at Liu Lei, who was sitting at a distance, still asleep. "Liu Lei, is this the good deed you've done?" He was startled by her shout, yawned, and then said, "Elder Miss Meng, I acted on my own initiative like this. But I didn't bind you, fearing I wouldn't be able to control myself." Meng Fu Yao quickly recalled what had happened the previous day, stammering as she spoke. You must untie me now," she shyly asked. "You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Liu Lei honestly replied, "If I were to take advantage of you, wouldn't that be just like young Master Long?" He smiled brightly at her. After all, she wanted to be with the one she liked. Meng Fu Yao was a bit embarrassed, but still curious as she asked, "By the way, how did you find me?" Liu Lei frowned and explained, "When Liu Sha Yu left, I didn't see you. Kachu Chang said that young Master Long took you away, and I thought it was a coincidence. So I borrowed Su Chang's car." Meng Fu Yao was stunned by his sharpness. Then, she threw herself at him and hugged him to thank him. "Thank goodness it was you. If not..." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Lin Kuya opened the door and rushed in. "Lei, aren't you home?" She suddenly shrieked in surprise. "Ah, both of you." At this moment, the positions of Liu Lei and Meng Fu Yao were quite intimate. Chu Ya, trembling, pushed the door open. The scene before her left her in shock. Seeing this, Meng Fuyao panicked and quickly spoke up. Shu Ya, it's not like that. Li Lei also hurriedly waved his hand. Let me explain. She clutched her chest, stammering. A moment later, she fainted, causing both people in the room to cry out in alarm. Hu Ye was transferred to the Lin family private hospital. Lin Yuan Lei stepped forward, and seeing this, Li Lei stood up to greet him. Uncle Lin. He sighed. Hu Ya is fine. Then turned to Meng Fuyao, and said, Xiao Meng, please step aside. I need to talk to Li Lei. She nodded silently and left directly, glancing back at Li Lei. I'll wait outside. Once her figure disappeared behind the door, Li Lei finally spoke. Is Qiu Ya still unconscious? Lin Yuan Lei nodded. When a genetic illness first manifests, it's always like this. The medicine you gave her has temporarily controlled it, but she needs some rest. The frown. The eyes filled with determination. This medicine can only suppress the disease. I will definitely find a cure for this illness. Lin Yuan Lei immediately responded, I believe in you. Then he continued, let's not talk about this for now. But do you really have feelings for Qiu Ya? Yesterday you said you liked her. Was that out of pressure? Upon hearing this, he seemed as if he had been struck from the side, his body frozen, not daring to hide anything. Right now, I can't think about matters of the heart. If Qiu Ya wakes up, I hope the uncle will notify me. Lin Yuan Lei understood upon hearing this. He sighed lightly and asked, do you still remember Nong Xiaomeng? Li Lei firmly responded, no, the most important thing for me now is to take back Shanglai Group. Hearing this, Lin Yuan Lei approached and patted his shoulder. Very good, you're worried about Qiu Ya being dragged into this. You really are a man. But then his expression darkened. It's just that Qiu Ya, she will wake up. Did you say that back then? The scene shifted to inside Long Santong's villa. Young Master Long begged with urgency. Third Master, you must avenge me. Long Santong glanced at him with certainty. I will definitely avenge you. But do you know where you went wrong? Young Master Long trembled, swallowing his saliva. I was wrong. I was wrong for not killing Li Lei back then. Long Sankyong sighed softly and said, wrong. First of all, you're too easily manipulated by others. And you have no brains. Recalling the scene earlier, young Master Long arrogantly sneered and said, Mr. Hu didn't assert his authority, and people mistook him for a kitten. Long Sankyong's cold voice rang out again. Second, Meng Fuyao doesn't like you, and you dared to force her. Shameless. At this point, he couldn't help but slam the table, standing up, his cold gaze sweeping over the young man's face. Third, and this is the most important point, Long Sankyong slapped the young man's face. He trembled uncontrollably. Third Master, Long Sankyong gripped his shoulder tightly. You've made me lose face. You're useless. Young Master Long's face turned pale as he looked at Long Sankyong, his voice trembling. Third Master, I apologize. Long Sankyong snorted coldly, but still left him a way out. Out of respect for your years of filial piety, don't come to Fengdu anymore. I'll leave a shop for you. Upon hearing this, young Master Long felt a sense of relief in his heart. Thank you, foster father, but Li Lei is too annoying. Long Sankyong turned his back, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, this time, we won't be the ones losing face. Oh, someone will take care of him. Scene transition at the Liu family villa. Liu Xiuyu, full of dissatisfaction, clenched her fists in accusation. Mother, that bastard Li Lei is bullying people too much. This time, the reputation of Shanglai Group is completely ruined. Wu Feng calmly watered the plants, looking at her precious son, and said, I told you to marry him to temper your character. How did you end up making such a mess? He crossed his arms upon hearing this, his voice firm. I suspect Li Lei has help from a master. Otherwise, how would the Lin family agree to him? Wu King sneered, Li Lei, we don't need to act personally. Liu Xiaoyu looked dejected and asked, then what should we do? Wu King plucked a petal, smiling devilishly. Just wait. Someone will act if the price is right. Inside an old castle, the man leaned back on the sofa, holding 5% of the shares. Sister Wu was too generous in her actions. He was Yuan Xingzi, who called himself the dark, noble young master. In his hand was a photo of Li Lei. His gaze focused as he spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After hanging up, he immediately turned to his subordinates and gave an order. Did you hear that? Prepare it for me. They took their orders and responded in unison. The scene transitions inside the foreign world store. Wang Hang looked at Liu Lei and said, the issues with martial cultivation are actually due to the damage to the spiritual meridians. The marrow cleansing elixir primarily strengthens the soul, but it cannot replenish the spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Liu Lei immediately asked, so, is there any way to cure it? Wang Hang took out a pill and handed it over. This is the Run Ling Ju. It might have some effect. However, the fragrance of martial cultivation can only mask the fox scent on a person. It cannot treat the root cause of the illness. Liu Lei looked at Wang Hang's expression and seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Do you not trust me? The elder replied without hesitation. I do not doubt martial cultivation. But even Run Ling Ju is unknown to martial cultivation. The medicines of martial cultivation only treat surface issues. Hearing this, Liu Lei immediately shouted, preposterous. How could I memorize all the basic knowledge of pill techniques and cultivation methods? Do you think you all understand everything? Do you dare to doubt me? Seeing him angry, Jinda Bio immediately knelt down, trembling. Martial cultivation. Please calm down. Please calm down. Liu Lei then pointed at him and ordered, Jinda Bio, stay down. I have a gift for you. Liu Lei frowned, thinking to himself, it seems they won't be convinced unless I offer something. He took out a bottle of mouthwash and handed it over, saying, this should be used 3 times a day. If you persist for a while, it can cure bad breath. Jinda Bio immediately opened the cap and took a sip of the Liu family's mouthwash. Wang Hang stared at Jinda Bio, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is this for real? He turned away and said, Jinda Bio, leave your medicine here, and I'll exchange it for 5 bottles of mouthwash. Seeing this, Wang Peng hurriedly spoke up. Martial cultivation, what about me? Liu Lei, with no trace of courtesy, directly replied, if you want me to work for you, then it's the usual. I respect those who respect me. If you doubt me, then there's no need for a deal. Hearing this, Jinda Bio immediately offered some advice. Your Excellency, this mission is of great importance. I hope you can cure the illness so that we can talk to the sect about it. Wang Hang bowed his head, pleading, martial cultivation, please show mercy on behalf of the sect and forgive me. Liu Lei waved his hand, adopting a dignified posture. Forget it, he pretends to be kind. I don't care much for such matters. Out of respect for Jinda Bio, and granting them this favor, Liu Lei warned them not to expect such leniency again. Upon hearing this, both of them bowed deeply, replying in unison, thank you, Your Excellency. Afterward, Wang Hang took out a precious pearl and presented it before Liu Lei. Thank you, Your Excellency. This is the Run Ling Pearl, a gift for martial cultivation's techniques. The medicinal ingredients and spiritual stones you mentioned earlier, I have brought those as well. I apologize for my earlier offense. He turned his head, his face still cold, and pushed a bottle of mouthwash forward, saying, take it. It wasn't until they had left that Liu Lei showed any emotion. He excitedly exclaimed, I'm going to make a fortune. If I can sell this divine elixir, I can upgrade the shop. But for Ling Ju, I have to infuse it with spiritual energy for it to work. All right, let me try infusing some spiritual energy. With that, he sat down right in the store to begin cultivating his energy. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Liu Lei answered with a dark expression. Hello, change the scene to the Liu Tian coffee shop by the lake. Liu Lei grabbed his bag and walked over, speaking up. Shu Chang, the dealings with that powerful divine item have become more intense now, huh? Su Chang, looking dejected, answered faintly, I already transferred the money to you. Liu Lei sat down, propped his chin up, and asked curiously, what's wrong? Not happy? Did your girlfriend complain about you being too strong? He turned away, a thoughtful look on his face, and said, Xiao Xiao loves a rich and handsome guy. Liu Lei responded, that's a good thing. Xiao Xiao left him. But Su Chang immediately interrupted, you don't know who she's dating. His name is Yuan Xingzi, the heir of Jia Yuan Electronics. He's not focused on his family's business, just causing trouble. He swaps girlfriends constantly. How could Xiao Xiao like someone like him? On the other side, Yuan Xingzi had taken Xiao Xiao to a cool helicopter, saying, darling, I'll take you up into the sky. Tio's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, unintentionally muttering, "So sweet." Shu Chang and Liu Lei watched the helicopter fly away, their eyes wide. Is it really gone already? Could it be a kidnapping? The two quickly sprang into action, chasing after the helicopter in the sky. Liu Lei stammered, "Chase? How do we chase?" Shu Chang, hearing this, could only freeze in place. That evening, at Shu Chang's house, as soon as Liu Lei saw him, he immediately asked, "Did you find out the address of his villa?" Shu Chang quickly responded, "I found it. Let's head there now." At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Qiu Thiu walked in, holding a large bouquet of flowers, constantly praising, "CEO Yuan, you're so romantic. A private villa, a candlelit dinner, and roses." Seeing her return, Shu Chang suspiciously asked, "Xiao, weren't you kidnapped?" Liu Lei, noticing her absent-minded expression, couldn't help but remind her, "Xiao, you're not close to him, so why is he being so nice to you?" Xiao, however, didn't seem to care about anything else. Her eyes sparkled as she recalled Yuan Xingzi's appearance. "CEO Yuan is so handsome, so kind to me. There's no way he could be a bad person." On the other side, Yuan Xingzi, with a vicious look in his eyes, gave a sly smile and said, "Sister Wu, don't rush. Tomorrow, I will make Liu Lei be rejected by his own family. Isn't Liu Lei supposed to be good at fighting? I've prepared the best arena for him." The next morning, a scream of panic echoed. "Boss Chu, someone is smashing the shop." A muscular man glanced at Shu Chang, wondering which bastard dared to dig at Tai Sui's head. Shu Chang was panting heavily, struggling to speak word by word. That caused the trouble today." To his surprise, the man was none other than the boxing gym owner, Len. Without saying a word, Len directly threw a punch into Shu Chang's beer belly, sending him crashing into the wall. "Liu Lei guy, you useless piece of trash." Len actually mistook Shu Chang for Liu Lei. Xiao, just arriving, was horrified by the scene and screamed loudly, "Brother Len." Blushing, Xiao muttered, "Pretty girl, I like." At that moment, Yuan Xingzi drove his supercar straight up to them, shouting, "Xiao, Xu Yang, a true hero doesn't bear the short-term loss, get in the car." The two of them hurriedly got into the car. Yuan Xingzi urged, "Quick, I'll speed up. Here we go." Len looked at the silhouette of the car leaving from behind, flashing a sinister smile as he reported the mission completed. The three of them stopped at a street quite far away. Shu Chang got out of the car, fuming with anger. "Once I find out which bastard did this, I'll make sure to destroy him." Yuan Rongzi seized the opportunity to speak. "I know who did it. Remember at Lin Kuya's engagement party last time, Liu Lei embarrassed Liu Xiaoyu, and you're close with Liu Lei. That's why they started taking revenge. Shu Chang, I think it would be better if you cut ties with Liu Lei to avoid further trouble." Shu Chang frowned upon hearing this and shouted angrily, "You're telling me to be a coward because of this? Who do you think I am?" Yuan Xingzi merely tilted his head and acted as though he was sincerely advising him. Xiao, you should persuade him. Liu Lei is down on his luck now." Xiao agreed, seeing the reason in his words, and spoke up. "Today you're fine, but if something happens in the future..." Xu Yang's face grew serious. Xiao, today someone might tell you to give up on friends. Tomorrow someone might tell you to give up on family. Xiao simply muttered one word in response. "Brother." Yuan Xingzi, upon hearing this, uttered more provocative words. "Today, it's just the king of boxing smashing the store. Who knows, tomorrow he might come with weapons." Shu Chang and Xiao were stunned upon hearing this. Shu Chang sneered and looked at him. "You haven't even entered the store yet. How do you know it's the king of boxing smashing it?" Xiao also covered her mouth. Could it be him? At this moment, Yuan Xingzi revealed his true face and called for his subordinates with a grim expression. "Why do you have to be so smart? You could have just stayed safe and left." The people behind him slowly revealed themselves. It was the assassin, Sha'an. Shu Chang hid both hands behind his back, watching them. "I know you're not here to do anything good." With both hands behind his back, Shu Chang seized this moment to send a message. Sha'an extended his sharp hand to attack. Shu Chang immediately charged forward. Xiao, you go first. 15 minutes later, Li Lei arrived. He found Xu Chong lying there, covered in blood, his face ashen. Xu Chong. Hold on, I'll find a way to stop the bleeding. Tu Cheng grabbed his wrist weakly and whispered his final words. Save Xiao Xiao, save Xiao Xiao. Li Lei pressed down hard on his wounds, his brows furrowed deeply with determination. Don't worry, I will definitely save Xiao Xiao. The fire of rage flared in Li Lei's eyes. Yuan Xingzi. I will not spare you. Li Lei got into the car, his gaze cold, his mind calculating. This time, going to Yuan Xingzi's place, it was likely that there wouldn't be much left to save. He had to withdraw the reserved spiritual energy from the Runling Juve as a precaution. He walked towards Yuan Xingzi's castle, whispering to himself, Xiao Xiao, I'm here. At that moment, in Yuan Xingzi's room, he looked at Xiao Xiao and said, Welcome to the Dark Tower, young master. In her heart, she silently assessed, that name is too vulgar. On the surveillance screen, a familiar figure appeared. Li Lei glanced around, and immediately a voice rang out. Liu Lei, every floor here has top-tier experts waiting for you. Len appeared, laughing loudly. Come on, fight me. Boxing men champion. Feel the despair of the Dark Tower. Yuan Xingzi on the other side laughed excitedly. This is the South African Black Gang boxing champion. I paid 40 million to bring in. He once single-handedly bloodied a gang, and he can throw 10 punches in 1 second, each punch strong enough to punch through a brick wall. Before he could finish his sentence, Len was knocked out by Liu Lei with a single punch. Xiao Xiao looked at the surveillance screen, hesitated, and then spoke up. Wen seems to have broken through the first level. Hearing this, Yuan Xingzi continued. Even if he's lucky enough to break through the first level, there are still the brutal challenges waiting for him ahead. The second level involves an international assassin that will send chills down your spine. Assassinate the demon serpent Sha-An, and the fee to hire the deadly assassin Sha-An is 70 million. His speed is so fast that even the most advanced cameras can't catch him, and its claws contain deadly poison. Ignoring this man's rambling, on the other side, we have Liu Lei. With a bored look, he glanced at Sha-An, and immediately saw the glint of this person, attempting to attack. His sharp claws extended, but Liu Lei swiftly chopped them off, causing Sha-An to scream. Then, Liu Lei struck him again with a blow to the head, knocking Sha-An unconscious. Xiao Xiao remained silent as he looked at the screen behind him, then turned to Xingzi, who was still talking about how powerful he was, fearing that Liu Lei wouldn't have the chance to enjoy it. The third floor turned into the commercial battlefield of Lucky. Yuan Xingzi's sinister gaze gleamed with excitement as he continued. The next floor features the young genius of the business world, whom I paid 200 million to invite. On the other side, Liu Lei stabbed a knife into the middle of his forehead. Lucky chuckled. This was the deadly poison he had just acquired. In an instant, a supporting character appeared, and within a second, they were gone, lifeless. Inside the surveillance room, Yuan Xingzi pointed to the fourth floor and continued, I hope he won't try too hard, because the last person is a murderer, an insane killer with hundreds of lives on his conscience. The madman, riding the saw, Thomas Li Lei circled around, immediately categorizing the types of scents at the fourth floor into 3 kinds: wet scents, dry scents, and recycled scents. Yuan Xingzi laughed, his eyes filled with greed. Once I deal with Li Lei, 5% of Sheng Lei Group will be mine. After that, once I'm done with the old woman Ruin Shi Shi, I'll be the new president of Jia Yuan Electronics. Xiao Xiao looked at him, her face showing disdain, uninterested in speaking. Don't dream. Yuan Xingzi still thought he was in a good position. He moved closer and grabbed her chin. Dream? This is reality. As for you, you'll have the honor of witnessing my rise. Xiao Xiao gently reminded. Why don't you turn around and take a look? At this moment, Liu Lei had already stepped forward, his voice echoing as if from hell. Oh, is the fourth floor all used up? Haven't even started fighting yet. Yuan Xingzi froze and quickly turned around. What is going on? He stood at the door, looking at Yuan Xingzi's expression, which was like someone who had just swallowed something bitter, then loudly ordered, Let Han Xiao Xiao go. Seeing this, Yuan Xingzi sneered, Liu Lei, don't think you've won. I'm not like young Master Long. I always prepare thoroughly for everything I do. Liu Lei covered his mouth, Mocking. The great young Master Yuan, comparing himself to young Master Lom, feels a bit beneath you. Yuan Xingze, like a hedgehog bristling with spikes, shouted, "Shut up!" He opened a vial and drank it in one go, saying, "Now let me show you the power of the marrow cleansing elixir. Elegant, strong, perfect. I'm very satisfied with my body now." Li Lei, upon seeing this, stroked his chin and muttered, "So this is also the marrow cleansing elixir, ha." Taking advantage of his chance to strike first, Yuan Xingzi glanced and immediately saw Liu Lei's movements. He sneered, mocking, "Your movements are as slow as a 90-year-old woman." With a sharp elbow, he forcefully pinned Liu Lei to the ground, looking down from above. Yuan Xingzi was pleased with himself. "I love the look of desperation on your face." Liu Lei, battered and bruised, sat up, grinding his teeth. "Don't you have spirit fluid? Where did you get it from?" Yuan Xingze, excitedly holding a bottle of medicine in his hand, replied, "Your beautiful gentle sister Wu gave it to me. You're so foolish that you managed to escape from Sheng Lei. Of course, you have no right to be strong." Hearing this, Liu Lei stood up, dusted himself off, and casually replied, "All right, I've got the answer I wanted." Upon hearing that, Yuan Xingzi froze. He could still stand up. Impossible. It looks like I can't go easy on him anymore. With that thought, his expression hardened, and he threw a barrage of punches at Liu Lei. Liu Lei frowned and sneered. "You have no experience in fighting. Having muscles alone isn't enough." Yuan Xingzi refused to admit defeat. "I told you, I was well prepared." He pulled a handgun from his waistband and shouted, "Die." Xiao Xiao was horrified and screamed, "Liu Lei." The sound of gunfire echoed, and Yuan Xingzi, full of pride, thought no matter how skilled the opponent was, one shot would take him down. But when the smoke cleared, Liu Lei was still standing firm, his hand covered in blood, though he appeared to have been wounded slightly. Liu Lei opened his hand and let the bullet fall to the ground, looking at him with contempt. He didn't trust his body, so he used a gun. "Then why did you take the medicine?" At that moment, Yuan Xingzi felt fear, his eyes wide and his mouth stammering as he begged for mercy. Lei, brother Lei, let's talk things through." Liu Lei's voice was cold. "We can talk, but the debt of Xu Chang needs to be settled." With that, Yuan Xingzi was given a lesson he would never forget. After the matter was settled, Liu Lei picked up Xiao Xiao, gave Yuan Xingzi a warning look, and said, "Yuan young master, the person I want to take revenge on is not you. I hope today's incident ends here, and I ask that Yuan young master refrain from causing any more trouble in the future." Yuan Xingzi lay there, looking up at the approaching figure, and cried out, "Brother, it hurts so much. Please save me." The man leaned in close, covering his mouth, and whispered, "Young Master Yuan, if the matter here is exposed, it will be very difficult for everyone." Yuan Xingzi's eyes narrowed, and he let out a soft sound, "Mem." In the next moment, the man had taken him away, inviting the young master to proceed. At that moment, in the hospital room of Xu Chang at the Lin family hospital, Han Xiao Xiao gratefully said, "Fortunately, we have you, Brother Liu. If not, this would have been a real hassle." Liu Lei casually responded, "Xu Chang is my brother. Of course I wouldn't leave him hanging. And also," he flashed a charming smile, then said, "From now on, just call me Brother Lei. No need to be shy." Xiao Xiao immediately blushed and shyly replied, "Yes, Brother Lei." A moment later, outside the supermarket, Liu Lei loudly called, "System, I want to go to another world." The system immediately transported Liu Lei to another dimension, and a blinding light suddenly appeared before him. Liu Lei shielded his eyes with his hand and curiously asked, "Where is that light coming from?" The business income notification system reached 100%, and the second-tier level of minor wealth expansion was achieved. Due to Xiao Chuan's transactions, the store earned 1 million and was upgraded to the second level of minor wealth expansion. The store's decorations were updated, and a 20-minute interdimensional pause was triggered. Inside the store, one could create spiritual key cultivation techniques to progress faster, experience long way, and receive mysterious rewards. Li Lei asked, "I understand the rest, but what is the experience of long way?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Martial cultivation has finally arrived." Jin De Bio and Wang Heng brought a box over. He waved his hand excitedly and said, "Martial cultivation. The goods from this transaction have arrived, along with possibly some items from Elder Wang." Liu Lei cheerfully said, "No need for pleasantries. Just set it down. I have something I want to ask. Recently, someone near me obtained a type of elixir. After consuming it, their muscles grew." Wang Hang was startled and asked, "What?" He skeptically said, "In this world, the only thing that could cause muscle growth is the energy-suppressing pill. While it does enhance physical strength, its side effects are harmful to the liver and lungs." He then questioned, "Martial cultivation, where did you see this type of medicine?" Li Lei, confused, asked, "Why? Is this kind of medicine very rare?" Wang Hang, filled with frustration and helplessness, said, "Junior brother, old Wang enjoys taking big risks, breaking the sect rules, creating the energy-suppressing pill, threatening the disciples, and in the process of conducting shady activities, he was kicked out of the sect." He anxiously added, "If we leave him like this, it's likely to become a serious danger." Liu Lei waved his hand and calmly responded, "I understand. I'll be sure to keep an eye on it." After saying that, he fell into deep thought, realizing that if Wu Shan could also trade with other worlds, things could get troublesome. At this moment, De Bio hesitated before saying, "Martial cultivation. The Dong Tu Gai Yuan pill is in abundance, but we can only trade with you one more time." Upon hearing this, Li Lei asked in surprise, "No more?" De Bio explained, "The spirit ginseng alchemy is on King Lan Mountain, but recently the demonic energy has grown too strong, and many demons have appeared." Li Lei comforted him. "It's all right. The marrow-cleansing elixir and other medicinal herbs are enough for me to trade." Wang Hang lowered his head in disappointment and said, "But without going to King Lan Mountain, I, as an alchemist, will have nothing to do." Li Lei stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong? Do you want me to help? But I don't have enough time to go there myself." Hearing this, Wang Hang let out a helpless sigh, and after a while he suddenly said, "If martial cultivation could learn the secret instantaneous movement technique of the ancient merchant nation, then there's hope." Hearing that, Liu Lei wondered, "Ancient merchant nation? Secret instantaneous movement technique?" Princess Hong Chu of the ancient merchant nation suddenly rushed over and asked, "I heard someone was looking for me." Wang Hang and De Bio bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Princess Hong Chu." She slapped De Bio and angrily said, "Jin De Bio, you've done well. There's a new place that has appeared, and you didn't even tell me. I had to find it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she curiously looked around, then picked up her hand fan. Opening it, she asked with curiosity, "Are you the martial cultivation they were talking about? There's nothing special about your place." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei, feeling uncomfortable, said, "Little girl, can't we talk things out instead of jumping straight into action?" Hong Chu, with a dark expression, asked, "You're calling me a little girl?" At that moment, it was time for Liu Lei to return. Hong Chu looked after him and angrily shouted, "I'm a real princess, you know." "Stop! Don't run!" Back in his world, Liu Lei rubbed his forehead, feeling the headache. He thought to himself, "Hong Chu looks like a spoiled brat. This is going to be troublesome. Trading won't be easy from now on." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Store upgrade complete. The protection system has been disabled. If the store cannot be upgraded to level 3 within 1 month with a profit of 10 million, the system will reclaim all benefits." Hearing that, Liu Lei burst into tears, angrily cursing, "Bring it back! What kind of system is this?" Inside the Liu family supermarket, Liu Lei pondered, wondering how to sell over 10 million in 1 month. If he sold the child's return to origin pill, it wouldn't be enough. Yuan Zhou gradually materialized in front of him, and upon seeing this, Liu Lei exclaimed in astonishment, "Has Ren Ling Jiao regained his strength? Perfect timing. I was just about to visit the Lin family." A moment later, in Lin Kuya's hospital room, Liu Lei took Yuan Zhou aside and said, "Uncle Lin, once Ling Zhu absorbs all the spiritual ki, Q Yao will wake up." Lin Yuan Lei, full of trust, replied, "All right, I believe in you." Liu Lei suddenly said, "By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to trouble Uncle Lin with. Could you come over here to talk?" In the restroom, Liu Lei took out a bottle of medicine and said, "This is the child's return to origin pill made by the Liu family. It has some special effects. Yuan Lei, curious, asked, "What effects?" 30 seconds later, the old man blushed, covering his mouth and saying, "Oh, that kind of effect." Li Lei enthusiastically introduced, "Its effects are stronger than any other medicine on the market. Do you think it could be on the Lin family supermarket shelves within a month?" Yuan Lei immediately replied, "The process for putting the medicine on the shelves is very long. And besides, do you have a prescription?" Li Lei scratched his head, awkwardly saying, "The prescription is a family secret and cannot be shared outside." Lin Yuan Lei hesitated and said, "Then it's a bit tricky." Li Lei then proposed, "Is there any way to sell it as a functional medicine?" Yuan Lei reluctantly responded, "High-end functional medicine has to be approved by the Qi family first. I don't have any connections with the Qi family." Li Lei, feeling troubled, thought that he couldn't make things difficult for Uncle Lin, so he simply said, "I understand, forget I asked anything." He was about to leave when he said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Do you need me to leave the medicine here?" Yuan Lei quickly said, "No need. I still have to treat genetic diseases." After returning, Li Lei pondered, "It seems like things aren't going too smoothly. I still need to prepare the goods. If I achieve the sales target, the system won't retract the benefits, and then I won't be able to get revenge on Wushan." He took out a box, thinking that it might be useful if needed. Then he called out, "System, I want to go to a different world." The system immediately transported him. Upon arrival, Hongjiu angrily shouted, "You're really bold. You didn't finish what you said last time, and you kicked this princess out of here." Debio's face was swollen like a pig's, and he tried to explain, "Your Highness, martial cultivation is busy every day, and every transaction has limited time." Seeing his face, Li Lei felt pity, thinking that it seemed Jin Debio had gone through quite a bit of hardship to persuade her. Upon hearing him, Hong Chu immediately became furious. "Did I give you permission to speak? I'm talking to him." Li Lei silently assessed the situation. This little girl was too aggressive. It seemed she preferred forceful methods over gentle ones. He then darkened his face, coldly saying, "You're so bold. If you want to make a transaction with me, you'll have to follow my rules." Hong Chu was unafraid and even retorted aggressively, "This is your place, and you're talking about rules. Watch me smash it." Debio hurriedly stopped her. "No, Your Highness." She coldly replied, "I'm smashing it." "What's the matter?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed all the items on the shelf to the ground. Li Lei rolled up his sleeves, angrily saying, "Then I'll teach you a lesson." But Hong Ju simply pushed him away with one hand. She arrogantly declared, "You think you can teach me with that little bit of strength?" Hong Chu raised her hand and said, "Get lost." Li Lei was thrown far back. His face darkened as he silently thought, "Her skills aren't bad. Her strength must be several times stronger than mine." Then, he suddenly remembered, "Right, the system said that upon leveling up, one gets a free use of Long Way." He frowned, silently calling, "System, activate Long Way. Let this insignificant child know her place." The system appeared and asked, "Master, would you like to use the Long Way skill?" Li Lei broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "I'm about to lose my life. Why hold on to it anymore?" The system then responded, confirming activation of Long Way. At that moment, Hong Shu pointed at him and skeptically said, "You're not some martial cultivator, you're just a street scammer." Li Lei's face darkened, and he coldly snapped, "You dare touch my shop. Do you know the consequences?" No sooner had he spoken, a dragon appeared behind him. Debio immediately dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. "Martial cultivator, please calm down. Martial cultivator, please calm down." The princess, mischievous by nature, had no ill intentions. Li Lei didn't listen, unleashing the dragon behind him and angrily saying, "You smashed my store and destroyed my divine artifacts, and you think you've done nothing wrong. I should hang you up at my store for 3 days and nights as punishment." Hong Chu immediately became terrified and started crying. Seeing this, Liu Lei's anger subsided, and he thought to himself, "She's scared already from just a threat. I'll activate the eye of the one who seeks. Let's see if she's just pretending to be pitiful." The system immediately analyzed. Name: Hong Chu. Gender: female. Analysis of needs: due to her family being too preoccupied with national affairs, they neglected her. She's causing a ruckus in hopes that her family will pay more attention to her. Liu Lei scratched his face and sighed inwardly, never expecting that a child without a childhood would be like this. It seemed he had been a bit too harsh. He then approached her and said gently, "Hong Chu, I know you want the attention of your parents, but causing trouble isn't the solution. If you mature early and help your parents, they will be by your side sooner." Upon hearing this, Hong Chu was surprised and asked, "How do you know that?" Liu Lei smiled and confidently replied, "There is nothing I don't know." Hong Chu hesitated and asked, "Then how should I change?" He then offered his advice, starting with respecting the other person first. In this way, Hong Chu obediently helped him clean up the shop. Feeling embarrassed, Hong Chu apologized. "Martial cultivation, I'm sorry, I won't do that again." Liu Lei took out a box and said, "Since you know how to repent, I'll give you this as a gift." Inside was a mirror. Seeing it, she joyfully said, "Is this for me?" A little while later, Liu Lei waved goodbye to them and said, "The transaction time is over. See you again." De Biao and Hong Ju also waved back and said, "Martial cultivation. Take care. Goodbye." After returning, Liu Lei stroked his chin, thinking deeply. This time, Wang Heng didn't come, and he had only managed to trade a few child's return to origin pills. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Meng Fuyao sent a message asking, "Liu Lei, are you free?" A moment later, in a coffee shop, Liu Lei joked, "Elder Miss Meng is looking for me. I'm always free." Fuyao replied coldly, "What time is it now, and you're still joking with me?" But Liu Lei continued teasing, "What time is it? Probably around 8:20. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Yu Xingzi has disappeared. I heard he came looking for you before. I believe you didn't kill him. But this is complicated, and you need to stay alert." Liu Lei playfully said, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Miss Meng. Liu Lei will definitely remember." Fuyao helplessly said, "Can you be serious for once?" Suddenly, Liu Lei's phone vibrated. He answered the call, and a loud voice shouted, "What the hell is this? Turns out you're not at the shop." He was surprised and asked Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu, standing in front of a house that was on fire, spitefully said, "You ruined my engagement party, so I thought I'd give you a present. You better hurry home and see, or your supermarket is about to burn down." Liu Lei was so angry that his body was trembling. He gritted his teeth and called out to Liu Xiaoyu. His rage was boiling over as he shouted in fury, "He dares to burn down the Liu family's ancestral grounds. I won't let him off." Liu Lei shouted loudly, "Liu Xiaoyu, are you tired of living?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he stormed toward the door. Fu Yao rushed to stop him. "Liu Lei, calm down for a moment." Liu Xiaoyu cynically added, "This is just one of the 2 gifts I'm giving you." On the other end of the phone, Liu Lei yelled angrily, "Shut up." He hung up the phone immediately after. Fu Yao rushed to hug him tightly and pleaded, "Liu Lei, don't go, please." Liu Lei gripped her shoulders firmly and said seriously, "Liu Xiaoyu has touched Zuzhe from my family. If I don't go, then what kind of person would I be?" Fu Yao, with worry in her voice, said, "A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. It's not too late. Besides, they have an immortal practitioner. You're no match for them." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei asked in surprise, "An immortal practitioner? Someone with martial skills beyond ordinary people, right? How do you know about this?" She explained, "The Meng family has one. Since Liu Xiaoyu dares to act, he surely has one too. Don't act impulsively." He released the grip on her shoulders and instead took her hand, saying, "I understand now." He smiled and continued, "I won't get agitated. Let's see how it goes." Saying that, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along, following Fu Yao while saying hum. At this moment, outside the Liu family supermarket had turned into a wasteland. Looking at the scene before him, Liu Lei trembled with anger, angrily calling Liu Xiaoyu. He anxiously thought, wondering if it would still be possible to reach the other world with this fire. Fu Yao held his hand, comforting him. "It's good that you're fine. The supermarket can be rebuilt." Liu Lei patted her hand, gently saying, "Thank you, Yao Yao, I won't get agitated." She asked with concern, "Then let me find a guest house for you. Stay for a night, and I'll come to find you tomorrow." But Liu Lei refused, saying, "You go back first. I'll stay here for a bit." Standing before the wreckage, he called out, Is the system still there? The system appeared yes. He then asked, can I go to the other world? The system immediately replied, of course, I'm not as weak as your kind. Liu Lei responded, reassured. All right then, I'll prepare and come find you. The next day, Liu Lei anxiously thought to himself, with only 28 days left, he had to quickly sell all the divine pills. If the system disappeared, it would be troublesome. While making a phone call, he doubted, telling himself to wait there. Is this kid trying to play me? CEO Chen covered his face completely, calling out in a low voice, Brother Lei. Liu Lei skeptically replied, CEO Chen. CEO Chen looked around cautiously before speaking. Brother Lei, are you really daring enough to walk around outside like this? Liu Lei, confused, asked, why? CEO Chen whispered, Liu Xiaoyu has issued an order. Anyone who approaches you will be dealt with. I came to see you out of respect for Xu Chong. Liu Lei opened a box of medicine and asked, this is a supplement. Do you need it? You don't look well. CEO Chen immediately waved his hand and quickly said, my life is more important. The supplement is good, but I can't take it. He ran off as fast as he could, leaving behind a single sentence, Brother Lei, be careful. Liu Lei stood there, his fists trembling with anger, silently thinking, Liu Xiaoyu, you're something else. This is the second gift you promised. My shop was burned, my business was blocked, but I won't give up. I will collect this debt and pay you back 100 times over. After a while, he turned back to look at the rubble, silently thinking that the urgent task was to renovate the supermarket and see if there was any other opportunity. At this moment, a message from Fu Yao arrived. Young Master Liu, I'm lending it to you. Remember to pay me the interest when the time comes. Suddenly, a person appeared and said, hello, I'm your personal designer. Xiao Xiao appeared, smiling as she said, Han Qiao Qiao. Chu Chang has invited the construction team over. Liu Lei winked at her and said, thank you. Xiao Qiao asked, what do you think the specific plans for the layout are? He felt a sense of gratitude, thinking that even though he had fallen into despair, they had not abandoned him. He was thankful to everyone. Over here, Xiao Xiao was talking to the builders. The redesigned construction plan would give the store a sense of spaciousness, increasing the demand for purchases. Seeing this, Liu Lei felt relieved and thought, it looks like Xiao Xiao is the right person for the job. I need to figure out a way to sell all the divine pills. Inside the guest house, Liu Lei took out a divine pill. He sat cross-legged, using his internal force while thinking that he needed to quickly absorb the spiritual key to make his body stronger. This time, the target for the advertisement was Long Sanchong. Inside Long Sanchong's office, a thug fiercely said, Third Master, Liu Lei dares to come here himself. Let me cripple him. Long Sanchong calmly drank some water before replying. If he dares to come, let him jump around a bit. One of his subordinates stepped forward, aggressively saying, Third Master invites you. Upon entering, Liu Lei saw Long Sanchong, the chairman of Long Teng Real Estate Group, sitting there. He coldly said, Liu Lei, you got some nerve. Today, you came to my place, and you're not afraid I'll settle the score for young Master Long, are you? Liu Lei placed the box down and replied calmly, Third Master, I've brought you a big business deal as compensation. In his mind, he called up the system and activated the Eye of Wish Fulfillment. The system immediately displayed the information. Name, Long Santong. Gender, male. Demand analysis. He entered the industry due to his love for fighting, but recently has been outmaneuvered by his girlfriend, Lin Yufei's investments. He needs a big deal to prove himself. Liu Lei took out a vial of medicine and enthusiastically said, This tonic is a secret formula from the Liu family. It can help men regain their strength and feel 10 years younger. I'll make you the exclusive distributor. Long Santong, uninterested, said, How much can you make selling this tonic? Liu Lei continued to press, 20,000 per pill, 100,000 per bottle, genuine quality. Once they try it, they'll come rushing for more. Long Santong sneered, What a hassle. It'd be better to tie you up and send you to Liu Xiaoyu. After all, Liu Xiaoyu offered 200 million. Liu Lei calmly negotiated, Third Master, this is a legitimate business. Whether Liu Xiaoyu has paid or not is still uncertain. Long Santong poured tea and said, I believe Liu Xiaoyu is not the type to let the entire city know he's offering a reward to capture you. Li Lei provoked him. Third Master, you've risked your life for so long, and now you're a servant of Liu Xiaoyu. But Long Sanqiang immediately countered, trying to provoke me with words. You're still too immature. Li Lei confidently responded, you see, even in real estate investments, you still have to negotiate with your wife. Handing me over to Liu Xiaoyu doesn't prove your capabilities. But this business deal is all your decision. Long Sanqiang immediately grew furious, his face darkening. You rotten kid, are you looking for death? It's none of your business what I do. One of his subordinates rushed forward, shouting, Third Master, let me deal with him. I'll rip his mouth apart. Li Lei was instantly surrounded by a group of people. He unleashed his strength, immediately sending the surrounding men flying. Looking at the unconscious bodies on the ground, he coldly said, What does my conversation with the Third Master have to do with you? He smugly thought to himself, absorbing the spiritual key from the spiritual stone, which allowed him to unleash Xiao Long Wei once. Not bad. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Long Sanqiang's face darkened as he thought, he's an immortal practitioner. No wonder Liu Xiaoyu offered such a large reward. Seems he's not simple at all. He can only agree to watch the skills of the young man. It seemed the secret of the Liu family's reputation was indeed well-deserved. I agree to cooperate. You set the price. Li Lei said happily. I'll provide the medicine. Third Master will help me sell it through your channels, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Long Sanqiang set the condition, but added, if it sells, I'll pay you then. Li Lei smiled in response. Thank you, Third Master. Since you are busy, I won't take up any more of your time. Here are 20 bottles of tonic. Try selling them, he said with a smile, leaving behind a triumphant remark. I'll come back to find you in a week. Long Sanqiang, enraged, smashed the teapot and shouted, If Long Qian weren't here, would a little punk like you dare to sit on top of me? His anger burned. Grating his teeth, he muttered, You rotten kid. I'll remember this debt. There will come a time when you'll pay it back. As soon as Li Lei stepped out of Long Sanqiang's office, the police approached him. Excuse me, are you Li Lei? We need you to come with us. Li Lei looked confused, thinking to himself, At that moment, the system notified him that there were only 26 days left to earn 10 million. After leaving the police station, Li Lei thought to himself, so they were investigating Yuan Xingzi's connection to the fire at Zhuze. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The arsonist who set fire to Zhuze also seemed to be a superhuman. He needed to strengthen his abilities. Only then could he protect himself and Zhuze. I need to cultivate spiritual Kai in my body to quickly enhance my strength. As soon as he returned, he immediately threw himself into the early stage of Qi cultivation. A green flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and a book materialized. Since Li Lei had been cultivating spiritual Qi for some time, the first stage of advancement was very fast. He opened his eyes, and within them, there seemed to be a blazing flame. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, it's excellent martial arts. The moment to break through the barrier is right here. The system appeared, offering a friendly reminder. The surrounding spiritual Kai is insufficient. Breakthrough failed. Seeing this, Li Lei angrily shouted, My Qi cultivation peak is about to break through. What are you talking about? He could only mutter to himself as he returned. It seems the spiritual Kai here has been drained. I'll need to go back to Zhuze where the spiritual Kai is abundant. Fortunately, I replenished a bit of spiritual Qi from the other world in preparation. Carrying his suitcase, he entered the shop and said, This time, the other world isn't peaceful. I must bring tools with me. System, I want to go to the other world. The system immediately responded. Request received. Inside the other world shop, everything was as usual. Someone shouted, What are you saying? Wang Heng respectfully replied, The martial cultivation King Land Mountain Demon Beast disturbance has caused the barrier to open. We can't go there to pick herbs anymore. De Bio said sadly, Perhaps this will be the last transaction. Liu Lei replied helplessly, I understand. It's just a pity I'm only staying here for 20 minutes. Otherwise, I would help you solve this problem. He thought sorrowfully, the path to making money has been blocked, and Brother Lei is heartbroken. At this moment, Hongzhu suddenly appeared, excitedly saying, What's so difficult? Leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, She transported everyone to King Land Mountain. She cheerfully said, "This is our territory. I can handle it. Let's go." Wang Hang and Debio beside her respectfully called Princess. Liu Lei's face darkened, thinking helplessly, "I just finished cultivating Qi. Coming here is like courting death." Suddenly, Debio shouted, "Everyone, be careful. A swarm of spiders and scorpions is charging at us." Hong Chu immediately conjured a sword shield and reassured them, "It's just demon dispelling, nothing to fear." Over here, Wang Hang also created a series of talismans. Liu Lei turned and left the battlefield, saying, "You all fight first, I'll investigate the spiritual key." Debio praised, "Even in the face of danger, you remain composed, truly the demeanor of martial cultivation." Little did they know, Liu Lei was actually thinking, "I need to hurry up and absorb the spiritual key." Seeing the corpses on the ground, Debio's eyes lit up, happily saying, "Martial cultivation. Ling Zhu Tai. Black jade tail. These materials are enough for me to refine several batches of pills." At this moment, Liu Lei seemed to see something that startled and amazed him. A demon beast stepped forward, and the spiders and scorpions automatically parted to make way. The demon beast had a horn in the middle of its head, emitting sparks of electricity. Wang Hang anxiously said, "Your Highness, this demon beast is too fierce. We should retreat." But Hong Chu didn't listen and charged forward, shouting, "Take a strike from me." Deng Biao and Wang Hang stared, horrified, and screamed, "Oh my God." Hong Chu's sword struck the shield the demon beast created, and it snapped in half. She was knocked to the ground, unconscious by the demon beast's electric shock. The demon beast advanced toward her, and with tears in her eyes, trembling in fear, she said, "Help, I can't move." The demon beast opened its mouth, lunging toward her. At that moment, Liu Lei appeared and saved her from the demon beast's jaws. The demon beast only bit air as he scooped her up and jumped far away from it. Remembering what had just happened, Wang Heng turned to him and said, "Martial cultivation, I'll cover you. Quickly take the princess away." He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I had just absorbed enough spiritual ki to break through to the ki refining stage. My speed is just right." Over here, the demon beast's claws had torn through all of Wang Heng's talismans. He fearfully said, "This is bad. The demon beast's physical body is special. Magic has no effect." He turned around, tense, and asked, "Martial cultivation. Magic has no effect. What should we do?" Suddenly, Liu Lei disappeared. The old man stared, surprised, and said, "Martial cultivation." A flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Liu Lei appeared with a gun, confidently saying, "I have my own way." He immediately fired, hitting the demon beast. The demon beast angrily charged, kicking him in the chest, causing him to spit blood. Liu Lei quickly retreated. He fearfully thought, "Oh no, the tranquilizer gun isn't effective." Suddenly, he stared in surprise as the demon beast collapsed, slowly falling to the ground. A moment later, the demon beast was unconscious, lying flat on the ground. Wang Heng asked in shock, "Why did it fall down like that? What kind of magic is this?" Hong Chu, with a look of admiration, said, "Martial cultivation, truly impressive." Liu Lei arrogantly replied, "My unique secret technique. There's no need to be amazed though, it's only unconscious." Suddenly, Hong Chu noticed something, and asked in surprise, "Huh, what's that?" A strange talisman appeared above the demon beast's head. De Biao and Wang Heng simultaneously said, "Actually, we don't know." Liu Lei thought to himself, "Never mind, I'll take a picture and research it later." With that thought, he took out his phone and snapped the picture. Hong Chu's eyes lit up at the sight and curiously asked, "Martial cultivation. What kind of magical artifact is that?" Liu Lei raised his phone high and arrogantly said, "This thing can record images in an instant. I'll go back and study this route later." Hong Chu admired and said, "Martial cultivation is truly impressive." Liu Lei looked at the three of them and suddenly said, "It's time. I can't stay here for long." He placed his hand on her head and called, "Hong Chu." He gently instructed, "From now on, you must stay calm before taking action." Hong Chu, infatuated, said, With martial cultivation, I'm not afraid of anything." Liu Lei forced a smile, sweating as he thought, "You're not afraid, but I am." The three of them clasped their hands together, bowed their heads respectfully, and said, "We pay our respects to martial cultivation." The system suddenly appeared and kindly reminded, "Master, please don't get too obsessed with leveling up. We still need to focus on business to increase revenue. That's the main task. The revenue for this stage is 6/10 million, with 23 days remaining to complete the task." Liu Lei felt frustrated and helpless, thinking, the system really knows how to plan someone else's life. A moment later, he made a phone call and asked, "Yao Yao, what's going on?" On the other end of the line, Fu Yao said fearfully, "Liu Lei, someone is following me." Fu Yao trembled as she leaned against the iron door. A man approached her and said, "Miss Meng, the Yuan family wants to ask for your help." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "Yuan family, are you Yuan Xingzi?" The man resting his hand on the doorframe sneered and replied, "Yuan Xingzi is just a young master who loves to play. I'm not his subordinate. I work for his father." Yuan he coldly asked, "Is this how your Yuan family asks others for help?" Yuan he tightened his grip on Fu Yao's chin and arrogantly said, "Not at all. It's just that Shangdu is about to change, and if the Meng family doesn't quickly find someone to cooperate with, I'm afraid you'll soon be devoured." Fu Yao coldly replied, "Thank you for your concern, but the Meng family has its own plans to handle things. There's no need to involve the Yuan family." Yuan he removed his gloves, sneered and said, "If we can't be friends, then we are enemies." Suddenly, a voice came from above, "Stay away from Fu Yao." Liu Lei descended from above, exuding a commanding presence. Fu Yao's eyes welled up with tears, touched and called Liu Lei. Seeing him, Yuan he smugly said, "That's good. The 200 million reward coming to me is even better." Then he unleashed the 10,000 beasts in ruin, and countless needles flew towards the two of them. Liu Lei spread his arms to shield Fu Yao and anxiously said, "Yao Yao, stay behind me." Looking at the countless needles embedded in Liu Lei's body, Yuan he smugly said, "The infatuation of young Master Liu is truly admirable, though it's a pity." He grinned maliciously and added, "These needles will block your meridians, sever your senses." Liu Lei's consciousness began to fade. His surroundings were shrouded in darkness. He could neither see nor hear, and everything felt so heavy, as if he couldn't move. He was exhausted. He braced himself with his hands on his legs, trembling as he thought to himself. His legs could barely hold him up, even breathing was a struggle. Yuan he approached and said, "Struggling is useless." He adjusted his gloves and sneered, "Young Master Liu, lie down obediently. Let me send you on your way." Liu Lei focused his mind. He could not lie down. Absolutely not. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and then threw a punch directly at Yuan He's stomach. Yuan He, shocked, said, "How is this possible? Just a few days ago, you were still a beginner in key cultivation. How could you break through my 10,000 beasts in ruin?" Liu Lei coldly replied, "How should I know if it's a breakthrough? I only know, if you want to lay a hand on Yao Yao, you'll have to step over my dead body." Hearing this, Fu Yu blushed, dazedly calling out, "Liu Lei." Yuan He, now sinking into a heap of black sludge, left only one final remark. "You rotten kid, the Yuan family will never forgive you." Liu Lei hurriedly said, "Don't run. We're not done yet." Fu Yao quickly ran over to support him, stopping him. "Don't chase anymore, are you okay?" Liu Lei still had the strength to joke, "Elder Miss Meng, it hurts so much, I'm counting on you for the rest of my life." Fu Yu blushed, gave him a light tap on the head, and shyly said, "Though not seriously, you really are." Liu Lei smiled and gradually lost consciousness. Fu Yao anxiously called out Liu Lei. Fu Yao asked in concern, "You're awake?" She slowly explained, "I asked my cousin. You fainted because too much spiritual ki gathered, causing your body to be unable to adapt." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei understood and thought to himself, "No wonder I was able to break through the blockade of the black spiritual ki. I must have used up all the spiritual ki I absorbed at King Lan Shan." Fu Yao pointed to the clothes beside him and said, "I bought you a new set. Don't go out in those torn clothes. It'd be embarrassing." Liu Lei was touched and said, "Elder Miss Meng, you care for me so much." As she helped Liu Lei put on the clothes, she said, "It's just that the assassin ran away. Otherwise, we would need to figure out what they were trying to find me for." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "The Meng family has been working on software in recent years. Could someone be looking for Meng Fuyo's help? He recalled the image of the talisman earlier and said, right, could you use your family's data repository to help me check an image? Fuyo immediately searched on the computer and said, I found it. This is an ancient cursed rune that concentrates a large amount of spiritual ki. According to the data displayed, this rune has the effects of teleportation and summoning, but it requires a secret method to be used. Upon hearing this, Liu Lei fell into deep thought. King Lanshan suddenly appearing. The demon beasts were indeed created by humans. Fu Yao turned back to look at him, worried, and said, Liu Lei, I don't know where you got this from, but anything related to this will definitely not bring peace. She said with concern, Liu Xiaoyu is still offering a bounty on you. Why don't you run away? I'll help you get in touch with people abroad. Liu Lei confidently replied, Yo Yao, I know you want what's best for me, but I can't hide like a turtle. I must take back Shanglei. Fu Yao smiled and responded, I knew you wouldn't agree. She gently said, I will face it with you. Liu Lei flexed his arm and confidently said, how about I teach you some self-defense techniques? Fu Yao smiled and declined, no need. The Meng family has private tutors. As long as I stay indoors, I won't be in danger. Liu Lei walked to the door and said, all right then, take care of yourself. I have things to do. Watching his figure disappear, Fu Yao silently thought, you must stay safe. After all, the people who care about you still hope you'll return safely. After a while, Liu Lei glanced at Texu Chang and Han Xiao Xiao, then said, thank you all for choosing to stand by me. I will do my best to help everyone train, just like last time. Chu Chang, incredulously, asked, Brother Lei, the entry-level cultivation method we want to learn costs several million. Are you really willing to teach us? Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled, and she excitedly said, hello, Brother Lei, don't open a supermarket anymore. Start a martial arts class. That'll make you more money. Liu Lei looked at her with a strange expression and replied, with so many enemies, do you think I should open a martial arts class just to get myself killed? Xiao Xiao responded, you do have a point. He then said to the two of them, you all train, I'm going to get the goods. Liu Lei took the large package and thought to himself that he was preparing a big gift for Hong Xiu. Seeing someone approaching, he was surprised and called out, Da Wei, Brother Lei. Curiously, he asked, are you doing delivery now? Da Wei scratched his head, awkwardly replying, a young man who doesn't strive ends up doing deliveries when he's older. Liu Lei eagerly said, it's been a while. Let's find a place to catch up. Da Wei replied, if you want to talk, this week marks the anniversary of our graduation meetup. It's been mentioned in the group. Liu Lei waved his hand to say goodbye to Da Wei and said, I've been so busy lately I forgot. All right, see you this weekend. Da Wei also waved back and replied, Brother Lei, get back to work. I'll head off now. Suddenly, the phone rang. While carrying a box of goods, Liu Lei answered, Third Master, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, Long San Kong said cheerfully, Haha, Liu Lei, I have some good news for you. Half of your tonic has already sold, and I'll transfer the 1 million to you right away. Plus, there's another piece of good news. On the other end of the line, Sam Kong mysteriously added, Come here quickly, I've found a big client for you. From now on, you won't have to worry about sales for your tonic. After hanging up, the old man turned to Kai Zhu and respectfully said, Key family, daring to sell tonic in your territory. I've lured him here for you. Do with him as you please. A moment later, Liu Lei arrived at Long San Kong's place, and the old man introduced, Liu Lei, I'd like to formally introduce you to a big shot. This is Key Family, the big boss in the functional pharmaceutical industry. You got a major backer now. The person sitting in the chair is the high-level functional pharmaceutical mogul, Shang Du, Kai Zhu. Standing beside him is his bodyguard, Sun Mu Jun. Liu Lei stepped forward and politely said, Key Family, I've heard of you for a long time. San Kong pointed to him and introduced, This is Liu Lei, the supplier of the child's return to origin pill, the secret formula of the Liu family. Looking at Kai Zhu, Liu Lei silently thought, Uncle Lin didn't dare sell the tonic because of him. San Kong suddenly said, You two talk, I'll wait outside. If you need anything, just let me know. Hearing that, Liu Lei looked at him with a skeptical gaze, wondering, Why do you have to go? Never mind, let's sell the tonic first. He then turned to say, Key Family, Let me introduce this tonic to you. Before Kaizu could hear the whole sentence, he raised his hand to stop him and said, "No need." The old man sneered and said, "I'll buy your tonic, but with one condition. Pay 5 million to buy your prescription." Liu Lei's face darkened, sweat dripping down his face as he responded, "Key family, I'm sorry, but this is a secret of the Liu family, and only the bloodline of the Liu family can concoct it." Inside, he was anxious, thinking, where would he get the prescription from? If he told the truth about its origin, the Key family would take over his family's ancestral store. Kaizu continued to lay out his terms. "All right then, I'll pay 50 million to buy your life. You come to my place and make medicine for me day and night." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei was seething with anger, indignantly saying, "Key family, who does business like this? If you don't want to talk, then forget it." The bodyguard next to Kaizu immediately glared at him. She was burning with anger, and upon seeing this, Liu Lei broke into a sweat, thinking to himself that the spiritual energy here was on a different level. She suddenly rushed over, grabbing Liu Lei's neck tightly with her hand, and said, "What do you want from the Key family?" A flame appeared on the tip of Kaizu's finger. He coldly said, "What's the matter? I like to do business like this. Either die or accept my terms." Liu Lei gritted his teeth, silently thinking, "If I agree, I will become his slave for the rest of my life." He firmly said, "Key family, I am inferior to others. I admit defeat, but the Liang family does not have cowards. Do it." Kaizu brought the flame closer and said, "All right then." Outside, one of Long San Kung's subordinates curiously asked, "Third master, why did you come out here? Why not go inside and talk to them?" The old man slapped his subordinate's head, angrily scolding, "Idiot! Key family, if I were to fight that kid, wouldn't I be embarrassed?" He smugly said, "If Key family takes him in, we'll have contributed to his guidance. If that kid takes in Key family, we'll just keep doing business with him as usual. No loss." The subordinate immediately raised his hand to applaud. A brilliant plan. Truly brilliant. Inside the room, Kaizu smiled and said, "Equal." Liu Lei opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "I'm not dead." Kaizu patted Liu Lei's head and gently said, "Stubborn kid, you're just like your father, as hard-headed as he was." Hearing this, Liu Lei asked in surprise, You knew my father?" Kaizu smiled and replied, "Yes, he even saved my life." Sun Mujun slowly released his hand, pointed at Liu Lei, and said, "Your father saved your life, so I've spared yours. The debt your father owed has been repaid." Liu Lei's face darkened in helplessness as he thought, "You want to kill me, then spare my life, and that's supposed to be settling the score? You're the one who wanted my life." He doubted and thought to himself, using the eye of wish fulfillment to see what he wanted. Suddenly, Liu Lei cried out in pain. "Ah!" The system displayed a notification, offering a friendly reminder. The eye of wish fulfillment's level is insufficient, resulting in a backlash. The system explained, a cultivation level like that of the Key family typically has a mental defense barrier, which is why the eye of wish fulfillment has backfired. Liu Lei held his forehead and cursed inwardly. The system didn't say anything earlier. Now it's playing tricks on me. Seeing this, Kaizu curiously asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Liu Lei wiped the sweat from his face and quickly made an excuse. "Your beautiful bodyguard is too strong. My fragile body couldn't handle it." "It's nothing. If you're not going to kill me, we can continue discussing." Liu Lei sat down at the table, his tone flattering. "I'll supply the tonic, you sell it, and we'll split the profits." Kaizu said coldly, "You want me to sell tonic? Fine." He slyly added, "Then we'll split it 9-1. Liu Lei gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Key family, the tonic is made by me. Are you trying to make me drink the soup instead? Can we do 7? Sun Mujun proudly said, "Without the Key family, you wouldn't even be able to sell a single jar." Liu Lei, not willing to lose, responded, "But I've already sold quite a few." He seriously negotiated, "For the Key family, money is just like a small hair. I will continue researching the tonic of the Liu family, and if there's an opportunity in the future, we can cooperate." Kaizu revealed his imposing pressure and said, "Daring to bargain with me." Liu Lei, feeling tense, thought, "That pressure, it's almost catching up to Long Wei now." He smiled and replied, "Key family, I'm not afraid of death. So why would I be afraid to bargain with you? Kaizu, satisfied, said, "You rotten kid, you're very interesting. All right then, let's split 8-2. Upon hearing this, Liu Lei boldly continued, "Key family, I have a small request." Sun Mujem angrily scolded, "You still dare to make demands?" Kaizu stopped him and said, "It's fine. Let him speak." Liu Lei smirked and said, "Don't you think having 3 people involved in this deal is a bit much?" A moment later, Long San Kong opened the car door and respectfully said, as expected of the Key family, "That little brat was scared out of his wits and fled." Kaizu coldly said, "That's right, from now on, you shouldn't get involved in match fixing." San Kong was surprised and asked, "Do you have an opinion?" Kaizu's gaze turned cold, exuding murderous intent, and he asked icily, "Do you have any objections?" San Kong hurriedly shook his head and replied, No, I was just helping the Qin family make introductions. I didn't dare to get involved." As Kaizu's car drove away, San Kong continued to bow respectfully. The old man raised his head, his face flushed with anger, and gritted his teeth, cursing, "Liu Lei, you're something else, daring to burn the bridge after crossing it." Over here, Mujem curiously asked, "The Qi family, why did you let that Liu Lei off the hook?" Kaizu did not answer but instead asked his granddaughter, "What do you think of Liu Lei?" Mujem replied, "His cultivation is decent, but he's a bit weak in combat." Kaizu then explained, "Martial arts skills can be learned, but courage cannot. Besides, sparing him is a way of repaying his father's kindness." Hearing this, Mujem asked in confusion, "But his father is already dead, isn't he?" Kaizu closed his eyes and said, "I've heard that his father went missing, not that he died." 3 days later, in the middle of the night before the Liu family supermarket, Liu Lei prepared countless boxes of goods, thinking to himself, "All right, once I get to the other world this time, I should have enough supplements." He looked at the photo of Hong Shu in his hand and happily thought, "After I've gone, I'll give this to Hong Shu. She'll surely like it." As he walked, he thought to himself, "There are still 20 days until the profit hits 10 million. As long as the Qi family sells well, there shouldn't be no problem." Suddenly, he felt like he had forgotten something. "That's right, what else do I have to do?" He suddenly remembered, meeting an old friend. While driving, he reminisced about the past. Time had passed so quickly. He recalled the days of drinking and watching football with the guys. A little while later, at a bar, Uncle Wong was holding a woman with one arm and a glass of wine with the other, smugly saying, "Time flies so fast, Liu Lei. I never expected I'd be here in this luxury hotel, enjoying life." He sneered and added, "Yesterday, you didn't even want to look at me. Today, I'll make sure you can't even reach me." He raised his glass high and shouted, "Liu Lei, this old friend's reunion will have something fun for you to watch." The woman in his arms gently said, "Big brother, let's have fun and joke around. But don't go huffing people and shouting slogans." After the class reunion dinner at the technician's place, Uncle Huang smugly said, "Liu Lei, after you were kicked out of your house, it's really pathetic. Why don't you come follow me instead? I'm a boss now, making 5 figures every month. Fan Dawei follows me, and we always have meat to eat." Liu Lei replied coldly, "No need, I'm not used to handling such a small salary." Dawei followed up, "Brother Lei, you live comfortably every day. I've even been to his villa to deliver a package." Uncle Wang sneered, "A villa built on the help of friends, right? Liu Lei, money should be earned on your own to feel secure." Liu Lei didn't care, immediately interrupting, all right. Meng Fuyao is starting to sing now." Sixth, he thought to himself with suspicion, "What's gotten into Uncle Wang today? Always getting me drunk at parties, and now he won't let me go." Uncle Wang made a phone call, staring at Fuyao on stage, and shamelessly said, "Is she almost here? Good, today we must lower Liu Lei's spirits. Remember to let me be the hero who saves the damsel in distress." On stage, Fuyao was singing, "You are an angel among demons." Hearing this, Liu Lei, satisfied, said, "It's still Yo-Yo's voice that can make me forget all the troubles in the outside world." Suddenly, a drunk man appeared, rudely shouting, "Wow, that's great! Which girl is singing?" He approached Fuyao, teasing her, and even spoke loudly, "Hey, beautiful, I like you a lot. Come on, sing a few songs with me." Uncle Wong shouted loudly, "Stay away from my Yao Yao." Hearing this, Li Lei was surprised and thought to himself, "Huh, you should be drunk by now," and slap him away. Then he said, "Get lost, get lost, get out of here." Uncle Wong covered his face, looking confused. He leaned closer to the drunk man and whispered, "I've already paid. You have to make sure I get what I want." The drunk man immediately kicked him in the face on the other side and said, "My ears are really sensitive. Don't get so close to talk to me." Li Lei coldly said, "All right, our class reunion today doesn't welcome outsiders." Uncle Wong, feeling smug, thought, "Even though I've been hit, Li Lei, you won't have a good outcome either. These people are clearly all martial artists." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lei knocked the drunk man out with a single punch. He frowned and said coldly, "I told you we don't welcome you, and you still didn't listen." The drunk man hurriedly said, "Bro, don't do anything rash. I'm a guy of Third Master. You know that name." Li Lei frowned, clenched his fists, and said, "An acquaintance, huh? In that case, we should help each other out and teach a lesson." A moment later, each of them had a lump on their head, respectfully saying, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, enjoy your meal and have fun. Please don't let us disturb you." The door to the room closed, and everyone around immediately cheered. Brother Lai is invincible. Brother Lai is powerful. Brother Lai is as imposing as he was back then. Fu Yu blushed and looked at him. Suddenly, a group of people with various colored hair opened the door and walked in, saying, "We're here to pick a fight." Seeing that Li Lei was ready and gearing up, Uncle Wong broke out in a cold sweat. He waved his hand and whispered, "Quick, run, you guys can't beat him." The one with pink hair at the front whispered back, "Don't worry, Uncle Wong. It's the rules of the underworld. If we're paid, we do the job." A while later, the group was all knocked down and sprawled out on the ground. Uncle Wong held his face and cried, muttering, "This isn't real. This isn't real." Li Lei coldly called out, "Waitstaff, come and clean up the trash." A moment later, the atmosphere in the tech room became lively again, and the sound of a goddess voice could be heard once more. "Ah, I'm dying. We definitely need to have a reunion every year from now on." Uncle Wong, grinding his teeth in anger, said, "This time, victory must be mine in the end." He walked closer and took out his car key to show Li Lei. "We're all grown-ups now. Fighting and killing isn't interesting anymore. It's all about making money and talking. Look, I've bought myself a fancy car." Suddenly, a car zoomed past them. Kakshu Xiao Xiao stepped out, respectfully saying, "CEO Liu, please get in." Fu Yao asked, "Can I pass through, Zhang?" Uncle Wong stood behind them, his mouth agape, dropping his keys to the ground in shock. "Maserati?" Li Lei elegantly replied, "It's my honor." Uncle Wong knelt on the ground, angrily saying, "Life is unfair. Heaven envies the talented. I can't accept this." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Huang, the others are back." They said, "Let's tally up the remaining money and throw in a little for the medicine too." Uncle Wong cursed angrily, "You come to ask me for money, and I won't give it to you. You guys didn't even fight back." He yelled in fear, "What do you want to do? Be gentle, don't hit my face." Meanwhile, inside the car, Fu Yao suddenly recognized the woman sitting in the backseat. She coldly asked, "What kind of relationship do you have with Li Lei?" Fu Yao coldly asked her, "What is the relationship between you and Li Lei?" Xiao Xiao sneered, casually replied, "Elder Miss Meng, what position do you hold to ask me this question?" Fu Yao, angry, said, "Li Lei is already engaged to Lin Kuya, so I hope Miss Han will not overstep the boundaries." Xiao Xiao proudly said, "Even if I overstep the boundaries, it would be from the heart, unlike you, who only talks about Miss Lin." Li Lei, sitting next to them, sweat streaming down his face, fearfully said, "Ladies, could you please speak more calmly?" He helplessly thought to himself that he was the worst at dealing with situations like this. Fu Yao suddenly said, "Oh, from the heart, you say?" She turned to look at Li Lei, blushing, and said, "I also like Li Lei, but Li Lei and Lin Kuya have already made a promise. We'll wait until Lin Kuya's health improves to talk about it." Xiao Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Li Lei, upon hearing this, blushed and stared blankly at Fu Yao. Xiao Xiao laughed and said, "It's right to boldly confess. Li Lei and I only have a pure master-disciple relationship. He teaches me how to work, that's all." Fu Yao, embarrassed, said, Then why do you want to probe me? Xiao Xiao cheerfully replied. Is it wrong for me to help my master pursue his master's wife? Liu Lei, looking at the rearview mirror, cried silently and thought, Xiao Xiao, when did you start causing trouble like this? Fu Yao suddenly said, We're here, I want to get off. Liu Lei called out to her, Wait a moment. She coldly replied, You should take better care of your disciple. Liu Lei took a small sachet out of his pocket and said, This is for your protection. Hong Chu had given it to him, saying this super effective protective talisman is a gift for you. Fu Yao looked at the sachet in surprise and said, Isn't this the latest protective barrier that Caillou invented? How do you have it? Liu Lei quickly made up an excuse. I'm just too handsome. So the Qi family couldn't resist giving it to me. But he thought to himself, no wonder Caillou isn't afraid of my gaze with something like this. Fu Yao reminded him with concern, Be careful. The Qi family is ruthless. They devour people without spitting out the bones. Liu Lei replied, I know, but I must take revenge. I don't have a choice. Before getting out of the car, she continued to remind him, Make sure you're careful. If things go south, go to the Meng family for protection. Liu Lei, touched, said, Thank you for your concern. Then he suddenly called out, Hey, Yao Yao. Fu Yao turned around and asked, Is there anything else you want to say? Liu Lei slowly replied, Let's wait until Lin Kuya's condition improves. Then we'll talk. She left and said, All right, I'll go ahead. Looking at her figure through the rearview mirror, Xiao Xiao pondered, When will I be able to express myself openly to Lei like she did? The next day, in a different world, Liu Lei took out his phone and said, This time, I have an idea. I want to try recording the sound of the thunder beast. Hong Ju eagerly responded, Sure. Liu Lei smiled and said, Once we've recorded it, I'll bring you all a surprise next time. Hong Ju hesitated before saying, but she laughed and said, It's fine. Next time you and Jin De Biao can come visit. I need to go into seclusion for a while to cultivate. Looking at Liu Lei, she shyly said, Today, I want to take a photo of you. Hearing this, Liu Lei thought with suspicion, What's up with this girl today? She seems a little odd. 18 minutes later, Liu Lei waved at them and said, Mission accomplished. I'll be leaving now. Hong Chu waved back, excitedly saying, Martial cultivation, take care. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and said, Is this the martial cultivation you've been longing for day and night? Hearing that, she was startled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled and said, I promise I will return to cultivating properly. Please, don't disturb him anymore, all right? Meanwhile, at Long Third Master's company, a subordinate lowered his head, trembling as he said, Third Master, Li Lei doesn't even take you seriously. San Kang coldly replied, After losing so many people, he still has the face to come back and report. The subordinate wept and said, Third Master, please don't be angry. Peaceful cooperation brings profit. Suddenly, a voice rang out, You're hoping Da Zhuang can win against the cultivator. That's unrealistic. Long Qian, the vice general manager of Long Teng Real Estate, was now sitting on the back of the subordinate. He looked at CEO Chen and said, Instead, perhaps we should ask CEO Chen for help. He sneered and continued, Make Li Lei fall into the trap. At this moment, in the living room of Hachu Chang's house, Hachu Chang raised his fist and lunged, saying, Let's see how this goes. Li Lei quickly dodged his punch and, in return, landed a punch in his stomach. Hachu Chang gave him a thumbs up and praised, Your skills are still far behind Brother Lei's. Li Lei reassured him, You've advanced to Ka refining stage really quickly. Take your time with the practice. Let's rest for a bit first. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Seeing the caller, he was surprised and asked, Long San Tong. On the other end of the line, San Kong said, Li Lei, your little brother, CEO Chen, and Tai Xu are at my place as guests. How about we go to Aojiang Pier for tea tonight? Li Lei coldly replied, Third Master, let's not involve others in our matters. Long San Chang threatened, Aren't you just worried that there won't be enough people to make it lively? You must come tonight. If not, even I don't know what will happen. That evening, at the Aojiang Pier bar, Long San Kong asked, I've called Li Lei here for you, but are you sure you'll win? Long Qian smiled smugly and said, I'm not sure I'll win, but I'm sure I won't lose. He then took out a bottle of liquid, and Long San Kong curiously asked, What is this? He explained, "This is a kind of drug that can double a person's strength." Long Qian looked at the subordinate next to San Chong and said, "If an ordinary person takes this, beating your Leopard would be no problem." The subordinate immediately became furious, saying, "Qian, young master, don't look down on others." Long Qian sneered and said, "Face is something you have to fight for yourself." He tossed the bottle to the person beside him and said, "Da Zhuang, catch it, drink it, and then go exchange a few moves with him." Da Zhuang immediately drank the bottle, and within moments, his muscles bulged into a set of 8-pack abs. The subordinate next to Long San Kong immediately threw a punch at his face, but it had no effect whatsoever. The subordinate, surprised, asked, "Why is it so tough?" Da Zhuang flexed his muscles and proudly said, "My turn." He then punched the subordinate away. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Suddenly, he glanced at Long San Chong and snorted coldly. Da Zhuang coldly said, "Hey, you used to look down on me, right?" Long San Kong quickly reminded him, "Da Zhuang, don't make a scene." Long grabbed him by the back of the head, knocking him unconscious, and said, "Peak key training seems to be his limit." Long San Kong looked at Long Qian and said, "If an ordinary person can have such power after taking it, what would happen if you took it?" Long Qian explained, "Uncle, we shouldn't take this medicine. It's harmful to the brain." With that, he took out a barrel of medicine and proudly said, "Li Lei can beat one person, but I wonder if he could take on 10. Long San Kong asked in surprise, "This medicine? Why is there so much?" Long Qian grinned smugly and said, "It's all stuff I got from my dealings with Liu Xiaoyu. The Liu family kid has plenty of things, so I want to see if I can force something out of Liu Lei." At that moment, in the living room of Hefu Chang's house, Xiao Xiao walked in and said, "Brother, I'm home." Suddenly, she saw the note on the desk that read, "We're going out tonight, Liu Lei and Xu Chang." She shouted angrily, her voice so loud that the surrounding buildings seemed to shake. "Going out without taking me with you." Li Lei and Xu Chang walked off, looking incredibly cool. He thought to himself that he must reach the meeting spot. CEO Chen, when I was locked out, had informed him about it. He owed him a favor, so even though he knew there were tigers on the mountain, he still headed toward the mountain where the tigers were. At the Aojiang Pier, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Security manager of Aojiang Pier. Fang Hang appeared out of nowhere and said, "This is the VIP area of Aojiang Pier. No unauthorized people allowed." When Li Lei saw him, he said, "Oh, it's Fang Hang. I'm here for something." But Fang Hang coldly replied, "Mr. Lei, don't make it difficult for me. You know the rules here. Either show a VIP certificate or have 100,000 ready for a membership card." Upon hearing this, Li Lei's face changed and he asked, "Fang Hang, what do you mean by that? You only got this job here because I recommended you." Fang Hang smugly responded, "I'm just following the rules. But personally, I can give you a 1% discount." Xu Chang angrily scolded, "Fang Hang, don't bite the hand that feeds you when you're injured. Brother Lei never once mentioned anything about paying for your treatment. Back then, you were clinging to Brother Lei's leg, crying and calling him your brother for life." He pointed at the two of them, sneering, then said, "I've already thanked Brother Lei for everything that happened before, repaying his great kindness in the next life. But now, even if you're my real brother, you still have to follow the rules. Besides, you can't even cough up 100,000. Seems like you're just a useless piece of trash after all. Grab him. I'll reward each of you 1 million. Li Lei coldly responded, "Why act tough? We still have 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Seb Chang immediately rushed forward, punching each of them once and sending them flying. Li Lei coldly remarked, "I just don't want to give it to you." Fang Hang, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Li Lei approached him and said, "Following the rules of the job is fine too." Fang Hang, trembling, stammered, "Why what? What do you want to do?" Li Lei crushed his legs underfoot and coldly said, "Well, I'll help you get rid of one worry, so in your next life, you won't need to thank me anymore." Li Lei coldly said, "Old Su, your heart changes so easily." Xu Chang, walking beside him, comforted, "An Lei, how can you walk along the riverbank without encountering a dog? As long as I'm here, that's enough." Inside, Long Qian and Long San Tong were already waiting. Long Qian smiled and said, Liu Lei, I've heard a lot about you. Third Master often mentions you. He sneered and continued, let me introduce myself. I am Long Qian, Vice President of Real Estate Business at Long Tang. Liu Lei showed no interest in him and simply asked, what about CEO Chen? Where is CEO Chen? Long Qian smiled and replied, CEO Chen, he's not important. The reason we invited you here today is mainly to discuss cooperation. Liu Lei coldly said, cooperation between us? What cooperation do I have with you? Long Qian took out a contract and said, Third Master said, as long as you sign this contract, we can ensure that you will no longer be oppressed by Liu Xiaoyu. We can even help you reclaim Sheng Liu Group. Liu Lei casually asked, what are the terms? Long Qian smugly replied, give me 95% of the shares of Sheng Liu Group, and the remaining 5% will be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Liu Lei sneered and said, do you real estate companies, who are just emerging, even understand how Sheng Liu Group operates? I want to take back Sheng Liu Group, not become someone else's puppet. Long Qian sat down on the chair, sneering, in broad daylight. Why does Liu young master need to be dreaming? His subordinates, who had just taken the medicine, immediately appeared behind him, angrily saying, how dare you refuse Qian young master's kindness? Then we'll help you wake up. As soon as the words left their mouths, they rushed forward. Xu Chang quickly stepped in front of Liu Lei, and the subordinate's fists quickly appeared before him. Xu Chang had no time to react and was knocked flying. Liu Lei anxiously called out to Xu Chang. Another one kicked him, and he hastily raised his hand to block. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this strength, this speed, compared to before, it's a lot more than on the historical records. However, very soon after, Liu Lei began to adapt to the attacking style of the blonde-haired man. He was able to block the kick he threw with his hand. Xu Chang nodded, cheering him on. It was so easy to win earlier, but now he was clearly having some trouble adjusting. Sure enough, just 1 minute later, Liu Lei had sent the man flying. He urged Xu Chang to join the fight, saying, Xu Chang, show your real skills now. After giving Xu Chang some final instructions, he told him not to let Third Master and Long Qian look down on him any longer. Upon hearing this, Xu Chang's confidence surged, and he charged forward to strike immediately. He arrogantly flaunted a bit, while throwing a punch at the thugs. My young master's condition is excellent. Meanwhile, Liu Lei had enough time to observe and analyze the strength of these people. They were strong, but only at the peak of qi cultivation. In his mind, he had already calculated that both he and Xu Chang were at the body refinement stage, so dealing with these people wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing their defiant expressions, the group of thugs went into a frenzy. Didn't you take care of the Brotherhood? All of you, charge at me. Their muscular hands clenched tightly. Crack, crack. Liu Lei's face showed signs of impatience. Fighting flies was hardly interesting. He just wanted to end this boring encounter quickly, with the priority being to eliminate Long Qian. His gaze shifted toward the bastard Long Qian, who was standing nearby, casually watching the drama unfold. The gang leader jumped forward to attack Liu Lei first, extending his claws to intimidate him, hoping to earn a little pocket change without too much hassle. Step over my corpse first. Liu Lei was momentarily startled, quickly bracing himself and launching an attack to block him. Don't get in my way. The purple flame between his hands was unleashed. Whoosh! In an instant, it flared into a violent blaze, sending the boss flying backwards. Boom! The force of the blast propelled his body through a reinforced cement wall. He was sent soaring out onto the street, falling all the way into the river beside the city. Long Sankyong's face turned pale. What kind of power is this? Xu Chang, witnessing the spectacular strike, cheered with admiration. I've learned it now. Let me try to imitate my idol, Liu Lei. However, before he could even touch a hair on anyone, a thug with a buzz cut slammed into his stomach. The impact was just as fierce as Liu Lei's, sending Xu Chang crashing into the wall, with dust flying everywhere. Liu Lei realized the entanglement was becoming disadvantageous, so he decided to deliver a finishing blow. It seemed it was time to capture the mastermind. With that, he summoned the flame once more and charged toward Long Qian, who was standing alone, waiting. The person was sipping his drink, then threw it away immediately. His face wore a mocking smile, ready for action. Flames erupted across his body as he launched a sharp strike toward Liu Lei, forcing him to panic and dodge quickly. Yet it wasn't entirely a successful dodge. The strike grazed his shoulder, and blood splattered out. Long Qian laughed and said, "Liu Lei, it seems you don't know any martial arts techniques at all." In fact, he mocked him, thinking that Liu Lei's strength was nothing more than the third or fourth stage of body refinement. Missing the chance to sign earlier was indeed a big mistake. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Move aside, get out of the way," accompanied by a scream that sounded as if his throat was on fire. Aha! Su Chang appeared out of nowhere, charging at the speed of a freight train. His eyes locked onto the few disoriented people blocking the way. They scrambled to run. He soared like a bullet, knocking down all obstacles in his path. He was like a bulldozer, Xu Chang. Seeing the chaos among the crowd, Long Qian became distracted, lowering his guard. Li Lei knew the time had come. The flames in his hand began to smolder and then flared up. His eyes locked onto Long Qian, taking advantage of Xu Chang's interference to obscure their vision. The charge of Xu Chang was so powerful, yet Long Qian still easily dodged it. However, a chilling sensation crept up his back. Long Qian quickly turned around and saw Li Lei charging at him with a purple flame in his hand, and he panicked. Had he touched something during Xu Chang's attack? The flame in Li Lei's hand swirled, and then he struck hard onto the ground. Cracks began to appear on the surface, as if the earth was splitting apart. The cracks spread toward Long Qian, causing him to lose his footing. Li Lei frowned. "You won't get away from me. Trying to run? How could I let you escape?" Yet Long Qian showed no signs of panic or fear. He kept attacking, acting as if Li Lei was brainless and not using his full strength. "Then you can take my wind blade." With that thought, he began to summon a violent whirlwind, preparing to hurl it at Liu Lei. At that moment, Liu Lei realized something. It was too late to dodge. A loud crash echoed, followed by a long trail of blood spewing from the ground. Long San Kong was sweating profusely at the intensity of the standoff. He anxiously called out to Long Qian, while Xiao Chang was also in a panic. He turned and shouted, "Li!" As soon as Long Qian launched his attack, Liu Lei immediately resisted, striking forcefully at his hand to block the blow. A stream of fresh blood began to drip down. By this time, Liu Lei's hand was covered in blood, but he still fiercely challenged him, ready to fight to the end. "Come on, no one here should expect to gain any advantage," Liu Lei provoked. However, the one who was truly injured was Long Qian. He had been struck with a searing pain, forcing him to be cautious, and in close combat, he had minimized the effect of his martial arts technique. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he paused for a moment to speak to Li Lei. "I'll say this. Why are you risking your life like this?" Long Qian spoke up. Li Lei had known all along that he wanted to manipulate him to take control of Sheng Le Group. Li Lei's face darkened, but the corner of his mouth still curled into a mocking smile as he challenged Long Qian. "How could I possibly bow my head and admit defeat?" Liu Lei replied. Yet, upon hearing this, Long Qian calmly responded, "This is just a suggestion. If you're not satisfied, I'll drop it." Li Lei was taken aback, his previous seriousness vanishing, replaced by surprise. "What do you mean?" Liu Lei asked. At that moment, Long Qian finally explained, "The servants don't understand things. Don't hold it against them. The CEO, Chen you're after, is hosting a party on Yacht No. 3. He then held up a strange bottle of medicine and explained, "This is from Liu Xiaoyu. The bodyguards took this medicine, and their minds became foggy. If you don't believe it, you can take it back and study it." However, Xu Chang started to thrash around, hurling insults at Long Qian. "You must be fooling a child. Do you think admitting defeat will settle everything?" In contrast to Xu Chang, Liu Lei stepped in to stop him and gently mediated. "If young Master Chen has made such a sincere gesture, then let's take a step back." On the way back, Liu Lei explained to Xu Chang. He knew the martial arts, and if they continued fighting, the outcome was uncertain. "We don't have to act on impulse. You have a far-sighted vision. We can't waste energy. After all, our goal is to save CEO Chen." Meanwhile, on Long Qian's yacht, still drifting on the river, Long San Kang had a chance to talk privately with Long Qian. He was puzzled. Since his hands were completely useless, why was he still letting him go? Long Qian held his severely injured hand and said to him, "Kill the enemy once, but harm yourself 800 in the process. What if another enemy shows up later? What will we do then?" However, it wasn't that he had given up. Long Qian still had other plans for revenge against Liu Lei, and moreover, would Liu Xiaoyu be able to live peacefully over there? Let's just wait and see the show unfold. On the other side, in a lively and noisy bar, the loud shouts and cheers of the players echoed everywhere. "Stick your waist out more." In the middle of the bar, CEO Chen was forced to pole dance as a joke for Liu Xiaoyu's subordinates. They took great pleasure in commanding him like an animal. "At least respect the business a bit, CEO Chen." Some even boldly threatened, "If you don't dance properly, I'll beat the hell out of you later." They mocked CEO Chen. "And you dare to report to that trash Liu Lei? Young Master Liu is already being merciful by just making you dance." Liu Xiaoyu simply sat there watching the spectacle, while arrogantly throwing money around. "Don't say that Liu Mo isn't chivalrous. If you dance well, I won't bring up the past, and there will be more rewards." A Dao, sitting next to him, continuously flattered and sweet-talked him. "CEO Liu is so generous. I adore you to death. Please come here often." He was secretly delighted and made a bold promise. "Once I get rid of the useless Liu Lei, I guarantee I'll come every day." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Who's going to deal with who? You still don't know." Sure enough, Liu Lei and Texu Chang had arrived to take care of the last one. Liu Xiaoyu was not surprised at all, and even sneered. "It seems that Long Third Master really knows how to get you caught in your own trap." Liu Lei didn't give him the chance to say much. "Just so happens, I've got a debt I've been meaning to settle with you." He said that, and rushed forward to kick him in the face. The coward grabbed the head of the peach blossom girl beside him, using her as a shield to protect himself. She struggled and cried out, "No, no, don't." Liu Lei didn't expect such a sneaky and underhanded move from him, so he immediately stopped. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyu, hiding behind the peach blossom girl, began to execute his move. He shoved the peach blossom girl aside and struck Liu Lei directly in the face. Liu Lei's heart skipped a beat, but his swift movement allowed him to dodge in time. Liu Xiaoyu was dissatisfied and sneered. "Do you think you, a mere mortal, can fight against someone like me?" His gaze was incredibly dangerous. "Someone as useless as you is just asking for death." After exchanging blows for a while and feeling his hands getting tired, Liu Xiaoyu ordered his subordinates, "I'll give you all a chance to win my favor." He pointed at Liu Lei. "Take him down, and you'll be rewarded." The thugs around them lit up at the mention of reward, and all of them turned to look at Liu Lei. Hechu Chang was incredibly excited. After just finishing a round, another one, Liu Lei teased him. "Are you scared?" Su Chang shook his head, denying it. "I wasn't satisfied with the fight just now." The thugs all rushed in at once to gang up on him. Liu Lei raised his leg and kicked each one in the stomach. He felt a bit disappointed. No basic martial skills, just wild flailing. Chen Chan threw punches straight at their faces, and after finishing, he quickly criticized. "They're even weaker than those from Long Qian's side." The other men charged forward aggressively, their faces filled with rage as they lifted chairs and tables to use as weapons. At that moment, Liu Lei conveniently grabbed a metal rod nearby. With the rod in hand, he leaped into the midst of the enemies, making them look up, their eyes wide. With a single swing of the rod, the entire group of thugs was sent flying out of the fray. In the next moment, they fell flat on the ground, the sound of crashing and breaking echoing in the air. Liu Xiaoyu found himself in a difficult position. He hadn't expected these thugs to be so weak, and began to suspect, could the drugs be the problem? Suddenly, someone punched Xu Chang in the face, causing his jaw to twist to one side, and saliva to drip out. Liu Lei was startled and quickly turned, horrified, shouting, "Xu Chang!" He was determined not to let the one who hurt Xu Chang go free, so he grabbed the rod and charged at the enemy. At that moment, he encouraged his friend, "Can you still keep going?" Xu Chang's face was now swollen, but he still tried to fight back, saying, "I can still do it, but I need a break first." While Liu Lei was distracted for a few seconds, a glass of water suddenly flew from somewhere, hitting him squarely on the head. Water splashed all over his face, soaking him thoroughly. Liu Lei sniffed for a moment, sensing it wasn't just plain water. Sure enough, as he opened his eyes, A lighter was thrown toward him. Before he could react, flames erupted all over his body. Shu Chang, standing outside, screamed in horror. Brother Lei. It turned out to be Liu Xiaoyu's dirty trick. He shamelessly held up a bottle of liquor in front of them and said, "That's imported Wugao, with a high purity level. You'll be burned to death, just like my Zhu Zhe." Liu Lei's clothes were burned all over, and he began to shake with anger. His eyes, sharp as bullets, turned toward the scumbag Liu Xiaoyu. Despite the flames still burning on his body, Liu Lei sped up and rushed toward Liu Xiaoyu. The latter panicked, ordering his subordinates to charge and stop him, to hold him back quickly. However, any small fry that got in his way was punched straight in the face. One of them was sent flying, clutching their stomach, eyes wide in pain. Finally, Liu Lei reached Liu Xiaoyu and grabbed him tightly. Liu Xiaoyu stood there stunned, his face frozen. Liu Lei held him tightly, and the flames began to spread to his body. "Let's go to hell together," Liu Lei said as the fire blazed up. Liu Xiaoyu screamed, his mouth agape. "Save me! Put out the fire! Hurry!" Fortunately for him, someone brought a fire extinguisher and put out the flames in time. Liu Lei felt disgusted, but he still couldn't help but mock him. "The fire's out now. I knew you didn't have the guts." Liu Xiaoyu realized he had fallen into a trap and had become Liu Lei's joke. Furious, he criticized, "You really forced me to put out the fire? You tricked me?" Before he could finish his words, Liu Xiaoyu rushed forward and landed a punch directly in his stomach. His tears and saliva splattered everywhere. The force of the strike caused pain to radiate throughout Liu Xiaoyu's body. He thought to himself, "I'm at the third stage of body refinement, yet I can't withstand this." He remembered clearly that when the man left, he had known nothing at all. Liu Lei's eyes widened, his hand cracking as he clenched his fist. He reminded the man of his crime. "You dared to burn Liu family's Zhu Zhe. You don't even deserve to bear the Liu surname." At that moment, Liu Xiaoyu was in a pitiful state, trembling and begging, "Brother, you're my elder brother." He had attacked Liu King, but by then, it was already too late. Liu Lei took action, sending him straight to the afterlife. Calling for his father was useless. Liu Lei unleashed a series of punches at Liu Xiaoyu's avatar. The screams of agony echoed throughout the room. In the end, Liu Xiaoyu was nothing more than a lifeless corpse, lying flat on the floor. His body convulsed uncontrollably after the brutal torment. Liu Lei, still unsatisfied, fixed his gaze and prepared to finish him off for good. "Let me cripple your hands, and let's see how you'll continue causing trouble." Suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere, landing a kick right behind Liu Lei. He was startled, and hadn't even turned around when the unexpected blow sent him flying out of the building. His body tumbled uncontrollably across the floor. A familiar voice echoed, mocking him. "Grandson, you're quite clever. This Liu Lei should be left for us to handle." It turned out to be Long Sanchong and Long Qian. Although Long Qian had taken down Liu Lei, he was not yet satisfied. He was cautious. "Uncle, don't rush, don't touch him," he urged Long Sanchong. "That's a man from Hai Fengshan. Let's retreat first. We won't be able to snatch anything tonight." The two of them returned to the yacht. Meanwhile, one of Hai Fengshan's operatives, named Tai Huangjuo, had been assigned to keep an eye on the heavily injured Liu Xiaoyu. He waited alongside another person who had already left. "It seems Xiao Wei is a bit late. He isn't off drinking bubble tea, is he?" Tai Huangjuo stepped forward and started a conversation with Liu Xiaoyu. "Liu young master, don't worry, your mother sent me." Liu Xiaoyu, seeing anyone, was panic-stricken, in too much pain. His arm was broken. Kill that bastard." Xu Qiang rushed forward, intending to deal with both of them, saying, "I'll fight you to the death." However, with just a single kick from Tai Huangjuo, Xu Qiang's massive body was sent flying immediately. He slammed his head onto the ground with a painful crash. Tai Huangjuo sneered sarcastically. "You should consider yourself lucky that no one hired me to kill you. My services come at a high price. If it's just a free fight with a stranger, there's no reason to mess things up." With that, he turned and walked away. "Young Master Liu, don't worry. It'll be over in 5 minutes," he said as he turned to deal with Liu Lei. After a brief struggle, Liu Lei was covered in wounds, each one burning like he had been stung by 1,000 ants. His hand was covered in blood, and things were getting troublesome now, as his right hand was also injured. Tai Huangjuo sincerely advised him to surrender. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No sooner had he spoken than he quickly raised his foot and kicked at him. Liu Lei was lucky enough to block the attack with his elbow. Tai Huangjuo immediately realized that the fourth stage of body training was nothing more than that. Hearing this, Liu Lei trembled with anger. This guy could launch a series of strikes with just one foot. In the end, Liu Lei couldn't defend himself any longer and was sent flying, crashing dozens of meters away. Tai Huangjuo looked at him with extreme contempt. At that moment, Liu Lei began to feel fear. This was peak body training, a strength that could not be underestimated. Taking advantage of Tai Huangjuo's momentary lapse in vigilance, Xiao Chang charged from behind to ambush him, shouting loudly, "Brother Lei." Tai Huangjuo stood upright, arrogantly preparing to take a fighting stance. He was full of self-satisfaction, thinking that it was almost time to collect the corpse. Liu Lei hurriedly rummaged through his jacket pocket, and moments later, he pulled out a tube of medicine and quickly poured it into his mouth. Fortunately, there was still one tube left. In an instant, his body seemed to be revived, burning with intense energy. He urged, "Xu Chang, hurry and run." Liu Lei quickly calculated in his mind. The chances of winning were slim, but at least he could buy some time for Xu Chang to escape. Tai Huangjuo glanced at the medicine and immediately recognized it as a vitality pill. He analyzed that this kind of item was very harmful to the body and wouldn't provide much of a boost for someone training their physique. Liu Lei was irritated by his condescending attitude and immediately charged at him, attempting to shut him up. However, the punch he threw was easily blocked by Tai Huangjuo in a heartbeat. Tai Huangjuo squeezed Liu Lei's fist tightly, struggling with great effort. "Let me see your final performance." But in his intense focus on Liu Lei, he forgot about Xiu Chang behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiu Chang kicked Tai Huangjuo hard in the back, causing him to stumble and fall. He coughed violently on the ground. Seeing that Xiu Chang was unharmed, Liu Lei asked, "Did you take the medicine too?" Xiu Chang stood proudly and confidently replied, "What kind of brothers would we be if I ran off first?" Liu Lei agreed. "Then let's show him what we've got." After Tai Huangjuo regained his senses, he began to take revenge on each person one by one. The first thing he did was land a powerful kick directly to Xu Chang's face. Xiu Chang was struck so hard that his face swelled up and he started coughing up blood. Tai Huangjuo sneered, "You actually dared to be stubborn and face me head-on. Luckily, even with the medicine, you're only at the third level of body training. You don't know your own limits." But Xiu Chang was very good at using tricks. He grabbed Tai Huangjuo's leg, which was still in the air, and held on tightly. "Brother Lei, I've got him." Liu Lei quickly rushed over and landed a punch without missing. Xiu Chang, who had taken a painful hit, was seething with anger. He immediately turned around to take revenge on Xiu Chang. "Are you turning purple from anger so quickly? Fine, I'll help you all out for free then." Xiu Chang had one leg severely beaten, but his hand still clung tightly to Tai Huangjuo's leg, even as he lay on the ground urging, "Brother Lei, hurry up." Liu Lei immediately seized the opportunity to strike back for his friend. He encouraged Xu Chang to hold on. Tai Huangjuo is no pushover. This time he's focused on me. Too knave. I have to go all out. He unleashed a move that exploded everyone's defenses. Blood splattered on the ground. Liu Lei was also seriously injured, but he shakily stood up. Tai Huangjuo arrogantly stepped on each person one by one. "It's over. Give up." Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere. "Wait!" Meng Fuyao suddenly appeared to negotiate with Tai Huangjuo. "Let Liu Lei go. The Meng family will express their gratitude. Otherwise, when my younger brother Meng Lang returns, he won't spare you." Seeing a beautiful woman appear, Tai Huangjuo became even more excited, saying challengingly, "Meng Lang isn't here. What am I afraid of? But if Miss Meng kisses my feet, I might consider it." Meng Fuyao sweated in disgust, but she still agreed. "I agree. I will agree to you, as long as you let Liu Lei go." Liu Lei immediately jumped up, struggling. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry about me. Go quickly." Tai Huangjuo laughed loudly. "Ha! Really touching." He raised his foot and rushed forward, wanting to deal with Meng Fuyao. It's a pity, I really like seeing women cry. Today, I will not eliminate Liu Lei. In the future, it will become a great disaster. Liu Lei rushed forward and pushed Meng Fuyao aside. Move, I'll be the shield so my friends can escape alive. In his mind, he silently murmured, sorry, Hakshu Chang. Yo Yao, I've dragged you into this. His eyes gradually closed tightly. Liu family ancestors and grandfathers, I'm sorry. Liu Lei was powerless, and a swarm of pink butterflies began to appear, filling the entire sky. Liu Lei opened his eyes, utterly surprised to see a swarm of butterflies fluttering in front of him, creating an incredibly gentle scene. Even Tai Huangju had to pause for a few seconds. The butterflies gathered in one spot, transforming into a cotton candy-like shape. It was unclear when Sun Mujun had arrived, but she calmly smiled enigmatically. She stepped in front of Tai Huangju, challenging him. Don't you like watching women cry? Try making me cry then. Tai Huangju was momentarily flustered, and he criticized her. Sun Mujun, are you trying to provoke Hai Fengshan by doing this? But Sun Mujun didn't pay any attention to his words. A low-ranking tasker like him representing Hai Fengshan. She then sullenly introduced herself. How shameless. I'm here to clear the way for Hai Fengshan. They might even thank me for this. Tai Huangju refused to back down, speaking assertively. Then we'll see if you have the ability. Sun Mujun was radiating with an overwhelming energy, like a fire burning, which made him furious. Tai Huangju unleashed his dragon's fury, intending to devour Sun Mujun surrounded by black dragon magic. She showed no fear at all, even speaking with disdain. Is this how weak the sect members of Hai Fengshan are? The two dragons tightly coiled around her body suddenly froze. Moments later, they all vanished, transforming into harmless butterflies in front of Sun Mujun. Tai Huangju stood there, stunned, watching the butterflies flutter before his eyes. Fear surged through him, and he quickly turned to flee. He was so overwhelmed by the swarm of butterflies that even when he tried to run for his life, he couldn't escape. He had no choice but to jump into the river to save himself. In the end, the butterflies still retrieved his lifeless body from the water and brought it before Sun Mujun. She asked, did he give up so quickly? He was so humiliated that he had to resort to all his tricks to escape. Seeing this, Meng Fuyao hurriedly urged, Sun Mujun, quickly chase after him, don't let him get away. But she flatly refused. The mission I accepted was to save Liu Lei, not to hunt him down to the very end. In the end, Tai Huangju could only crawl back to the yacht. Liu Xiaoyu and his subordinates were still lying on the floor, recovering from their injuries after the brutal fight. Tai Huangju returned to help Liu Xiaoyu up to make their escape. Despite his lower cultivation level, a true hero doesn't back down in the face of humiliation. Let's get out of here. Let's go. On the other side, Sun Mujun also pulled Liu Lei's sleeve, ready to leave. All right, let's go back and report the mission results. Seeing her behave like this, Meng Fuyao anxiously said, slow down, he's injured. A little while later, they reached a resting place by the lake. Sun Mujun splashed water onto Liu Lei's face, causing him to suddenly wake up. Meng Fuyao was startled by Sun Mujun's actions and screamed, what are you doing? Kai Zhu, sitting nearby, urged them to wake Liu Lei up. I have a meeting next. Hurry up and make it quick. Liu Lei came to, wiping his face. He was very surprised and asked Meng Fuyao, Yo Yao, where am I? Meng Fuyao looked at him with a sad expression, worried, and quickly reassured him, don't panic, we were saved by the Qi family. Liu Lei, grateful, turned and politely said, thank you, Qi family. Kai Zhu declined the gratitude. You should thank Meng Fuyao. She's the one who notified me in time to come and save you. Meng Fuyao explained the situation to him. Han Xiao sensed that something was wrong and came to find me. I thought the only ones who could help us right now were the Qi family. Kai Zhu confessed. Coincidentally, I also had something I wanted to ask you. He took out a gold card from his pocket. This is 15 million. Kai Zhu began. Your medicine has had a very good reaction from customers, and I've been able to sell quite a bit. Liu Lei's eyes lit up. Excitedly, he held the gold card to his chest. Thank you, Qi family. He thought to himself, please. Looks like my product distribution task is complete now. At this moment, Kai Zhu began to speak again. But before he could finish his sentence, Liu Lei leaped up. Does the Qi family still have conditions? Kaizu smiled dangerously. He reminded Liu Lei, the medical fees should have been given to you, but I saved you, so you should show some gratitude. He generously set the price at 200 million. The words struck Liu Lei like a slap across the face. 200 million. Even Meng Fu Yao was stunned when she heard it. Kaizu slowly stood up and challenged Liu Lei in return. Or else, I'll hand you over to Liu Xiaoyu for the same price, 200 million. With no other choice, Liu Lei decided to negotiate. Thank you, Qi family. Give me 2 months, I'll figure something out. Kaizu stood up and left with Sun Mujud. He agreed to give Liu Lei 1 month. If you can't pay up, then you'll spend your entire life making medicine for me. The next morning, at the Lin family's private hospital, Hechu Chan was lying in bed, recovering. Meng Fu Yao was still filled with guilt toward Liu Lei. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told the Qi family. Liu Lei encouraged her. Yao Yao, don't say that. Look at how badly Tsu Chong was hurt. Without you, we'd probably be in a much worse situation. But Meng Fu Yao was still very worried. She suggested to him, Liu Lei, let me help you with the 200 million. You should go out and avoid the storm for now. However, Liu Lei resolutely refused. No, Yao Yao, I accept your feelings. I know the road ahead is long, but even if this path is dangerous, I must charge forward. Lin Yuanlei overheard this from outside and immediately stormed in to argue with Liu Lei. It's so dangerous. If you rush in there, what will happen to Kuya? He also read aloud Liu Lei's test results. You have minor burns, broken bones, a brain injury, and internal bleeding. Your injuries caused you to fall into a coma, and you haven't regained consciousness until now. Liu Lei, you really are Liu Lei. Surprising. When Uncle Lin saw that Lin Yuanlei had come down in person, he stepped forward to scold him. If Kuya followed you, how could she live a peaceful day? Meng Fu Yao, panicked, quickly spoke up. Protect him, Uncle Lin. Liu Lei is doing this for his family. Yet Lin Yuanlei didn't hold back, raising his voice to criticize Meng Fu Yao. And you, Liu Lei, already said he likes Kuya, and you're still clinging to him every day. She felt embarrassed upon hearing this and stammered. Liu Lei hurriedly intervened. Uncle Lin, this is my fault. He explained to Lin Yuanlei. When I first said I like Kuya, it was because of the situation. You also know Liu Xiaoyu's true nature. After hearing this, Lin Yuanlei became furious, feeling the pressure of the situation. He hurriedly called for Kuya, who had been hiding outside, to come in. You heard everything, right? In his heart, he had never considered having a child. Liu Lei was startled, and he shouted loudly. Kuya. Kuya cautiously entered, her face full of sorrow as she asked him. An Lei. Liu Lei stepped forward to comfort her. Of course I like you. You're like a sister to me. Kuya's face turned as red as a ripe gak fruit. She shyly asked him directly. So, do you like Yo-Yo, sister, or do you like me more? Upon hearing this, Liu Lei broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered in response. At this moment, Lin Yuanlei, standing behind, exuded a terrifying killing intent. He coldly reminded Liu Lei, are you still daring to rush in when the situation is this dangerous? You're already scared just from answering one question. Suddenly, Kuya moved forward and kissed Liu Lei on the cheek, causing him to freeze up, completely stiff and motionless. Meng Fu Yao and Lin Yuanlei both jumped in shock, their eyes wide open as they witnessed the breathtaking scene. Kuya, with determination, confessed her feelings. I've cried, hated, gone crazy, and even wanted to die. But ever since you saved me and the Lin family from the despair of the genetic disease, I've understood one thing. She made a vow to Liu Lei, saying life is only given once. You should live a life without regrets. After saying this, Kuya closed her eyes and slowly expressed, I like you, Lei, so no matter what the outcome is. Her words were as sweet as honey poured into Liu Lei's ears, and he didn't argue a word. Just like Hao, no matter how many difficulties he faced, he had to reclaim the Sheng Liu group. Kuya smiled gently. No matter how much you like someone else, I will still love you, love you, love you deeply. Upon hearing this, even Lin Yuanlei's face turned pale from how cheesy it sounded. Kuya, why must you do this? At that moment, Kuya spoke up, persuading Lin Yuanlei on Li Lei's behalf. Dad, when I woke up you were still hugging me, thanking Lei for half a day. I'm just expressing my support as a member of the Lin family, supporting him as a helping hand in seeking revenge for you. She then turned to speak to Meng Fu Yao. Yo Yao, it's a pity we both like the same person. QVA may seem like this, but she isn't afraid to challenge her rival in love. From today, everything will depend on skill. Meng Fu Yao didn't hold back, agreeing, fine, but first, help me deal with the immediate issue. Hu Ya accepted without complaint, showing no sign of resentment. Liu Lei was scared. He interrupted, politely asking to interject. Although the timing was a bit inconvenient, he had a small item he wanted to ask the group to help him find. Both of them immediately turned around and asked in unison, "What is it?" "It'll take 2 days to get there." Liu Lei gave the order. "I want to go to another world." The system immediately confirmed. Request received. As the owner's transaction has reached 10 million, the store has upgraded to level 3. Business earnings are 10 million on 10 million. Level 3. $1 million fortune. Store equipment upgrade. Stay duration in the other world extended to 60 minutes. Daily transactions with the other world allowed. First time reward. Mysterious prize. Soul of store assistant. Liu Lei hesitated for a moment, as many strange terms appeared. He decided to temporarily ignore them. He had something more important to deal with today. A while later, he arrived at the Liu family supermarket in the alternate world. Princess Hong Chu of martial cultivation is under house arrest and cannot come out. She specifically asked me to bring this to you, and to relay a message to Elder Wang. I want to go to the prison to capture the Thunder Beast. The prison? Please come this way. The computer had already stored the previous audio recording of the Thunder Beast's vocal sounds. The machine recorded and translated the Thunder Beast's language. The machine converted the Thunder Beast's phonetics. Heh. Thunder Beast, how you live in there? How can you understand Thunder Beast language when you're a human? That's because I used to raise a Thunder Beast. Do you know how to become the master of Thunder Beast? You're lying, you worthless fool, daring to speak such nonsense. If you're so skilled, come inside. I'll shock you to death. It seems like you won't accept me unless we have a friendly exchange. Martial cultivation. Think again. Kiddo, you're definitely going to die. Thunder Beast roared in anger and unleashed its power. Jin De Bio and Wang Hang panicked and hurriedly fled in all directions. Martial cultivation. How could Li Lei calmly run to challenge Thunder Beast like this? Is this all the ability you have? Upon hearing this, Thunder Beast was extremely confused. It explained, how could that be? My Tian Lei is invincible. Gods prevent the killing of gods. Buddhas prevent the killing of Buddhas. Li Lei sneered, it's a pity I believe in science, not Buddha. What you're wearing is teleportation and summoning gear. Your entire body is made of transparent material. It's fully insulated, 100% safe. Thunder Beast became a little cautious, panting as it asked, what kind of martial art is science? I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Liu Lei took this opportunity to negotiate with the Thunder Beast, saying, make me your master, and I will definitely find the culprit and bring you here. However, it was not easy for the Thunder Beast to accept immediately. It bristled and threatened him. Don't even think about it. My Thunder Beast clan has never bowed down. Upon hearing this, Li Lei had no choice but to try another tactic. I know you're upset, but I can introduce you to some beautiful Thunder Beast girls. At this, the Thunder Beast's eyes lit up, and it immediately lowered its head in submission. Master, please. Liu Lei led the Thunder Beast out onto the street. On the road, anyone who saw them was astonished, their eyes wide in surprise. Hey, is that the Thunder Beast? And there's Liu Lei with him. That person is dressed strangely. I wonder which immortal road he's from. The Thunder Beast carried Liu Lei on its back, deeply puzzled. How do you know I'm so eager to find a mate? Liu Lei simply thought to himself that when they entered, didn't you scream for a girl? The Thunder Beast was stunned, beginning to recall when Wang Hang had led Liu Lei in earlier. Please come this way. At that time, it had barked loudly. Translator, I don't want die. I want to find a beautiful girl. Hoo-ha. Even Wang Hang, walking behind and overhearing Liu Lei's conversation with the Thunder Beast, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This martial cultivation person really has some skill. Jin De Bio happily agreed. That's right, for my bright future, I'll work as an employee for martial cultivation. Suddenly, from afar, a loud advertisement echoed. Eliminate the foul odor and refresh your mind. Start your business with discounted promotional offers. They invited people, attracting attention from the crowd. Free samples. Don't miss out. Come again to support us next time. Sure enough, the crowd surged in, and everyone was talking excitedly. Wow, this sparkling transparent jar, and the handsome, charming figure too. The fragrance permeated the air, and they surrounded Jin de Bio, who was selling, shouting in unison. I want it too. Give me a bucket, give me a barrel. Seeing everything going smoothly, Li Lei assigned a task to Jin de Bio. You compile the orders and send them here. Next time, I'll bring enough stock, and at the same time, the system will notify you when the time is up, and you'll have to return to the human realm. That means the store will level up to level 3. The system reminded him. If the owner cannot upgrade the store to level 4 within the next month, and the transaction volume doesn't reach 100 million, the system will revoke all benefits. Upon hearing this, Li Lei was shocked and nearly burst into tears. He cried out for justice. Again? You're forcing me to go crazy even more than the Qi family did. Next time, is the target supposed to be 1 billion? The system, upon seeing this, turned hostile and subtly suggested, if the master does not like it, we can retract the benefits right now. Upon hearing this, Li Lei's face turned ashen. He no longer dared to speak arrogantly and obediently complied. Don't, I accept. The next day, he went to the Liu family supermarket. Li Lei wandered aimlessly all day, racking his brain to think about where he could make money. Or maybe he should read the newspaper first. Just then, a shocking headline caught his eye. Yuan Xingzi missing. Jia Yuan Electronics to reallocate assets. Li Lei began to think. Yuan Xingzi. Wait a minute, is that the person who looked like an assassin and came to trouble Meng Fuyao last time? Meanwhile, on a different road, a new car sped along the street. Inside the car, a mysterious person was speaking. You and he. Whether Yuan Xingzi's father can make a decision depends on how you handle this matter. The other person, a longtime driver of the Yuan family, Zhang Ting, who had previously troubled Meng Fuyao, respectfully responded to the masked figure. Rest assured, with the trust the Yuan family has in me, I will definitely leave no trace. The masked person praised Zhang Ting. Well done with Yuan Xingzi's matter. Do it well, and once everything is finished, you will get your reward. Zhang Ting smiled joyfully and thanked Uncle Sai. After a while, they arrived at the airport. A young woman, the daughter of the CEO of Jia Yuan Electronics, Yuan Xiao Hexu, immediately spotted Zhang Ting waiting for them and happily exclaimed, Uncle Zhang. The other woman was the CEO's wife of Jia Yuan Electronics, Ruan Shishai. Zhang Ting quickly ran over and cheerfully greeted the two women. Lady Ruan, Miss Yuan, have you had a tiring journey? Yuan Xiaoxu laughed and said, Did you bring him a gift too? We're not tired. We even bought a gift for you. Zhang Ting carefully took the items from them. Please, take a seat. I'll go arrange the luggage. However, at the same time, his expression became slightly dangerous, and his tone shifted. Madam, once you're ready, let's get going. On the way, Ruan Shai also asked after Zhang Ting. Old Zhang, you've worked hard, she suggested. Once we get there, don't rush off. Stay and have dinner with us. Hearing this, Zhang Ting politely agreed. Lady Ruan, you're too kind. I'll gladly comply with your request. However, in his mind, he was far from polite. In fact, he was plotting something very sinister. Too bad. Tonight, you won't be able to make it back. He recalled how he had been treated like a dog. Previously, he had desperately begged. Yuan young master, my daughter is sick. That's why I arrived a step late. But upon hearing this, Yuan Xingzi immediately kicked him in the stomach and didn't stop insulting and berating him. You're just a mere driver, aren't you? What's so important about your daughter? My time is valuable, and you think I can let you waste it like this? In the end, after beating Zhang Ting to a pulp, Yuan Xingzi still didn't let him leave. He was too angry to go on. At that moment, only one hand reached out to offer help. Uncle Zhang. He planted an idea into Zhang Ting's head, questioning what right a bastard like him had to speak to him like that. At that time, Zhang Ting was still naive, too afraid to retort and instead took the blame upon himself. Uncle Sai, We are mere servants. We shouldn't be speaking about young masters like that. He handed Zhang Ting a handkerchief, a strange force behind it, and then asked a cryptic question. What if there was a chance to make him a servant? He was none other than Yuan family's Uncle Sai, Yuan Sai, who had returned to the present. Li Lei was standing by the side of the road, having stopped his car. After walking for a bit, he suddenly halted. Zhang Ting's car, which was waiting for Yuan family, suddenly sped past Li Lei. He had already noticed the Yuan family car coming. He tried to look closely and recognized that Zhang Ting was sitting in the car. The driver was indeed the person who had caused trouble for Meng Fuyao. Li Lei scoffed, slowly putting the document into his bag. His hand reached for the ignition switch of his car. Li Lei's face darkened as he felt uneasy. The assets of the Yuan family were about to be divided again, and he thought this mother and son pair would have little chance of holding on. Li Lei sped up, chasing closely after Zhang Ting. Fortunately, he hadn't noticed yet, as his mind was preoccupied with the plans that Yuan Jiao had in mind. He had originally thought that Uncle Sai was just joking, but he hadn't expected that over the past few years, he had been gradually overpowering Yuan He. He recalled the things he had done. He had kidnapped Yuan Xingzi and pretended he had gone missing. Yuan He genuinely loved his son and could only follow the arrangements of the fourth master, even using a knife to threaten Yuan Xingzi's neck. If you don't want to die, follow me. As for Yuan Sai, he had gone to personally convince his relatives to sow discord within the family. We are all members of the Yuan family, but Ruan Shai is just an outsider. Jia Yuan must belong to our Yuan family. At that time, the CEO of Jia Yuan Electronics, Yuan He, was also persuaded by his words. Just do as Uncle says. Yuan Sai was satisfied. All right, you may leave now. Yuan He just walked out with a gloomy expression, and Zhang Ting walked over to ask Yuan Sai. Uncle Sai, Yuan Sai began assigning more devious tasks to Zhang Ting. The last time you failed to recruit Meng Fuyao, I won't hold it against you, as long as you cleanly deal with that woman and her daughter this time. He also promised a generous reward. Once the matter is successful, I'll give you a 3-part share of her assets. You won't be just a mere driver anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting immediately changed his expression, accepting the order. Thank you, Uncle Sai. It was because of that promise that he accepted such a risky move. Zhang Ting silently cheered inside, imagining the day he would become king. I don't want to be trampled by others. I just want to trample on them. After driving for a while, Zhang Ting glanced secretly at Yuan Xiao Xu and Ruan Shai sitting in the back. He quickly swerved the car in a direction toward a secluded area. Seeing Zhang Ting's car suddenly speed up, Liu Lei immediately guessed the plan. Ah, so he's making a move now. This guy's really impatient. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Lei hurriedly chased after them. If he could protect the two women, he might be able to gain their support. That way, the debt issue would also be resolved quickly. Not long after, Zhang Ting's car stopped in front of a villa area. Both of them were extremely surprised and asked in confusion. Old Zhang, what is this? Zhang Ting made up an excuse. Yuan CEO said that this abandoned area could be expanded into a new industrial park, so I brought you here to take a look. Ruan Shai looked at the place, which was no different from a ruined junkyard, and expressed her disagreement. The child just came back, and hasn't even entered the house yet. What does he mean by doing this? Yuan Xiaoxiu was also frightened. She whined. Why is Dad doing this? He didn't even let me rest first after coming home. Zhang Ting reassured the two of them. Both of you stay here for now. I'll go find Yuan CEO right away. With that, he went outside and slammed the door shut. Just as he left, a group of people arrived. Zhang Ting sneered, wishing the two inside good luck and hoping they would find someone to clean up the mess for them. A group of people in yellow, looking extremely dangerous, approached the abandoned house. They were all wearing protective gear carefully, even equipped with gas masks. Each one was holding a canister of poisonous gas, spraying it through the cracks in the door into the building. Li Lei, standing outside, saw through Zhang Ting's plan. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try using the magic written in the scroll from Hong Xiu. With that thought, he immediately activated it, the alcohol potion moving, and Li Lei's body lifted off the ground. He suddenly teleported straight into the abandoned building, causing Yuan Xiaoxiu to startle and scream. What do you want to do? Ruin Shishai was also startled, asking, "Who are you?" Liu Lei doesn't have much time. He said briefly, "Your driver is releasing poison, trying to eliminate you." Hearing this, Ruin Shishi frowned, momentarily not believing it, thinking that he was talking nonsense. Just then, Yuan Xiaoxu's voice suddenly became weak and tired. She called out to her mother, her eyes gradually becoming drowsy, sighing, "I don't feel very well." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Xiaoxu collapsed onto the floor, fainting right in front of Ruin Shishai. Li Lei hurriedly helped Yuan Xiaoxu up, urgently urging Ruin Shishai, "She might have been poisoned. I don't have time to explain." He kicked the door open. The people outside were unexpectedly pushed aside by the force and fell to the ground in panic. Li Lei led both of them to run, quickly urging, "Get in the car with me." The others angrily chased after them. "Want to run? Not a chance." Li Lei quickly kicked the door wide open, slamming it into their faces. Here's the door." One by one, they fell and fainted, and Li Lei took the opportunity to lead the two of them away. Seeing a group of strangers with careful defensive gear, Ruin Shishai began to doubt. Where did these people come from? Could it be that what he said is true? Still not over. After walking a few more steps, Liu Lei ran into another group of people carrying weapons. They were like local toughs, and when they saw Liu Lei intruding into their territory, they were displeased. Where did he come from? Don't let them escape, beat them to death right here. Liu Lei found their words to be empty and could only sneer. Right there, with just a thought, every single one of them had their heads planted in the ground. Liu Lei cheerfully brushed his hands and walked away, saying, "Thank you for providing me with the idea of how to deal with all of you." Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a volley of arrows suddenly flew towards him from out of nowhere. Liu Lei's eyes were sharp, and he quickly noticed them. He swiftly took a few steps back, evading this sneak attack. Without needing to show himself, Liu Lei already knew who was behind this plot. "Old driver, haven't you left yet? Why don't you handle it yourself?" Sure enough, Zhang Ting stepped forward, pretending to be courteous as he spoke to Ruin Shishi. "I've been thinking about our 10 years of friendship, and I just want the madam and the young lady to die peacefully." Seeing that Zhang Ting was trying to kill her, Ruin Shishi was stunned and exclaimed, "Old Zhang, what did we do wrong to you?" Zhang Ting laughed cruelly, stepping into the sinister gloves that Yuan Sai had given him. "If you treated me so well, why don't you just go die? That way, I'll live even better." Ruin Shishai didn't expect him to be this cruel. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Doesn't your conscience bother you?" Zhang Ting didn't waste any more words. He rushed forward and punched at Ruin Shishi with the gloves. "No need for the madam to worry. Money can heal my wounds." Liu Lei stood in front of Ruin Shishi to protect her. "What if you don't have a chance to get the money?" Zhang Ting warned him. "Kiddo, don't cause trouble." He even used his demonic power to intimidate. "Last time I didn't see through you, so I carelessly let you off. This time, I won't let you show off." He set off a smoke bomb, blurring Liu Lei's vision. In that moment, a series of demonic binding ropes simultaneously wrapped around him, rendering him completely immobile. Zhang Ting laughed. "My Kai needles will pierce into your body, and you'll be turned into a corpse. My Kai is so corrupt it can kill you." However, after hearing that, Liu Lei's expression remained completely calm, and he even casually negotiated with him. "Damn it, can't we just fight with real guns and real bullets?" His hand still had the ability to trigger the flame of power. The flames started to spread, burning fiercely across Liu Lei's body. He smiled and cursed Zhang Ting. "So you're really going to stick to my body? You filthy thing." The binding ropes slowly began to disintegrate. While Liu Lei held Zhang Ting in place, he tossed the car key to Ruin Shishai. "Go start the car quickly. I'll take care of this guy and come right after." Zhang Ting, seeing this, became enraged and chased after them, trying to escape. Taste this. But he didn't expect Liu Lei to raise his hand and deliver a slap to his mouth. He showed irritation when others lost focus on him. "I told you, first deal with him." That guy was thrown aside. His body slammed hard into the wall, causing a hole, but he quickly recovered thanks to the dark power of the glove. His body began to react, and he unleashed a prison strike technique. However, to Liu Lei, this was nothing more than a trivial move. He flicked his hand, and Zhang Ting was sent flying again as usual. He kindly reminded him one last time, "Your level isn't enough. What do you expect to do with the time I gave you to preserve your strength? John Ting trembled with frustration, telling himself internally that he couldn't fall here. He wanted to become. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain exploded in his eyes, spreading throughout his body to the point where tears welled up in his eyes. Lei had accidentally punched him hard in the stomach. Sorry, I'm not interested in listening to your rambling. Now he was like a cornered dog, his body curled up, trembling violently. He refused to accept it. Why? Why? His anger erupted, and Zhang Ting shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with an incredible, terrifying power. Why is it that they can spend money like water, while my daughter doesn't even have money for treatment? His entire body felt as if a high-voltage current was running through it, and he growled in frustration. I want all you rich bastards to die. Lei thought he looked ridiculous. Had he lost his mind? However, he didn't let his guard down and remained cautious. This wasn't good. The spiritual tea around him was chaotic, completely out of control. Continuing to fight him would only lead to disaster. He suspected that the man had some unspoken issues. At that moment, Ruin Shai Shi managed to drive up just in time and shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." Lei quickly activated the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern and teleported into the car. Ruin Shai Shi stepped on the gas, speeding out of the gate at such a pace that she crashed right through the iron gate, and all three of them escaped. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting hurriedly made a call to report to Yuan Sai. Uncle Sai, he's gone. Disciple Zhang has lost it. Yuan Sai, remarkably calm, advised him, don't worry about that useless piece of trash. He then ordered the activation of Plan B. Neither Ruin Shi nor her mother will live. Lei's car had been out of the gate for a while, and the situation began to stabilize. Lei complimented, Sister, you're quite the expert driver. But Ruin Shi's expression was serious. She replied, Who has the mood to chat with you? She got straight to the point with Lei. Old Zhang, what's going on? I need to find my husband, and I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Lei reassured her, Don't get too worked up. What if it's your husband who gave the order? However, up until now, Ruin Shi still couldn't believe this. She brushed it off, it couldn't be true. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of another car engine roared, scraping against Lei's vehicle. Ruin Shi went mad, turning to curse the driver, Do you even know how to drive? However, Lei had already seen through his intentions. He explained, he did it on purpose. It seems your husband doesn't want you to find him. Ruin Shi remained stubborn, shouting at him, Shut up. This is my family matter. Don't interfere. Unexpectedly, Ruin Shi had a reckless side. Once she got angry, she dared to challenge a solo 11, even sending a car to block me on this bridge. Watch me handle him right in front of you. After hearing that, even Lei became cautious. He looked ahead and saw the large car rushing towards them, nearly losing his breath in fear. Sister, don't speak too soon. A loud crash rang out. A split second later, his small car was sent flying off the bridge. At the same time, in the hospital, the nurse had just finished examining Su Chang. I won't disturb you two any longer. Just standing outside, she could already hear Sister Fang's scolding echoing throughout the hospital. She chastised, Tell me, what good is hanging out with that Lei done for you? You end up in the hospital every few days. Xu Chang broke into a sweat, explaining, I still have to flatter Sister Fang. Wife, I've already paid for the medicine, and the fruits are yours to enjoy. Wu King was unconvinced. She pinched Xu Chang's ear to snap him out of it. The fruits are really delicious. I don't even need my life anymore. Xu Chang sincerely explained in detail for her to understand. This time, Brother Lai risked his life to save CEO Chen. He really sees everyone as his brothers. Afraid that Sister Fang was still angry with him, Xu Chang sweet-talked her. Wife, to be honest, I used to be soft and cautious, always worrying and afraid. But after spending time with Brother Lu, I feel like I've transformed. Only now have I become a man who could take on anything. Hearing this, Sister Fang softened. She patted her husband's shoulder and praised him. You're right, you've really toughened up. I like it when the big guy is happy and cheerful. However, her gaze was also very intimidating, warning Su Chang. But if one day you die, just wait and see how I deal with you. Su Chang was so frightened that his voice faltered. He quickly responded, I won't die. I won't die. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the hallway. At the most inopportune moment, just when the couple was about to kiss after being apart for so long, Xiao Xiao burst through the door and shouted, "It's bad." The two people were startled and turned around, their faces as red as gack fruit. Chu Chong asked in a voice, "What's wrong?" Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao grabbed the remote control and turned on the TV. "Watch TV, you guys." The news was showing footage of a car overturning and tumbling off a bridge. Chu Chong immediately recognized it as Lei's car. Meanwhile, at the Meng Family Financial Group's conference room, employees were holding a board meeting. One of the people in the meeting spoke up. "We can see that our recent business partnership with the electronics component industry has been slightly affected." Meng Fuyao turned on her phone and received the message at the same time. She hurriedly stood up and left the meeting room. "You guys keep discussing. I have something urgent to deal with." After falling into the river, Li Lei was still alive, but Yuan Xiao Exu and Ruan Shi Shai were unconscious due to the severe shock. His phone rang, and Li Lei wondered, "Who's calling at this hour? I'll have to use the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern again. What a waste." With no choice, he activated the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern and left the water. On the other side, Meng Fuyao was so anxious she was nearly in distress. "You've been ignoring my calls. Why did it take you so long to answer me?" Li Lei, still wet, struggled to answer the phone. He reported the situation. "Elder Miss Meng, I'm super busy right now. Isn't it because I just fell off the bridge?" Meng Fuyao's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she asked, "Is that really you? What exactly happened?" Li Lei sat down on the edge to rest, speaking slowly. "Could you help me find a safe place to stay?" He then told Meng Fuyao about the major incident that had happened to the Yuan family. Noticing that Meng Fuyao had suddenly run out of the meeting room earlier, someone had hurriedly followed to ask after her. "Yo Yao, what happened? Who made you, my granddaughter, like this?" "I am Meng Chongtian, chairman of the Meng Family Financial Group. Do you need Grandpa?" Meng Fuyao's face was tense, but she still shook her head. "Thank you, Grandpa, but I can handle this myself." Meng Chongtian pressed. "Who dares to upset my granddaughter? If anyone touches Meng Fuyao, they are provoking the Meng family. I, Meng Chongtian, am angry. I guarantee that person will never smile again." After a while, Li Lei had managed to make it back to the hotel safely. He quickly took a shower to clean himself up. Li Lei sluggishly stepped out of the bathroom, and it was only then that he let out a long breath. "For now, I'm safe, but I need to take some time and go to another world." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Lei, still lying down, responded, "The door's not locked. Come in." It was Ruan Shi Shai, who had just finished showering as well and slowly walked in. She casually asked about his background. "I've looked into it. Your name is Li Lei, right?" Li Lei sensed something was wrong, so he quickly changed the subject. "Ruan Shi, it's so late. Aren't you going to sleep?" Ruan Shi moved closer to him, pressing her body against his and said, ambiguous, "Thank you for saving us twice today." Li Lei avoided her gaze. "It's nothing." Ruan Shi Shai began crawling onto his bed, gently calling, "Xiao Lei Dei Dai." Her demeanor was very provocative. "I have something I want to ask of you." Li Lei's face turned beet red, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, "Dilly, what is it?" Ruan Shi's eyes showed a hint of sadness, yet there was also a certain allure in them. "My daughter has woken up, but she's mentally quite affected. I want to find Yuan He, my husband, and ask him about it." Li Lei couldn't take his eyes off Ruan Shi's body, nervously responding, "Then you go ahead." As she spoke, her half-covered, half-revealed body lingered in front of his eyes. She sighed sadly, "Given the situation today, if we go, it would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Now, even Jiao Yuan is completely under his control. Indeed, Ruan Shi has an agenda. She wants to strike a deal with Li Lei. If you help me reclaim Jiao Yuan, I can pay any price." Upon hearing this, Li Lei was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his expression changed, and he suddenly exclaimed, "You'll give me anything." Ruan Shi blushed and nodded. "Mom," and yet Li Lei immediately set a price. "Well then, give me 200 million. I'm short on money right now." Ruan Shi looked a bit disappointed. "I had put myself out there like this, and this is all you want." Meanwhile, the Meng family's car was speeding towards him. On the way, Meng Fuyao was telling Meng Chongtan everything. Grandpa, Yuan, he wanted to have his driver assassinate his wife and daughter. They were rescued by Li Lei. Meng Chongtan was quite surprised to hear this inside. I never expected Li Lei, after being kicked out by the Liu family, could still manage to fly so high. Meng Fuyao felt a bit resentful and silently blamed. If he had just kept a low profile, he wouldn't be in so much trouble. Meng Chongtian, seizing the opportunity, teased her immediately. You were jilted, so why do you still care about him? You haven't even finished your studies and you're out there making phone calls. Being hit right in the heart by her grandfather's words, Meng Fuyao became a little embarrassed. Grandpa, he's my friend. When a friend is in trouble, how can I not help him? Meng Chongtan chuckled, gently patting her head to comfort her. All right, whatever my precious granddaughter wants. However, he still had his principles, and he reminded Meng Fuyao. But if he betrays you, I won't let him off the hook. On the other side, in the hotel room, Ruan Shaishe also agreed to Li Lei's proposal. All right, 200 million it is. Li Lei hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If he had known, he would have asked for 300 million. The system's task could also be completed. The system gently reminded him. The business required for the task must be a transaction of goods from another world. I hope the master does not indulge in false hopes. Upon hearing this, Liu Lei's emotions plunged from the peak of glory to the depths of despair. His face turned pale. Your reminder has frozen my heart, leaving no trace of warmth or gentleness. Seeing Li Lei lost in thought, Ruan Shai thought he had changed his mind and became excited. Xiao Lei, little brother, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Sure, here is the translation. Sure enough, Li Lei admitted, don't rush, let me think for a moment. At this moment, Meng Chongtian and Meng Fuyao had also arrived. The staff led them to Li Lei's room. Old Master Meng, Elder Miss Meng, please follow me this way. Liu Lei's mind was still preoccupied with his personal affairs. He was contemplating the situation with the Qi family. The consumption of Ga Yuan pills could not be increased any further for now. He needed to earn money here to pay Qi family, while also selling items from another world to cover the 100 million. His newly bought car had been crashed and fallen off a bridge, and he still had to find Yuan He to settle the debt. Suddenly, Liu Lei grabbed Ruan Shi's hand, calling her affectionately, Sister Ruan. His gaze was full of affection, conveying, what I hate the most in this life is family turning against each other. I deeply sympathize with your situation. I will definitely help you with this. Ruan Shai felt a stir in her heart upon hearing this. She was moved and suddenly leaped into Li Lei's arms, crying uncontrollably. I know this is dangerous. Thank you for being willing to help me, Xiao Lei younger brother. Li Lei smiled brightly. He was happy. Sealing the deal was the most important part. At that moment, the door to the room opened, making a sound. Meng Fuyao had witnessed the entire intimate scene of the couple just now. But even when seeing it with her own eyes, she was still shocked. Both Meng Chongtian and Meng Fuyao saw Li Lei hugging the girl in his private room. Fuyao slammed the door shut and snapped, "This is inconvenient." Li Lei was startled, and a surge of rage shot straight to his brain. He hurried out, chasing after her. Yao, please let me explain. He reached her room, only to run into Meng Chongtian. The old man's face was livid, glaring at him with a deadly look in his eyes. Kiddo, I know you're short on money, but making money like that is harmful to your health. Meng Chongtian was so enraged that he didn't wait to finish his sentence before charging at Li Lei with a punch. If you're trying to make a living, at least don't do it in the Meng family's hotel. Li Lei was taken aback, quickly retreating. Meng Fuyao was alarmed, screaming to stop them. Grandpa! But in the next moment, Li Lei managed to block the punch with his hands. His face turned red with embarrassment, and he desperately tried to explain. I'm not. Meng Chongtian panted heavily, shocked at how strong Li Lei was. To think he could actually take the hit and block it. Luckily, Ruan Shai arrived just in time. She rushed over to defend Li Lei. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I only asked Li Lei for help. Meng Fuyao didn't believe it and questioned, then why were you two hugging? Ruan Shi's face clearly showed regret, not resembling someone making up a story. She was pouring out her feelings. My husband has been plotting against me. I was angry for a moment, and didn't pay attention. But Meng Fuyao was already jealous. She insisted on finding out what kind of relationship he had with him, and why he had to help her come here. Liu Lei awkwardly admitted it was for the money, and after completing the task, he would pay 200 million. Meng Fuyao knew this better than anyone. She whispered to Meng Chongtian, he needs to make money quickly to pay off the Qi family. After hearing this, Meng Chongtian must have been suspicious. Liu Lei, what skill do you have to help her take back Jia Yuan? However, Liu Lei still looked as arrogant as ever, insisting that he was a risk-taker, saying that if he didn't act now, he might regret it later. Meng Chongtian thought he was just good at talking and decided to show him a lesson. Are you complaining that your life is too long? Liu Lei was caught off guard. He froze, not understanding what was happening. The punch from Meng Chongtian was so swift and precise that Liu Lei didn't have time to react. He was sent flying several meters away. Liu Lei did his best to minimize his injuries, but as he looked at the large dent in the wall behind him, his face turned pale, and he pleaded, Meng family, let's talk things through. Can we not suddenly strike like this? Meng Chongtian frowned and ordered him, be honest and tell me, how did you learn this type of body technique? Liu Lei answered vaguely, well, it's just that I'm somehow destined to know it. Upon hearing this, Meng Chongtian disagreed. He immediately led his granddaughter away, saying, if you don't want to talk, fine. But I hope you'll stay away from Yao Yao from now on. He didn't forget to warn him, I don't want you to harm her. Suddenly, Liu Lei anxiously chased after them, grabbing Meng Fuyao's hand and pulling her toward him. In the end, Liu Lei had to relent. I can reveal my trump card. He looked directly into Meng Fuyao's eyes, sincerely promising, but I will only tell Meng Yao Yao. Seeing that his actions were at least somewhat genuine, Meng Chongtian reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll give you 2 hours. Tell her then. Ruin Shi approached and asked Meng Chongtian, aren't you worried that Liu Lei might make Miss Meng drink a spellbinding potion? As expected, he wasn't worried at all, instead pointing out, this girl will lead to accomplish great things in the future. It's not a bad thing for her to train her discernment a bit. He also placed some trust in Liu Lei, adding besides, he's the person Jia Yuan's senior assistant often seeks help from. After a while, the two of them returned to the Meng family's main residence. Meng Fuyao then asked, Grandpa, what kind of treasure did he leave for me that I can only see? Liu Lei responded with a cheesy line, because to me, you were special. Upon hearing this, Meng Fuyao blushed deeply, pretending to be annoyed and sulking, calling him a smooth talker. At that moment, Liu Lei activated the soul binding technique, and the space around them immediately transformed, becoming ethereal. The system notified that the soul binding technique had succeeded, and he'd instructed the system to take them directly to another realm. The system confirmed the request. A while later, the two of them landed in an unfamiliar place, resembling a sales stall. Meng Fuyao admired the shimmering strange items on the shelves and, full of curiosity, asked, What is this place? Liu Lei explained, it's a world that my family gifted to me. At this point, Jin De Bio joyfully ran over to greet them. Martial cultivation, you finally arrived. The order from last time. Liu Lei directed, the goods are at the back. Bring them out. Jin De Bio obediently listened. Yes, I will also introduce myself to Yao Yao. I am from martial cultivation here. As long as we expand our business here, there will come a day when we can find an opportunity to take back Shanglu. She eagerly opened the ledger to read, seeing notes inside that the perfume could be exchanged for spirit stones, and there was also a section about divine medicines. Suddenly, while they were talking, Jin De Bio suddenly fell from outside, startling them. Two strangers burst in from somewhere, shouting wildly, My brother had his dog stolen by your perfume and got burned like this. He pointed at a man whose face was scorched and ruined and shouted loudly, Where are the people? Break this shop for me. The man stormed in, smashing things around wildly. Smash this shop for me. A crowd gathered to watch as numerous people swarmed in like ants. Jin De Bio stepped forward, cursing them. How dare you? This is martial cultivation's territory, and you have the audacity to disrespect us. Do you think I'm afraid of a golden core stage like you? Meanwhile, among the onlookers was Princess Tian Shang. She watched the chaos unfold, secretly laughing to herself. I actually want to see how the martial cultivation that drives Hong Chu's divine soul mad will deal with this. Liu Lei calmly spoke to mediate. You all want to smash my shop, but don't you want me to treat this brother's wound? He shook a strange spray bottle and directly sprayed it on the face of the customer. The man was a little startled and tried to resist. You haven't treated my wound yet. Liu Lei reassured him. It's just a burn. I don't need to examine it to know. Sure enough, within a few minutes, everyone's faces suddenly felt surprisingly relieved. The man was amazed. Wait, the feeling is definitely much better now. Liu Lei handed him the prescription spray, persistently saying, if you follow this treatment, the burn will heal. If there's any scarring, I also have a way to remove it. He advised, the sample perfume I gave you all clearly states to keep away from fire. I regret this incident. Meng Fu Yao, standing by and witnessing the whole scene, couldn't help but feel great admiration. She truly had to look at him with a new perspective now. After dealing with the customer, Liu Lei stepped forward and announced to the crowd, I will cover this brother's wound. As for his losses, I will provide compensation. However, as things unfolded, Liu Lei turned to glare at the thugs who had been causing a ruckus earlier. But this shop is mine. Who is going to take responsibility for it? They seemed to have lost their tongues, stammering in response. Liu Lei silently activated the power in his mind, his eyes glowing with the wish for something, and it will come ability. Liu Lei was fully aware they were trying to evade responsibility, and so it was. He accused them, still accepting money, causing trouble in his shop. He used his hand to communicate with Thunder Beast, while the thugs, in panic, explained, I didn't reveal the leader. The person next to him covered the one speaking's mouth, mumbling in silence. He had become so arrogant, he was willing to fight back. You think just you can make me pay? Let's settle it first. Meng Fu Yao felt these people were extremely dangerous, and she shouted loudly to warn him, be careful. At that moment, Thunder Beast, the massive creature, suddenly charged from somewhere, crushing the scumbag underfoot. It was both in pain and howled, help me find a girlfriend. The Thunder Beast became increasingly saddened, and the lightning strikes it released grew stronger. It kept howling continuously. Girlfriend, girlfriend, girlfriend. Liu Lei proudly boasted to them, my pet just said that whoever dares to provoke will be killed without exception. Upon hearing this, the troublemakers immediately trembled with fear. The Thunder Beast, not understanding what Liu Lei had said, asked, what did you just say? He lied again, telling them, next time, I'll help you find a wife. Yet they believed him and obediently responded, all right, next time. However, when he turned to look at Meng Fu Yao standing beside him, his mood deflated and he sulked, crying in frustration. You have a girlfriend like that. How could you understand my suffering? I also want a girlfriend. Meng Fu Yao, not understanding what Fang Fan was saying, blushed and asked him again. What did he say? Liu Lei lied again to flatter her. You're so beautiful. You're so pretty. You're so magnificent. After settling the issue in the other world, Liu Lei gave a few words of instruction before leaving. Jin de Bio, make some arrangements. Get them to restore my store to its original condition. Jin de Bio breathed a sigh of relief, happy to receive the order. Understood. Martial cultivation. They began organizing the personnel. All right, put this cabinet back to its original spot. Move the goods over here. Be gentle. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Martial cultivation, she praised sweetly. The manner of martial cultivation is truly extraordinary. It turned out to be Princess Tian Chang. She suggested, I wonder if you have some free time to take a walk. Liu Lei, however, rejected her bluntly. He replied curtly, no time, it's getting late. I'm heading back first. Those words caused Princess Tian Chang to halt, feeling embarrassed. She huffed angrily and shouted, swearing at Liu Lei, dare to treat me like this. I will remember this grudge. The two of them casually held hands and flew into the sky. From above, Meng Fu Yao felt an entirely different perspective compared to below. She kept gazing around, lost in her surroundings. Noticing Meng Fu Yao's fascinated expression, Liu Lei proudly spoke up. So, how about my trump card? Is it enough to help someone reclaim the throne? She was so shy that it turned into anger, and she scolded him affectionately. Stop being so smug. While products from the cultivation world of another realm can be sold for high prices, it's not easy for you to handle them. Deep down, she still felt uneasy. The Qi family is still keeping an eye on you. Don't get too careless. However, Liu Lei reassured her, as long as I can sell these goods, that's enough. He then pulled out a miraculous medicine to show her, this is the immortal abode pill that I got from the receipt. It can prevent aging. I had the Lin family manufacture it for me. Meng Fuyo's eyes showed disapproval as she criticized the Qi family. Even if you go through the Lin family to sell your products, but the Qi family needs 200 million urgently like this, do you think you can make it in time? Liu Lei was certain she wasn't one of those rich ladies, and of course, it wouldn't be easy for her to buy things like this. Upon hearing this, Meng Fuyo's face fell in worry. Could it be that Liu Lei was hinting at something to her? This was the first reason why I wanted to help Ruan Shishai. At just that moment, in the safety hotel room of the Meng family, in Ruan Shishi's private room, she was captivated by the beautiful pink bottle of miraculous medicine. Ruan Shishai stared at it in fascination for a while. Liu Lei took the opportunity to introduce the product. This is the secret traditional medicine of the Liu family. Once we regain Jia Yuan, you must help me promote it actively in that circle. However, looking back at herself, Ruan Shishai sighed. Xiao Lei, younger brother, unfortunately, I don't have the mood to care about that right now. He tried to comfort her and then suggested, so what are we waiting for? Let's go outside and change our mood. The two of them went out to enjoy street food at night, where there were plenty of visually tempting grilled dishes. Liu Lei introduced her to some new items. Shark fin and bird's nest are not something to eat often, but today let's have a delicious meal. Yuan Xiao Exu quickly noticed Ruan Shishi's spirits lifting and praised her. Mom, you look a lot younger today. They all looked at the grilled food outside the stall with nostalgia, making Yuan Xiao Exu reminisce. It reminds me of when I was 4 years old, and my parents took me out for grilled food. At this point, Yuan Xiao Chu's voice suddenly became low. That was the happiest time of my life. For some reason, it's been a long time. But today, for the first time in a long while, we're having such a simple and warm meal together as three. Indeed, Ruan Shishai felt a sense of agreement with her child. That's right, her eyes, tinged with sadness, gazed into the distant horizon. It's been more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Seeing Ruan Shishi's tears beginning to well up, Liu Lei carefully handed her a tissue. Thank you, she said, both moved and embarrassed, hurriedly speaking. Ruan Shishi wiped her tears while happily reminiscing about the past. At that time, they had successfully negotiated a business deal, so she had brought Xiao Esu here to enjoy a meal. It was then that her family witnessed an ordinary scene of life. Back then, the restaurant owner had just gotten married, and the couple often argued over money. Now, unexpectedly, after more than a decade, they were living better and better. For some reason, the more she looked, the more tears flowed from Ruan Shishi's eyes. Her voice began to tremble. But why? Why did our family fall into such a tragic situation? Finally, she broke down in sobs. Liu Lei looked at her and gently advised, look ahead. Taking Jia Yuan back, it's inevitable that it will harm CEO Yuan. Have you made up your mind? Ruan Shishi stopped crying, her thoughts focused. Her voice rose once again. Of course, he betrayed me first. Her expression started to tense once more. During that time, every move they made was being monitored by Liu Xiaoyu, who reported everything back to Tai Wangzhu. He gleefully reported, I've been keeping an eye on them. Don't just take the money and do nothing, okay? At the Meng family's secure hotel, Tai Wangzhu gripped Long Qilan tightly, pushing his head down to check the system. The system immediately recognized the action, and the door opened. Tai Wangzhu chuckled, threatening, open the door for me a little earlier. It'll be easier for everyone. Wouldn't that be better? Then Tai Wangzhu followed the trail. He realized it was indeed Liu Lei and Ruan Shishi with her child. He furrowed his brow and thought, their information was spot on. Looks like we've got them now. Liu Lei, come and accept your death. Tai Wangzhu rushed forward to attack, but when the door opened, he froze in front of an empty room. On the way, the three of them had been fleeing. Liu Lei spoke up, we are indeed being followed. In the entertainment district, a curse was heard. Where did this unlucky guy come from? Daring to ruin my mood. Liu Lei blinked and said, isn't this Da Zhuang, third master's enforcer? Da Zhuang, half-drunk, mumbled incoherently. Oh, it's you, Mr. Lei? Are you still lacking girls? I can help you with that here. Liu Lei smirked, threatening with a firm voice. Do I look like someone who's lacking girls around? Get out of the way. Xiao Liu tightened his grip on his shoulder and reminded him. Take the lady back, or someone's going to ruin your mood soon. Da Zhuang trembled like a puppy, stuttering. Take it easy, Brother Lei. You're right, I'll take her right away. Ruin Shi Shai, standing next to them, asked curiously. How does everyone know you? Liu Lei grinned proudly. Good looking, what can I say? Fu Chang peeked his head out of the car and greeted. Brother Lei, I knew you'd be fine. And you brought 2 girls with you again. Not planning to introduce your friends to me. Ruin Shi Shi smiled. Xu Chang. Hello, I'm Ruin Shi Shai. Upon seeing her, Xu Chang hollered. Yin CEO, Xu Chang is impressed with your friend. Wow, even Jia Yuan's general manager is involved with you. Liu Lei winked. Let's go big this time. At Yuan family Uncle Si's office, he angrily shouted. That woman's still alive. You bunch of useless idiots. Old Yuan Se cursed. Yuan He, bring me everything from that woman's estate. I don't care if it's legal or not. While she's still away, grab hold of it. Yuan He responded nervously from the other side. Got it, Uncle Si. I'll arrange it right away. At this moment, all the employees at Jia Yuan were laid off. The news is continuously being updated. As it is known, Jia Yuan Electronics, in order to enhance its market competitiveness, has launched a large-scale integration of resources. Jia Yuan is actively making changes. Will the family business thrive again? In the Liu family villa, Liu Xiaoyu expressed, Liu Lei has caused all this chaos. You can't even touch a single hair on him. Tai Guangzhu believed all he needs to do is keep the news from getting out, and his actions will be very difficult to catch. Then, Wang Zhu pinched Liu Shi's cheek, nagging, and said, Liu Young Master, I don't like it when others talk to me like that. Hai Fengshan has his own way of handling things. He brushed his hand away, and Liu Xiaoyu frowned, asking, What method? Tai Guangzhu proudly said, If he has a way of leaking the news, then we'll strike from that path. At that moment, Han Xiao Xiao was being followed. The person following reported, Mr. Tai, I have been tailing Han Xiao Xiao. I will send you the location right away. Suddenly, his phone was taken from him. Li Lei threatened the person on the other side. Tai Guangzhuo, I'm very busy. As for your man, I'll personally teach him a lesson. You can come and pick him up later. When the phone was returned, the pursuer ran away in panic. Li Lei spoke. Don't run. Don't you need the phone anymore? Hearing the sound from behind, Han Xiao Xiao turned around. She embraced him tightly and sobbed. I knew it. I knew you'd be fine. Han Xiao Xiao whispered. As for the repairs at the Liu family supermarket, I never allowed them to strike. It's almost done, Li Lei replied. Thank you. You've worked hard. Li Lei said this while observing the surroundings. People will be here soon. I'll take you to a place where no one can take snapshots. Time passed, and in the morning in the city, Li Lei swam with Han Xiao Xiao. She gracefully posed in the swimming pool. Han Xiao Xiao softly asked, Lei, I heard that you still owe the Qi family 200 million. Isn't it really a problem to be out here enjoying yourself like this? Li Lei walked behind, thinking to himself, no, actually, I currently owe 3 million, and there's only half a month left. Li Lei smirked and teased the person beside him. In his heart, he felt calm despite the overwhelming debts. The more he owed, the more reckless he became. Han Xiao Xiao laughed and clapped her hands. Enough, enough. Li Lei said seriously. Secretary Jia Yuan said that before becoming rich, a family of 3 going out for BBQ was the happiest thing. We're fortunate to have a chance to go out and have fun, so don't think too much. It turns out Xiao Han knew about this too. She said, sure enough. Shem Chang said he was playing a big game with Jia Yuan. No wonder he's not worried at all. Li Lei, with his hands in a prayer position, said, exactly. These days we've been quietly waiting for things to unfold, waiting for them to make a mess, before we make our move. After clearing the debts, the 2 of them played around in the water. Ah! Li Lei, holding the gun, cheerfully said, who knows if we'll ever have time in the future. Let's enjoy ourselves today. Han Xiao Xiao, Shai said, you dare to sneak attack me at the amusement park? Their voices echoed. Stop, don't run. In the chairman's office, Jia Yuan, Yuan Sai, with a gloomy face, appeared and said, "Sign this contract, I'll handle the rest." The troublesome son, Yuang Sing Zi, whined, "Dad, I'm very happy here. You don't need to worry." Yuan Sai cursed. "You care more about this illegitimate child than your own wife and children, and you're still concerned about cutting the jobs of a few workers." Yuan Hao cried, trembling, "Shai Shai Xiao Kaso. Ah, I'm sorry to both of you." By the poolside, Han Cho Cho curiously asked, "By the way, why isn't Exu Chong coming over with you?" Lei Lei laughed and told him, "He's busy practicing with the magic weapon I gave him." Xiao Han, confused, asked again, "Magic weapon?" Li Lei happily replied, "Yes, it's an item that can quickly enhance his combat abilities." He remembered the last time they were in another world, where they had traded quite a few valuable items. Li Lei turned back, his gaze filled with affection, his voice charming, as he spoke about the safety of the women. He frowned and added, "Tomorrow, I'll take care of that bastard Tai Wangju." In some office, the sound of destruction echoed. The man in the red clothes staggered, cursing, "Don't talk nonsense to me. Yuan CEO's message is very simple." He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Either you leave, or you die." Watching the employees pack their things, Hua Vo Du spat out harshly, "Hurry up, I still have 3 more rooms to go to." Chu Chang's house was in a high-rise. Liu Lei sat in front of the computer and asked, "Elder Miss Meng is so busy, and yet she still found time to help me with the sales report for the goods in the other world." The voice on the other end of the line responded, "This is a business deal worth a fortune. Can I put in more effort to secure some shares?" He tilted his head back against the chair, smugly negotiating. "Elder Miss Meng, it is an honor for me to cooperate. Can we talk about the division after I get through this phase?" Meng Fuyao sneered, "You said it yourself." Li Lei, "I just don't want to lose." Lin Kuya. Upon hearing the response, Liu Lei grinned in satisfaction. "All right, I'll take a look first. By the way, could you help me figure out how to help animals find a mate?" Meng Fuyao was puzzled. "Don't you have time for that?" It was this question. Liu Lei smiled. "I have an appointment tonight. A meeting between men. Once it's settled, Jia Yuan over there will be able to take action." As the afternoon wore on, 2 people were heading toward Tai Wangjuo, with the man showing no sign of surprise. Liu Lei, along with a more reckless mindset than thoughtful strategy, approached. Tai Wangjuo stretched his muscles, and then launched into an attack. Su Chaoing stood still like a pillar, his protected hand gripping tightly, throwing the man to the ground like a frog. Tai Wangju sat up, frowning, and asked, "What is this? Where did you get it?" Liu Lei, visibly irritated, frowned and said, "Think a little. We're not sure of winning, so do you think we could take the initiative to come after you?" It seemed like his pride had been pricked, and he cracked an odd smile. "Interesting. At least today, I managed to get a magic weapon." After that, Tai Wangju's body surged with intense killing intent, and Liu Lei seized the opportunity to charge forward and launch a quick attack on him. He threw a powerful punch, landing a heavy blow to his side, the sound of the impact echoing. Wangju winced in pain, sweat breaking out on his forehead. But he forced a smile and said, "You, with your 6th-stage body cultivation, dare to talk big." The words struck Liu Lei's sense of pride, and his face darkened. Tai Wangju laughed and moved. "I can keep up with this speed." Liu Lei held out his treasure, teasing, "Well, congratulations to you." Tai Wangju widened his eyes and asked, "What kind of magic weapon is this?" Liu Lei smiled and replied, "You're afraid of this ball." Feeling his pride being mocked, Wangju angrily threw a punch. "Dare to joke with me." Liu Lei showed a mocking expression toward his actions. He wasn't going to quietly take the hit, they were just having a bit of fun. From behind, Chu Chong assisted, his foot pivoting slightly before he spun 360 degrees in front of Wangju's face. Chu Chong extended both hands forward, and Wangju frowned, observing. Then, Chu Chong kicked him. Seeing his trembling figure, Liu Lei chuckled. "In a one-on-one fight, I might not be able to defeat you, but with Chu Chong and me working together in perfect harmony, we've closed that gap." Tai Wangju resisted. "You two have set up a good strategy, but it's really disgusting." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped to his feet, his internal energy condensing. Tai Huangzuo charged toward Xu Chang, like a moth to a flame. He yelled, "Let's take care of this guy with the magic weapon first." Su Chang, sweating from the pressure of the attack, tried to defend himself. Xiao Xu called out for help. "Lei, he's trying to torture me to death." Tai Huangzuo's fury boiled over as he mocked. With his little strength, even with a magic weapon, he won't be able to hold out long. What a load of nonsense. Li Lei smirked smugly, sparkling and vibrant. Tai Huangzuo kicked out forcefully, shouting, "Here it comes again." His anger seemed to explode, and he lunged forward, gritting his teeth, desperate to finish the fight. Li Lei quickly summoned the spirit-gathering tortoise nest with a mouthball. The energy absorption formation drew spiritual power from Huangzuo until his face turned pale and his body trembled. However, his mouth remained tight, though it seemed to drain a bit of his energy. "I can still do this," Li Lei said, raising his fist. "Can you?" At Xiao Liu landed a punch, he smirked and added, "If you hadn't been so eager to succeed and condensed your soul." Li Lei casually said, "Well, this spirit-gathering tortoise nest of mine can't possibly make my power increase that quickly." Tai Huangzuo stood motionless, his eyes gradually flushing with anger, his mouth murmuring, "This is too filthy. I want to make sure you die without a place to be buried." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed. Li Lei accelerated, flying swiftly towards him. Li Lei squinted, his voice filled with threat. "Can you do what I did? Do it first, then talk." At this moment, Tai Huangzuo, like a headless snake, stood frozen, waiting for Li Lei to charge at him. As he raised his fist, Li Lei quickly dodged, landing a punch straight into his face. The blow sent him flying like a frog. "Li Lei, please," said. "Looks like you really wanted me dead earlier. Huh, that's why I was able to absorb so much spiritual ki from you." Li Lei chuckled, watching the spiritual power swirling in his hand. Bruised and missing teeth, Tai Huangzuo seethed with hatred. "You bastard, give my spiritual ki back." If he wanted it, Li Lei would respond, "As long as you can take it." The earth and rocks around them began to tremble. Tai Huangzuo trembled, reminding himself, "Don't be too aggressive. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the quickest way." He thought to himself, "Better run first." Just as he was about to flee, Li Lei swiftly closed in on him, surrounding him from all sides. "I'm catching up with this speed," Li Lei said coldly, then struck him hard, causing him to stagger. Having been beaten by Li Lei, Huangzuo angrily reminded him, "If you act recklessly, Hai Feng Shan won't spare you." Immediately, Xiao Lu grabbed his hand, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I just want to cripple your martial arts." Li Lei tightened his grip, making him tremble. At this point, he finally became scared and stammered, begging, "Please, I'll give you the 200 million. You still owe money to the Qi family, right?" Li Lei furrowed his brow and pressed further. "You just wanted my life, and now I'm sparing yours. That's already merciful enough. No price to pay, be good." As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure on his hand intensified. Li Lei glanced at him and reminded, "Anyone who dares to make a move against those around me ends up like this." Then Li Lei asked with interest, "Shu Chang, do you want to punch him twice to feel better?" Shu Chang gestured to decline. "Beating the useless piece of trash isn't interesting." "Let's go," Li Lei's voice rang out. 2 minutes, and he'll be able to move again. Try to be a good person from now on." On the contrary, Tai Huangzuo showed his defiance and said, "Li Lei, you won't die peacefully." In the dark alley, Long Qian stood observing the entire fight, shaking his head and saying, "Ah, if you can't win, then don't show off. Look at you now, how embarrassing." A voice rang out, "Long Qian, why are you here?" Long Qian quickly made up an excuse, "I was just passing by." "I'll take you to get treated," Long Qian said as he picked up Tai Huangzuo. He struggled and shouted in embarrassment, "No, no need, let go of me." Tai Huangzuo kept crying out, "Let go of me, let go of me." Long Qian ignored him and spoke, "But this Li Lei guy is really interesting. His realm level is advancing quickly, and he can even create a few magic weapons. Looks like he's reached the inheritance level. I should report this to my superiors," Long Qian said with a proud expression. In the Liu family supermarket, a giant box appeared. Li Lei stood in a corner, confused, and asked, "Are you sure you brought this much?" Meng Fu Yao stood beside him, grumbling, "Haven't you ever pursued a girl before? Can't you be a bit more prepared?" Then she took the initiative to hold Liu Lei's hand. Meng Fu Yao spoke. "Let's go." She frowned and whispered, "Let's go help Thunder Beast find a wife." At King Gangshan, the people gathered around, eyes wide, discussing. Why are they dressed like this? What's going on? Liu Lei stood in front of Thunder Beast and introduced, "When we seek a partner, we often show off our own strength, so that we can raise the next generation well." Therefore, Meng Fu Yao cooperated and spoke. Music. The clothes she was wearing were a super thin, improved version of an insulating protective suit. Meng Fu Yao shouted, "Gao, oh, let's get started. Just play the music." Liu Lei grabbed the mic and hummed, "Hey, the Thunder Beast is hunting. You are truly mighty and majestic." Liu Lei's voice echoed, causing the Thunder Beasts to flee in fear. "Too scary, I have to run." Spreading scientific knowledge in a different world. How do you tell the gender of a Thunder Beast? The Thunder Beast shed tears and sobbed. This is not working. Liu Lei stood beside, reassuring, "It's okay, falling in love isn't that easy. Luckily, I still have a secret weapon." Meanwhile, another Thunder Beast discovered a new game. Liu Lei calmly controlled the laser beam. Could there be an uncontrollable stir in his heart? You can use it to show off your own charm. After hearing this information, the Thunder Beast wanted to cry out for help. Then, the 80-second disaster began. The destructive voice rang out, drawing a dragon to the left and a rainbow to the right. The Thunder Beast, irritated, grumbled, "Still coming. Are you playing with me?" Crushed beneath the feet of the Thunder Beast, Liu Lei screamed, "Look over there. Haven't I helped you attract quite a few Thunder Beasts already?" At the same time, behind the tree, thousands of Thunder Beasts stood in a group. The man in the red robe, standing beside, chanted the Buddhist prayer and immediately activated the myriad sword technique. Thousands of blades, infused with food, shot out at incredible speed. The Thunder Beasts, stimulated by the fragrance, said, "It smells so good." One Thunder Beast, wide-eyed, excitedly commented, "Is that even possible?" Liu Lei raised a hand, demanding, "Go over there and confess. Say what I taught you." The Thunder Beast obeyed, running over to woo the others, saying, "Please spend the rest of your life with me. You'll eat meat until you're full, soar through the skies during the day, and at night we'll be entwined forever. Forever, never to part." Seeing the Thunder Beast now paired off, Liu Lei was moved and shed tears. How unexpectedly joyful this happiness was. Tian Xiang's face darkened as he schemed. "I'll make you bow your head and acknowledge Liu Family Supermarket as your master." Meng Fu Yao pointed and said, 2 rounds of promotion are enough to make the store popular. The next step is to pinpoint the specific products to sell." Liu Lei hurriedly made a call to confirm. "Hello, Heck Shu Chang. Is there a commotion over there?" Shu Chang responded, "It's a mess over here too. I told the guys to record a video and we'll send it to you right away." After hearing the news, Liu Lei quickly suggested, "Leave everything in the other world to her to manage. I need to contact CEO Yin immediately." In the Meng family's safe hotel, Liu Lei stood in a daze. CEO Yin, with an imposing presence, walked up and asked, "Xiao Lei, how have things been these past 2 days?" Ruin Shi Shai presented a video. In the video, Zhang Ting is shouting violently, "I told her not to go. I told her to protest." Furious, she screamed, "This is a manager who has been with me for 15 years. How could Zhang Ting do this?" The situation was too sudden, and Liu Lei nervously said, "Sister Ruin, don't worry, I'm quickly collecting evidence." Before he could finish, Ruin Shi gestured for him to stop talking. "By the time you collect everything, Jia Yuan will already have been ruined by them." Ruin Shi frowned and said, "It's not your company, so of course, you can stay calm." At this point, Liu Lei was restless, trying to hold on. "Sister Ruin, on one hand, I need to contact people to expose this. On the other hand, I am thoroughly investigating how many people were involved in this violent coercion to force someone to quit, to prevent it from getting out of hand." Ruin Shi slammed the table. She shouted loudly in front of him, "Has my age and decline caused my words to have no weight anymore?" His face turned ashen, and Liu Lei stammered, trying to explain, "It's not like that, Sister Ruin, I've tried my best to arrange everything. I'll make sure it's settled by tomorrow. Xiao Yin quickly grabbed her hand to comfort her. Mom, don't get too worked up. Calm down. At the Sake Hotel, Meng family, in Li Lei's room. Li Lei was on the phone, so we need to be absolutely sure on the trending topic online. We'll take action tomorrow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Liu turned around and asked, "Who is it?" Yuan Xiao Exu, dressed lightly, softly said, "It's me." She appeared a bit shy. "Can I come in?" "Be careful." After changing into sleepwear, Yuan Xiao Exu stood in front of him, and Liu Lei's mind was in chaos. What's going on here? Can this kind of offering be inherited? Liu Lei opened the door and said, "All right, come in." Walking in with a hesitant gait, Yuan Xiao Exu timidly said, "My mom went back to watch TV and got so upset. Anyway, Jia Yuan is the company she built from the ground up herself." She looked pitiful as she recounted. "When my parents started the company, they invested more in me than anyone else. So, can you help me out? I'm willing to do anything." Yuan Xiaoxu's voice was full of pleading. It was truly dramatic, and Li Lei's face showed a sly grin. She really was willing to do anything. Yuan Xiaoxu nodded sadly. "Mem." 2 hours later, Yuan Xiaoxu returned to her room. She hugged her waist and groaned. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Seeing her posture, Ruan Shichi's mind went dark. Another 2 hours passed, and Yuan Xiaoxu knocked on Liu Lei's door. "All right, keep going." Seeing her fidgeting all night made Ruan Shichi anxious and lost in thought. "I told you, where did that girl go now?" Immediately, noises came from inside the room. "Don't move, why are you so hard?" "Not there, don't be so rough." Those sounds made Sister Fang furious, gritting her teeth. "You're something else, Liu Lei. So you think I'm fake? It's already midnight, and you still won't stop." Ruan Shichi opened her phone, her hand trembling as she typed out each letter with a beep. "Hotel corridor, Meng family safety." Ruan Shichi pointed at the door, indicating that Liu Lei was causing chaos in this room. Meng Fuyao heard that and kicked the door open with her foot. Liu Lei. Suddenly, her expression faltered. Liu Lei stood there, sweating, muttering, "What's wrong?" This was when Meng Fuyao felt manipulated, and in her anger, she said, "Yin CEO, you tell me." Ruan Shichi sweated profusely, and her father asked, "What did you just say?" "Don't move. Too stiff. Make it stronger." "What does that mean?" Yuan Xiaoxu pouted and explained, "His posture isn't good, his face is too stiff, and his legs are too weak." Li Lei shyly said, "It's my first time being a model, so not understanding is normal." Then, with a mischievous smile, he turned around and asked, "By the way, what's going on with you two?" Ruan Shichi sprayed hairspray and glanced at Meng Fuyao. "It's so late and you're still not resting. Young people only know how to stay up late." Meng Fuyao understood the hint and replied, "Exactly, it's really worrying." Looking at the door lying on the floor, Li Lei pouted, "You've ruined the door." Meng Fuyao angrily shouted, "It's our family's hotel. Can't I play with it?" Hearing that, Liu Lei grumbled, "You're so rich, but your life is really boring." Meng Fuyao, furious, tugged at her tie, tightening her grip, and frowned as she asked, "Do you have any decency? It's so late, and you're still rolling around with a young girl. Why not use your talents to help her stop thinking nonsense? Wouldn't that be much better?" Liu Lei muttered as he recited a Buddhist chant. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoxu entered the scene with the perfect pose. Looking at the sketch, Yuan Xiaoxu sighed, "This looks much more natural now." Outside the Jia Yuan Electronics Company, the employee who was assaulted was sent to the hospital. Zhang Ting frowned and scolded, "You don't want to drink the new wine, but you want to take the punishment drink. Huh." Meanwhile, Tang Tang entered the live stream. "Hello everyone, I'm your streamer Tang Tang. This time, I've come to the scene to change the Jia Yuan company." She zoomed in directly on the victim. "Hello sir. What do you think of this change?" The victim trembled. Can you call 120 first?" Liu Lei, standing at a distance, whispered, "The internet celebrity you've come to see. She's pretty, I'll give her that, but she doesn't seem very smart." Xu Ying murmured, "You don't get it. She's just pretending to be dumb to make a ton of money." Hearing them whispering, Yuan he felt incredibly irritated. I said, "Are you guys meddling too much?" Liu Lei raised an eyebrow and retorted, "A driver like you sure has a lot of expertise, huh?" Zhang Ting smugly waved her hand, signaling, "Bring it here." Liu Lei calmly crossed his arms and mocked, "Using hostages, huh? No matter what tactics I have to use, I'm going to make this change happen," Yuan he replied. In that instant, the knife at the victim's neck dropped. The handsome Long Qian appeared. Looking at the lively scene before him, Long Qian cheerfully said, "Joining in the fun, like this at Jia Yuan. Brother Lei, you didn't forget about me, did you?" Zhang Tinglo nervously muttered, "Long Tang, what are you all doing here? Just eavesdropping?" Long Qian, in a cheerful mood, teased, "Isn't it the righteous thing to do, to eagerly step in when something's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up, target locked, attacking. Instantly, peak body refinement, evil shadow, Tan Tong appeared, his hand gripping a dagger, ready for action. Seeing that there was someone protecting him, Yuan he laughed, "The way I work, it's just to lure you all into taking us down in one go." He sniffed arrogantly, 3 people at the body refinement stage. He'll be wiped out in 5 minutes. That person is peak body refinement. Evil shadow, Tan Tong. Long Qian sensed the danger and quickly warned, "Be careful, his speed is incredibly fast." Xu Cheng, confused, asked, "Director Long, if you say there's nothing wrong, then why are you here eavesdropping?" At that moment, Liu Lei, standing beside, ordered, "Xu Cheng, tell Tang Tang to get everyone to run." Xu Cheng nodded, "I'll go call them." But suddenly his collar was grabbed. Liu Lei, carrying him under his arm, was shaking violently, unable to stand firm. Liu Lei quickly explained, "Look, this ground's already been trampled." At this point, he focused all his spiritual kai into his legs. His realm level was peak body refinement, but his speed had long since reached the stage of foundation building. Tan Tong, upon hearing this, smugly said, "So what if you know?" After that, his legs surged with power. Tan Tong charged forward to attack, threatening boldly, "You won't be able to keep up with my speed." Watching his actions, Liu Lei felt uneasy, thinking to himself that with such speed, there was no way to absorb his spiritual ki. Xu Chang couldn't sit still, saying, "I'll stop him." Immediately, Xu Chang was ambushed from all sides. When Tan Tong saw an opportunity, he rushed forward, and Liu Lei shouted, "Xu Chang!" A flash of light. Long Qian appeared, grumbling, "You, settle down a bit." Seeing his good friend come to his aid, Xu Chang gasped, "Long Qian, you." Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Tan Tong glared and said, "I don't care about the order, you'll all die anyway." Liu Lei took action, frowning at Xu Chang, saying, "You bandage Long Qian, I'll deal with him." Upon hearing that, Tan Tong thought he had misheard. "Deal with him?" He proudly said, "Confidence is good." Then, he charged forward to attack. Tan Tong brandished a knife at him, sneering, "Death will come quicker." At this moment, Liu Lei stood there with wide eyes, watching him. A net was deployed, and his body was wrapped up and restrained. Liu Lei sneered, "You can stop accelerating your ki, and I can stop my ki and turn it into a net." Liu Lei, intrigued, stepped forward, clenched his fist, and said, "Next, it's your turn." Liu Lei, irritated, said, "You've concentrated all your energy in your legs, leaving almost no spiritual ki for backup. Tan Tong isn't going to let it go either. He's provoking you, but you don't have the strength to deal with me." Liu Lei smirked and said, "No need." Then, with a punch, he sent him flying into the sky like a rocket. After handling the situation, Liu Lei spoke, "Xu Chang, get ready to clean up the mess." Xu Chang, carrying Long Qian in his arms, pouted and cried, "Brother Lei, Long Qian's lost his arm, and his spiritual kai is all drained. We're at the Lin family's hospital corridor." Everyone rushed Long Qian to emergency care. Liu Lei, worried, said, "Perform surgery immediately." At this point, Long Qian was still thinking of other matters, muttering, "If Xu Chang stays outside, he won't catch Zhang Ting." Liu Lei, angry, said, "You're seriously leaking spiritual kai right now. Let's reattach your arm first." At the Yuan family's office, Uncle Tsai Zhang Ting sat in the room, delivering the news. "Uncle Tsai, I never thought he would fail too. The others who were aware of the situation began to mock. Haha, Tan Tong still wanted to compete for business. Serves him right. I didn't expect it to be so interesting here after all these years without coming to the upper department. Hearing them speak nonsense, Yuan he angrily shouted. What kind of conversation is this with Uncle Dai? Isn't it because your people are so useless? The person in charge sharply retorted, Get out. Then, he struck Zhang Ting, sending him crashing into the wall. Watching Zhang Ting's beating, Old Sai broke into a cold sweat. Without even making a move, just a shout, and he had already defeated a 5th-level body refining Zhang Ting. These two core formation experts were indeed no pushovers. The mysterious figure behind reminded, If your people keep offending us, we won't be helping you anymore. Instantly, Old Sai was subdued. His quick-witted mouth responded, Whatever you two gentlemen say, that's how it will be. In the hospital corridor, Lin family. Lin Kuya wore a sorrowful expression as she delivered the news. Brother Lei, he has no serious injuries, but his meridians are damaged. His inner energy is likely to be lost completely. Hearing this, Li Lei felt somewhat relieved. He suggested, Kuya, I need to find a way to block his spiritual key from leaking. Lin Kuya suddenly remembered something from the past and asked, Didn't you guys nearly beat him to death before? Why are you helping him now? Li Lei stood in front of the door, turned his face, and explained, I'm helping Xu Chang prevent the new move. I'm going to find some medicine. We can't let him be crippled like this. I didn't expect you to say that. Qiu Ye was deeply moved. You're so kind, Lei, truly worthy of being the man I admire. In the strange shop, Li Lei silently recited the Buddhist chant. I must quickly find Jin De Bio to get the medicine. A Tian Qiang touched her chest and gently caressed it, saying, Martial cultivation, I have something to ask of you. Seeing the body being touched, Li Lei's face showed discomfort. If you have something to say, just say it. I have urgent matters to attend to. Watching Li Lei's response, she seemed pleased. Martial cultivation was truly impressive the last 2 times. I really like people like him. Then, she deliberately touched him again, her body emitting a fragrant scent. Li Lei slowly began to get drawn in, his face turning red as he muttered, This is a bit too forward, isn't it? Seeing Tan Xiang's enthusiasm, Li Lei smiled and said, Then let's go inside and talk more intimately. Seeing the lustful expression on his face, Tan Xiang internally sneered. What's so special about martial cultivation? Isn't he easily caught once a bit of charm is used? Immediately after, she threw a contract in Li Lei's face and said, Here, sign this contract and become my servant. Tian Xiang looked at his embarrassed expression, delighting in the thought, struggle all you want, but in the end, you'll sign the contract anyway. Looking at the words in the contract, Liu Lei suddenly had an epiphany. He hesitated for a moment before managing to utter a word. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Liu Lei suddenly rushed to hug her and confessed, I like you. Seeing this, Tian Xiang immediately struggled and pushed him away with her hands. She said in a disgusted tone, Let go of me. But Li Lei still held her tightly, refusing to release her. Looking at his expression, Tian Xiang couldn't help but sigh. This enchantment technique is really too effective. Then, she suddenly turned around in surprise to observe. Looking at the position of his hand, she blushed and muttered, Are you touching? Somewhere. When she turned back, a deep fragrance unexpectedly wafted towards her, making her feel as if she were suddenly hypnotized. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Lei quickly snatched the contract and said, Fortunately, I ate a lot of garlic, so your enchantment technique doesn't work on me. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiang was startled and asked, Garlic can break the enchantment technique? Seeing that Tian Xiang had fallen for his trap, Li Lei smugly replied, So you admit that your enchantment technique doesn't work on me. Well then, how should I deal with you? As he spoke, he tightly gripped the contract in his hand, secretly thinking, Luckily, when they caused a scene at the store last time, I took some of the Jin De Bio antidote for protection. After waiting for a while, without hearing Tian Xiang speak, Li Lei unfolded the contract and continued, This agreement is well written. Come and sign it. At this moment, she realized the contract had been stolen and awkwardly said, I didn't mean it. Martial cultivation. I was just joking earlier. Seeing that she still wouldn't admit her fault, Liu Lei took out the video from the shop and said, Everything you've said and done in my store has been recorded. You still want to deny it? There's a security camera in the corner of the room. Seeing that pleading for mercy had no effect, she then tried to use her charm, softly replying, "Martial cultivation, I was blind to my mistakes. Please be lenient with your punishment." Hearing her words, Liu Lei thought for a moment and then responded, "All right, forget it. I ask you to do these two things. Once they're done, I'll consider this as if nothing happened." Upon hearing this, Taiyam Xiang immediately lowered her head and respectfully answered, "Martial cultivation, please, go ahead." Liu Lei pointed at her and said, "First, I want a spiritual ki tonic to nourish the foundational spiritual ki. You go and inform Jin de Bio about this. Second, for my store, when it opens next time, I want you to invite friends from near and far to enjoy the privilege of early shopping." Seeing such simple requests, Taiyam Xiang was surprised and asked, "Is that all?" Liu Lei, hearing her question, didn't add any more requirements and simply reminded Taiyam Xiang, "Next time, make sure to bring Hong Chu with you." Taiyam Xiang immediately responded upon hearing this, following the order. On the other side, at this moment in the hospital corridor of the Lin family, 2 hours later, a thunderous scream suddenly rang out. Long Killen's internal energy leakage stopped. Naturally, the voice belonged to none other than Lin Kuya. She stared directly at Liu Lei and continued, "Brother Lei, what kind of miraculous elixir did you bring?" Liu Lei gently patted her head and said, "It's a secret medicine from the Liu family. From now on, things like this will trouble you a lot." Hearing this, Lin Kuya obediently replied, "Yes, yes." At this moment, Shou Chang suddenly rushed over and reported, "Brother Lei, there's something I need to tell you. It's urgent." In order to prevent Kuya from worrying, Liu Lei quickly moved toward the Lin family's hospital garden. He reminded Xu Chang, "Don't say anything in front of Kuya so she won't get anxious." A moment later, Xu Chang looked at Liu Lei and said, "The Zhe Yuan stock price is plummeting, and it's all over the internet. It's being linked to Ruan Shishi's disappearance. Many people online are shouting for her to appear." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei smiled indifferently and responded, "This is a good thing. Tomorrow, I can take Sister Ruan to take over the original business." However, Xiao Chang continuously shook his head and said, "Things aren't as simple as that." This left Liu Lei somewhat confused, and he asked. Xiao Chang's expression gradually became tense, and he frowned as he said to Liu Lei, "This time, Jia Yuan has invited 2 foundation establishment stage experts. With our current strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle them." In contrast to Xiao Chang's mood, Liu Lei was overjoyed after hearing this. He cheerfully pulled out 2 bottles of medicine and said, "You're worried we won't be able to win. I've got these treasures." Seeing them, Xiao Chang was astonished and asked, "Brother Lei, what is this?" Without hesitation, Liu Lei drank one of the bottles in one go. A powerful pink aura emanated from his body, and his strength surged upwards. Body refining stage level 8. Peak body refinement. Xiao Chang could hardly believe his eyes. He picked up the bottle and said, "Is it really that powerful?" Liu Lei, full of confidence, grinned and replied, "How could Brother Lei's treasures not be powerful?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang immediately drank the remaining bottle without any hesitation. Sure enough, his strength increased, reaching body refining stage level 6, then level 8. After both of them had absorbed the power, Liu Lei said to Xiao Chang, "Body refining spirit elixir. Those below the foundation establishment stage who encounter obstacles in advancing can rely on this to elevate their realm level." Hearing what he said, Xiao Chang immediately showed some disappointment and replied, "But we are at the foundation establishment stage, and if we want to break through, we still have to rely on spirit stones. This type of spirit stone costs tens of millions, and moreover, it's hard to even buy them." Immediately, Liu Lei took out 2 spirit stones and casually said, "Isn't it just a spirit stone? Brother Lei, I have plenty." Upon seeing this, Xiao Chang rushed over and hugged Liu Lei's leg, admiringly saying, "Brother, take me to prosperity, take me to cultivate." At that moment in the Lin family's hospital room, Thomas was on the phone with someone. He reported, "Yes, my hand has been fully reattached and my power has completely recovered. I'd say losing my hand was worth it." He then went on to tell the other person that Liu Lei definitely had a treasure hidden behind him. After finishing his business at the hospital, Liu Lei returned to the Liu family supermarket, a shop in another world. As soon as he arrived, Hongju rushed over and embraced him, saying, "Mr. Martial Cultivation, you're finally here." Meng Fu Yao, seeing the two of them so close, felt uncomfortable and remarked, "Martial Cultivation is really a social butterfly. Even with such little kids, he can't let go." Hearing her, Hongju angrily retorted, "How dare you badmouth Martial Cultivation? I'll bite you right now." Seeing the little girl care for Liu Lei so much, Meng Fu Yao walked over, patted her head, and said, "But Martial Cultivation doesn't like children bothering him." Upon hearing this, Hongju immediately shoved Meng Fu Yao's hand away without any hesitation and declared angrily, "Humph. Today, I want to help Martial Cultivation clear out his sect." Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Liu Lei decided to intervene. He spoke softly to both of them. "My dear Leis, why are you arguing as soon as you arrive? Luckily, I've come prepared, and the products I brought today can just about deal with Hongju." In the Liu family's supermarket in the other world, Hongju was in a fighting mood and paid no attention to what he was saying. She pointed directly at Meng Fu Yao and said, "I don't care, just stay away from Martial Cultivation." Seeing this, Liu Lei offered her a piece of chips, chewing it. After chewing for a while, Hongju happily exclaimed, "What's so delicious?" Liu Lei, holding the bag of chips, ate while advertising, crispy, golden fried, delicious potato snacks. Even though Tian Qiang had eaten all the crumbs, she pretended to complain, "It's just average." Meng Fu Yao, astonished that she had finished the entire bag so quickly, exclaimed, "You ate it all already?" After the two of them had eaten their fill, Liu Lei pointed towards Meng Fu Yao and said, "Now that you've inspected the goods, may I invite our director to negotiate the transaction with you?" Meng Fu Yao, holding a packet of snacks, cheerfully said, "To promote exchange between our two worlds, our shop will offer a discount on the first order." The plan was to exchange spirit stones for snacks. Upon hearing that snacks could be traded, Hongju immediately picked up a spirit stone and said loudly, "A mid-grade spirit stone, I'll take the whole lot." Seeing that she wanted to monopolize all the snacks, Meng Fu Yao reminded Princess Hongju, "This plan is for product development, not to supply snacks just for you." Hongju pouted and turned her face away, saying, "Fine." Tan Qiang, seizing the opportunity to tease the little princess, chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly. You don't even know how many spirit stones that one is worth. How could you take them all?" After hearing their remarks, Meng Fu Yao asked in return, "According to your standards, what price would be fair for this product?" Tan Qiang, without much thought, casually replied, "Probably a few low-grade spirit stones. Even our premium snacks are priced about the same." Hearing her words, Fu Yao's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. She stared straight at Tian Qiang and sarcastically said, "The ingredients from the other world for martial cultivation must be sealed with secret techniques to ensure quality and freshness. Yet they're only worth a few low-grade spirit stones." Tian Qiang was somewhat surprised to hear this, and then suggested to Fu Yao, "How about 10 pieces?" Seeing the two of them so tense, Meng Fu Yao found it somewhat amusing. She smirked and responded, "Both of you are princesses, so of course you can enjoy this price. However, martial cultivation hopes that the two worlds can interact more. Therefore, you could take them at the price of 2 low-grade spirit stones each. Your friends can get them at 3, and when sold in the market, they will be priced at 5 spirit stones per bag." Hearing such a cheap price, the two of them hugged each other and shouted, "Is it really that cheap?" Meng Fu Yao smiled and explained, "Promoting exchange and expanding influence benefits everyone. That is the true intention of martial cultivation." Touched by martial cultivation's sincerity, Tian Qiang lowered her head and gratefully said, "Martial cultivation has a kind heart. Tian Qiang is truly honored to learn from you." After the contract was signed, Meng Fu Yao happily brought 2 boxes of snacks before them and said, as a witness to this agreement, "These 2 boxes of snacks are gifts to both of you." Seeing Meng Fu Yao's way of working, Liu Lei felt deeply satisfied and thought to himself, it was definitely the right decision to have her handle the negotiations. With this price, the other party will still feel like we're being generous. 10 pieces of snacks in one bag, and the spirit stones they can bring home to boost their combat abilities. If the big shot spirit stone really gets involved, we might make a fortune this time. After finishing his work at the supermarket, Li Lei had to leave early because of other commitments. Before leaving, he reminded Fu Yao thoroughly about the preparation of goods and made sure to entrust everything to her. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the otherworld system suddenly sent a notification, gently reminding him. Li Lei thought the system was about to cause him trouble again, so he grumbled and shouted, "Oh, please, every time you give me a gentle reminder, it always turns out badly." Seeing that Li Lei seemed to have forgotten something, the system decided to remind him. The prerequisite conditions have been met, but has the host missed the secondary criteria? In Liu family supermarket. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Liu Lei's heart began to race. He nervously whispered, "System, what hidden mission?" "You speak, I'm listening." The system explained that because the host had successfully rebuilt the store, a hidden mission had been activated. Hidden mission. Store's defense system. The mission requirement was to earn 300 inferior pills and spirit stones. The reward for completing the mission would be that the real-world store could no longer be attacked in the otherworld, and the otherworld store would be protected by a powerful dragon to prevent disturbances. Hearing him say that, Liu Lei was a bit surprised and asked, "Really?" Not stopping there, the system also mentioned that if the master didn't need it, the mission could be cancelled. Seeing the opportunity to make a fortune, Liu Lei quickly spoke up. I'll do it. Thinking about the items he could earn, he couldn't help but grin with joy. 300 inferior pills and spirit stones could be earned in just one day of opening. It seemed the system still favored him a lot. At this moment, the phone in Liu Lei's pocket suddenly rang. On the other end of the line, Long Qian spoke urgently. "Liu Lei, Jiao Yuan's people are on their way to you now. I'll head over immediately." Hearing this, Liu Lei sneered, then casually replied, "Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of looking for them." After a while, Yuan CEO's group arrived. Seeing them, Liu Lei calmly greeted, "Why are you only just getting here?" Big Brother Wu, upon hearing Liu Lei's words, smirked arrogantly. "Ha! Looks like you've made proper preparations for your funeral." In the face of the mocking words from his opponents, Liu Lei didn't show any sign of anger. He mischievously scratched his ear and leisurely said, "Not yet. Still haven't decided whether we'll have lamb or seafood for dinner later." After Liu Lei's challenge, the two Yuan CEOs felt they couldn't wait any longer and immediately charged forward. Brother Wu's voice still echoed with triumph, even as it seemed to carry a warning for them to eat dirt on their way down to the underworld. As soon as he got close, Kakshu Chang quickly activated his Imperial Shield body protection. Seeing this, Brother Wu loudly shouted, "Ah!" In an instant, the protective barrier shattered under the force of his scream. Crack! When Brother Wu was about to get close enough to Kakshu Chang, Long Qian appeared just in time. He rushed over, kicked the man away, and said, "I kicked him. My legs got numb though." Hearing Long Khan's words, the man thought he was weak and mocked him, saying, "Haha, two peak body refinement warriors, this is really getting interesting." Liu Lei, seeing their arrogance, initially intended to give a kind reminder. Peak body refinement can condense ki for body protection. Your attacks won't be very effective. Xiao Xian, thinking Liu Lei was joking, charged forward confidently and said, "Do you still have time to think of others? Feel the difference in our realm levels." Seeing the arrogance of this man, Liu Lei didn't bother arguing. He simply raised his hand to block his strike. Gud. He looked at him coldly and said, "The difference in realm level? I don't feel a thing." Sebuxian noticed something unusual and immediately stepped back, saying, "You've reached the foundation establishment stage as well. Where did you get the spirit stones?" Liu Lei didn't hide anything and replied, "I got them from running a supermarket business." But that old man didn't believe a word of it, even getting angry and threatening me. "Don't want to talk? Fine, then I'll just force the answer out of you." Crack! With those words, he stretched out his long arm and made a powerful swipe towards Liu Lei. Looking at the deep scratch left on the ground, Xu Yang exclaimed in surprise, from such a distance, "The force is that great? Is that how it is?" Hearing this, the old man raised his hand, still glowing with fiery energy, and proudly said, "At the foundation establishment stage, one can begin to discover their unique abilities. You've just reached the foundation establishment stage, so you probably haven't figured yours out yet." Liu Lei, with a calm expression, decisively responded, "Thank you for the reminder. After I finish this fight, I'll go and look for it." The old man, seeing his confidence, sneered and laughed. Haha, kid, you're quite optimistic. However, right after that, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a powerful aura radiated outward, accompanied by the words, looking for death. Immediately, Xiao Zhang was blown far away by the gust of wind at that moment. Seeing his friend in danger, Li Lei was extremely worried and shouted loudly, Xiao Zhang. However, even so, he couldn't help Xiao Zhang escape from taking a blow. Seeing this, Li Lei hurried to help his friend, but after taking only a few steps, he was wounded by Cao Xian's claws. Looking at his helpless opponent lying on the ground, the old man sneered and said, the young master of the Liu family can also slip up sometimes, huh? But instead of showing pain, Li Lei revealed a mischievous look and said, I have to take a little hit first, before I can start turning things around. Cao Xian curled his lips in a mocking smile, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at Li Lei. Turn things around. What do you think you can use to turn things around? Before he could finish his sentence, he fell straight into Li Lei's trap. Watching his enemy struggle in the black pit, Li Lei finally felt at ease, and replied, I'll use your IQ, of course. Hearing this, Cao Xian couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it, you set a trap. Without hesitation, Li Lei retorted, I traveled all this way, and you should think of a way to treat me, shouldn't you? At the gates of the Liu family supermarket, Li Lei finished speaking, and then loudly shouted, True Key Thorn Meridians. Because his older brother was unaware that danger was approaching, he stepped closer to the edge of the pit and yelled, Cao Xian, I'm here to save you. A moment later, Long Qian sprayed some pink powder onto him, causing him to struggle to breathe and cough uncontrollably. Asterisk cough. Cough. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Asterisk. Long Qian pointed at the packet of powder in his hand and said to Li Lei, the stuff in your supermarket. Lei, it's all here. I just ran to grab it. Upon hearing that, Li Lei raised his voice and told him, Throw it at me. 3 minutes later, the two men had been tied to 2 chairs with ropes. Seeing their helpless expressions, Li Lei grinned and said, Haha, the two of you. Pick your way of dying quickly. We're off to eat. Boss Wu, fearing for his life, immediately screamed for mercy. Liu young master, please spare us. We will definitely repay you in the future. On the other side, hearing his teammates' plea, the other man angrily cursed at him. You shameless bastard. The 2 Liu mercenary group won't spare you. Li Lei knew they wouldn't be able to come to an agreement, so he took out a contract and said, I don't expect any repayment from you, nor do I want any. Then, he showed them the terms of the contract. After some consultation, the other man firmly declared, better to die with honor than live in shame. But his foolish teammate shoved him aside and said, Fine, fine, we'll sign, we'll sign, we'll sign. After signing the contract, Li Lei immediately smiled brightly and released them. Long, seeing this, asked in confusion, Are you really letting them go? Li Lei replied, I have no personal grievances with them. As long as it doesn't delay what we need to do tomorrow, it's fine. Long Qian, hearing this, felt it made sense, and nodded, saying, All right, everything is settled now. So how are you going to thank me? Li Lei, not knowing what he wanted, suggested, How about I treat you to a meal, lamb or seafood? Long saw an opportunity and decisively replied, No need. Actually, I want to invite you to a meal. Let's go meet the true owner of Long Teng Real Estate. Upon hearing this, Li Lei instantly guessed it was Lin Yufei, the person behind the creation of Long Teng. Li Lei's words surprised Long Qian, who responded, Seems like you've gathered quite a bit of information about me. Li Lei remained calm and answered, looking directly at Long Qian. How could I not know? What can be conquered will be conquered. If it's not, then the attack will be fierce. Lin Yufei is a remarkable person. After hearing their conversation, Xu Yang became angry and spoke up. What do you mean let them go? We've already done you a huge favor by helping you heal your hand. However, Li Lei paid no attention to that. He believed that sooner or later they would meet, so it was better to meet a little earlier. Since young Master Qian helped with the fight, I should go to meet him and express my thanks. Hearing this, Long Qian appeared quite satisfied and said, Then I'll wait for you. You can retrieve Jia Yuan tomorrow, and I won't be here to eavesdrop anymore. Once the issue with you and CEO was resolved, Liu Lei immediately went to the Lin family hospital. As soon as Lin Kuya saw him, she hurried over to hug him and said, Lei, we succeeded. Although he said that even with precious medicinal herbs, it wouldn't work, I used reishi mushroom and bird's nest, and we achieved half the effect. Upon hearing this, Li Lei was taken aback and responded, "Is it already approved?" Lin Kuya smiled happily and said, "It will be on the market soon. How do you want to reward me?" Upon hearing this, Li Lei gently reached out to pat her head and said, "I knew Kuya must have worked hard." Kuya looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "So, is it stronger than Fu Yao?" Li Lei didn't know how to answer and awkwardly turned his face away, muttering, "This one's a draw, really." A moment later, Li Lei received news from Jin de Bio and rushed to the Liu family supermarket in the other world. As soon as he arrived, he asked, "I'm opening the store tomorrow. Why did you call me here?" Jin de Bio brought a chest filled with raw spirit stones in front of him and said, "Princess Tian Chong was concerned that you wouldn't be able to make any spirit stones from running the shop, so she prepared a chest of low-grade spirit stones for you." Li Lei, though very happy, tried to maintain a cool demeanor and said, "I know. You can leave now." Upon hearing this, Jin de Bio respectfully bowed and replied, "Martial cultivation at your leisure." After Jin de Bio left, Li Lei couldn't contain his excitement and rushed to the chest, hugging it. As he held it, he muttered joyfully, "I'm going to get rich, going to get rich, going to get rich." But before he could fully enjoy the moment, the system notification rang, announcing the hidden quest. Complete the defensive system of the shop, gently reminding him that there was only 1 week left until the deadline for the 200 million income. Hearing the system's reminder, Li Lei felt a sharp pang in his heart and thought, "Every time I'm about to die from joy, you have to be so considerate." Meanwhile, at the Jiang Yuan Electronics Corporation's high-rise, when Ruin Shi appeared, everyone in the company was astonished and exclaimed, "Yin CEO! It really is Yin CEO! Yin CEO has returned!" Before anyone could fully recover from the shock, Ruin Shi's sharp voice rang out, "Inform all board members to be in the conference room in 30 minutes for a meeting." A moment later, in the conference room of Jiang Yuan Electronics, a reckless thug who didn't know any better saw her return, and, with a fierce expression, pointed a knife directly at her face, saying, "What are you afraid of? She's just brought one person to kill this woman, and everyone's share of her stock is at stake." Ruin Shi didn't bother to say much. She merely glanced at Li Lei and gave him a command, "Please, take care of this." Receiving the order, Li Lei wasted no time and cracked his knuckles. He confidently said, "Just a bunch of flies, how pitiful." On the other side, the thug still hadn't realized the danger approaching, continuing to brandish the knife recklessly. "Who are you calling a fly?" But just seconds after being taught a lesson, he meekly admitted, "Sorry, I'm a fly." Only then did Ruin Shi speak up and ask him, "Where's Yuan He?" A little later, she made her way to the rooftop of Jiang Yuan Electronics. As soon as she arrived, she saw Yuan He already there, leisurely enjoying the view. With a tone tinged with melancholy, he said to Shi, "When we first moved into the skyscraper, we also stood here and looked out at Shangdu." The bodyguard, upon hearing what he said, immediately spoke up and said, "Yuan CEO, what is this about? Are you trying to use your memories to whitewash yourself?" Yuan He slowly turned his head to look at Shi and explained, "Umblesai threatened me with Yuan Xingzi, forcing me to expel you from the company. I agreed, but I never expected he would want to eliminate you all." However, trust had run dry, and Shi no longer believed his words. She furrowed her brows in anger and retorted, "Do you think I'm still the naive and innocent Ruin Shi from back then?" Then, she raised her voice and scolded him, "You don't care about your wife and children, and you've made Jia Yuan's situation even worse. Yuan He, what exactly do you want to do?" Upon hearing this, Yuan He turned toward Ruin Shi and said, "What do I want to do? Don't you know? The rooftop of Jia Yuan's electronics building." Yuan He slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze distant as he looked at Ruin Shi and said, "I think I owe you half of a debt, and I'll pay with this life. In the next life, you should marry a good man." After saying this, he leaned back, deciding to end his life. Li Lei, witnessing this scene, hurriedly approached Ruin Shi and whispered, "Sister Ruan." Ruin Shi replied in a deep voice, "It's okay, I've been prepared for this." Upon hearing this, Li Lei continued, Now everything is clear. He doesn't want to harm us. Uncle Sai is the real mastermind behind everything. Seeing Ruan Shi trying to hold back her emotions, Liu Lei gently approached and handed her a handkerchief, saying, "Sister Ruan, if you want to cry, here's a tissue." But Ruan Shi immediately declined and replied, "I want to cry, but not now. Jia Yuan needs me. Xiao Xu needs me. Helping Yuan, he take revenge needs me. Xiao Lei, once the Uncle Sai Yuan family issue is resolved, I will hand everything over to you and go back to my office." Ruan Shi was extremely angry when she heard the news. The money in her account was also drained by Uncle Sai. The staff member, seeing her anger, lowered his head and said fearfully, "Uncle Sai brought his people with him and wouldn't let me interfere." "Ruan director, we have family. We don't dare oppose Uncle Sai," the staff member added. Ruan Shi was determined not to let this case be buried. She slammed her hand on the table and loudly declared, "All right, new grudges and old grievances will be settled together. Who can provide information on where Uncle Sai went? When we catch him, there will be a 10 million reward." Hearing her words, all the staff were terrified and speechless. Just then, a female employee stealthily entered and said, "I have a classmate who said they've often seen Uncle Sai at Haoting sports field." Hearing that, Ruan Shi seemed to recall something, and then whispered, "It's at Haoting again." Liu Lei noticed the seriousness in her expression and immediately pressed, "What happened at Haoting?" Shai responded with a trembling voice, "It's the high-end club that Hai Feng Shan protects. As long as you have money, you can hide there for as long as you want." Liu Lei gently placed his hand on Shi's shoulder, looked at her with determination, and said, "Leave it to me. In 6 days, I will definitely bring him back." At that moment, at the Haoting Club, Yuan Sai urgently approached Wu Ting as soon as he saw her, and pleaded, "Wu director, you have to help me with Liu Lei's matter." Wu King was in no rush. Calmly, she turned, threw a card down, and said, "Sorry, straight flush." Upon hearing this, the others shouted in fear, "Straight flush, you win it all." After finishing the game, she arrogantly walked out of the casino, not forgetting to tell the staff, "Keep the chips for me. I'm going to handle some business." She then led Yuan Sai to the VIP area of the Haoting Club. Once they entered the room, Wu King took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him, saying, "This medicine will make you both tall and strong, as well as mighty." She continued, "Stronger than last time, though there are some side effects." Upon hearing this, Yuan Sai suddenly felt a surge of fear and asked, "What side effects?" Wu King flashed a bewitching smile, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, "It will make you less human." With that, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, Wu King threw a cryptic remark at old Sai. "My reward for Liu Lei still stands. Do you want to start over? It depends on you." The next day, the hot news headline quickly flashed across the breaking news. "Today, the Queen returns to her rightful position and can put an end to the chaos." Liu Lei and his friends, upon seeing the news, joyfully opened a bottle of wine to celebrate. They all cheered in unison and raised their glasses to honor their victory over Jia Yuan. Han Xiao raised her glass and said, "It was hard to reclaim Jia Yuan, so I toast to everyone." Liu Lei, hearing this, casually responded, "It was hard to reclaim Jia Yuan, so I toast to everyone. This is a gift for you." Looking at the luxurious handbag in her hand, Xiao was deeply touched and said, "Wow, this is the limited edition new style. Thank you." Seeing her gently hold the gift he gave, Liu Lei felt a surge of joy in his heart and thought to himself that rebuilding the supermarket and helping him unlock the hidden mission deserved his thanks. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and replied, "It's the least I could do." Liu Lei's concern for Xiao made Meng Fuyao feel a pang of jealousy. She stared at him and then subtly remarked, "Mr. Liu is so considerate toward Miss Han. I'm speechless by Mr. Liu's attentiveness." Upon hearing this, Han Xiao also spoke up. "Now you're Director Liu. Shouldn't Miss Meng pour herself a drink?" Liu Lei saw the atmosphere suddenly tense up and quickly said in a soft voice, "You two, let's ease up a bit. This celebration shouldn't be like this." However, before he could finish his sentence, the two women immediately shot back, "This is none of your business." Hearing this, Liu Lei hurriedly took a step back, his voice faltering, All right, you two talk among yourselves. Shu Cheng, seeing his friend's predicament, sympathetically patted him on the back and comforted. Bro, tough day, huh? At that moment, Liu Lei received a call from Ruan Shishai. He immediately answered, asking, Sister Ruan, what's up? Have you finished investigating the account? Ruan Shishai replied wearily, I'm afraid I'll have to stay up all night. The situation's not looking good. The company's key assets, including the encryption keys, are with Uncle Sai. It looks like we'll need your help this time. Liu Lei, sensing her formality, decisively said, I'll help, all the way. Liu Lei, amidst the dangers and challenges, remained true to his original intentions. With Liu Lei's words, Shai felt a bit more at ease. She gratefully said to him, Xiao Lei, you're really great. At that moment, inside Hao Ting's private room, the club staff noticed that Yuan Sai kept hesitating and refused to take his medicine. So they approached him and said, Uncle Sai, you can relax and enjoy yourself here. Liu Lei can't get in. To check someone's identity in Hao Ting, Liu Lei wouldn't be able to get through. The security here was even stricter than a prison, with cameras everywhere and sensitive electronic alarms. Although the staff had reassured him repeatedly, Yuan Sai's anxiety couldn't be fully dispelled. After a moment of hesitation, he said to the staff, But I can't hide here for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, the staff member flattered him, saying, With your financial resources, staying here for 2 or 3 months would be no problem. But Liu Lei still owes the Qi family 200 million. He won't last long. Yuan Sai thought about what he said and felt it made sense, so he nodded and replied, That's true. Seeing that he had been persuaded, the staff member quickly spoke up, tried to lead him. Uncle Sai, come, let me take you to play cards to relax. Meanwhile, outside the club, Liu Lei had already arrived. Looking at the wall lined with cameras, he couldn't help but sigh and mutter, The security at Hao Ting is impenetrable. It's all cameras. It is absolutely impossible to find the blind spot. On the opening day, the Liu family supermarket in the different world was crowded with people. Many came to shop, and after Liu Lei handed over the goods to the customers, he carefully reminded them, genuine goods, genuine prices. After collecting the goods, he went over to the checkout line. Then, he secretly glanced at Meng Fuyou beside him. Seeing her enthusiastically selling the goods, Liu Lei couldn't help but feel moved and thought, Yao Yao had a quarrel with Han Qiu Xiao last night, but today she doesn't hold a grudge and is here helping out. She truly is a good girl. Outside, Hongzhu looked at the long line of people, waiting to make their purchases, and admired Liu Lei, saying, Sigh. Martial cultivation's treasure truly knows how to calculate. I don't know how to calculate. Jin De Bio chuckled when he heard her, replying, Haha. Martial cultivation made in one day what a small sect would earn in a whole year. A moment later, he suddenly remembered that Tian Qiang had not arrived yet and asked curiously, Hey, where's Princess Tian Qiang? Hong Chu told him. She said there are too many people, so she went for a stroll in the mountains and will come later. Just then, a sudden scream rang out. Hearing the sound, Jin De Bio quickly rushed to the source of the scream, where he discovered a child showing signs of distress. Immediately, she grabbed his hand. The child, upon seeing this, screamed in fear. After checking the child's body, they discovered that some items from the shop had been stolen by him. Seeing this, Hong Chu immediately shouted loudly, daring to cause trouble in the martial cultivation shop. Who was responsible? Take this little devil outside and cut off his hands. Liu Lei, seeing her so angry, intervened and said, Princess, don't be hasty. Look at how much the boy stole at once. It's a bit unusual. Hong Chu, upon hearing this, thought it was because of his greed, but Liu Lei quickly pointed out the inconsistency. If it were just for himself, there would be no need for him to expose it so easily. This matter seemed to have someone behind it, directing him. Saying this, he slowly approached the boy and gently said, Tell martial cultivation, why did you steal so many items? At that moment, the boy burst into tears and said, If I don't, they'll beat me. Hearing the boy's words, Hong Chu became even angrier. She shouted at the boy, You're rebelling now. Come with me to catch them. Unexpectedly, when they arrived, she gave them a good beating, then stood with her arms crossed arrogantly and declared, You are so bold. Do you not know this shop is under my protection? Liu Lei, seeing Hong Chu behave this way, felt that she was a bit childish. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Leave these people to me. Take good care of this child, and don't let him be bullied again when he returns." At that moment, the little boy suddenly tugged lightly at the corner of his shirt, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Li Lei turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The boy opened his eyes wide, looked at him, then extended his hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Martial Cultivation. This is all I have." This was a soul spell ring, capable of absorbing parts of the soul of a spirit beast. Upon seeing this cheap trinket, Hong Chu immediately sneered and said, "What is this shabby thing? Only someone at the foundation establishment stage would play with something like this." Li Lei didn't pay any attention to her words. He said to Hong Chu, "This is the boy's treasure. The fact that he could give it to you shows his sincerity." Hearing this, Hong Chu was filled with admiration and said, "Martial cultivation is broad-minded. Hong Chu has learned something new again. Oh, Thunder Beast, Liu Family Supermarket." After hearing Li Lei's request, the Thunder Beast furrowed its brow and responded, "You want me to split a part of my soul for you? It's not that easy." Li Lei knew it would say something like this and straightforwardly replied, "Whatever conditions you have, just state them." The Thunder Beast stared at him for a while before saying seriously, "At the very least, there must be someone who specializes in bathing and grooming us every day. The food needs to be more varied, and finally, my bed must be bigger. After all, I want to have offspring." After listening, Li Lei called Jin de Bio and the boy over, then said, "This is the manager who oversees Xiao Hu's affairs, responsible for the new house, Jin de Bio, and there are also 3 barrels of fantastic beast meat." The Thunder Beast, seeing that Lei had prepared everything so thoroughly, happily said, "Good, now prepare for a small lightning tribulation." Upon hearing the Thunder Beast's declaration, Li Lei was startled and quickly rebutted, "Wait, I still need to undergo the tribulation crossing?" Meng Fuyu froze, watching Li Lei's entire body singed by the lightning, smoke dispersing as he looked completely miserable, gritting his teeth, "Damn!" Without wearing any protective gear, he then smiled and pointed to his chest, saying to her, "But I can still hold on." The Thunder Beast, seeing this, was slightly surprised and remarked, "Your body doesn't seem as weak as it appears. Now you've acquired my soul fragment." At the same time, a system notification echoed. Soul energy interface completed. The master has learned the lightning shift technique at the Liu Family Supermarket. Li Lei extended his hand and slowly said, "I've struck it rich this time. Not only have I learned a new technique, but I've also received a barrel of spirit stones." Meng Fuyao, resting her chin in exasperation, glanced at him and complained, "Really doing dangerous things like that without telling me first?" "Yeah." Suddenly, Li Lei pressed her against the wall, putting her in the standard position. Yao, I know you're worried about me. Besides, I gave Xiao Qiao a gift yesterday, and you're upset." Fu Yao heard this and pouted. "You know that." His gaze towards her was filled with deep affection. "That's because you understand my foundation. It's not something that a simple bag can easily ruin. Next month is your birthday, and I'll surprise you." Fu Yao raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. "Well, that's acceptable." Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. "Mom, young master, meeting Lin Yufei. How could I forget? It's decided. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the racetrack." Scene change. Racetrack, the sound of a phone ringing, and a voice saying, "Lei, just head inside. Lin Yufei is waiting inside." As he stepped in, a proud girl sitting on horseback spoke. "Are you Li Lei?" He glanced at her and asked, "Are you Lin Ui?" "Lin CEO." She waved her finger signaling him. "I heard you become quite famous recently. How about we have a match?" Seeing this, Li Lei was a bit embarrassed. He forced a smile. "Lin CEO, we should discuss first." Without hesitation, she shoved the reins into Li Lei's hands, and then casually walked off to start the competition. He saw this and didn't say much more, mounting his horse, glancing at her, thinking to himself, "No wonder Long Third got bored. A strong woman really does have a lot of character." Li Lei spoke up, "How should we do this?" Lin Ui pointed towards the pool nearby and explained, "Do you see that pool over there? The first one to reach the pool wins, and the loser will fulfill one request from the winner." Upon hearing that, he nodded, "All right, if you say so." Yu Wei was satisfied and spoke happily. The referee raised the flag and shouted, "Prepare to race." As soon as the flag was waved, the two horses sped off like the wind. Liu Lei watched Lin Yu Wei pull ahead and couldn't help but mutter, "She's not bad, huh?" Then he smiled slightly, leisurely pulling ahead. But it wasn't over yet, still a long way to go. Back in the day, I was the prince of horse racing. Once he reached the marker near the pool, Liu Lei immediately stopped, turned its head and smiled, saying, "CEO Lin. Sorry, looks like I lost this round." However, he hadn't expected Lin Yu Wei to simply shoot past him and dive straight into the pool. He mumbled to himself, "Well, that works too." While Liu Lei was still fumbling, Lin Yu Wei had already surfaced from the pool and was heading towards the pool at the front to win. He was still standing by the edge of the pool, trying to figure things out. "Let me fulfill whatever wish you have," Liu Lei said. He didn't expect Lin Yu Wei to make such a move. Smiling, he gallantly helped her up. CEO Lin really does surpass what others expect. Lin Yu Wei followed suit, taking the outstretched hand and responding, "You've lost. Let me think. What should I ask you to help me with?" At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. "All right, stop causing a scene." Hearing this, Liu Lei turned around in shock. "Huh, there's another Lin CEO." Lin Yu Fei crossed his arms, looking helpless, and pointed at Lin Yu Wei. "Sorry, Mr. Liu, this is my twin sister. Lin Yu Wei has caused you trouble." Yu Wei flashed a grin, clearly enjoying herself. She leaped forward and gave Liu Lei a tight hug. "It's no trouble, I actually like him." Before anyone could react, Lin Yu Wei grabbed her coat, turned, and left without a second thought. Leaving behind a parting shot, "I will interrupt the two of you with your serious talk. Just remember, you still owe me a wish." Scene changed to the rest area at the racetrack. Lin Yu Fei spoke politely, "Sorry, my sister's a bit off in the head. I hope Mr. Liu isn't too bothered. Let's get down to business." He glanced around, silently appraising her. Has anyone ever talked about their sister like that? Noticing Liu Lei's stunned expression, Yu Fei spoke again, "Please, have a seat. If Meng Fuyou asks, I can explain things to her on your behalf." At the mention of those three words, Liu Lei's face immediately turned action. "No need. Just don't tell her." Yu Fei, seeing this, decided not to continue and shifted directly to the main topic. "All right, let's get to the point. After Jia Yuan stabilizes, I hope to buy some land in Longteng." Liu Lei responded without hesitation, "No problem. You make money, and we take land. Everyone wins." Yu Fei then spoke up, "In addition, I would like to get some spirit stones from Mr. Liu. I've heard that Mr. Su's stock of spirit stones is so vast that it could rival a supermarket." In her mind, she was already formulating a plan. Once he hands over the spirit stones, I can trace their origin, and by then, I'll have a clear understanding of his trump card. Liu Lei's eyes flickered, his gaze carrying a subtle meaning. The eye's wish shall be fulfilled, but a prayer unanswered brings failure. Seeing that he didn't respond immediately, Yu Fei pressed on, "Mr. Liu, what do you think?" Liu Lei awkwardly smiled and replied, "Well, the spirit stones are temporarily unavailable. Once this matter is settled and the shipment arrives, I will definitely get in touch with you." Yu Fei didn't dwell on it, casually replying, "It seems Mr. Liu has been quite troubled lately. I'll wait for the news." After hearing this, Liu Lei spoke again. "Now that we've covered your requests, may I make one of my own? I heard that Third Master frequently goes in and out of Haoting. Would it be possible for you to help me get a pass for Haoting?" Yu Fei heard this, blinked and pondered for a moment. Originally, this matter should have been addressed by Third Master, but to avoid wasting Mr. Liu's time, I will decline on his behalf. Then, he answered straightforwardly, "Firstly, the Hong-Mo-linked pass cannot be borrowed. Secondly, you have been blacklisted by Haifeng Shan, and we do not wish to get involved in the internal conflicts." The scene shifted to outside the racetrack. As soon as Liu Lei stepped out, a voice rang out. "Handsome, are you heading to Haoting?" Yu Wei popped her head out, waved her hand, and flashed a friendly smile. Liu Lei quickly turned his head, furrowing his brows as he questioned, "Did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Yu Wei didn't respond, only smiling knowingly. "Do you want to kill someone? Take me with you." Liu Lei rubbed his forehead, looking utterly helpless. No, I'm just catching someone." Yu Wei, hearing this, flashed a shiny yellow badge at her waist and put her hands on her hips. "I'll take you. I've got a badge. I'll help you catch someone. Liu Lei vigorously shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, this is not. Unexpectedly, a moment later, Yui grabbed the collar of his shirt and yelled, "What's going on? You owe me a wish after you lost earlier." Liu Lei, who was now slightly lifted off the ground, frowned in dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, what exactly do these two sisters want? Immediately, he began to activate asterisk. The eye's wish shall be fulfilled asterisk again. Liu Lei was stunned, unable to believe it. What on earth was she thinking? Liu Lei helplessly thought to himself. Asterisk. The comments she made about her sister were right asterisk. He looked at Yu Wei's face, full of excitement, and it was as if her expression was written all over with the words, asterisk, take me out, 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 asterisk. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. If you really can get me into Hao Ting, then of course I can take you out. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei eagerly raised her hand. Yeah. Immediately, she rushed over and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Love you to death. Scene changes to Qi family's office. Kai Zhu held something in her hand and spoke to Sun Mu Jun, who was beside her. That kid is really smart. The cosmetics, there's no need for him to go the way I did. She nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, Jia Yuan's situation is big news. I heard the cosmetics have already been sold out within a week. Upon hearing this, Kai Zhu continued. It's a pity. He wants to barge into Hai Feng Shan's territory. We need to plan carefully. Sun Mu Jun understood and asked, do we need to help Liu Lei this time too? The old cunning man sneered, preparing to help him with his aftermath. He's about to die. We need to act quickly and take Jian Yuan. Sun Mu Jun smiled faintly upon hearing that. Qi family don't joke around. We both know this kid won't die just like that. Kai Zhu leaned in and gave an appreciative look. Can you tell? Sun Mu Jun raised an eyebrow and sneered. Qi family, are you testing my eyesight? This kid's rise to the foundation establishment stage in one go is definitely no ordinary feat. Hearing this, Kai Zhu's eyes showed clear signs of age. People from the Sun family are indeed different from those idiots. Then keep your attention on him, and make sure to drain every last drop of oil from him. At Xiao Chong, old Liu Lei pouted, his face drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at Tetu Chong, pointing at his nose as he spoke. Lei, you're just no fun. Not only did Ku Jian Yuan not bring me along, but this time, you're also not taking me with you to catch someone. Liu Lei explained with a face full of black lines. Even Lin Yufei doesn't want to get involved in the grudges with Hai Feng Shan. It's not that I'm worried about dragging you and Xiao Xiao into this. Hearing this, Hekshu Chang immediately rebutted. We've already tied ourselves together long ago. If you start trouble, do you think I can just run away? Liu Lei sighed helplessly and said, all right, but only Lin Yue has the pass. Tomorrow, I'll take you to ask her. The next morning, by the roadside, Yue leaned against the car, chewing on candy, and firmly declined to take him along. Hekshu Chang wondered, pointing at Liu Lei and questioning. Why are Liu Lei and I like brothers, bound to live and die together? Yue slammed her hand on the car, responding bluntly. This car has a low clearance. You're too fat. I'm afraid you'll damage my car. She and Liu Lei got into the car, leaving behind a sentence. Make use of the time. Let's go. Tu Chong, left behind, had tears welling up in his eyes. Am I really that fat? Not even letting me sit in the car. Liu Lei, holding a leaf, tilted his head and sighed. You're completely different from your sister. Hearing this, Yue smiled brightly and said, if I were like her, life would be so boring. Suddenly, he tilted his head and asked, did you bring my pass? Yue casually replied, you still want a pass. It's lucky if you don't get beaten to death right at the entrance. He froze, letting out a confused sound. Ah. Yue then pointed at her own head, her gaze firm. Just leave it to me, don't worry. At the entrance of Hao Ting Club, they were stopped by a group of people in black, halting the car for inspection. Without much talk, Yue and Liu Lei leaned in and kissed each other. She then casually handed over a VIP card, while simultaneously pulling out a sharp knife. A security guard approached. Esteemed guest, please show your driver's credentials as well. His colleague was even more perceptive. The guy stepped forward and reminded him, can't you see who that is? Before the other person could react, Yu Wei, with sharp eyes, pressed a knife to the security guard's neck, threatening, "I bring this handsome guy here, and you dare to refuse. Do you not want to work, or do you no longer need your life?" The man, trembling all over from the knife at his throat, said, "Lin, Miss Lin, please calm down." He then bowed respectfully, saying, "Please, the guest may enter." Liu Lei wiped the lipstick off the corner of his mouth and spoke with amusement. "Miss Lin really has guts." Yu Wei smiled excitedly in response. Work should be a bit stimulating. After they were let inside, the group of security guards began to gossip. Another good young man tortured by Miss Lin. They clasped their hands together and prayed for Liu Lei. What a pity! What a pity! A sin! A sin! As they reached the surveillance room door, a guard on duty spoke up, "Sir, only authorized personnel may enter here." Liu Lei's hand flickered with a flash of light, and before the man could react, he was lying unconscious on the floor. Seeing this, Yu Wei exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, you touch someone, and they pass out right away. You really are a beast." He stepped forward and started searching. Not long after, he smiled brightly. "Found it. I didn't expect Hao Ting's surveillance system to be so helpful." The scene transitions to the room of Matt, where a man, his face gloomy, speaks up. "I never expected that after all these years my entire fortune would be reduced to this. Just the secret key, the USB of Zhang Yuan." Liu Lei immediately pushes the door open, glances inside, and continues. "It's a pity though, this secret key, this USB, isn't even yours." The man, filled with rage, stands up suddenly, pointing his finger at Liu Lei's face. "Well done, Liu Lei. You really dare to come here." He steps into the room and stands opposite the man, responding calmly, "Of course, I promised Miss Yin I would help her take revenge." Hearing this, the man starts speaking. "Change the terms for you. Whatever you want. I'll pay double in return." Liu Lei steps closer. "Can you make it real?" The man, upon hearing this, shouts, "She gave Jia Yuan to you. That woman's a failure. I knew Jia Yuan couldn't be given to her." Liu Lei's eyes turn cold as he responds icily, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming with me, or should I make you?" The man had already taken a vial of medicine from his person. He swallowed it directly, his eyes turning cloudy. His hands began to transform. He screamed, "Come on then, I want to see what you're capable of." His entire body then transformed into a wild boar. Yu Wei rushed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So cute. Can I take it home and keep it as a pet?" The man, upon hearing this, growled, "You want to die." Without hesitation, Liu Lei rushed forward, sweeping her into his arms and dodging the incoming attack. Yu Wei narrowed her eyes, signaling, "Last time I caused trouble, they caught up with me in a minute. You need to hurry." He froze at her words, his hands flashing as he pulled out a haughty, radiant weapon. 1 minute was more than enough. The lightning in Liu Lei's hands crackled as he calmly rushed forward, launching an attack. "Try this." The man sneered in contempt. "Is that all you've got?" He stood tall, brimming with vitality. "After taking my family's medicine, I've been enhanced. Now I am invincible." With that, he delivered a powerful strike toward Liu Lei, sending him flying. Liu Lei managed to steady himself mid-air, and the contempt in his expression was evident. "Kiddo, you're not as impressive as the rumors say." Liu Lei, from his side, winked at him, revealing a secret. "I know you have another trump card. That's why I used electricity just now." He hesitated, just to confirm where it was. A moment later, his hand opened, revealing a USB drive, now safely in his grasp. The boar-like man screamed, "Kiddo, you dare to mess with me." Liu Lei smugly tossed the USB to Yu Wei, saying, "Keep an eye on this for me." She caught it and reminded him, only 30 seconds left. Liu Lei calmly responded, "Plenty of time." The wild boar, seeing his chance, while Liu Lei wasn't paying attention, lunged to attack. "Die!" But Liu Lei swiftly dodged, then scornfully taunted him. "You're so slow, and you think you can touch me." The wild boar, missing his target, was sent flying by Liu Lei's swift kick, which made him furious. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Liu Lei. "I don't need to defeat you. I just need to hold you off until Haifeng Shan's men arrive." He propped his chin thoughtfully before continuing, "Right, the USB is in my hands now. so it's time for me to leave. Hearing this, the wild boar charged forward. Don't even think about running. Liu Lei remained calm, his voice steady. I'm not trying to run. Meanwhile, in the Hao Ting Club, in a room, an old man picked up a bug from the dish with his chopsticks and slowly popped it into his mouth. It's just an insect. Let me deal with it. This old man was none other than Hai Shan Feng, a renowned figure in the world. The View Elder Peak Foundation establishment. Hai Shan Feng's eyes gleamed maliciously as he said, Don't worry, my strength alone is enough to crush him. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Lei mocked him. I only said those things to lure you into acting first. Taking advantage of the moment, he also threw a punch downwards, causing the weak boar to beg for mercy. Don't beg for mercy from me. However, Li Lei didn't pay attention to any of the words. He unleashed a burst of lightning and threw a punch. You destroyed Miss Yin's home. I must seek justice. The door to the room was kicked open. Hai Shan Feng, hunched over, with his hands in his pockets, walked in. Li Lei, your day of death has come. Old Hai Shan Feng smirked smugly. Li Lei, your day of death has come. Old he shouted angrily, but received no response. At that moment, he clenched his fist in fury and punched the wall. In the office, Chief Jia Yuan Liu Lei brought Lin Yu Wei to meet Ruan Shi Shai. His mood was very serious. The secret key had been recovered. Lin Yu Wei had trouble handing it over to Yin Tong. Yin Tong felt so confused that her face turned pale when she saw Lin Yu Wei directly pull the key from his chest. Lin Yu Wei then handed it to Ruan Shi Shai, but she hesitated, her hand trembling. Here. Ruan Shi Shai was puzzled and whispered to him. Why did you put the secret key back there after you retrieved it? He silently replied, How should I know? Ruan Shi Shi took the key and then smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry, I won't tell Meng Fu Yao. Let me take a look at it first. After a while, Ruan Shi Shi sat in front of a laptop, repeatedly trying to figure out why the password was incorrect. Yin Tong stood focused, starting to think about the numbers that might be relevant. Did he set up a password? At that moment, the daughter stepped forward. Mom, let me try. With just one attempt, Yuan Xiaoxu easily unlocked it, surprising everyone. Unlocked successfully. How did you know his password? The corner of Yuan Xiaoxu's eyes welled up with tears as she emotionally said, Mom, Dad knew there was danger and told me the password in advance. He always thought of me. Liu Lei helplessly spoke up. If it weren't for Uncle Sei's greed and dark dealings, maybe your family. Ruan Shi Shai closed her eyes, sighed, and requested. Enough, Xiao Lei should pay up now. I've made arrangements with the bank. I'll do the transfer tomorrow morning. It won't be too late, right? Li Lei nodded slowly. Yeah, it's still in time to send it to the Qi family. Soon after, he and Lin Yufei walked down the hallway, preparing to leave. He asked, Should I drive your car and take you home? Lin Yufei playfully stuck out her tongue. No, thanks. He awkwardly chuckled, unsure of what to say, his face flushed with sweat. When they arrived at the house, Katsu Chang Liu Lei blushed as he introduced Lin Yufei, who was gracefully striking a pose beside him. Let me introduce everyone. This is Lin Yu Wei, who helped me retrieve the secret key for Jia Yuan today. Meng Fu Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled, complimenting. Good job, went out to do business, and came back with a girl. Not knowing how to explain, he awkwardly stammered a few words. For safety, when we ran away, we had left the luxury car at Hao Ting. So I hadn't finished replying yet when Lin Yu Wei cheerfully jumped out, causing everyone be startled. Wow, two beautiful girls. Which one of you is Li Lei's girlfriend? Han Xiao Xiao, upon hearing that, blushed fiercely and exclaimed. What do you mean? Meng Fu Yao replied somewhat flustered, not knowing how to respond, since it certainly wasn't me. Lin Yu Wei, without hesitation, directly declared, Well, in that case, I'll be his girlfriend. You two have no objections, right? Both Han Xiao Xiao and Meng Fu Yao indignantly protested. That's quite something. Lin Yu Wei proposed a rather troublesome idea. Well, in that case, how about we start a competition? Whoever wins gets to be his girlfriend. Both of them frowned in confusion. What? Why do we have to compete? Lin Yu Wei reached into her chest and started searching. Let me find the projector. Li Lei, standing to one side, placed a trembling hand over his chest, always feeling like he was about to die. She smiled and pressed the power button to start the projector. The competition began, with everyone enjoying themselves. But only Li lay helplessly slumping down beneath the screen, the projector glowing in brilliant pink. Meng Fuyao got goosebumps, beginning to feel enraged by the nonsense before her. She bluntly declared, "Enough, this is too stupid, I'm not participating." On the other hand, Han Xiao calmly replied, "Your cheeks are still flushed with shyness. I think if it's something you genuinely love, a little competition wouldn't hurt." She furrowed her brows in thought, realizing that if she didn't show a bit more enthusiasm here, she would never be able to outshine Meng Fuyao. Liu Lei scratched his head and offered his opinion, though it seemed like he wasn't in a position to speak up too much. "I think maybe we should just forget it. Competing like this might ruin the mood." Lin Yu pinched his cheek to silence him. "We don't need your input, just stand aside and enjoy the breeze." Then, she cheerfully announced, "If everyone's interested, let's have a competition." But the next moment, she collapsed into a seat, leaving Han Xiao and Meng Fuyao helpless. "But what are we competing in? I haven't even figured that out yet." After thinking for less than a minute, Lin Yu came up with an idea that let's compete in physical strength, the three of us. Han Xiao, however, had an entirely different suggestion. "Let's compete in the arts." Even Meng Fuyao had a different thought. She said, "What about a battle of wits?" Seeing that everyone had a different opinion, Lin Yu suddenly had a new idea. "So how are the three of us supposed to fight each other?" Meng Fuyao lowered her head in objection. "Isn't that basically a test of physical strength then?" She continued offering ideas, with no resolution, until Liu Lei cautiously spoke up. "How about a dance-off? It combines physical strength, artistry, and coordination of both the mind and body." Lin Yu was the first to raise her hand in approval, saying this was good. She then immediately switched the topic on the projector screen, where a line of decorative text appeared. "The contest to determine the best girlfriend. Liu Lei will perform a dance." Meng Fuyao turned to glare at him. He was paying attention after all, probably worried that everyone would start fighting. Lin Yu seemed quite confident as she laid out the rules. The competition rules are as follows. We compare our popularity. Who has more followers? Everyone will wear a dance mask and upload it online for 2 hours. The person with the most likes wins. Without hesitation, Han Xiao removed her outer jacket. "I'll go first." Under the dim lights, Xiao's sizzling figure began to dance. "I need to show them, there's no way back." She shook her hips boldly, dancing provocatively with fierce moves. The graceful spin revealed her smooth back under the thin fabric, a sight that was utterly captivating. Liu Lei's eyes seemed mesmerized, unable to take his gaze off her for a second. Who would have thought she looked so gentle, yet danced with such wild energy? Xiao was confident and energetic, fully embodying her own charm. "Back in the day, my dancing in the department drove the whole school crazy." When she deliberately made eye contact with him, she realized his gaze was absent and dazed. "You're such an idiot." The dance ended with a perfectly poised stance, and she was sure that he was now enchanted, staring at her. As soon as the music stopped, Lin Yu stepped forward with a white cloth in hand, saying, "My turn, my turn." She wore an Egyptian outfit that showcased her strong and beautiful figure, performing a belly dance. Xiao widened her eyes, unable to believe where she could have gotten such an outfit. Lin Yu smiled softly, a hint of affection in her demeanor. Of course, when one is in love, one must prepare carefully. As the music started, Yu gracefully extended her hand, followed by a smooth movement of her feet. She had planned this in advance, knowing full well that the disgusting men online would definitely be fond of this kind of performance. While performing the dance, Yu couldn't help but feel proud of herself, truly captivating and enchanting, perfect in every way. After finishing, she whispered teasingly to Meng Fuyao, "What now? If you want to beat me, you'll have to dress more provocatively." Liu Lei, sitting behind, felt a little hesitant. Although it was spectacular, he didn't want Meng Fuyao to compete in this way. Without saying much, Fuyao walked over and opened the door, speaking softly. "If you all insist, then I suppose I have no choice but to let you bow and acknowledge me." The door slowly opened, and a man appeared behind it. He was one of Fuyao's people, who had quickly brought the clothes she had just requested. "Eldest Miss Meng, The clothes you asked for are here. Once Fu Yu finished dressing, all three of them were left in shock, utterly speechless. Her eyes were slightly closed beneath thick, long lashes. Fu Yao wore a magnificent red traditional outfit, and as the music played, she opened her eyes and began to perform a national dance. Fu Yao lightly flicked her sleeve, her figure resembling a fairy gracefully soaring through the air. Li Lei was so delighted that his face turned as red as a tomato. She has this skill too. Xiao Xiao and Yu Wei both exclaimed in awe. The traditional outfit further accentuated her inherent beauty. Fu Yao skillfully used the long flowing sleeve to perform a dance that was both elegant and smooth. Li Lei laughed with joy. It seemed there was no need to worry about pulling her in anymore. Once Fu Yao's performance ended, Li Lei immediately uploaded 3 of her videos online. Alright, it's up now. Just wait for the results. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, Yu Wei was grinning from ear to ear. Wow, my video has tens of thousands of likes already. Fu Yao remained indifferent, but she wasn't willing to be outdone. Sorry, I beat you by 1 unit, 200,000 live views. Xiao Xiao stood behind them, looking downcast. I only have 87. Yu Wei wasted no time in pushing Liu Lei toward Meng Fu Yao. Well, now he's yours. She pouted, passing judgment. I'm just messing around with you guys. I'm not interested in this guy. Hearing that, Liu Lei was taken aback. You were the one who had them send the clothes. Before leaving, Lin Yuwei turned around and made an announcement that left Fu Yao completely surprised. All right, this month he's yours. But next month I'll be back to compete in dancing. Only 1 month. Yu Wei smirked arrogantly. Of course, if one boyfriend isn't enough, it's time to switch. Fu Yao, enraged, shouted, "Don't come here again." After Yu Wei left, she turned to Li Lei and scolded him. Why did you provoke this woman? He could only helplessly respond with honesty. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to enter Haoting today. Fu Yao frowned and interrogated him. You caused such a big scene at Haoting. Did Hai Shanfeng react? Li Lei closed his eyes and sighed. With so many debts hanging over me, have I ever been scared? But then, he moved closer to Fu Yao, with a slightly lecherous expression. It made him deeply touched that she cared for him. So much so soon after they became a couple. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and she immediately pushed him away. Who's your girlfriend? Don't be so improper. Inside the Haoting Club, through the window, the silhouette of the old Hai Shanfeng could be clearly seen. 2 of his subordinates were struggling to bow before him, answering his questions with difficulty. They were the ones who had let Liu Lei in. Trembling, they tried to explain. It was Miss Lin Yuwei who brought him in with a knife. We didn't dare to refuse. He growled, pressing them further. Don't you know who the most terrifying person here is? Then, he slowly extended his terrifying hand. Let me make sure you remember this well. The subordinate instinctively flinched as he followed the old man's bony hand. He broke into a cold sweat, terrified upon realizing that he was about to die. No, please, don't. The old man extended his hand, directly absorbing the spiritual ki of the person. Life drained away quickly, leaving only a frail, withered body, skin clinging to bones. The terrified scream still lingered in the air. After both had dealt with their subordinates, his mood remained calm. Just say Uncle Sai Yuan from the family took Wuqian's medicine and died. Keep this matter under wraps to avoid any harm to Hai Feng Shan. One of his close subordinates reported. Gu Elder's car from Lin Yuwei is still with us. Humph. Then let's go to the dragon faction and demand an answer. Ruin Shai Shai handed Li Lei a dazzling gold-plated card. I've transferred the 200 million to you. She also subtly asked. Kai family isn't making things difficult for you, is it? Li Lei smiled and replied. Kai family has been in the game for many years. They know the rules. Taking the card, he turned and left with confidence. Don't worry. Soon enough, Li Lei arrived at the office. He presented the card before the man from the Qi family. Qi family, I've come to give you 200 million. Kai Zhu took it and handed it to the beautiful young woman behind him to check while I had a brief conversation with Li Lei. All right, I'll go out. Deep down, he wasn't interested in chatting long with this guy, so he made a suggestion. Money's not an issue. I'll leave first. I have a little business to attend to later. He raised his hand to stop him. No rush. Kai Zhu frowned and stared at him intently. Uncle Sai once hired 2 assassins to deal with Tao Han and Wu Yongning. They are both members of Tu Luo, our organization. Tu Lu is an assassin for hire group. After hearing this, Li Lei was a bit stunned. Tu Luo, I think I've heard them mention they're your people. Kaizu's tone grew serious. I am also a part of Tu Luo. This matter has to be addressed with them. He crossed his arms, looking confused, but Kaizu immediately presented a price. What do you think we should do? 200 million. He had already calculated this in his mind. Although I don't have much of a relationship with them, I still want to take a bit from you. Li Lei stroked his chin, contemplating. Let me think. At that moment, the beautiful young woman finished her check and brought out the card. There was no problem with the card, and the money had been transferred to the account. Finally, he firmly made the straightforward proposal. I can give you the money, but next time I get into trouble, you have to lend me a hand. Kaizu immediately sneered, You still want a bargain? By this point, he had no reason to hold back and bluntly said something that left the man stunned. Kui family, when you take money, you have to do the work. Otherwise, it's no different from robbery, though it may sound harsh. Kiddo, you're quite something, daring to turn against me. After that, the man agreed. All right, as long as it's not too troublesome, I can help you this time. Thank you, Key family. I'll wait for the money. It'll be sent to you within a week. By this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. The tallest building in the city had been lit up for a long time. At the pharmaceutical building of the Lin family, Lin Kuya felt disgruntled when she heard the news. Meng Fu Yao and the others danced for him. Then I want to dance for him too. She bounced up and down, like a cute little kitten, clapping for herself. Li Lei reluctantly clapped his hands and gave her a compliment. You dance well. But he didn't expect Lin Kuya to ask a difficult question that made him stammer and quickly changed the subject. So who looks better, me or Meng Fu Yao? Each has their own kind of beauty. I actually came for something else today. He scratched his head, awkwardly asking, How much is that incense powder selling for? Lin Kuya quickly replied. Yin Tong returned, stunning everyone in the entire school. Now the advance payment exceeded 200 million. He continued to make his request. I'm in urgent need of money recently. Could you give me that amount in advance? Kuya was not at all courteous with him, smiling as she agreed. No problem, I'll just ask my father for it. Li Lei turned to leave. Then I'll trouble you to let me come by tomorrow. She was a bit surprised. Aren't you staying a little longer? He waved goodbye to her. No, there's more stock to handle this afternoon. As she watched him leave, Kuya felt a heavy weight in her heart. His words kept echoing in her mind, and her hands tightened within her turmoil. Kuya told herself that her life was saved by him, so she shouldn't ask for too much. A few minutes later, he arrived at the Li Lei shop and began carefully arranging the goods. Aside from snacks, he should add some high-end tech products before opening the supermarket. Outside the shop, a large crowd had gathered, their mood far from optimistic. Hai Feng Shan, handle this. Li Lei just happened to have an old grudge with him. The big boss, Wu, loudly instructed his subordinates. When the time comes, you block his attack. I'll strike the fatal blow. The subordinates immediately responded, Yes, yes. Then, they began to move forward. Outside Liu family's shop, several people stood arrogantly there. Wu Yongning gritted his teeth and ordered, He's unprepared. Send people inside, destroy the shop for me. His subordinates, following his orders, prepared their magical powers in their hands. They crazily launched attacks towards Liu family. With each passing moment, their attacks grew stronger, and the entire space around them was completely immersed in their barrage of strikes. The boss, Wu, secretly cursed with satisfaction. Liu Lei, this time, you must die. As the dust began to settle, Liu Lei's house was unharmed, and gradually came into view. Wu Yongning was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. The house was still standing, shining brightly, with nothing wrong. All of them exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Suddenly, a swift yet powerful attack shot out. The group who had just attacked, including Liu Lei's house, all collapsed in a heap, leaving the boss Wu horrified. You guys, what happened? Liu Lei, standing behind, casually wiped his hands and spoke, causing Wu's face to turn pale. Boss Wu, did you rush over here like this? Wu Yongning cast a glance behind him, turned around, and tried to flee. while Lei smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, the shop's defense system had been upgraded, so there was no need to worry about anyone causing trouble anymore. He strained to escape, but the result was only him stomping in place. Why can't I run? I can't control my body. At this moment, he took out the contract from earlier. Brother Wu, you really are a forgetful person. Have you forgotten that you signed a contract? Wu Yongming was furious when he realized he had been tricked. Is this also a magical item? This is what we call a contract that upholds integrity. He flipped his attitude faster than flipping a pancake, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing his head. Brother Liu, no, Liu Deji, please, have mercy on me. Liu Lei calmly pointed out. This is written clearly in black and white. If you attack my company or the Liu family store again, Wu Yongming will be a servant for life. Hearing this threat, Wu Yongming was startled and terrified. A servant for life? Brother, please don't make things hard for me. He resisted, but Li Lei glared at him, cornering him. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'm upright and won't do anything excessive to you. Afterward, he was brought to the Qi family's office, now a servant, while Lei Lei arrogantly held a golden card in his hand. 200 million from the Qi family. Your colleague, Tu Lu, has agreed to stop the conflict with me. Kaizu sneered slightly. Is that so? Taking this opportunity, Wu Yongning moved closer, grabbing his hand and flattering him. Back at the Qi family, now I'm working for Brother Liu, so please take care of me in the future. Kaizu was in disbelief and gave Li Lei a compliment. Liu Lei, you really have skills. Even Tu Lu's people have been subdued by you to the point where they listen to you. He quickly made a decision and wanted to see the guest off. I'll accept this money. You can go now. After this incident, the Qi family began to be more vigilant, especially towards Lei Lei. Even Wu Yongning was one of his subordinates. It seemed that before he grew stronger, he had to be dealt with. Li Lei returned to the shop from another world and diligently carried the goods. After a while, he spoke up. Hong Chu, I have something to ask of you. Immediately, Hong Chu and Jin De Bio appeared, bowing sincerely before him. Martial Cultivation gave an order, presenting a fairly simple request. Please find me a special birthday gift for a woman. Once it's done, I'll share these snacks with all of you. Looking at the basket of snacks, which was glistening and incredibly attractive, the two of them had their eyes shining like stars and responded. Martial Cultivation, wait for us, we'll get it done immediately. Half an hour later, something bad happened. Hong Chu was supporting an unconscious girl and urgently called out, Martial Cultivation. This is bad. Martial Cultivation, something's wrong. My friend suddenly fell ill. The girl's face seemed incredibly weak. What's wrong with her? Li Lei asked. Hong Chu softly answered. Martial Cultivation, her name is Shang Guangxu. She was poisoned by a toxic seed since she was a child. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, and her voice grew even softer. Originally, she relied on Nuwen Yu, a high-quality healing herb, but who knew that scoundrel Hua Xiao had bought up all the Nuwen Yu in the market? Sister Xu didn't take care of herself, and now she's fallen ill. Shang Guangxu lay on the bed, her face contorted in pain. Liu Lei reached out to take her pulse, thinking to himself that although he didn't know who Hua Xiao was, he didn't seem like a good person. Closing his eyes to feel her pulse, he said, Miss, your body temperature is too low. After assessing Shang Guangxu's condition, Liu Lei stood up and asked, Why don't you cultivate the fire element techniques to warm yourself? Hong Chu, sitting by the bed, answered when she heard Liu Lei's words, Miss Du's constitution is special. Fire-based techniques, even flames, would harm her meridians. Liu Lei tried another approach and then took out something strange. After using it, Shang Guangxu no longer felt pain or discomfort. Instead, she felt comfortable. She slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Shang Guangxu awake, Hong Chu couldn't hold back her tears and shouted, She's awake. Shang Guangxu, still a bit dizzy after waking up, raised her hand to her forehead and asked, What happened? Hong Chu joyfully said, Sister Xu, when you escaped from the house, you fainted. I brought you to martial cultivation. Once she understood the current situation, Shang Guangxu bowed respectfully to Liu Lei and gratefully said, The life-saving grace of martial cultivation, please allow this young lady to offer my deepest thanks. Your friend, Hong Chu and I, Shang Guangsu, she added. Li Lei reached out to help her up, saying, it was nothing, no need for such formalities. Hong Qiu, standing beside them, happily said, martial cultivation's abilities are immense, and with just one move, the issue was resolved. Shang Guangsu bowed her head and said, then in the future, this humble girl will repay you. She reached out and touched her stomach, saying, this item is even closer to me than Nuan Yu. I am willing to pay a large amount of money to purchase it. Li Lei took out a large box and generously said, this thing is time-sensitive. Take these things to sustain yourself for a while. Next time, I will provide you with a more permanent solution. Shang Guangsu immediately waved her hand and said, this is too precious, I cannot accept it. Li Lei smiled and told her to take it. Hong Qiu quickly took the items and stored them in her space. She spoke on Shang Guangsu's behalf. I'll accept it for you first and store it in my space. Later, I'll deliver it to your house. Space? Li Lei asked, looking at the ring on Hong Qiu's hand. Her eyes sparkled, and she said, how about giving me a few as a reward for others? Shang Guangsu heard this and respectfully clasped her hands together, saying, I obey your command. Jin De Bio called out, Mr. Martial Cultivation. He happily said, I found the treasure you need, holding a strange square stone in his hand. You found me a black stone? Li Lei asked in confusion. Jin De Bio activated his energy, and then a miniature galaxy appeared, incredibly beautiful. Jin De Bio explained, this is a starry sky stone. It can regulate breath and can also emit light. Holding the starry sky stone in his hand, Li Lei was a little contemplative. This thing is good, but it's just too bad. Shang Guangsu, who was beside him, spoke up, please allow this humble girl to help you solve it. The shape of the starry sky stone began to change, gradually becoming more and more different from its original form. Once it had finished transforming, Li Lei, holding the starry sky stone, praised with joy. The craftsmanship, it's excellent. Shang Guangsu said, this is the instant iron convergence technique from the Shang Quan family. Hong Qiu, beside them, waved her hands and said, oh no, I forgot to find a gift to help with martial cultivation. Shang Guangsu ignored her and continued, it's just a small trick, nothing impressive. Elsewhere, a servant was kicked aside, and a male voice rang out, you fear this shop but not me. Hua Xiao, holding a fan and covering his mouth with a smile full of malice, said, where are they? Break that dog's legs. He turned around and walked away, saying, dare to touch my woman. I'll see what kind of guy you think you are. Hong Qiu, unhappy, pouted and said, martial cultivation. I'm not helping you find a gift. In contrast to her, Li Lei patted her head and said, saving people is always more important than things. You did well. The door was kicked open, and Hua Xiao sneered, saying, who doesn't have eyes and dares to open a shop here? Li Lei casually turned his head and asked, it wouldn't be you, Hua Xiao, would it? Seeing that Li Lei recognized him, he happily replied, yes, I'm your grandpa. Li Lei furrowed his brow and said, sorry. It's already past the time. Let's talk about it later. Before he could even understand what was going on, Hua Xiao was sent flying far away, shouting loudly. The servants, seeing their young master in such a state, anxiously ran over to ask, young master, are you okay? Hua Xiao, disheveled and with his teeth and lips in disarray, pointed forward while shouting, damn it, tear down this shop, you dare. Shang Guangsu stepped forward, angrily saying. Beside her were Jin De Bio and Hong Qiu. Seeing her, he sneered and said, you're not even my concubine yet, and you're already acting so arrogantly. As long as he dares to come, I'll have people tear down his shop. In the office of Lin Yufei, Long Tang Real Estate, a loud bang was heard as a fist slammed down onto the table, clearly showing how angry the person was. Black Mountain Wind Drum Elder slammed his hand onto the table, saying, you're not lacking in courage. He pointed at Lin Yufei, who was sitting in the chair, and Old Sick angrily said, you still have my cars here. Lin Yufei frowned and replied, my sister isn't really considered part of this side, but she snapped her fingers and said, I'm willing to take responsibility for her and offer a gift. Long Qian brought Tai Wang Juo in, saying, CEO Lin, I've brought Tai Wang Juo. Lin Yufei crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, this is Tai Wang Juo. Originally, Li Lei had crippled him. We've spent a lot of effort helping Hai Fengshan rescue him. Tai Wangzhuo knelt beside Hai Shanfeng, tears falling like rain as he said, "Save me, Gu Elder. Li Lei has crippled my martial arts." Gu Elder placed his hand on his head and asked, "He crippled your martial arts?" Tai Wangzhu gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. Kill him, avenge me." Gu Elder coldly responded, "I will naturally kill him." The old man's gaze grew colder, and as he spoke, he made his move on Tai Wangzhu. Hai Fengshan had no need for a crippled one. In an instant, a healthy young man had turned into a withered corpse. Long Qian and Lin Yufei were both startled by the old man's actions, but he acted as if nothing had happened, and said, "You should know that this man is not worth considering as a gift." Lin Yufei gave an order, "Long Qian, call Li Lei, tell him to come here." Long Qian immediately complied, "Yes." Gu Elder grinned smugly, and seeing her so obedient, said, "Since you're being so good, I'll give you a piece of news. Pack up and leave Shangdu." Lin Yufei frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man mysteriously replied, "That's all I have to say. Take care of it yourself." The alley. Li Lei was confused, wondering why Long Qian had suddenly summoned him. Sensing danger, Li Lei frowned and turned to leave. He felt as though he had almost immediately found his answer. Although he had avoided the previous move, he was still injured in the shoulder. He thought that his opponent's cultivation was quite a bit higher than his own, making it impossible to resist forcefully. It was at this moment that he used a magical artifact to absorb his opponent's energy. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he drew out the magical artifact, but before he could even use it, it shattered. Li Lei, stunned as if struck by a thunderbolt, realized that he couldn't absorb the energy. The Gu Elder mockingly said, "What other magical artifacts do you have? Show them all to me." Li Lei raised his hand and said, "How about this one?" In the blink of an eye, the person in front of him vanished. The Gu Elder was somewhat startled, but he quickly chased after him. Mars Wave. Li Lei was frightened and ran, but the Elder's move struck his leg. With a loud crash, Li Lei fell to the ground. He screamed, "Sun Mujun, come help me." In the blink of an eye, Sun Mujun appeared, smiling faintly. Upon seeing her, the Gu Elder remarked, "No wonder this guy ran home to seek rescue." Li Lei had already gotten back up. Sun Mujun said, "The protection fee was paid to the Qi family, and you've already used it so soon." Li Lei laughed and replied, "In a situation like this, I have no choice but to use it." The Gu Elder smiled and summoned 2 streams of power in his hands, saying even if you use it, it might not be enough. Sun Mujun grasped the hilt of her sword at her waist and said, "It seems the reputation of the Sun family won't make you stop." The 2 streams of power from the Elder's hands then gathered into a ball. The sword in her hand extended, striking the ball towards him. The old man said, "You are just a little girl from the Sun family. Why would Hai Fengshan be afraid of you?" Flowing like Qi sword, she fiercely swung her sword, the 2 forces clashing against each other. Sun Mujun was startled. The Gu Elder had appeared right before her, saying, "We are both at the golden core stage." The old man sneered, "But your cultivation is nothing more than that." She charged forward, and seeing her actions, the old man furrowed his brows, saying, "You don't know your own limits." Swift grand slash. All that could be seen was a streak of crimson light slicing through his blood, splattering everywhere as his body was cut in half. Blood poured from his mouth, and he trembled, asking, "What kind of sword is this?" Li Lei was shocked. "Killed. He's dead." Sun Mujun disdainfully looked down at the old man, saying, "He didn't even have a magic weapon, and he dared to touch the Sun family." She turned her head and said, "Li Lei, it's time to talk to you now." Li Lei, hearing his name mentioned, was frightened. He hugged himself tightly, trembling as he shouted, "Doyu, what do you want to do?" Sun Mujun leaned close to Li Lei's ear. "I've saved you. What are you going to do to repay me?" Li Lei's face stiffened. "I've already paid the protection fee to the Qi family." Sun Mujun replied, "The Qi family is the Qi family, but I am me. Well, don't I deserve your thanks?" Li Lei sighed. "Fine. What do you want?" Sun Mujun, with a cold expression, set out the condition. "Out of respect for you, I'll let it slide. I'm not going to ask for a large sum up front. Just introduce me to Meng Fuyao tomorrow, since it's her birthday, and I'll come to attend." After stating the condition, Li Lei was stunned. This wasn't right. Before Li Lei could respond, Sun Mujun coldly turned and left. Don't say that. Let's go with this decision. Li Lei, in his heart, secretly thought to himself, sweating profusely. He had a bad feeling. She wasn't doing this for good intentions. No, it seemed like he had forgotten something very important. Long Tang real estate, Li Lei thought, so Long Can dared to lure me out to harm me. Suddenly, Li Lei froze, his face tense. What is going on here? What happened up there? There are quite a few cultivators. Boom! In the midst of the smoke, a familiar figure appeared. Long Qian and Lin Yufei showed up, heavily injured. Long Qian urgently begged, Liu Lei, save us. Li Lei thought to himself, you're still trying to harm me. Why should I save you? It turned out that Long Qian and Lin Yufei were being chased by someone. A gang of thugs were after them, capturing them, not letting them escape. In an instant, a luxury car arrived to help, catching the attention of Li Lei and Long Qian, who were captured by them. Don't let them escape, don't waste any time. Long Qian handed Lin Yufei over to Li Lei, saying, stay behind to clear the path. I'll lead them away. Everyone else go ahead. Lin Yufei was still unconscious, and Liu Lei decided to abandon the idea of saving someone less important. He got into the car and secured Lin Yufei. At that moment, the driver, Lin Yue, adjusted the steering wheel and sat firmly. The car sped away. At the Lin family hospital, Lin Yue choked up. She's awake. On the hospital bed, Lin Yufei slowly opened her eyes. Li Lei, did you save me? Li Lei calmly replied. Yeah. Lin Yufei struggled to speak. I've wronged you, but there's nothing I can do to make it right. Today, Long Tang has been taken over by the He family. Li Lei asked in confusion. He family? Lin Yufei whispered. The reckless He family, the one that's famous for their boldness. They've come to Shandu. Lin Yufei looked at Liu Lei. I advise you to leave while you still can. You should take your girlfriend and run, or else you'll end up like me, losing everything. Li Lei replied frankly, I'm not afraid of them. Li Lei looked at Wu Ding. He had no idea how crazy they were. They had already stated that this time they wouldn't hesitate to bring down the Meng family at any cost. Hearing that made Li Lei shudder. Outside the Lin family hospital, Li Lei was taking a walk with Lin Yue, who was about to return to her hometown with her sister. Lin Yue calmly said, That's right. Even though they haven't treated you well, she's still my sister, and I have to take care of her. Suddenly, Lin Yue hugged and kissed Li Lei, leaving him no time to react. She affectionately greeted Li Lei, bidding him farewell. Turning away, Lin Yue left a heartfelt message. Next time we meet, I'll make you my boyfriend. Li Lei's face turned red, his heart racing. He thought to himself, wait a minute, when did I become her boyfriend? And also, I haven't settled things with her sister yet. Forget it, at least she had informed the Meng family. Telling Meng Fuyao during the birthday party was enough. The grand hall of Meng Fuyao's birthday party. Li Lei, dressed in elegant attire, was called over by someone. Mr. Lei, this way. Lin Kuyao called out to him. Amidst the luxurious surroundings, something happened that caught the attention of the two. Sun Mujun appeared, followed by a dozen of his underlings, causing a commotion. Meng Changtian spoke loudly, the girl from the Sun family. This is my granddaughter's birthday party. Sun Mujun casually replied, Mr. Meng, this is a meeting for the Sun family. For you. 5 servants from the He family were thrown to the ground. Meng Changtian asked in confusion. People from the He family? Sun Mujun answered, yes, they were caught nearby. Meng Changtian smiled. Well then, I must thank the Sun family for their kindness. Sun Mujun responded, it was nothing, just a small favor. No need to mention it. Sun Mujun sat at Li Lei's table, and Lin Kuya snapped. You can't sit here. Sun Mujun joked. Then I'll take Li Lei somewhere else. He wouldn't dare to resist me. Li Lei, flustered, said, don't joke like that. On stage, the MC announced that the next item was the opening of a fruit. First, CEO Liu gave away a Ferrari. Then, here was the natural crystal tree gifted by the general manager, which could help people preserve their youth. Meng Fuyao appeared. This was the natural crystal tree that the general manager had gifted, capable of helping people preserve their youth. Li Lei remained calm in the face of malicious words. This is the young master discarded by the Liu family. I hear he's been living a life of indulgence, even hitting Liu Xiaoyu at the Outjiang dock. Li Lei took out a bracelet. This is the space bracelet, can you see it? Whispers of criticism began. Haha, even something from the street can be taken out like this. This is worth 10 yuan. 5 yuan would still be too much. The bracelet emitted a dazzling light, and Meng Fuyao couldn't take her eyes off it. Li Lei thought to himself, Yao Yao, worldly things aren't worthy of you. The sky will always accompany you from now on. After seeing its effect, the crowd began to praise it extravagantly. So mystical, it's a rare item that helps people absorb spiritual energy. I can feel a warmth. Meng Fuyao thought to herself, at least you didn't embarrass me. Someone spoke up, implying that they wanted Liu Lei's bracelet. Wait, this void bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng can bear the pain and give it up. Sun Muzhen spoke. This void bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng can bear the pain and give it up. The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Is this the Sun family? This is the item that young Master Liu gave to Miss Meng. Li Lei's face turned pale. I only gave a gift, and now I'm being called young Master Liu. When I was angry, they even said that the Liu family had abandoned young Master. Sun Muzhen grew furious, a murderous aura rising. Shut up, this is a matter between the Meng family and me. If you're dissatisfied, step out and confront the Sun family. Sun Muzhen glared at Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, isn't this world unstable? Don't you want to cooperate with the Sun family? Meng Changtan's face tightened. Li Lei questioned, Miss Sun, how about this? If you like it, next time I'll give you something just like it. Sun Muzhen remained stubborn. I want this one now. Meng Changtan shouted, Sun Muzhen, this is my granddaughter's birthday party, don't cause a scene. With my authority at the peak of the Golden Core stage, do I need to fear you? Sun Muzhen retorted sharply. Perfect timing. I just killed an old Golden Core stage expert. A voice echoed through the banquet hall. All right, Meng Fuyao stood up to confront. Why make a big deal out of a birthday party like this? Isn't it just a bracelet? Can the Meng family yield? Sun Muzhen was surprised. Miss Meng is willing to endure the pain and give way. Meng Jiangtan comforted his daughter. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Meng Fuyao set her terms. It's just that yielding can't be done like this. My grandfather is about to undergo tribulation crossing, and your Sun family must come to help. Sun Muzhen accepted with a smug expression. If Miss Meng is showing favor to the Sun family, naturally we won't treat you unfairly. Meng Fuyao handed the bracelet to Sun Muzhen, hoping, Miss Sun, I hope you keep your word. Sun Muzhen tightened her grip. The Sun family has never gone back on their word. Once the deal was made, everyone in the banquet hall was shocked by the news that Old Master Meng was about to undergo tribulation crossing. Old Master Meng is about to undergo tribulation crossing, and if he ascends further, he'll reach nascent soul stage. Shang Du is going to get another nascent soul stage expert. Meng Fuyao took charge of the party, causing the guests to chuckle. Let the birthday party continue. I hope everyone enjoys the meal, and the entire banquet hall praised her, saying, Miss Meng truly has great demeanor. With the Sun family and Meng family joining forces, no wonder she's Miss Meng. Such grace and composure. Lu Young Master wondered where that item had come from. Meng Fuyao discussed with Meng Changtian, grandfather, the He family has come to Shangdu. With more than just one friend, it would be better to have more enemies. Meng Changtian choked with emotion. Yao Yao, I'm not strong enough. I clenched my hand, so you would endure the injustice. Meng Fuyao held his hand, comforting him. I know you care for me the most. Meng Fuyao glanced at Liu Lei. It's fine. It's just a gift. When the time comes, just have Liu Lei give it to me. Meng Changtian sighed, lamenting. If only I could break through, I wouldn't suffer like this. It's just a pity that I'm short one medium spirit stone. Liu Lei eagerly offered his help. What's so difficult about it? Just leave it to me. Meng Changtian noticed something unusual. Are you mocking me? I have to say, why does the relationship between you two seem so not ordinary? This made Meng Fuyao jump. She quickly clarified. Grandfather, how could I have a close relationship with the person who broke off our engagement? Liu Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Eldest Miss Meng, you really hold grudges. Elsewhere, Sun Mujum was thinking. If they're willing to give me the medium spirit stone, it seems I haven't asked for enough. At the Liu family shop in the other world, Liu Lei arrived at the door, needing to find a medium spirit stone to help Mr. Meng with the tribulation crossing. In the distance, a group of people was talking. A man dressed in luxury shouted, "Smash this shop for me!" Liu Lei was surprised. "Who are you?" The rich kid spoke up. "Didn't we meet last time?" He claimed to be the grandson of the general of the primordial spear kingdom, where bravery and elegance coexisted and beauty and strength were on equal footing. Hua Xiao. Liu Lei didn't care about Hua Xiao. This place needs to be repainted. Hua Xiao was furious. Did you hear what they said? With a sly expression, Hua Xiao ordered his men to smash things. Did you hear what they said? Go and destroy this shop for me. Shang Guangxu intervened from a distance. Hua Xiao, you better not act recklessly. This is a martial cultivation place. Hua Xiao frowned. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already involved with him. Shang Guangxu quickly denied. It's not like that. I didn't. Hua Xiao stubbornly pointed at Lai Lei's face. Then I'll cripple this Foundation establishment chicken in front of you. Liu Lei calmly activated a formation, triggering the shop's defense system, making the shop owner's supreme divine abilities manifest. Ah! Hua Xiao was left without a single shred of clothing. The crowd laughed so hard they almost cried. And he turned red, covering himself with his hands. Dare to play with me? Where are my men? Quickly, annihilate him for me. Liu Lei wore a mischievous smile. Even if you tear off your clothes, it still won't stop you from seeking death. Liu Lei gathered his internal energy, and so I had no choice but to comply. Shang Guangxu hurriedly stopped him. Martial cultivation is not allowed. Now, the general commanding King Lan Shan was resisting the enemy. If anything were to happen to Hua Xiao, Liu Lei shot a burst of divine power at Hua Xiao's leg as a warning, and he collapsed to the ground. I spare your life for Miss Shang Guan's sake. Leave now. The two treacherous servants carried their young master away. Young master, your Lei is gone. After everything was settled, Liu Lei invited Shang Guangxu into the shop. The girl, Shang Guan, accepted the invitation. This place was to be cleaned by Jin de Bio. While walking alongside Liu Lei, Shang Guangxu advised, although Hua Xiao is nothing much, behind him is the old General Hua from the primordial spear kingdom. She continued, the old general is fighting at King Lan Shan, and if you act like this, I fear. Liu Lei reassured Shang Guangxu, don't worry, I have a plan. You sit here for now. Take off your outer garment. Shang Guangxu blushed. Ah, could it be that martial cultivation actually has feelings for Hua Xiao after treating him like this? Shang Guangxu thought to herself, her face turning completely red. Martial cultivation, I'm not prepared at all. Her gaze averted as she lay down, and he chuckled softly, the smile carrying a hint of slyness. It's hot, too hot. Shang Guangxu lay on the bed, her entire body burning with heat. This was a magnetic therapy from another realm, unrelated to martial arts techniques, so it was safe to use. He held a strange device and approached the bed, connecting several wires to the body of the Thunder Beast. She awkwardly spoke, thank you, martial cultivation. A feeling of embarrassment crept into her mind, thinking she had overthought the situation. Liu Lei smiled, raised 3 fingers in a gesture, and said, all right, treatment for your cold poison will be effective, if done, once every 3 days. Shang Guangxu knelt on one knee, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and sincerely said, thank you for your great kindness, martial cultivation. The Shang Quan family will certainly repay you. Liu Lei reached out to help her up, no need for such formalities. In the future, I'll be relying on everyone's help here, in the country of primordial spear. Jin de Bio called out, martial cultivation, you seem flustered. Quickly, the spirit artifact for gathering energy is malfunctioning. Shang Guangxu blushed in embarrassment when she realized there were others present. After the words were spoken, he quickly ran off, muttering, sorry for the trouble. Liu Lei angrily called him and turned back into the Liu family store. After explaining to Jin de Bio, Liu Lei sighed in relief and said, fortunately, I explained things to Jin de Bio. If Meng Fuyou found out, she'd tear me apart. Behind the counter, a suspicious arm appeared, startling Liu Lei. Sun Mujun stood up behind the counter, smiling brightly as she dropped a spirit stone into her bag. There were plenty of spirit stones in her shop. Seeing her, he thought in confusion. Where's the defense system of my store? The system's voice echoed in his mind, checking if the opponent is cooperating with the owner. Should we activate the supreme divine power? Li Lei put his hand to his forehead and thought, forget it. Meng family's tribulation crossing needs the Sun family's help. Holding the bag full of spirit stones, she asked happily, where did all these spirit stones come from? Li Lei smiled and said, the heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Sun Mujun grabbed the collar of Li Lei's shirt. Her action startled him, and then she gently threw him to the ground, saying, what should I do to make you tell the truth? This is going too far. Li Lei, lying on the ground, was a little angry and thought, activate the supreme divine power. Li Lei threw a punch. Sun Mujun was slammed against the wall, and weakly she asked, with such force, why did you need my help last time? Sun Mujun leaned against the wall, syrupy red liquid still trickling from the corner of her mouth. Unless he was teasing the Sun family, seeing her in this state made him sweat slightly. He thought, this is bad. I couldn't hold back. It's been exposed. Li Lei felt his strength drain away and then collapse forward. Sun Mujun softly called, Liu Lei. Li Lei mumbled as he heard her call. I'm unconscious. He lay on the floor, his tears nearly falling, saying, Miss Sun, the method to instantly upgrade one's power makes you dizzy as soon as you use it. It's useless in actual combat. Sun Mujun looked down at him and said, are you trying to comfort a 3-year-old? Li Lei responded indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can check my cultivation. She examined his cultivation with her eyes, somewhat surprised, thinking, indeed, he was only at the early stages of foundation building, and couldn't push her away. Li Lei remained on the floor, pitifully speaking up. If I really had that kind of power, would I be staring at you holding Meng Fuyou's void bracelet? Sun Mujun chuckled and asked, so, you don't want to? I do, Li Lei replied reluctantly. All right, I'm here to greet you. Sun Mujun cheerfully juggled the spirit stones in her hand and said with a smile, 20 spirit stones for the protection fee. Liu Lei irritably asked, protection fee? What protection fee? Sun Mujun only smiled faintly and replied, when Mr. Meng crosses the tribulation, you better stay by my side. After that, she waved happily and walked away. Liu Lei watched her retreating figure, silently thinking, once I finish learning the technique from that Shangon girl, do I still need her protection? She turned her head and smiled. Well done, Liu Lei. You've successfully caught my attention. At Long Teng Real Estate, the voice of a man echoed. The Meng family has been our enemy for a long time, but fortunately neither side has broken through to the Golden Core stage. However, if Meng Chongtan successfully breaks through, the He family, and we will never have a peaceful day. The man speaking was He Zai-Hao, the current steward of the He family. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, he spoke with great authority. At any cost, we must deal with the Meng family. The crowd below enthusiastically responded, deal with the Meng family. Enchantress of the He family. 6. Stage Golden Core. He Guanhuan. He Zai-Hao spoke up and asked, what do you mean by asking me to me alone? He Jin looked at the ball in her hand and said, I had calculated that this time, with external help in the Meng family's tribulation crossing, if we interfere, the chances of success are slim. Hearing her say that, he became displeased and said, the way you're pretending to be mysterious may deceive others, but it's too much to deceive those within the family. He Jin glared at him angrily and said, you're gambling with the entire fortune of the He family. He Zai-Hao wasn't happy either and said, the He family has no way back. We can only let go and take the risk. He Zai-Hao turned and walked away. He Jin followed him, saying, as for the damage to the foundation of the He family, I've uncovered a few clues. Upon hearing this, he became unhappy, waved his hand, dismissing her words. Enough, stop discussing this. Bringing up such things will only stir up confusion and cause more harm. Someone will pay the price elsewhere. Liu Lei is happy. His martial arts are perfected, and he has even changed into a handsome new outfit. The people around him started to gossip as soon as they saw him. Isn't that someone from Tulu? Another person spoke up. Why is he acting as a bodyguard for him? Someone else skeptically asked, is Li Lei really making a comeback? A white-haired man with a rogue appearance blocked Meng Fuyo's path and said, you should come with me. Only the Sun family can help your grandfather with the tribulation crossing. Meng Fuyo's face turned grim. He was indeed a descendant of the Sun family, a third-level foundation-building disciple of the village's sacred text. But before he could do anything, Li Lei had already gripped his hand tightly, causing him so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. Li Lei said, hey, Sun family guy, it's our first meeting. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to get so close? Meng Fuyo's entire being lit up when he saw Li Lei. Chapter 86. Sun Langxi swung his hand towards Li Lei, but Li Lei easily dodged it. Then he swung his hand again, and once more, Li Lei evaded it. Li Lei paid no attention to his actions and spoke indifferently. This is my new item, be careful. Sun Langxi sneered and said, not bad, but don't misjudge the situation. Then, he waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to approach and tightly restrain Meng Fuyo. She frowned and said, what are you doing? At the back, the others were being beaten by Li Lei, to the point where they were completely unconscious. Sun Langxi couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with malice. He said, you get someone from the Sun family, don't you want to be helped anymore? When Meng Fuyo was restrained, he arrogantly pointed at Li Lei and said, if you dare to resist, I'll chop off Miss Meng's hand. Li Lei thought to himself, it's easy to hit him, but today is Mr. Meng's tribulation crossing day, so I can't be reckless. Seeing Li Lei standing still, Sun Langxi smiled even more arrogantly, charging forward and throwing a punch at Li Lei's face. It was right to accept the beating. That punch was indeed not light. Meng Fuyo screamed, releasing Li Lei, and he came to help. Seeing her like this, Sun Langxi was even more delighted, his malicious gaze glued to Li Lei. Oh, you two are so affectionate, huh? Looks like I need to make him suffer a bit before you'll follow me. Li Lei asked, Sun family, is this how you all work after receiving the money? Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to admit it. So what if it is? What's it to you, huh? Even if you're dissatisfied, you have to bear it. From behind, Sun Mujun interrupted. He's not talking to you. Behind her was a group of people. Sun Langxi, irritated, said, sis, just help them out quickly. Why bring the 4 pillars of the Sun family here? The people behind her were the 4 pillars of the Sun family. Sun Lijiang, Sun Lai Xiao, Sun Lai Ren, and Sun Lai Yi. Sun Mujun spoke up, pointing at Meng Fuyo, and released her hold. The Sun family doesn't operate like that. Hearing this, the man loosened his grip, and Meng Fuyo angrily pulled her arm free. Sun Langxi, furious, said, why are you helping an outsider? Sun Mujun covered her mouth and laughed, replying, the outsider you speak of was already struck off for damaging the Sun family's reputation. You too are an outsider. Sensing a sharp gaze from behind, Sun Langxi's body went cold. The murderous intent from the people behind him made him tremble. Li Lei charged forward and punched him. Sun Langxi's face contorted, his eyes rolling back as saliva flew out. Li Lei cheerfully said, if they're an outsider, then this will be easy to handle. Sun Langxi, seething with anger, drew a concealed weapon and said, damn it, my face is something you can touch. His voice was full of disdain. Your realm level is 2 tiers lower than mine. Liu Lei, far from being scared, was filled with a surge of energy and charged forward. He said, how can you know your own abilities if you don't try? Sun Mujun, standing beside him, happily watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself, let me see how this line will surprise me. Sun Langxi threw hidden weapons at Liu Lei, but Li Lei blocked them all. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Langxi rushed forward, shouting loudly, the real killing move is here. He cried out, die. Li Lei remained still. Meng Fuyo, seeing this, anxiously shouted, Li Lei. Then, swords were thrust deep into the ground, but Li Lei was nowhere to be seen. Sun Langxi, puzzled, thought to himself, where is he? Almost immediately, Li Lei appeared behind him, his movements a blur. Sun Langxi was startled. Li Lei channeled his strength into his arm, and then punched directly into Sun Langxi's face, sending him flying down. The impact was so strong that the ground cracked. With his face battered and bruised, Sun Langxi quickly got up and said, I won't die that easily. Li Lei stepped back, gained momentum, and happily gave him another palm strike. Li Lei laughed, saying, Here's another for you. A tremendous force followed. Sun Langxi was in so much pain, he couldn't even utter a single scream. Afterwards, Liu Lei turned and walked away, muttering softly, That's enough to warm up. Behind him was a pile of mushy dark mud, with Sun Langxi muttering to himself, No, it's impossible. Liu Lei thought to himself, The cultivation method is indeed effective. I can continuously use my skills. Brother, that's great. The group of people who had followed Sun Muzhen earlier all gave a thumbs up, constantly praising him. Sun Muzhen happily thought the gap of 2 levels in strength was still defeated by him. So thoroughly interesting. Elsewhere, Meng Changtian looked somewhat strange. Meng Fuyao softly called, Grandfather, Grandfather. Liu Lei quietly said, comforting her, Grandfather Meng has entered the soul concentration state. Let him focus on his tribulation crossing. He smiled and said to the old man, It's fine. Grandfather Meng from the Sun family has arrived. You can focus on your tribulation crossing. Meng Changtian spoke with a worried expression. Yao Yao, what if I can't return? The Meng family will have to depend on you. Meng Fuyao softly reassured, Grandfather, tell him, with me and everyone here, you will definitely return safely. Meng Changtian said, Now that it has come to this, the Meng family can only move forward. He lowered his head and said, I request the Sun family to provide protection, and if there are any casualties later, the Meng family will compensate. Sun Muzhen also bowed his head in response, naturally doing his best to assist. At the Tribulation Crossing altar, Meng Fuyao spoke on the phone. The disciples of the Meng family, as per the plan, will work together with the disciples of the Sun family to protect the main courtyard. Upon hearing this, Sun Muzhen also said, the disciples of the Sun family will follow Miss Meng's orders. Both sides of the disciples answered in unison, Understood, disciple of the Meng family, disciple of the Sun family. Meng Changtian said, The fate of the Meng family this time, I hope the senior members of the Meng family will protect us. The heavenly fate, forever ruling the cycle of life, was wildly turbulent. Wu Bai, with his strength at the Bingxi level, raised his fist high into the sky. He said, and a fierce lightning bolt struck down, beginning the tribulation crossing. In the center of the crowd, someone was ascending to the next level, and the people around were talking among themselves. Is it starting already? In Shangdu, are we about to have another large family ascend among the murmurs? Will the Meng family be all right? Not far away, in a black car, Long Qian said, Do you know why the disturbance in Jinghe is so large this time? Why must they risk everything against the Meng family? He continued, because the nascent soul stage is a dividing line. To make a name for oneself in Shandu, without the nascent soul stage standing firm, don't even think about it. Kaizu, arms crossed, said, The Sun family sent 4 people from the nascent soul realm to help. The He family can't win. Long Qian's face was grim. Then why did they come? Kaizu grinned slyly. As long as the He family is willing to take risks, the Meng family might not be able to successfully cross the tribulation as they wish. The group of armed men stood outside the Meng family's courtyard. He Zai-Hao frowned, cursing under his breath. Damn it, she really ran away in the heat of battle. Lightning struck. He Zai-Hao quickly shouted, While he's struck by lightning, disciple of the He family, charge with me. These lightning bolts, our fate is the same. Life is like death. The lightning struck through the protective barrier, hitting Meng Changtian. Meng Fuyao was anxious, but Liu Lei reassured her, Don't worry, the first lightning strike won't harm him. I've prepared everything, and I can ensure his safety. Meng Fuyao smiled faintly, with you here, I'm at ease. Tao Qian, in a fit of anger, thought to himself, The first lightning strike already broke the shield, and they're still playing around with each other. A disciple from the Meng family shouted urgently, Eldest Miss Meng, the He family is breaking in. Meng Fuyao, with a serious face, ordered, You stop them at the outer layer. Don't be reckless and throw your life away. She commanded the disciples inside. The middle layer used tactics to delay their attack. She continued, The altar over here is entrusted to the 4 pillars of the Sun family. Li Lei smiled, proudly thinking to himself, as expected of Yao Yao, She can remain calm in such situations. On this side, Meng Fu Yao instructed. Please have the four of you prepare. The four members of the Sun family replied in unison. Yes, my lord. The cloud in the sky was furious. Don't call me that. A large spear slammed into the door outside the Meng family's courtyard. He Zai Hao gave orders, sending the four to charge in without getting distracted by the fight. He headed straight in. Our goal is singular. Liu Xiaoyu cautiously held 2 cans of gasoline in his hands, pouring them out while grumbling. Meng family dares to help Lei Lei, then I will burn down the entire Meng family. He was at the 7th level of the energy transformation stage. Liu Xiaoyu, with someone coming up behind him. Brother Lei had already predicted that a scoundrel like you would come to join the commotion, so he told me to wait outside. It turned out to be Kexu Cheng. He sneered, just in time to get someone out to stretch their muscles. He was at the peak of the body refinement stage. Kexu Cheng. Liu Xiaoyu staggered to his feet. That damn fat bastard dares to lay a hand on me. Xu Cheng turned his hand to stone, slapping Liu Xiaoyu across the face. This technique was called Giant Stone Slab. Liu Xiaoyu was knocked back 7 meters by Xu Chang's strike. He opened the cap of some bottle. That damn fat bastard. Don't think you're so great just because you know a martial technique. He drank from the strange bottle. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyu's fingernails grew longer, and his mouth sprouted fangs. He transformed into a large wolf. Liu Xiaoyu howled, "Come here. Let's test my claws and fangs." He suddenly froze. Xu Chang looked at the disciple from the Meng family. Have you all arrived? Go up and break his teeth. Liu Xiaoyu was terrified. The sky is calling people to the Meng family estate. He Zai Hao urged, hurry up, that old man has already taken a lightning strike. He turned to He Xing and said, He Xing, head on and take charge of finding Miss Meng. She'll withdraw completely. He Xing, full of pride, responded, don't worry, uncle, leave it to me. He was smug. I have plenty of experience in killing. She will definitely die. He Xing was at the 5th level of foundation. He Zai Hao reminded, you have an incredibly special transformation ability. No matter the outcome this time for the He family, you cannot die. He Xing transformed as he spoke. Don't worry, the ones who should die are them. I'm off. He turned into a bee and flew away. Meng Fu Yao shouted loudly, who are you? He Xing stared at Meng Fu Yao. Should I kill her first? He, in the form of a bee, thought for a moment, then decided to deal with Meng Changtian, allowing the He family to gain fame with just one battle. Sun Mujun smirked. You bunch of chicks. I'll only die here. He Xing looked at Sun Mu Guanair and said, better late than never. Li Lei looked at Meng Fu Yao and said, give me the plug, I'll charge my own battery. Ha Hang, evaluating the situation, realized that this person's energy was insufficient, and he secretly felt happy. He truly wanted to see the expression on Meng Changtian's face when he hears the news that his granddaughter died before him. Sun Mujun walked to another place and said, I'm going to the recording room. You two absolutely must not leave the circle. Li Lei waved his hand. Huh, didn't you say not to leave your side? Meng Fu Yao became angry. When did you two become so close? He Xing, in the dragon form, was furious and shouted, anyone showing off their affection can go die for all I care. He glared at Meng Fu Yao's back, then turned around. Li Lei's hand emitted a flash of light and struck Ha Hang, who was in the form of a bee. He Xing was shocked by the electricity around him and suddenly saw a white smoke appear in front of Lei Lei. He Xing was transformed back into a human form and cursed. Damn it, how did you detect me? Li Lei looked at He Xing with a deadly gaze and said, detect what? I just wanted to squash a bug. He Xing laughed maniacally. Humph, being discovered doesn't matter. In the end, you'll all die. Liu Lei stood inside the barrier, pinching his nose in disgust. Aha, you farted. He Xing yelled furiously. You're the one who farted. Liu Lei exploded, releasing toxic gas that quickly filled the barrier. The poisonous gas enveloped the entire shield, and everyone inside would suffocate and die. Liu Lei stepped out of the barrier. Thanks for the reminder. He smiled faintly. This barrier only isolates techniques, not people. He Xing, trapped inside, screamed. Don't even think about escaping. Liu Lei grinned wickedly. All right, no escape. He Xing was tightly bound. I told you. This barrier only isolates techniques. Now only your head is exposed, so your magic is useless. Xing ground his teeth. Damn it, if you're so brave, let me out and fight me fair and square. Meng Fuyao, holding a fire extinguisher, looked on with judgment. An assassin has no right to talk about fighting fairly, she said, spraying Xing's face. This is for the person who tried to harm me. On this side, Liu Lei watched with admiration. Eldest Miss Meng is so powerful. Sun Mujun observed and pondered. She effortlessly defeats an expert much stronger than her. She secretly smiled. You pass this test again. Really never fail to amaze me. Inside the Meng family's inner courtyard, Wu Yongning was crying out in panic. Don't hit me, I don't want to fight. He was kicked straight in the face. You said you wouldn't fight, but you still took action. The crowd shouted loudly. Everyone, though. Wu Yongning flailed his limbs wildly. Didn't you all rush over here? He struck the red-haired man. Stop hitting me, I'm powerless. The red-haired man screamed. Then you should stop before it's too late. 4 red-haired men surrounded Wu Yongning, and it was clear from a glance that they were despicable and vile. Another one said, Kill him. He Zai Hao shouted loudly, Get out of the way. He stomped down with his mace, creating a large crater in the ground, causing Wu Yongning to collapse and roll several times on the earth. Wu Yongning struggled to get up, thinking to himself, This is the golden core stage, and I'm like paper. He Zai Hao commanded the He family disciples to proceed directly to the altar. Meng Fuyao felt anxious. The Meng family disciples were guarding the area outside, but Sun Mujun reassured her. It's fine, the 4 pillars of the Sun family are here to help us tackle the tough bones. Sun Lijiang stepped forward and spoke. He family leader, with the 4 of us at nascent soul stage here, I hope you won't throw yourselves into the fire like mox. He Zai Hao reminded him. If you knew the secret scrolls of the He family, you wouldn't be speaking like this. Sun Lijiang conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it at the crowd. Angrily, he declared, He family, you don't even have a single nascent soul stage. Yet you dare speak such arrogant words. I am at the 2nd level of nascent soul stage. Sun Lijiang. He Zai Hao shouted, He family, today you must witness this moment. No matter the cost. Stop the tribulation crossing. The people present were all elites of the He family, all at the peak of the golden core stage. Sun Lijiang challenged, Do you want to die? The He family members turned red with fury. For the He family, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt flying and smoke billowing. Sun Lijiang raised his shield in defense. The He family cared not for their lives. He Zai Hao laughed wickedly. Even without the nascent soul stage, the elites of the He family can self-detonate, and you won't be able to withstand it. Meng Changtian shouted angrily, He family, don't even think about causing chaos here. He glared, and from the sky came the 2nd lightning tribulation. Meng Fuyao's face darkened. He Meng Changtian was formidable, like a storm. He Zai Hao smiled with glee. Heaven wants the Meng family dead. Wait for your doom. Sun Mujun swung his sword and charged forward. Do you want to touch him? Meng questioned. I haven't yet, replied Sun. He Zai Hao's mace blocked the strike. The 2 exchanged blows, and the He family disciples rushed in, determined to kill the old man to claim victory. From afar, 4 thunderous explosions echoed. Liu Lei laughed defiantly. If you want to touch Mr. Meng, you're not worthy. The 2 sides stare at each other. Liu Lei was a disciple of the He family. Everyone in the He family was at the Golden Core Stage 2nd level, Golden Core 1st level, or Golden Core Stage 3rd level. But Liu Lei was only at the Foundation Establishment 1st level. A disciple from the He family raised his fist. You're just a Foundation Establishment chicken. What are you pretending for? Suddenly, something pulled him down. He was stunned and asked, What is this? Liu Lei smiled and replied, This is the gift I prepared for all of you last night. A pit of asphalt. The disciple from the He family sank halfway into the asphalt. The red-haired disciple angrily shouted, It's just asphalt, and you think you can stop us? Suddenly, a hammer struck his head. It was a hammer created from Liu Lei's strength. He knocked the man down effortlessly, as if he were smashing a rat. I hit, boom, I hit, boom, boom. Sun Lijiang praised him. Below, he held the enemy's legs, and above, he stopped them from gathering energy. Although their strengths differed by a level, he was still able to use traps to fight multiple enemies. Meng Fu Yao touched his head. Is this really just smashing rats? Meanwhile, Sun Mujum was fighting with Yi Zai Hao. He didn't forget to curse the disciples. A bunch of useless trash. I'll have to step in and take care of things myself. Sun Mujum panted, thinking, I still have a hidden move. Yi Zai Hao's entire body was glowing. This was called the profound meaning technique. 100 refinement steel body. Meanwhile, Sun Mojun used her strength to execute the flowing light sword technique. The sword strike she launched at Yi Zai Hao's body caused no harm. Sun Mojun was taken aback, and in that moment, he charged forward. You can't hurt someone at the golden core stage peak like me. Prepare to die. Sun Lijiang rushed forward to block Sun Mojun's path, releasing his energy. Get out of the way. This forced Yi Zai Hao to retreat. The disciples of the He family cheered as the He family erupted once again. Through the lens of the Meng family's courtyard, Long Qian asked the Qi family, is the He family really this desperate? Kai Zhu subtly signaled, the Meng family does not want the reputation of failing to cross the tribulation, and the He family will stop at nothing to spread their methods. They will definitely be able to suppress them, while the Meng family is surrounded by smoke, unable to see a way forward. Sun Lijiang, injured, spoke, cough. Sir, the situation isn't good. We should retreat for now. Sun Mojun was worried, but for the sake of the Sun family's reputation, he continued, it's not worth it for the Meng family. While the four pillars still have some strength, we should pull back. Yi Zai Hao was charging towards Meng Chongtian. Let's resolve the tribulation crossing person first. A hand blocked it, *bop*, causing the mace to halt. Li Lei smirked, as long as I'm here, you won't harm Mr. Meng. Meng Chongtian shouted, it's not good, quickly get out of the way, the third lightning tribulation is coming down from the sky. Meng Fu Yao was stunned, grandfather Li Lei. Yi Zai Hao laughed with glee, haha, who told you to act all grand? Now you're getting struck by lightning. Suddenly, he froze. Li Lei was fine, stepping out lightly from the lightning tribulation. The lightning was even stronger. Hadn't he heard of this before? Yi Zai Hao was terrified, stammering. Wait a minute. This is the strength of this guy in the Liu family's otherworldly shop. Li Lei furrowed his brows and asked Shang Guanxu. So the lightning of the lightning tribulation is just more concentrated spiritual ki, but essentially it's no different from the lightning of a thunder beast. She nodded slightly, that's right, but why is martial cultivation asking me so many questions about tribulation crossing? Caught off guard by the question, he scratched his face and looked away. Well, I have a friend who is about to undergo tribulation crossing. Anyway, it's been a long time since I last did tribulation crossing. I've never actually undergone tribulation crossing. The tribulation crossing altar erupted fiercely. Liu Lei, dressed in black, cracked his fingers and activated the move. He grinned, his gaze full of confidence. Who's up first to practice with me? Faced with his imposing presence, the people on the other side also felt a sense of unease and cold sweat. One of them spoke up to reassure the others. Don't let him intimidate you. He's just a weak foundation establishment chicken. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lei rushed forward. He looked self-assured and at ease, but his speed was so fast that only dark shadows could be seen moving around him. The three who had initially looked down on him could now only stand there, frozen. Sun Lijiang was startled and looked toward him. Li Lei glanced at him briefly, then snapped his fingers, causing a crackling sound. Bang! Sparks of electricity shot down onto the heads of the three opponents. Sun Muyan, irritated, asked Sun Lijiang, who was still stroking his chin in thought. Three golden core stage cultivators didn't even react. Could he really be at the foundation establishment stage? The elder pondered for a moment before expressing his hypothesis. First, he gathered 3 massive lightning bolts in the palm of his hand, then moved 3 times, placing the lightning bolts in position, before causing them to explode. The more Sun Lijiang spoke, the more his face showed disbelief. With such a technique, his strike must have been in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a flash of light caught the attention of both Sun Lijiang and Sun Moyan. The elder observed the scene carefully and remarked, Meng Chongtian has successfully crossed the tribulation. Meng Chongtian glowed brilliantly, floating mid-air. Yi Zai Hao hurriedly shouted, take advantage of the fact that he's now momentarily stabilizing his Kai. and blow that old man to pieces for me. Sun Muyan rushed forward, slicing through He Sai Hao's group with a sharp stroke. Swoosh, she gently swung her sword, leaving several more marks, and the crimson syrup of blood stained the surroundings. After a series of swift movements, she decisively advanced and thrust a powerful blow to finish it. With a mocking expression, Sun Muyan said, "How could I let someone at the foundation establishment stage overshadow the prestige of the Sun family?" But the man who had been stabbed suddenly grasped her hand tightly. Sun Muyan was startled, his lifeless eyes almost frenzied, and he screamed, "For the—" An explosion erupted, with dust and smoke billowing up, obscuring both her and the man. As the smoke gradually cleared, both of them had vanished. He Sai Hao couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Where did they go?" Liu Lei suddenly leaped out, holding Sun Muyan in his arms as he descended from the air. "In front of my speed, playing at self-detonation is a waste of life." Meng Chongtan slowly descended to the array, but at the same time, one of He Sai Hao's men charged towards him. He tightly embraced the hovering Meng Chongtian, his eyes wild yet lifeless, and screamed, "For the He family." Liu Lei grew anxious. "This is bad. Master Meng can't move." Then Liu Lei threw a flying ring into the air, and another explosion occurred, sending smoke and dust swirling once again. Amidst the gray smoke, a figure gradually emerged. Mr. Meng was unharmed, spotless to the point of shining, standing amidst the wreckage. Liu Lei smiled professionally and asked Sun Muyan, "What kind of magical artifact is this?" She shouted in his face, "Isn't this the void bracelet you gave me?" He Sai Hao secretly observed Liu Lei and Sun Muyan talking, his face unable to hide the malicious satisfaction. "Liu Lei, I saw your trump card sprout a large, dry branch from Zai Hao's shoulder. Old man proudly flaunts this to deal with you. Use this." Then, from somewhere in his hand, a large spiked mace, spherical and pointed straight at Liu Lei, appeared. He swung the mace forcefully, creating a shockwave that sent Liu Lei flying. Liu Lei tilted his body to dodge, but ultimately landed on his head. He Sai Hao frowned, looking at Liu Lei with a contemptuous expression. "You are still in the foundation establishment stage, though you have 2 magical artifacts on your chest. These 2 magical artifacts can absorb the power of the lightning tribulation, and you can control the lightning." He silently watched the old man, and then raised his hand to remove his jacket. Zai Hao joyfully rushed toward Liu Lei, but unfortunately, my steel-like body evaded it. The old man leaped up without hesitation, completely unafraid of the thunder. Sun Muyan beside him anxiously reminded, "Liu Lei, be careful." The mace slammed into the ground with a loud boom, causing rocks and earth to scatter in all directions. Liu Lei not only avoided the attack, but also moved upwards to Zai Hao. He smiled in praise. "Well done. You're quite strong." Zai Hao went mad, swinging his mace and jumping towards him. "Let's see how you avoid this." Once again, Liu Lei easily dodged. A large crack appeared on the ground where the mace struck. He turned to He Sai Hao and taunted, "We're fighting. Don't spoil the fun." The old man charged again, swinging his mace. Liu Lei merely tilted his body slightly, evading the blow effortlessly. "I dodged," Liu Lei said. Wherever He Sai Hao struck, Liu Lei dodged, never forgetting to taunt, "I dodged." Liu Lei seemed to know that the old man couldn't land a hit on him. He Sai Hao was about to explode with anger, his face turning red, contorted in a strange expression. He couldn't understand why Liu Lei kept avoiding his attacks. Sun Muyan seemed to have realized something. "What is this? Could it be the legendary Hatch Dodge, 100% avoidance?" Liu Lei thought to himself, converting electric energy into magnetic force. As long as he maintained the propulsion, the old man's relentless pursuit would never land a hit. He Sai Hao lost patience and wildly swung his mace towards Liu Lei. "Liu Lei, you're annoying, so annoying." Liu Lei hurriedly asked, "Miss Sun, may I borrow a weapon?" Sun Muyan was startled, noticing that the weapon beside her had already been taken by him. "When did he take this from me?" Looking at the sword in his hand, he suddenly thought, "Once this is over, I should also get myself a weapon." Then he threw the weapon forcefully towards He Sai Hao. Thunder-Mad Wave was jolted and screamed, his mouth exhaling plumes of black smoke, and He Sai Hao's body, charred, lay on the ground. Liu Lei observed indifferently, seemingly having used a bit too much electricity. Meng Fuyao rushed toward him. Liu Lei. Sun Muyan quickly grabbed her. Wait. Beside Liu Lei, someone was laughing brightly, and a flickering purple flame had appeared next to him at some point. He glanced and saw the figure of a red-haired young woman slowly materializing. Sun Muyan was startled. Enchantress of the He family, He Huan Huan. He Huan Huan glanced at Liu Lei with a serious expression. I hope we can stop here. Otherwise, he will quickly react, and with that, a surge of electricity sent He Huan Huan flying back. If the He family has come to our doorstep and still wishes to leave so easily, do they think we are pushovers? His body trembled, feeling uncomfortable. He had really overused the electricity earlier, and his stamina was not keeping up. He Huan Huan lowered her head in apology. The wrongs committed by the He family will surely be compensated for in the future. As she spoke, she formed a black energy ball in the palm of her hand. But He Huan Huan struck a pose, covering her mouth, and said, the main force of the He family has fallen. I hope everyone will show mercy. She waved her hand, and the black orb turned into a large bubble that surrounded her and the others of the He family. Don't push it too far. At that moment, Liu Lei suddenly realized. Sun Muyan finally spoke up. He family's dark arts. Shadow escaped Black Pearl. Then, He Huan Huan and the rest of the He family quickly vanished as the bubble gradually disappeared. Sun Muyan still couldn't believe her eyes. The members of the He family were taken away by her. Liu Lei's face turned dark, his whole body trembling. Then, a cry of desperation rang out. Liu Lei stood at the main door of the Meng family. A group of people gathered at the door, continuously offering congratulations. Some said, Master Meng, the one to be praised. Shang Du has gained another powerful family. Others reminded, don't forget your old friends. Meng Chum Tan cupped his hands, thanking everyone for their support. I am fortunate to have advanced to the nascent soul stage, but today's battle has caused heavy casualties. Please allow me a little time to clean up the aftermath. 3 days from now, the Meng family will definitely host a feast for everyone. Inside the He family, He Sai Hao, his head wrapped in bandages, scowled and muttered, if you had acted a little earlier, we would have already dealt with Meng Chong Tian. He Huan Huan's face darkened. Having eliminated Meng Chong Tian, there was still Wine Chong Tian. Liu Chong Tian, how many lives does the He family have for him to torment like this? The old man felt uncomfortable. The He family was now sealed off from their meridians. No one could break through, and without a desperate push for fame, they would eventually be destroyed. He Huan Huan couldn't help but tightly cover the old man's mouth. Shut up. If the He family wants to rise again, it has to rely on Liu Lei. Don't force me to eliminate you. Zai Hao nervously asked. Rely on Liu Lei in the Meng family's living room. Meng Fuyao gently asked, are you awake? Liu Lei rested his head on Fuyao's lap, feeling at ease, blushing as he replied Mem. Fuyao reproached him with affection. In the future, don't overdo it if you're not feeling well. You suddenly fainted in another woman's arms and scared me to death. Liu Lei awkwardly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. It was for the Meng family's face. Sun Muyan knocked on the door and interrupted, saying that these sweet words could be saved for later. I have something to ask you. Why have you reached the golden core stage? Liu Lei smiled. Maybe it was the huge amount of spiritual ki trapped in the lightning tribulation. That's why my cultivation broke through. At that time, I only thought about how to recharge, didn't care about much else. Golden core stage, first level. Meng Fuyao hugged Liu Lei with reluctance in her eyes. I don't want you to take risks alone in the future. He embraced her waist. I will try my best. Sun Muyan stood at the door, eyes closed, feeling uncomfortable. Damn it, seeing Liu Lei holding another woman. Why was he so angry? Wu Yongning glared at Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao, like a bird and a mouse. You're here hugging and being affectionate, and you tell me to wait outside. If I get the chance, I will kill you. Liu Lei, upon seeing Yongning, confidently tossed him several pieces of gemstones. Brother Wu, you worked hard today. I asked you to wait so I could give you some compensation for your trouble. With money, you're the king. Yongning knelt down, happy. Master, if you have time, contact me. Your son will definitely follow through. After that, Liu Lei decided to rest for half a day. It was time to find the weapon that suited him. Liu Lei's shop from another world. Shai Ding watched Liu Lei's figure in the shop. Was that really him? Shai Ding, a 6th-level tribulation crossing cultivator, his body fully equipped and shining, tilted his chin up. The 12 Tian will definitely help you get revenge. Yuan Shu, a 5th-level tribulation crossing cultivator, with a thick beard and hair, pointed toward Liu Lei. Is it you who dared to touch the precious grandson of General Hua? Hua Xiao sat in the middle, calmly glancing at Yuan Shu and said, "Can we talk first?" Liu Lei yawned loudly. "Ah, yes. What's wrong?" This action made them tremble with anger. Then he smiled, slyly, purple vanishing divine thunder. The surroundings were shaking violently. The group of Hua Xiao lay motionless in front of the shop. Liu Lei stepped forward and called out, "Your grandfather has passed away. Come on, get up." Hua Xiao struggled on the ground, saying, "Martial cultivation, spare me. I don't want to go, but they keep dragging me along." Liu Lei sneered and asked, "Last time I spared you. What should we do this time?" Hua Xiao's face turned pale with fear as he cried, "I agree to compensate martial cultivation with 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please, spare me and let me go." Liu Lei sighed. The ancient merchant nation relies on General Hua to resolve matters. King Lanshan, you only know how to stay behind me, letting your grandfather control you. Now, come to my shop and work to make amends. However, he thought to himself that by leveraging Hua Xiao's influence, he could open up new business opportunities. Hua Xiao hurriedly thanked martial cultivation. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Ju rushed over and kicked Hua Xiao in the head. Another vile act. Hong Ju pointed at him threateningly. "I told my father to speak up. We'll see if your family will knock some sense into you." Liu Lei showed his generosity. "All right, he's working at the shop now, so take it easy." Hua Xiao frantically thanked him. "Thank you, martial cultivation." He then turned to Hua Xiao and asked, "By the way, do you have any low-level thunder-type weapons in your army that are easy to handle? I have a friend who wants to take a look." Hong Chu, hearing this, excitedly said, Ask me. I have the Thunder Emperor's supreme hammer hand." In a dark and narrow cave, Li Lei bent down and crawled in with visible displeasure. Isn't there any better way than crawling into this misty cave? Hong Chu, however, was clearly delighted, because there was no other way, and only she could have found it. He looked at her and remarked, "You really don't know how to keep a low profile." Hong Chu pointed her finger. Over there, a sword was stuck firmly into the stone, and a faint green light emanated from it, already showing the signs of a treasure. Hong Chu continued to explain, "The quality of a weapon depends on its cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the more power it can unleash. Your companion will definitely be pleased." Behind the sword were countless blood-red, menacing eyes. Hong Chu kept smiling as she spoke, though there was a dense fog within her expression. The golden core stage is very hard to deal with. Li Lei, satisfied, put on his infrared goggles, signaling that it was time to employ real science and technology. Before his eyes now were intricate, interwoven red laser beams. He glanced around and suddenly realized. So this was what was going on. Hong Chu hurriedly approached and asked, "What's going on? Why are you wearing a mask? Are you trying to scare them with a performance?" Li Lei spoke coldly, raising his hand to signal Hong Chu, "Stay here and don't move. I'm going to retrieve the divine artifact." With that, he moved forward, carefully maneuvering his body to avoid the laser beams. Wherever he went, his eyes scanned the surroundings. The ceiling was now filled with bats, an eerie sight. He thought to himself, "These bats are using spiritual ki as their realm-level indicator, so as long as I avoid these red lines, I should be fine." Hong Chu stood outside, staring in amazement, and said, "The martial cultivation technique is indeed profound and difficult to grasp." After dodging the bats, he quickly retrieved the sword he needed, a smug smile spreading across his face. "I got it," Hong Chu exclaimed with joy, jumping up and down. She smiled brightly with happiness, then couldn't stop marveling. Martial cultivation is really powerful, amazing. Her loud shout startled the bats hanging from the ceiling. They flapped their wings and flew into a panic. Li Lei, flustered, quickly shouted, "Keep it down." He then hurriedly ran out of the cave, intending to lead the bats away. Upon reaching the entrance, he threw a few firecrackers at the swarm, Immediately, the crackers exploded in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. And the bats closest to the blasts fell to the ground. Once the bats were dealt with, he quickly ran back to Hong Chu, lifted her up, and carried her outside. As he ran, he chanted a spell, moving in the blink of an eye. Just as he finished the chant, the two disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a parting remark. "Why are we running?" Hong Chu asked with some irritation. Martial cultivation could have just used the purple vanishing divine thunder to wipe them out. He simply smiled and replied, I can't harm living beings casually. I practice compassion." Upon hearing this, Hong Chu looked at him with deep admiration and said, "Martial cultivation, I've learned it now." A while later, at the Liu family shop in the Demon Realm, Liu Lei proudly raised the spoils he had just obtained, grinning with satisfaction. "The ultimate weapon is in hand. My friend will probably be very pleased." Hua Xiao emerged from the yang, presenting an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet, saying, "Martial cultivation, this is a compensation gift, the Thundercloud bracelet, with abundant thunder power, but it requires a bit of skill to activate." Holding the jade bracelet in his hand, Thunderbeats suddenly saw it, and couldn't help but vomit uncontrollably. Liu Lei angrily turned to Hua Xiao and shouted, "Hua Xiao, what kind of gift is this?" Seeing Liu Lei's terrifying aura, Hua Xiao quickly waved his hand and shook his head. "Isn't this martial cultivation?" "Not at all." Thunderbeast suddenly stepped forward and whispered into Liu Lei's ear. It bared its teeth and said, "Oh, my wife is pregnant." It continued, "Affected by the thunder element treasure, she needs the Supreme Yunji to balance her body." Liu Lei also agreed. "Supreme Yunji, I'll help you next time." At the Liu family, a magnificent mansion stood. Inside, Liu Xiaoyu knelt on the floor, crying, "Mother, Liu Lei is bullying me too much. He called a group of people to beat me." Wu King glanced over and immediately replied, "You've brought shame to our family, and you still dare to come back." From behind Liu Xiaoyu, a syringe suddenly stabbed forward, making him startle and widen his eyes, screaming. Seeing Liu Xiaoyu writhing on the floor, Liu Mai held the syringe, smiling, her gaze filled with contempt as she looked at Xiaoyu. A useless little brother should at least have some value to exploit. Wu King smirked, "You're much more vicious than him." With that, she brought something close to her mouth and blew on it. Immediately, a creature with sharp fangs appeared. It let out a loud roar, and she laughed wickedly. "Go ahead, cause some trouble for Liu Lei." In the supermarket, Liu family held a jade ring in his hand. Liu Lei smiled broadly as he spoke to the person on the phone. "Sister Duan, I can only rely on you for this. I've sent the design request to your email." As he spoke, he thought about not failing to uphold the compensation offered by Hua Xiao. Suddenly, a shout rang out, so loud it seemed to pierce both of his ears. "Liu Lei." Hearing the call, Liu Lei slowly walked out of the office. He clasped his hands and asked, "Huh, isn't this Liu Xiaoyu? Beaten up last night, now you're itching for more trouble." Without saying anything, Liu Xiaoyu seemed to transform into a different person. He lunged forward to strike Liu Lei. With his quick reflexes, Liu Lei dodged his blow effortlessly. Liu Lei frowned and asked, "What exactly did they inject you with? You've lost your mind." The words seemed to have no effect. Liu Xiaoyu, now seemingly insane, with bloodshot eyes and bared fangs, was charging forward, intent on fighting. Seeing that Liu Xiaoyu still showed no signs of stopping the fight, Liu Lei's face darkened. He quickly came up with an idea. Why not use him to test the hammer hand? Just as his thoughts stopped, Liu Xiaoyu lunged forward to attack Liu Lei. He swung his sword, and the blade struck Liu Xiaoyu. The strike sent Xiaoyu flying, and he cried out in pain. His body crashed into a nearby tree, causing the tree to snap in two. Liu Lei glanced at the sword in his hand, grimacing as he muttered, "Is my hammer hand really that strong just from a light touch?" A phone was raised high. The image of Liu Xiaoyu being knocked away was captured in sharp detail. The owner of the phone laughed and said, "Good, this time the beating was definitely worth it." The photo was quickly sent to someone else. The person who took the picture of Liu Xiaoyu was none other than Liu Mai. She smiled and said, "Liu Lei has plenty of treasures on him. And you guys didn't think the hammer hand was worth 200 million? Aren't you intrigued?" When someone saw the photo Liu Mai sent, they grinned with delight. "I must have that weapon." At the workshop, the conversation could be heard from afar. A voice called out, "My mom said you requested to stop all those things and wait for Yuan Xiao Xu's blueprints." Han Xiao Xiao smiled. "My design is ergonomically perfect. It will definitely make Liu Lei as powerful as a tiger with wings." Sister Fang didn't forget to add her words. "If it weren't for my factory's production line, your design would just be a draft." Liu Lei grew tired and exclaimed, "So is it finished yet?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a brand new gun was handed over. It had been completed just 2 minutes before his arrival. Han Xiao Xiao softly said, "That's right, this will allow the machine to react and concentrate its energy to produce the greatest effect." Li Lei smirked. "So I just got a new weapon, and now you're here to let me use it as a tool for testing." Sister Fang's face was full of admiration and awe. "Lei, you're using the weapon I made to slaughter everything in your path. Truly incredible." Han Xiao Xiao interjected. "That weapon was clearly designed by me." In front of Li Lei's shop, a group of people arrived uninvited. Qiao Wang stepped forward, clenched his fists, and calmly said, "So are you saying that you have no respect for me, Qiao Wang?" The other men replied, "Are you saying that you have no respect for me, Qiao Wang?" From behind the crowd, Li Lei slowly walked out. He flashed a dangerously charming smile before his expression darkened and his lips curled into a sneer. "Let's take care of Li Lei first. The division of spoils is something we can discuss later." Grandmaster of Qi Condensation, Qiao Wang, peak of the Golden Core stage. "With so many of you here, at least show some courtesy and greet us. Otherwise, when the ambulance arrives later, I won't be able to make arrangements." The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation glanced at the sword in Liu Lei's hand with great interest. "Liu Lei, if you could hand over that weapon, I'll help you deal with them." Holding the gun in his hand, Liu Lei casually replied, "No need, I can handle it myself." Hearing this, the 3 others were so furious that they almost coughed up blood. One was at the Golden Core stage 2nd level, another at the Golden Core stage 3rd level, and the last at the Golden Core stage 5th level. They gritted their teeth and said, "You've just reached Golden Core. What are you lying about?" As soon as the 3 finished speaking, Liu Lei raised the gun into the air and hesitated before shooting towards them. The bullets fired in their direction, and the electric shocks sent through their bodies left them stiff and paralyzed. The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation froze upon witnessing this scene, his eyes filled with admiration. With just a flick of a finger, he could directly defeat the 3 cultivators who were at a higher level than him. He looked at Liu Lei, took out a few black gold cards to bribe him, and said with a smile, "Damn, with such a good weapon. Give me one, I can pay for it." Liu Lei, with a serious expression, replied indifferently, "Ah, a bald monk with such strong desires." The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not a monk." With the same expression, Liu Lei responded in the same tone, "If you're not a monk, then why wear prayer beads?" The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation impatiently gritted his teeth. "Isn't it because I don't have a good weapon? Plus, this thing looks like prayer beads. Stop mentioning monks. You're making me angry." As he spoke, Liu Lei pointed the gun at him and shot a bullet. Instantly, the Grandmaster moved his body and raised his hand to defend himself. Liu Lei smirked and said, "Spiritual ki protects the body. Basic martial arts are very practical." The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation frowned and replied, "Do you think I want this? I have no good weapons. That's why I keep improving my own martial techniques." Liu Lei suddenly became serious again, raising his hand at his chin, deep in thought. "Oh, that's very sympathetic. Let me think about it." Countless thoughts rose in his mind, reminding him of the friendly prompt triggering a real-world store mission. The task requirement was for the master to open a store selling otherworldly materials in the real world. The reward would significantly improve the master's abilities. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Sun Mujun appeared, brandishing a sword at the Grandmaster of Qi Condensation, wildly slashing downwards and shouting, "Dare to touch Liu Lei! Have you asked the Sun family first?" Liu Lei softly said, "You want to protect me, but have you asked me first?" The Grandmaster of Qi Condensation protested with grievance, "I just want a weapon. There are so many of you. Can't you spare one for me?" He moved closer to Liu Lei. Sun Mujun whispered, "These people are not kind. I can only deal with 2 of them. How many can you handle? He calmly replied, all of them. Then he suddenly smiled again. If everyone is interested in my weapons, let's not harm the harmony. I'll spend 3 days, and I'll meet everyone's needs. At 9 o'clock a.m. 3 days from now, here, the Sai family and Liu family will sell spiritual weapons. He threw out a handful of spirit stones from his hand, smiling as he said, this is a little fee for the trouble. I hope everyone can help spread the word. Seeing Lei casually toss out spirit stones like that, everyone showed their excitement. A pile of low-grade spirit stones like this. Do you have any medium spirit stones that I want? Tribulation Crossing. He said, anyone who comes will get them. The Grand Master of the Condensation's eyes lit up, and with a smile, he asked, is that true? Do you want to sell spiritual weapons? Li Lei happily replied, this is my Zhu Zi. I can't just run off. I advise everyone to get your money quickly. A good weapon isn't cheap. The Grand Master of Condensation glanced at those around him and said, everyone, step back. If anyone tries to trouble Lai Lei in the next 3 days, I, Cao Wang, will be the first to deal with them. Everyone agreed. Step back, step back. We'll come again in 3 days. Sun Mujun softly asked, you're being so generous. Li Lei answered, if someone wants to make things hard for me, then I'll just buy them all off. Mujun looked at Lai Lei with both surprise and curiosity. How much money do you actually have? Li Lei joked, wait until you call me Brother Lei. Then I'll tell you how much money I have. Sun Mujun angrily shouted, do you have a death wish? Realizing he'd poked the hornet's nest, Liu Lei quickly said, all right, let's go. At Liu family's exotic shop, a voice rang out, inviting customers inside. Hua Xiao, his face beaming with a bright smile, said, the goods in the aisle have been fully restocked. Everyone who came to buy stared in disbelief when they saw Hua Xiao looking so fresh and radiant. Is this really Hua Xiao? Wasn't he once so arrogant? How could martial cultivation have possibly subdued him? Jin De Bio clenched the hem of his robe, grumbling in frustration to Li Lei. Hua Xiao has done everything, and all I can do is stand guard at the door. Li Lei sighed. Is there nothing else to be jealous about? I'll find you more work to do another day. Suddenly, a tall, burly figure appeared from a distance, and everyone exclaimed, General Hua. General Hua frowned, his lips slightly moving. Upon seeing him, Liu family martial cultivation Guo Xiao was also taken aback, exclaiming, Grandpa, what brings you here? Liu Lei cupped his hands in respect and greeted General Hua, asking, should we proceed with the formalities or go straight to the fighting? Suddenly, General Hua kneeled in front of Li Lei. Everyone stood frozen in shock at the sight. Li Lei smiled courteously, extending his hand to help General Hua rise. Old General, please stand up. But General Hua remained as he was. With his hands clasped and his head lowered, he spoke, I am overseeing the operation at King Lanshan. Few religious. I am being disrespectful toward martial cultivation. Liu Lei replied softly, it's fine. Hua Xiao has changed, and has helped me a lot. Hearing this, for some reason, tears welled up in General Hua's eyes. He spoke with deep gratitude. Liu martial cultivation, you have worked hard. Liu Lei glanced into the distance, and said coldly, quick, open the way for old Seong General. General Hua truly has the demeanor of a leader. Anyone who sees this scene would admire and rejoice. Martial cultivation's kindness is indeed a noble conversation. He then raised his hand in front, politely inviting General Hua, Old Seong General, please come inside and talk. Inside the room, where the two entered, the decor was simple yet elegant and refined. General Hua slowly spoke, I want some low-level weapons to be discarded from the army as a token of respect. Liu martial cultivation. You need not stand on ceremony with me. Li Lei replied, if the disciples of my clan take too good of a weapon for the first time, it may backfire, and if they later use it to kill me, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. General Hua cupped his hands and bowed his head. Liu martial cultivation thought deeply, please, do as you see fit. Suddenly, Jin De Bio rushed in, interrupting their conversation. He spoke urgently. Martial cultivation, it's bad. Something has happened with the Thunder Beast. At this moment, in the Thunder Beast room at the Liu family's interdimensional market, a pregnant female Thunder Beast suddenly groaned in pain. Li Lei hurriedly rushed over, asking in a panic, "What happened?" The Thunder Beast immediately responded, "This is the fetal energy in motion. It requires the finest yunji for nourishment." Suddenly, the Thunder Beast spat out blood in distress, and the entire Liu family from the other world was in a complete panic. "This is bad," the Thunder Beast said in fear. "The fetal energy has entered the heart. My wife might not survive the explosion." Li Lei's face darkened as he exclaimed, "What?" He could see the Thunder Beast coughing up blood, trembling in pain, unable to stop. At that moment, Hua Xiao urgently called into the room, "Martial cultivation. The situation is critical. I'll directly invite Miss Xui in." Shang Guangxu waved her hand, casting a magical military spiritual key formation. "My Shangguan family possesses a unique secret technique that can stabilize the fetal energy. Martial cultivation can only stabilize its condition, at most extending it for half an hour." Li Lei frowned, stroked his chin thoughtfully. That meant only an hour. General Hua had pacified him, but Yun Jie carried her own energy shield, which normal divine consciousness couldn't probe. Even if something was found, the quality wouldn't be high. After saying that, he looked towards the door, his face serious. "This matter cannot be delayed. I will check if there's anything else in the army." Liu Lei waved his hand. "No need to use the military. You order your subordinate, Jin de Biel, to bring over some normal Yun Jai." De Biel immediately obeyed, running off. "Understood." 10 minutes later, De Biel, confused, held the jade plate with the bright red gem. "We have exhausted all our family assets to exchange for half a block of the cloud pool." He held the jade piece that had just been brought in and used the scanning device. Fortunately, the Meng family provided advanced scanning equipment. Thunder Beast anxiously asked him, "How long will you delay us there?" My wife, Liu Lei, calmly reassured it, "Don't rush, delivering tomorrow won't delay the meal preparation." The scene shifted to the Sun family's living room. Kaizu raised his voice and asked, "What are you saying? You want to stay next to Liu Lei?" Sun Mujun stood to explain to his father, as if it were obvious. Liu Lei will soon be providing divine weapons and powerful tools to a group of people. He must have his own path behind him. Kaizu still didn't agree. He's just a young master abandoned by the Liu family. What resources could he have? Does our Sun family lack such things? Sun Mujun reasoned back. He defeated several Golden Core stage opponents, even defeating He Zai Hao, the peak of the Golden Core stage, in the Sun family. Can you find another person like him in this world? Kaizu sighed. Well, even so, why should you sacrifice yourself and seduce him for those girls? Sun Mujun, standing firm with determination, responded, "No, for the future of the Sun family, I must take action myself." He had no choice but to give in. He raised a finger in a mocking manner and asked, "Do you know how to love?" She pouted and turned away. "No, but I can learn." Her father was at a loss with his daughter's stubbornness. How to learn, we don't know. The conversation between the father and daughter ended. Kaizu walked to the Qi family's office. The blonde girl with a seductive figure sighed. If Liu Lei really had a reputation, he wouldn't need to engage in shady business dealings that disrupt the pharmaceutical market. Kaizu, unwilling to be outdone, showed his authority and said that if they saw him as a bandit, he would not be like those foolish Tulu people. Big Brother Wu did not know that someone had just bad-mouthed him and sneezed loudly. She smiled and complimented him, as expected of the Qi family. "If I don't put in some benefits today, we probably won't be able to cooperate." With that, she took out another ring made of white jade, shaped like a dragon and phoenix. Spirit Jade, Grade 5. He quickly realized that this was a valuable item. Spirit Jade, Grade 5, indeed a good product, but because it offended both the Tan and Man families, it wasn't worth much. She remained calm, smiling as she made a bet with him. "If Liu Lei makes 500 million within a week, you'll help me deal with him?" Kaizu asked cautiously. "What if he can't?" Without hesitation, she threw the ring toward him. "Then this belongs to you." Kaizu easily caught the ring. "I don't believe he has that ability." The scene shifts to the peaceful King Lanshan, with clear blue skies and white clouds, and wild grass growing abundantly. General Hua and Liu Lei are riding the sacred beast, floating in the air. General Hua shouted, "Savage beast, you foolish creature, move aside quickly." The animals playing joyfully were disturbed by him and scattered in all directions. With one hand holding his phone and the other holding a detector, Li Lei spoke. Following my instructions, conduct a thorough search. What you're holding is the Yunjian detector in King Lanshan. Li Lei hid behind a large tree trunk, using the detector to probe for the elusive Yunjai. It didn't take long before he spotted the red mushrooms growing from the tree trunk, and happily shouted, "Over here, over here." Half an hour later, at the Liu family's foreign world store, the red mushrooms he had gathered from the forest were brought in. Shang Guangxu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the mushrooms. "How did you manage to gather so many high-quality Yunjai?" He handed a piece of mushroom to Thunder Beast. "The best Yunji for you." Thunder Beast blushed and refused. "Master, according to the rules, the best should be given to you." He threw the mushroom to Thunder Beast. "Saving your wife is more important." Then, he turned to General Voix. "Keep enough for yourself, and the rest can be given to the old general. I think it will be useful for treating injuries in the army." General Voix, deeply grateful, bowed and clasped his hands in thanks. This exquisite Yunji adds more hope to the primordial spear army. Thunder Beast happily fed the supreme Yunji to his ailing wife. After his wife consumed the supreme Yunji, her complexion immediately improved significantly. "I, on behalf of the primordial spear army, thank martial cultivation." Shang Guangxu let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Spiritual ki has been unblocked. The maintenance intention is all that matters. She blushed, looking at Liu Lei's back, silently admiring him. The martial cultivation divine weapon was profound and unpredictable, making the person from Jiaxin Ren Hu truly a hero of his time. In Li Lei's bedroom, he happily held a large paper bag filled with various fortune-bringing weapons. General Hua had definitely stuffed some tonic medicine for him. He was startled when he saw a girl already sitting on the bed waiting for him. Li Lei blushed and mischievously asked her, "Eldest Miss Meng, why are you suddenly sitting on my bed?" Meng Fuyao shyly asked him, "Li Lei, are you free tonight?" Li Lei was so happy that his face turned red and his nose puffed up. "If eldest Miss Meng has an intention, then tonight, I will be yours." The two of them took a walk along the riverbank, and he cried tears as he spoke, though it was just a casual stroll. Fuyao asked with concern, "Is everything going smoothly in the other world?" Li Lei smiled brightly, proudly saying, "Very good. Opening a shop is not a problem. I can immediately head to King Land Mountain." Fuyao didn't look at him and sadly said, "I don't hope for that." Li Lei explained, "If I want to take revenge on Wu Kuan, I must keep growing stronger." Fuyao furrowed her brow and stared directly into his eyes, raising her voice. "I don't want you to bear everything alone while I do nothing." She hesitated and listed the things he had done for her, stopping young Master Long from saving her, reclaiming the Thunder Source, helping her grandfather with the tribulation crossing all the way, and risking his life alone. She grabbed his hand. "Teach me martial arts. I want to fight alongside you." He tilted his head, smirking, and pointed to his cheek. "I'll teach you, but you have to kiss me first." Without hesitation, she pulled him closer and kissed him deeply. She shyly played with her hair, avoiding Liu Lei's gaze. "Will you teach me?" Liu Lei touched the spot where her warmth still lingered. "Are you ready? Training is hard work." The Meng family firmly declared, "I am willing to live and die with you." He affectionately replied, "Then you'll have to endure hardship for the next few days." Fuyao blushed, breathing heavily. Her hands trembled as she supported herself on the ground, her body bending. Liu Lei placed his hand on her waist to guide her, her back arching slightly as he used his dantian to sense the flow of energy. "If you want to catch up with my cultivation speed, you need to try harder than I do." Exhausted, Fuyao was covered in sweat. She furrowed her brows and loudly responded, "Okay." He handed her a cup of green liquid with a straw. "After practicing, drink all of this bitter gold-bred elixir." She couldn't take it anymore and asked loudly, "Is this something humans should do?" The scene transitions to Jia Yuan's electronics office. Yuan Xiaoxu is crying and complaining, "Mom, there are so many outstanding women around him. I don't have any confidence." Ruan Shi pats her daughter's shoulder and reassures her, "Don't worry, today he asked me for help with something, and I'll handle it for you." She smiles confidently, knowing that dealing with Xiao Sai, like Liu Lei, requires a certain kind of authority that will make him respect her. The notification sound from the desk phone rings. "Director Yin, Liu Lei has arrived. Yuan Xiao Xu points toward the door and walks into the next room. Ruan Shi commands, "Tell him to come in." Liu Lei gently pushes open the door and enters, greeting her. "Yin Tong, sorry to bother you, but I need Jia Yuan to urgently produce a batch of night vision glasses." Ruan Shi subtly hints, "Liu Lei, the last time I helped you return 2 billion and made weapons for you." Liu Lei frowns, acting as if it's none of his business. Thinking the favor had already been repaid, she continues to fabricate a story to make Liu Lei feel indebted to her. "I've looked at the order you gave me. As for the capital, Jia Yuan has some issues, but if you're willing to stay close to my daughter." He interrupts her and places the black card on the table. "I need these glasses urgently. I'll pay immediately and add 20% extra." Ruan Shi turns pale, covering her mouth. The Meng family's black card. Liu Lei, acting like a generous big spender, says, "Money is not an issue, but I need things done quickly." Yuan Xiaoxu in the next room, eavesdropping, was left speechless and bewildered. The momentum of her mother had already been defeated. Liu Lei was preparing to turn and leave, but he did not forget to remind them. "By the way, old man Meng is holding a celebration for his promotion to nascent soul stage. Everyone must attend." Soon after, the grand banquet of the Meng family began. The venue was at a hotel. Guests, whether wealthy or noble, arrived in droves, with cars lining up in front of the hotel. They chattered excitedly. "The Meng family will rise high in Shandu. I've long sensed that the old man was extraordinary. Mr. Meng, has Meng Fuyou gotten engaged yet? Please consider my family." Meng Chongtian, hands humbly clasped, said, "Thank you for your kind words. The Meng family will definitely work hard to repay your goodwill." Ruan Shishai sat at the guest table, looking around. With the promotion to nascent soul stage, all the renowned figures of Shandu had arrived. Yuan Xiao Xu leaned her hand on the table, dejectedly saying, "Now that Liu Lei and Meng Fuyou are together, my chances are even slimmer." Ruan Shi gently swirled her wine glass and replied, "My daughter, some things cannot be forced." She sighed and said, "Mother, I understand." Countless precious gifts were brought to the reception desk. The guests expressed their gratitude for the hospitality. Liu Lei, dressed in a formal suit, held a long staff that emitted a golden glow with both hands and smiled as he introduced, "This is the 6th-rank divine whip I specifically found for him, old man Zhu Meng, who has been promoted to nascent soul stage." The guests were all wide-eyed in surprise upon witnessing this scene. A 6th rank. The Sun family hasn't even reached such high status yet. This Liu Lei kid is not simple. Meng Chongtian pulled his hand and led him onto the stage. "Place the gift aside. Come up on stage with me." The young couple, Liu Lei and Fuyao, blushed as they looked at each other. "I declare, this banquet is also the engagement party for Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao." Sun Mujun stood up, raised her hand, and said, "I oppose this marriage." All the guests in the banquet hall recognize her. Why her? Is this the Sun family girl and Liu Lei? Last time, they stole the gifts, and now they're stealing the bride? Ruan Shi frowned, massaging her temples, and then comforted her daughter. Meng Fuyao and Sun Mujun are both outstanding women. Don't feel too pressured, my dear. Yuan Xiaoxu was excited, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly asked her mother, "When did this love triangle start? Who will Liu Lei choose?" She looked at her daughter's eager attitude, sweat beading on her forehead. She realized that the girl had completely given up. The Meng family retorted sarcastically at Sun Mujun, "Isn't there any man in the Sun family? You had to come to the grand banquet of the Meng family, a fine one." Sun Mujun stepped up the stage, each stride confident. She had no idea about Liu Lei's situation. She only knew how to slip to one side. Sun Mujun disdainfully pushed Meng Fuyao's shoulder. Not every woman can stand by his side. Meng Fuyao, despite standing still, startled everyone with her sudden presence, her entire body exuding an oppressive aura that made others feel uneasy. "Now do I have the qualifications?" Miss Sun, peak key refining. Meng Fuyao. A guest watching this scene couldn't help but sigh. What kind of monster is Meng Fuyao? I've been cultivating for so long, and still only reached foundation establishment. Sun Mujun was not to be outdone, and began to release his spiritual energy. "Oh really? How about we have a competition today? He awkwardly replied, "Could it be another round of picking a girlfriend?" Meng Changtian, stroking his chin, curiously looked at him. Surrounding the Meng family was a wave of blue spiritual energy, and she loudly mocked Sun Mujun. It seems the Sun family really enjoys causing trouble at other people's parties. Sun Mujun wasn't bothered and retorted, "That's because some people don't know how to repay kindness." Sun Mujun frowned and disdainfully raised his voice at the Meng family. "With your pitiful skills, I think it's best you stop annoying others." Liu Lei suddenly moved between the two girls, causing them to abruptly stop in their tracks. He calmly asked, "Why has Meng Fuyo's breakthrough been so sudden? And why does Sun Mujun always win without fail?" He placed the small vase on the palm of his hand and smiled as he introduced it. "Flourishing spirit communication art will change your life. What are you waiting for, those who came later? Hurry up and go to the Liu family supermarket to buy it." The guests all stared at him in surprise. Liu Lei remained nonchalant, continuing to pitch the product. Although the two girls' performance of fighting for dominance is fake, everyone has already seen the realm level of eldest Miss Meng's cultivation technique. If needed, you can come to my shop this afternoon to place an order. Liu Lei quickly became the center of attention in the entire hall, and furthermore, there was also the presence of the third Materi of Lingwu, 4th grade. At the same time, thanks must be given to the Meng family and the Sun family for their full support. The guests watching were quite amused by this one-of-a-kind sales pitch. Is this how all rich people advertise? Even Lingwu is being sold. This is a valuable item with no place to buy it. I must hurry home to prepare the money. Sun Mujun, over here, was seething with anger, but she still tried to hold it in, speaking to Liu Lei through gritted teeth. "Liu Lei, don't stop me. Today, I must settle the score with Meng Fuyao." Liu Lei appeared displeased and tried to advise her. "Wushan hasn't been dealt with yet. I don't want everyone to fight among ourselves." Then, Liu Lei solemnly said to the two girls, "The revered Might Alliance cannot be broken. As for me, Liu Lei, I beg you both." Meng Changtian stood on the upper floor, observing everything and secretly praising. This Liu family guy has become so powerful in just a few months that even the Sun family is fighting for him. Sun Mujun couldn't do anything and had to leave in frustration. "This kiddo's meddling is driving me crazy." Sun Mujun snatched the glass of wine from the server's tray and drank it down in one gulp. The server respectfully bowed and said, "Please, enjoy." He grinned maliciously and thought, "Good, very good. Once this wine goes down, the two powerful families will surely stir up trouble." Liu Lei smiled gently and instructed Fu Yao, "Later, when we get back, help me sell the goods, okay?" Sun Mujun stormed behind Liu Lei and patted his shoulder. "I can give way this time, but next time, I'm not so sure." The Meng family sneered, mocking her. "Miss Sun, next time, our Meng family might not invite you." Sun Mujun, in rage, raised her voice and asked, "What did you say?" Liu Lei maintained a harmonious and gracious attitude, inviting her, "Miss Sun, I sincerely hope you will come to my shop this afternoon when it opens." They all walked together to the outside of the Liu family supermarket. Liu Lei walked ahead, raising his hand to signal the two girls behind him. Wait! A dead body was casually discarded in the middle of the road. The bald young man sitting on the corpse called his name. "Boss Liu." He grinned widely, showing off his teeth. "There are a few people causing a commotion. I helped you take care of them." Liu Lei placed his hand on the scanner, and the doors opened as it was time for business. New, shiny swords slowly appeared. He enthusiastically introduced their functions. First weapon, 1 million. Second, 5 million. Third, 20 million. Fourth, 100 million. Flourishing spirit communication art to enhance cultivation methods. Essence foundation liquid body refining. Vitalizing spirit elixir to enhance spiritual ki burst power. Don't forget to enhance your cultivation methods when buying weapons, and the medicinal items are 5 million. Sun Mujun, battered and bruised, stood there open-mouthed, wondering where he had found so many treasures. The Meng family held the scanner, coordinating the group as they lined up to swipe their cards, one by one, with each person having 30 seconds to make their selection. Remember, think carefully before purchasing. The brand new shiny weapons and medicinal items made people yearn for them. I'm only at the body refining stage, so a second-grade weapon will be enough. I want to buy a 4th-grade weapon for my son, and I want to try each type of medicine, one bottle of each. The guests all held the items they had purchased in their hands, admiring them with awe and satisfaction. Fantastic, a masterpiece. Is this a divine artifact? Just now, even you softened up. He snapped his fingers at the cup, as if suddenly recalling something. Look at my memory, I almost forgot this treasure. I'll take it out and auction it. Then, he took out a sword glowing with a mysterious purple light, a top-tier, 4th-grade Ling Yuan ancient ring. The guests appeared excited, eagerly participating in the auction. This is the best item. I'll offer 200 million today. I'll offer 500 million. A young man with a shaved head, his eyes sparkling, loudly declared. I'll take this weapon. Who dares to compete with me? I'll fight anyone who does. Liu Lei crossed his arms and teasingly asked, Big Brother Kel, can you take things by fighting people? I still need to do business. He placed his bank card on the table and gave a wry smile. 3 million. If that's not enough, I'll be your bodyguard for a month. From behind, a few voices expressed dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I could have taken out 3 million as well. He took the bank card and slipped it into his inner jacket pocket. Everyone, don't worry. Next month, I'll have more new items. Big Brother Kyo drooled, holding the sword in his hand. He glanced at Liu Lei and asked, New items? Better than this one. He didn't answer, but instead said the closing line. Once the goods are purchased, they cannot be returned. The customer behind him sighed in admiration. Liu Lei entered, carefully closing the door. The Meng family sat in front of the computer, typing up the report on the situation, this time earning several billion. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Master has successfully opened the shop, rewarding one true spirit herb. Earnings have reached 5 billion, and the time to activate the alternate world has been extended to 3 hours. He rubbed his chin, wondering, what does the true spirit herb do? The system explained. The true spirit herb is a divine plant, growing once every 3 years, with miraculous effects. It opens the spiritual eye and dispels enchantments. Li Lei smiled happily, thinking to himself, I'll keep it, in case it's needed later. A sudden red flash of light streaked past him, causing him to startle, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Sun Muzhen furrowed her brows, angrily asking, You're so rich, yet the last time Sun family helped you with serious casualties, you only gave a few spirit stones. She held a sword that glowed with red light, charging at him. I'll show you the price of insulting Sun family. The two swords clashed violently. Sun Muzhen was knocked back. She couldn't help but ask, What kind of weapon is this? How can it suppress my flowing light sword? Liu Lei casually replied, Her weapon is a lower grade 7 item. Compared to my Thunder Emperor 8th grade, mid-tier dagger, it's naturally not comparable. At this moment, Meng Fuyo intervened. Stop, do you want to hurt Liu Lei? He reminded her, it's fine, there are some truths that can only be spoken after the fight. Sun Muzhen paid no attention to Liu Lei's words, leaping forward to attack, her movements dismissing his remarks, as his martial arts were still immature. The 7-colored fate-slaying slash technique was then executed. The two engaged in a sword fight, with smoke swirling around them. Sun Muzhen was utterly shocked by Liu Lei's technique. At that moment, he took out a gun and aimed directly at her. Instantly, Sun Muzhen was knocked back, crashing violently into the nearby wall, which seemed to shatter into pieces. Seeing this, Liu Lei couldn't help but think to himself, I should go outside to fight. Now I have to fix the wall. Sun Muzhen could only stammer, how could this be? Liu Lei calmly helped her up and said, Miss Sun, today I can offer you 1/3 of my earnings and also give you a grade 4 weapon. Yeah, Sun Muzhen, upon hearing this, angrily scolded, the Sun family is a place where you can solve everything with money. Liu Lei calmly replied, I can't repay this with my body either. Sun Muzhen retorted, who would find that unusual about you? Suddenly, a strange black orb appeared. From the black orb, He Guanhuan stepped out with an air of elegance, causing everyone to be startled. Li Lei pushed Meng Fuyo behind him and asked, Enchantress of the He family, what brings you here? He Guanhuan then bowed 90 degrees, requesting help, not hiding the fact that the He family's spiritual veins had been severed, and hoped that Li Lei could assist in fixing them. Li Lei calmly asked her, Why should I help the He family? Meng Fuyao, unable to hold back, also questioned, What game are the He family playing this time? Sun Mu-jun, however, was not as patient as the other two. Stop listening to her nonsense. Just kill her. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan merely cast a glance and swiftly dodged the strike that Sun Mu-jun launched. However, Yi Huan was immediately shocked when she coughed up blood. In the blink of an eye, Sun Mu-jun had collapsed to the ground. Li Lei then stepped forward, placing his blade against Yi Huan's neck. His gaze was icy, and with a cold tone, he spoke. Yi Huan, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Yi Huan gently pushed the sword pressed against her neck aside and spoke softly. Don't go crazy on me. Move aside. She calmly sat down next to Sun Mu-jun, who was lying on the ground. Yi Huan quickly used her hand to jab at the person. Li Lei, seeing this, was utterly confused and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Yi Huan was sweating profusely, but she continued with her work and reminded him, "If you want to save her, it's best if you keep quiet." After a while, Yi Huan withdrew her hand from Sun Mu-jun. She gathered the substance on her hand into a clump and said, "Get a glass jar to preserve this evidence." Inside the jar, small purple droplets of water began to form. Liu Lei, puzzled, asked, "What exactly is this?" Yi Huan took the initiative to explain. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the heart symbol. After consuming it, if one channels their energy, it will destroy the body's functions, draining all the spiritual ki within." She pointed at Sun Mu-jun lying on the ground and said, "I know you're probably suspecting that I'm the one behind this heart symbol. After all, you've seen my ability to manipulate objects at a distance. But the immediate task is to get Miss Sun to the Lin family hospital. I'm not running, I'm not hiding, I'm doing as you instructed." Li Lei immediately turned to Meng Fuyao and said, "Yao Yao, you drive." He picked up Sun Mu-jun and reminded Yi Huan, "You wait for me near the Lin family. Don't let anyone spot you." I also bowed slightly and agreed, "Yes, Li Lei." The scene shifted to the Lin family private hospital. At that moment, the doctor was reporting, "Miss Lin's heart rate is erratic. You said the burning heart manifestation is invading her spiritual ki." Lin Yuanlei sighed. "Luckily, we were able to save her in time. After removing that object, she can rely on her own strength to hold on for 6 more hours." Meanwhile, Sun Lijiang was scolding Meng Fuyao fiercely. "The Meng family won't survive this. In just a few hours, Little Majesty has already encountered problems. She is the future of the Sun family." Li Lei stepped forward to intervene. "Senior Sun, there's something wrong here. Now is not the time for internal conflicts." He then turned to ask Meng Fuyao, "Have you found any clues?" She replied, "I've gone through all the data. Only the Tulu organization has ever used this kind of thing." Li Lei murmured, "Tulu, Qi family." Upon hearing this, Sun Lijiang angrily shouted, "Caillou, stop pretending. Sun Mu-jun used to be his secretary. What reason would he have to take action?" Liu Lei calmly responded, "Senior Sun, the fact that you came here alone clearly shows that you still trust us." He confidently asserted, "The truth, you can investigate it in 6 hours to save my honor, and I will definitely save Sun Mu-jun." Sun Lijiang was extremely surprised by this. He watched Li Lei leave and thought to himself, "There's some of his grandfather's charm in him." The scene shifted to the Lin Family Hospital's research room. At this moment, Li Lei asked, "Haven't separated yet?" Lin Kuye replied, "Dan. Burning heart manifestation has infiltrated the blood, and there are too many impurities in the stomach." She furrowed her brows and spoke, "Without the original burning heart manifestation, it's very difficult to find the antidote." Meng Fuyao, who had been standing behind, then spoke up, "I know where to find the burning heart manifestation." Li Lei turned around and asked, "Where?" Meng Fuyao's face exuded a cold aura as she said, "Find Tulu." At this point, Li Lei was sitting in a Mercedes, speeding down the road. He asked, "Wu Yongning, do you know where to find Tulu's burning heart manifestation?" Wu Yongning, upon hearing the question, looked awkward. The Tulu warehouse had it, but the defenses were tight, and he couldn't get the burning heart manifestation. Li Lei didn't seem to care much about that, and softly said, "Just send me the warehouse address." The car had now reached the desolate area. Liu Lei, sitting inside, said, 7 guards, 10 surveillance cameras. You can break in, but if the Qi family gets involved, it will delay the time to rescue Sun Mu-jun. Meng Fuyao casually spoke up. Leave the cameras to me. We just need to get past the guards. At that moment, she pressed a key on something. Meng Fuyao emitted a wave of energy around them and said, the camera's electronic pulse will freeze for 3 seconds. Lei Lei, upon hearing this, sighed. That's enough. He turned his head slightly and spoke to Ha. Huan, sit in the back. Let's go. They had now entered the marvelous thunderous medicine cavern. Liu Lei touched several bottles of purple liquid and exclaimed, found the heart distraction powder. A few of the patrolling guards had just arrived with flashlights. One arrogant guard scoffed, this is the Tulu warehouse. Even if he had 100 lives, would he dare to steal? He muttered, each bottle of heart distraction powder has a GPS tracker. If opened, it sends an alarm, and if taken, it can be tracked. The guard, feeling smug, sighed, don't worry. If the burning heart manifestation is lost, I'll pay for your life. At this moment, Liu Lei, hiding to one side, joyfully said, good thing I brought her along. In his hands were piles of heart distraction powder bottles. Liu Lei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He got into the car and couldn't help but exclaim, fortunately, there was a way, otherwise I would have taken her things. The burning heart manifestation is completely used up now. He Huan modestly spoke, it is my honor to assist you, Mr. Liu. Her words caused Meng Fuyao, who was sitting in the car, to feel somewhat annoyed. The marvelous thunderous medicine cavern of Mr. Liu truly left one in awe. Meng Fuyao immediately turned her head, blocking the line of sight between Lei Lei and He Huan, and reminded them, stop talking nonsense. The delay in not taking the items has cost us enough time. We need to hurry. Liu Lei then calmly said, He Huan, you help me protect Sun Mojun, and I will help your family. She appeared to think for a moment, but then reflected that her combat abilities were not strong enough. She could protect Miss Sun, but not the Lin family. Liu Lei's gaze turned sharp. I will send Kiao Wang Wuyong Ning to assist you. But if anything happens to Sun Mujun, I won't spare you. He Huan, emboldened, seemed somewhat eager to be treated with violence by Mr. Liu. Forget it, it's not enough anyway. I'll do as you say. Meng Fuyao, still sitting, let out a soft snort, clearly displeased, before the scene shifted to the so-called Foreign World's alchemy room. At this moment, someone reached out and shouted, Elder Wang, hurry, there's something I need help with in martial cultivation. This person was none other than Grandmaster Alchemist Wang Heng. Liu Lei stepped in and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, Elder Wang, I've brought a type of poison. He took out a jar of elixir and introduced it. This is called burning heart manifestation. It disrupts the body's functions and drains spiritual ki. Wang Heng, upon hearing this, lightly waved his fan and asked, is there really such a medicine? Where is it? Open my death aura furnace and analyze the elixir. At this point, Liu Lei spoke up to remind him, Elder Wang, I only have 2 hours. If it can't be resolved, I'll have to find another way. Wang Heng pointed at his death aura furnace and sighed, martial cultivation. I have been refining elixirs for hundreds of years. Is there any medicine I haven't analyzed? At that moment, smoke billowed out from the furnace as if an explosion had just occurred. The powerful blast sent fragments flying in all directions. Jin De Bio and Liu Lei, witnessing this scene, were left speechless and stammered, ah, this. Wang Heng, covered in soot from the explosion, chuckled softly and said, ha, the path of elixirs is indeed profound and unpredictable. Do you have another one? Liu Lei took out another jar of elixir and reminded him, Elder, if it doesn't work, I won't force it. At this, Wang Heng sighed and said, I have a clue now. Please, martial cultivation, take a look. The elixir was surrounded by spiritual ki that locked the jar, and indeed, a chain-like aura surrounded it. Wang Heng then spoke, without the ki, it will explode during the analysis. I will summon my disciples and divide the furnace. At that moment, all of his disciples simultaneously sat down in front of the refining furnace. Wang Heng spoke in a soft voice, each of you should keep watch over the furnace in front of you. Release your spiritual ki, and prepare thoroughly. At the same time, he raised his hand to stoke the fire in the furnace and said, dare to propose a hypothesis, but be careful in your analysis. As soon as he finished speaking, the furnace in front of him exploded into many pieces. Wang Hang then told the disciples who were carrying a new furnace, "Be quick with your hands and feet. Make use of the time." The scene then shifted to the backyard of the Liu family's otherworldly shop. At this moment, Shang Guanxu, feeling frustrated, raised her hand and said, "Martial cultivation has asked me to teach you the techniques, so why are you letting me wear this?" Meng Fu Yao could only smile awkwardly. "This is also arranged by martial cultivation. Miss Shang Guan, please understand." Shang Guanxu, not thinking much more about it, replied, "All right, follow my lead, and don't make any mistakes." With that, she threw out a gourd-shaped flask. The flask was quickly split into two pieces. Meng Fu Yao, having completed the necessary keystrokes on her computer, remarked with admiration, "I've mastered the motion." She then happily leaned to one side, and in the blink of an eye, she threw out a gourd-shaped flask with a motion almost identical to Shang Guanxu's. The gourd-shaped flask was also split into two pieces. Shang Guanxu, witnessing this, was astonished and exclaimed, "You learned the motion in one try, and your power is even stronger than mine by several levels." After completing the move, Meng Fu Yao spoke up, "Is there any other technique? Teach me." The scene shifts near the Lin family's hospital. Liu Mai, in a cheerful tone, said to the man sitting next to her, "The Qi family really keeps their word." Kai Zhu spoke, "I want to deal with Liu Lei, not just because of you." Liu Mai immediately agreed, "Oh, I'm all ears." He then spoke with a hint of complaint. "After becoming prosperous, you don't even know how to greet people, secretly selling drugs, and on top of that, stealing my burning heart manifestation." Kai Zhu turned to the two people standing outside and ordered, "This cannot be allowed. This white-eyed wolf harms others. Deal with Sun Mujun first. Let them fight internally." The two outside responded in unison, "Understood." Upon hearing the command, one of them, Ling Huyang, the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, king of overseers, raised his arm and strange energies began to gather. He quickly summoned two shadowy figures from his hands. Sai Kong Bao immediately ordered his shadows, "Destroy this place for me." Sun Leizhong suddenly leaped out from somewhere, blocking the path of the shadowy figures and warned, "With me here, you won't cause chaos." He quickly waved his hand, causing light to radiate from his palm. Sun Leizhong, in an instant, had struck down one of Sai Kong Bao's shadows. From the figure of the shadow, a tear appeared, and green liquid sprayed out, causing the two sides to immediately separate. When Sun Leizhong saw the green liquid splattered on his hand, he couldn't help but think to himself, "This is highly poisonous and absorbs spiritual ki." At that moment, he noticed Sai Kong Bao on the opposite side flying upwards. Sun Leizhong quickly cast his gaze toward him. Seeing Sai Kong Bao preparing to leave, he called out, "Don't go." Sai Kong Bao casually responded, "Dealing with you is too troublesome. I'll just go up to the floor and find that girl." Meanwhile, at the back door of the Lin family hospital, the Kai Condensation Grandmaster spoke, "I'll cover for everyone to retreat." He whispered, "You all are just adding to the trouble here." An explosion went off, causing concern among the onlookers. Lin Kuya exclaimed in surprise, "The Lin family's research room." Lin Yuanlai angrily looked at the mess Liu Lei had caused. He didn't hide his displeasure, saying, "It's all because you favored Liu Lei. Now look what has happened." Lin Kuya could only sigh and lament, "Father, Shandu is in such chaos. If it weren't for Liu Lei, who would protect us if something happened?" The scene shifted to the VIP room of the Lin family hospital. At that moment, one of Sai Kong Bao's shadows had arrived. He lightly pointed and ordered, "Sun Mujun is in the VIP room on the top floor. Break in there." His shadow followed and rushed in, but it was empty inside. Sai Kong Bao, seeing this, was very surprised and muttered to himself, "There's nothing." The scene then shifted to the Lin family hospital surveillance room. The man had knocked out the guard and was watching the camera, thinking to himself, "How could someone as rough as you catch anyone? You need to use your brain." The man was Ling Huyang. He couldn't help but sigh, "No wonder we couldn't find her. The seductive woman from the He family is helping. She's at the north exit of the car park, blocking her." Meanwhile, He Huan was carrying Sun Mujun. She anxiously thought to herself, "This is bad. Without any equipment to assist, Miss Sun won't be able to hold on much longer." He Wan Hoan suddenly realized something and glanced over, murmuring, "This is bad." At that moment, Sai Kong Bao appeared and blocked their way. He sneered, "The banquet is just beginning." He licked his lips and said to He Wan Hoan, "Don't be in a hurry to leave." He Wan Hoan then had no choice but to place Sun Mojun in a corner. She looked at Sun Mojun with concern, silently thinking, if it goes on like this, Miss Sun won't last. He Wan Hoan turned her head to think and then realized there's only one option. She quickly took out a black orb of her own inside. It's a gamble. He Wan Hoan immediately dashed towards Sai Kong Bao in the distance. He Wan Hoan stood there, seemingly unfazed as she licked her lips. Suddenly, a shadow of Sai Kong Bao appeared behind her. A streak of bright red blood shot out. The blood spurted from beside He Wan Hoan's shoulder, leaving her utterly stunned. He Wan Hoan dropped to her knees and wondered, when did he get behind me? Sai Kong Bao then chuckled, "My shadow puppet moves silently and unseen. You won't die in vain." But he stepped forward, grasped her chin, and added, "If you make me happy, if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave your body intact." At that moment, He Wan Hoan thought to herself, "I was careless, Liu Lei. If I want to save Sun Mujun, I'll have to self-destruct." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground. Sai Kong Bao was visibly irritated upon seeing it. He Wan Hoan joyfully exclaimed, "Liu Lei." Liu Lei then appeared, walking in with effortless grace. Seeing this, Sai Kong Bao ordered his shadows, "Liu Lei, you've really shown up. Attack him." Liu Lei, calm as ever, drew his sword. He slammed it into the ground with a force that sent waves of energy rippling beneath the earth. Instantly, Sai Kong Bao's shadows dissolved into mist. Liu Lei sneered, "Is that all?" He then noticed something, muttering under his breath, From the thickening fog ahead, a figure appeared, accompanied by a voice, and the mist began to spread. Ling Hu Yang quietly spoke at this moment, "You cannot escape." He smiled wickedly, and a red fan was unfolded in his hand. Meng Fu Yo gently spoke, "Do you really think so?" In her hand was the 8th rank lower-level Gale Storm Spirit Fan. Meng Fu Yo then swung the fan and unleashed the Wind Rises move. He Huan Huan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wonder. Even Sun Lijiang at the nascent soul stage couldn't easily escape the bone poison. Yet Fu Yo can blow it away like this. What kind of divine artifact is this? Ling Hu Yang remained calm and spoke, "It's just relying on the magical artifact." As he tried this move, poisonous insects emerged from his body. Liu Lei raised his gun at this moment, while He Huan Huan anxiously warned, "Be careful, these are poisonous evil insects. Once their venom touches you, your bones will be destroyed." The insects were immediately struck by Liu Lei's electric gun and they split in half, blood spilling out. Both Ling Hu Yang and He Huan Huan couldn't hide their astonishment. Liu Lei gently turned his head to ask He Huan Huan, "What did you just say?" She could only reply, speechless, "Nothing." Sai Kong Bao, at this moment, was wearing a red armor and said, "The girl forced me to deploy all firepower." Ling Hu Yang, who was standing beside him, also spoke up, "We have no choice but to make a frontal assault." Sai Kong Bao thought to himself, "Here it comes, blinding light hiding," as he created an energy ball in his hand, called the non-explosive bullet. At the same time, Ling Hu Yang summoned a massive venomous snake. He thought to himself, "Once they gouge, I can pursue the advantage and launch a counterattack." On the other side, Liu Lei and Meng Fu Yao remained calm, showing no signs of panic. They both sighed in unison, just in time to try out the combination technique. Meng Fu Yao waved her hand, executing the tattered wind thunderstrike, while Liu Lei beside her fired his gun. Waves of energy shot towards the opponents. Sai Kong Bao and Ling Hu Yang, at that moment, turned into two clouds of smoke. Sai Kong Bao had directly fallen unconscious. Ling Hu Yang, struggling, thought to himself, as expected, the frontal attack didn't work, but this was all part of the plan. It seems one of my insects can still attack. Ling Hu Yang couldn't help but think, his attention is focused on me in the front. That makes it easier for me to act. As long as the girl from the Sun family dies, we win. The insect that Ling Hu Yang had placed on Sun Mujun was now in position. but it was quickly encased by the energy ball of He Guan Huan. She screamed at that moment, "Liu Lei, you asked me to protect Miss Sun well. How could I let you succeed so easily?" The insect was crushed by He Guan Huan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Hu Yang had managed to get up and pointed at her disdainfully, almost frightening her. "Man, you're just putting on an act. She's nothing more than a weak chicken who just reached Foundation establishment, holding the supreme weapon just for show." At this point, Meng Fu Yao was indeed breathing heavily, just as he had said. Ling Hu Yang laughed loudly. "If you fight again, your strength will be exhausted. I want both this girl and the weapon." At this moment, Sai Kong Bao also woke up and a cloud of smoke dispersed. He Huan, seeing this, anxiously called out Liu Lei. Liu Lei gently turned his head and instructed, "You protect Sun Mujun. I'll handle the rest." Sai Kong Bao licked his lips and laughed. "Hand it over to you. What are you? What do you have to oppose two-peak golden core stage cultivators like us?" Liu Lei calmly took out a pill, poured it into his mouth, and said, "Just some herbs." At that moment, Liu Lei's entire body exuded a vast amount of energy. Sai Kong Bao was stunned by the sight. "What is this? What kind of joke is this? The power. This is nascent soul realm." Liu Lei's gaze turned cold as he spoke. "Still don't understand. The time I spent with you all earlier was just to help eldest Miss Meng practice." Ling Hu Yang, standing to the side, gently reminded Sai Kong Bao, "Don't listen to his bluffing. It's just some medicine. If you hold on for a while, you'll be crippled." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Lei swiftly swung his sword toward him. In an instant, Ling Hu Yang was sent flying. Witnessing this, Sai Kong Bao angrily shouted, "The effect of your medicine is already over. Now it's my turn." Liu Lei took out another vial of elixir and sighed, "Sorry, here's another one." Then, a powerful strike was unleashed. At that moment, both Sai Kong Bao and Ling Hu Yang could only cry out, "Damn it, I won't spare the Qi family even if I become a ghost," asking us to work, and not even giving us 2 vials of medicine. Liu Lei reminded them, "In such a hurry to become ghosts, don't you want to live?" At that moment, Ling Hu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Humph. Without even this level of insight, how can you survive out there?" Suddenly, Liu Lei waved his hand and said, "I won't kill you. You may leave." Ling Hu Yang was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean? Did you poison us?" Liu Lei softly replied, "I'm just selling out of goodwill to the Qi family. This matter ends here. Go now." Meng Fu Yao couldn't hide her surprise. They were really letting them go, but the two of them didn't hesitate and left immediately. Liu Lei suddenly spoke up to remind them, "Tell the Qi family that the debt from the previous year has been repaid. They are welcome to come to battle." Then he turned to Meng Fu Yao and said, "They don't matter. What matters is that Xiu Yang told me Liu Mei is stoking the fire behind the Qi family." Liu Lei's gaze darkened as he sighed. "It seems that if Wu Tan is not eliminated, I will never have peace." On the other side, Kaizu angrily slapped the order down. Hu Yang still has the face to pass on messages. This Liu Lei completely disregards me. Liu Mai, standing beside him, softly spoke, "Qi family, don't be angry." Liu Lei's rude and overbearing demeanor. There must be someone behind him. He calmly responded, "No matter who is behind him, the final decision still rests with me." Liu Mei then took out some medicinal bottles and said, "Qi family, Liu Lei has medicine, and I have it too." Kaizu was puzzled and asked, "This is from the Alchemist Association." Liu Mai replied, "Without any experts backing us. Do you think my mother and I could have dealt with Lei Lu's father?" At this moment, Kaizu slightly bent down, deep in thought. Unfortunately, the burning heart manifestation. Perhaps Liu Lei had already found the antidote. Liu Mai revealed a murderous glint in her eyes and said, "Even if there is an antidote, it would still be very difficult for Sun Mujun to recover his condition in a short period of time." She spoke with certainty. "I have my own plan to make the Sun family rebel." In the Liu family supermarket, He Huan lowered her head slightly and spoke quietly, "Mr. Liu Lei, Miss Sun is recovering at the Sun family, and will regain consciousness this afternoon." Liu Lei, seeing this, eagerly asked, "You've worked hard this time. Tell me, how can I assist you?" Meng Fu Yao glanced at her warily. When she saw He Huan about to raise her hand to take off her clothes, she immediately shouted, What are you trying to do? He Huan bluntly ripped her dress in two, revealing her figure in front of both of them. She pointed at the long scar on her abdomen and hesitated before speaking. This is the curse of the He family. She slowly recounted the story. Over 100 years ago, the He family offended a powerful master who struck the elder of the He family with a palm to the abdomen. He Huan's voice became sorrowful. From that day forward, every bloodline of the He family in the abdominal region has been cursed, preventing the He family from producing any female with a nascent soul realm. She took the glass orb and with a serious tone, said, "This glass orb that guides me will allow me to break this deadlock." The image of Liu Lei appeared. He Huan confirmed that it was only him, Liu Lei. He looked confused and spoke up, "But I don't know how to break the curse." She began to guide him. "I have the method to break the curse. We just need 3 more medicinal herbs. The first is the rare and exceptional yunjai." Upon hearing this, Liu Lei exclaimed. He quickly took out some fresh yunji and said, "I have plenty of this." Liu Lei suggested that he would help her find the herbs, but with one condition. "But we need to sign a contract to ensure you won't go back on your word." He thought to himself, having checked her eyes, she wasn't lying. He Huan quickly signed the contract he handed her. Liu Lei was surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to read the content of the contract?" She smiled happily and replied, "You, Liu Lei, wouldn't cheat the people around you." He hesitated and asked again, "What about the other 2 herbs?" She revealed that the other 2 were even harder to find. Suddenly, a phone rang. Liu Lei quickly answered, "Hello, old master son. What's the matter?" The voice on the other end immediately shouted, "Liu Lei, hurry to the Sun family. Little Majesty wants to commit suicide." A moment later, at the Sun family's recovery clinic, Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao entered. He called out in a clear voice, "Old man's son, we're here." He thought to himself, because the He family had a grudge with the Sun family, He Huan temporarily could not join the Sun family. Sun Lijiang sighed in frustration. Little Majesty has kept her life, but the burning heart manifestation caused her cultivation to be completely lost. Sun Muzhen sneered, "Now that you've lost all your cultivation, are you still calling them here to laugh at you?" Meng Fuyao firmly said, "Miss Sun, if we can help you wake up, we will definitely find a way to help you recover your cultivation." Upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "You want to mock me, don't you? If I cultivate again, will I become a genius like you?" Liu Lei spoke in a deep voice, "We are all friends. Cultivation is not about speed." Sun Muzhen snapped, "Enough. Pretend I'm blind. I will definitely help the Meng family ascend, now leave." Meng Fuyao turned to Liu Lei and quietly reminded, "She's angry now." She added, "No matter what we say, she won't listen." Liu Lei hesitated and spoke up, "Well?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Sister." Sun Langxi appeared unexpectedly and laughed mockingly. "I was wondering where you were hiding. Turns out you were here." Sun Lijiang was shocked and asked, "Sun Langxi, what are you doing here?" He pulled out something from his pocket and said, "Take a good look." Langxi raised the green challenge token high, and then spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "This is the challenge token of the Sun family's ancestral tradition." He calmly continued, "According to the Sun family's rules, anyone holding this token has the right to challenge the position of the heir of the Sun family." Upon hearing this, Sun Lijiang stammered, "This token is genuine. The family rules cannot be violated." Sun Muzhen gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it." Langxi smiled maliciously and said, "If the token is genuine, then you must accept my challenge now." His voice turned sinister as he added, "Don't worry. If I win, I won't drive you away. I'll keep you by my side to humiliate you day and night." Liu Lei unexpectedly stepped forward and pinched his ear, smiling confidently, "Too bad, you won't win." Sun Langxi jumped back in panic, shouting, "Liu Lei, this is a matter of the Sun family. You have no right to interfere." Liu Lei calmly replied, "I'm helping you convince Sun Muzhen to accept the challenge." He whispered to her, "Trust me, I have a way to make you win against him." Sun Muzhen, hearing this, spoke clearly, "All right, I'll fight you." He asked in surprise, "You've agreed?" Liu Lei smirked mockingly, "If you're scared, you don't have to fight." Sun Langxi was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Of course we're fighting. Who would miss an opportunity like this? Anyone who doesn't fight is a fool. After a while, all three of them were on the fighting arena. Lang Si sneered, found a man and want to drag him up. Sun Lijiang began to explain the rules. If you fall outside the ring, or if you fall to the ground and can't get up within 10 seconds, or if you admit defeat, you lose. No harm to life is allowed. Lang Si quickly crushed the challenge token, shouting loudly, "The challenge token to fight the heir of the Sun family is effective. The duel begins." He stuck out his tongue, licking the sharp edge of the blade, and sent with a cryptic tone, "You have no idea how strong I am now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Si launched his hellish assassination move. A series of knives flew out from his side. Sun Mujun was immediately shocked. He then smirked maliciously, already prepared to admit defeat. No need to suffer there and be embarrassed by the intimidation. Suddenly, Lang Si's eyes widened in disbelief. The cloak that Mujun was wearing was completely unharmed, still as pristine as new. She struck a seductive pose, then excitedly spoke. "Your attack was completely useless." He was stunned and yelled, "It really is the Nai Sen Immortal Doctor." Lang Si's face turned pale as he thought to himself, "This can completely defend against attacks from someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Where did my sister even get this? The black market value of the Nai Sen Immortal Doctor is around several billion. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it." He continued to mock boldly, but could only defend himself. His cultivation techniques still couldn't keep up. Mujun finished a bottle of medicine and casually asked, "Is that so?" Immediately, she was able to summon her fire elemental power. Mujun smiled with great satisfaction, while Lang Si was once again thrown into a panic. This was the Su Shu Divine Medicine, which only upgraded the arm portion. The black market price of Su Shu Divine Medicine was about 120 million. Mujun took out a few more grenades, and he froze in shock, shouting, "Sis, are there so many expensive weapons? The black market price of spiritual key grenades is about 250 million. Lang Si, irritated, spoke up, challenging the Sun family shouldn't be biased in her favor like this. Sun Lijiang spoke calmly. The Sun family did not assist Sun Mujun. What she has gained, she acquired on her own, and is permitted to use in this battle. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mujun tossed a grenade toward Lang Si. He swiftly dodged and sprinted toward her. Lang Si zipped past her and sneered, "But your body cultivation technique hasn't leveled up. It's completely like a wooden stick." Mujun calmly replied, "Didn't you just bring this upon yourself?" She pulled out 2 more grenades, speaking with full confidence, "Come, let's see who has the better defense." A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, and Lang Si hurriedly covered his face, shouting, "No, I surrender, I surrender." Before he could say anything else, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, and the surrounding dust instantly billowed into the air. Sun Mujun calmly stood in the midst of the smoke and dust, protected by the protective circle of the Nai Sen Immortal Doctor. She raised an eyebrow and looked ahead. At this moment, Lang Si was lying flat on the ground. Sun Lijiang ran over to check the situation and then announced, "Sun Lang Si has lost consciousness. Sun Mujun wins." He spoke with great gratitude. This time, it's all thanks to Liu Young Master's full support. Several billion is no small sum. Li Lei softly replied, "The money is not an issue for me." Mujun, slightly embarrassed, asked, "You've given me all these high-end items. How should I repay this favor?" Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was quietly observing the match through a camera. Liu Mai muttered to herself, "Sun Mujun could only win thanks to the magical artifact assistance from Liu Lei." She smiled wickedly and softly said, "Selling large quantities of magical weapons and artifacts. He's definitely connected to another world." Sometime later, at the Liu family villa, Liu Mi's voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, take a look. This is the video I recorded." She raised the camera and emphasized, "Liu Lei cannot escape his ties to another world." Wu King turned to Wang Qi and said, "No wonder he was able to defeat Liu Xiaoyu and break the Burning Heart manifestation." Wang Qi nodded upon hearing this. "Humph, so he went to my senior brother Wang Hang to break the Burning Heart manifestation." She spoke in a delicate voice, "Congratulations, great immortal Wang. This time, when you return to the other world, there is hope." Wang Qi suddenly gripped Wu King's chin tightly and shouted, What's this? He leaned in close to her face and asked, You want to drive me away like this? Wu Qing immediately flattered him. How could that be? You helped me seize the Liu family's assets. I would be honored to serve you. Wang Ke instructed, You should use Caillou to probe Liu Lei's strength. He reminded her, We must resolve this once and for all. Wu Qing respectfully clasped her hands and replied, We won't disappoint you, great immortal Wang. At the same time, in the Liu family's shop, Liu Lei casually spoke. Had Xiao Xiao set off, I'll be over right away. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise as a system notification sounded, indicating a new task, new mission. The master must sell a premium spirit stone in the otherworld within 1 month. The reward is an additional 2 hours of time in the otherworld. Liu Lei felt intrigued and thought to himself, It's just a spirit stone. I'll complete the task easily. There's no challenge in it at all. It was as if the system could read his mind, immediately sending a notification, reminding him in a friendly manner. Because the owner was dissatisfied with the low difficulty of the task, it was instantly upgraded. The new task, after the upgrade, required the owner to sell 100 premium spirit stones in a foreign world within a month. Liu Lei screamed in horror. What is this? The difficulty increased 100 times all of a sudden. The system added, The reward will also be upgraded, with no time limit on how long the owner can stay in the foreign world. Seeing this, he smirked wickedly and muttered to himself, Do you think I set the task difficulty casually? Too low, you say. I have to expand my business so that the Liu family can return to its former glory. Liu Lei took a few long steps forward, silently making a vow. Wait for it. Wu Qing, everything you did to the Liu family, I will make sure to repay it 100-fold. Sometime later, at the Lin family hospital, an angry voice of a man echoed, How dare you show your face here? Lin Yuanlei pointed at the ruined, burned building and sobbed. All the hard work accumulated by the Lin family over generations is destroyed like this. Liu Lei calmly spoke, I came to resolve this matter. Xiao Xiao, the girl standing next to him, then stepped forward to greet them. Hello, I am Han Xiao Xiao from Wan Yi Design Company. Lin Yuanlei looked at the business card and silently wondered. Wan Yi Design Company won the International Architecture Design Award. Li Lei slowly continued. All expenses included, rebuilding the Lin family hospital will be better than before, not worse. Upon hearing this, he pondered. Even with money, he couldn't invite Wan Yi Design. Liu Lei's network of connections was beyond measure. He then took out a VIP card and said, For the past few months, your work has been impossible to accomplish. This is a 1 billion compensation. Lin Yuanlei was stunned and asked in return, And what about you? What do you want? Li Lei smiled widely and replied, For Qiuya to join me at Wenquan for a vacation. Upon hearing this, he angrily scolded, as expected, You're still infatuated with my daughter's beauty. A short while later, Lin Yuanlei sadly waved goodbye to Qiuya, who was happily playing. He helplessly thought, But he's offering so much money. I can't refuse. Han Xiao Xiao watched their figures, leave and thought to herself, I also want to go to Wenquan, but since Li Lei is helping me get into Wan Yi Design, I must repay him. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Kuya had changed into a pink Lolita dress. She shyly asked Li Lei, Do I look good like this for our date? Li Lei turned around and asked the people behind him, What do you all think? Does she look good? They all answered in unison, She looks beautiful. Sun Mujun, He Huan Huan, and Yuan Xiao Exu also looked at her, smiling and nodding. Qiu Ye was stunned and thought to herself, Wait, so many people are dating like this. Li Lei grinned proudly, pointing towards the villa and said, We've rented this villa for 3 days. Everyone feel free to have fun. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuya spoke up, Are we really going to soak in the hot springs with so many people? He laughed and replied, Don't worry, men and women will be separated. She then playfully continued, Is that so? What a shame, I brought my beautiful swimsuit today just to show it to you. Lei. Seeing her being so coquettish, one of the men opposite, his eyes shining brightly, said, It's fine, we can help him check it out. The leader of his group immediately shouted, Shut up. Li Lei turned around and said, Actually, I've gathered everyone here, because there's an important matter to announce. In the meeting room, Li Lei, the hero, slapped the table and declared, I want to take revenge on Wu Qian. It might be dangerous. If anyone doesn't want to join, you can leave now. The fat guy sneered and said, if you want to leave, don't get on my car. Sun Mu-jun, who was sitting next to him, quickly interrupted. Stop beating around the bush, get to the point. Immediately, he got straight to the matter. All right, I want to pull the cultivation business into the Shangdu Consortium. Saying that, he immediately took out a remote control, pointed to the diagram on the board, and began explaining the weapons section. Xiao Xiao criticized the design of the Meng family, who were responsible for the chip installation inside, then handed it over to Jia Yuan's electronics department to manufacture it into a modern magical weapon. The pharmaceutical development was overseen by the Lin family, and the Sun family would handle distribution. Brother Wu, standing next to him, pointed and asked, Big brother, what about me? Did you forget about us? Li Lei gave a slight smile and replied, you are all members of the council, Wu Yong Nin. You are responsible for weapon testing. Chakshu Chang is in charge of overseeing production safety. Of course, the seductive woman is more suited for gathering external intelligence. I need your full assistance. He Huan, upon receiving the order, lowered her head and said, Yes, Mr. Liu Lei. Hearing this, the people on the other side were surprised and spoke up. Ah, Mr. Lei, what game are you playing? Liu Lei smiled brightly once again and replied, The stock distribution is written in the contract. Once we officially start, I'll give each of you a big mysterious share. Upon hearing this, Brother Wu's eyes lit up, and he said, What big share? I want a 9th grade weapon. The crowd cheered happily. Lin Kuya's cheeks turned slightly red, and with a playful tone she said, Compared to the mysterious weapons, I'd rather have you as a gift. But Meng Fu Yao showed a displeased expression at those words. Then she walked up to Li Lei, waved her hand and smiled, saying, Let's go soak in hot water. We'll talk later, bye. Unconsciously, Sun Mu-jun felt a wave of doubt rising within her. It seemed that in Li Lei's heart, it was still only her. Suddenly, Yuan Xiaoxu appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her by the shoulder, and said, Don't be so down. If you like him, just be brave and pursue him. After a pause, startled, she calmed herself and asked, Who are you? She replied, I am Yuan Xiaoxu. Without hesitation, she introduced herself. I am the messenger of true love, here to encourage you to pursue your true love. She continued, If you don't try to pursue it, you'll never get anything. But if you do, at least you won't have any regrets. With that, Yuan Xiaoxu handed Sun Mu-jun a seductive bunny costume. Go on, girl. The other 2 men are still drinking and chatting. I'll keep Fu Yo here. This is your best chance. As Sun Mu-jun put on the bunny outfit, her face flushed with embarrassment. Do you think this will suit me? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoxu encouraged her. Men like this kind of thing. Encouraging them to steal love is quite thrilling. With that, Mu-jun walked towards the bathtub, where Li Lei was relaxing. She slowly and quietly walked toward the back of him. Sun Mu-jun spoke slowly. Liu Lei. Li Lei, hearing the sound, turned around in surprise. What's going on here? Then he shouted, Why are you disguised as Sun Mu-jun? She wouldn't be so embarrassed. Taking the opportunity to get closer, Sun Mu-jun said, I am the real one. I'm here to thank you. He skeptically asked, Is that so? But looking into Li Lei's eyes, he suddenly thought, Her gaze says it all. It really is her. Sun Mu-jun then put on a cute expression and said, You've saved me 3 or 4 times recently. How should I thank you? He lightly pinched her ear, smiling and said, That's good. You're learning how to thank me. Your bunny ears are really cute. In response, Sun Mu-jun, feeling very shy, said, If you keep laughing, I'll get angry. At that moment, in another place, behind a wall, Fu Yo was soaking in a hot bath. Ah, soaking in hot water is still so comfortable. Meanwhile, Sun Mu-jun and Li Lei were chatting in the bath. She said, I know you don't lack anything right now, so how about I help you scrub your back? He replied, Mr. Sun is being so proactive. I can't disappoint you. I gathered all my courage, so hurry up and turn around. Li Lei laughed and asked, You don't like me, do you? She blushed and replied, Uh-huh. Then she thought to herself, Finally, I said it. At this moment, Li Lei was sweating profusely and said, Here. She continued, Earlier, I was angry with you. Because you always treated that Fu person as more important than me. I wanted. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted. Liu Lei, frightened, pointed and told Sun Mujun. The restroom is over there. Go hide for a moment. He Huan walked up and said, Liu Lei-sama, I'm here to serve you. But Liu Lei reminded her, don't call me Sama anymore. Huan stopped, then continued. You can help the He family. I'm willing to do it. On the contrary, Liu Lei plainly said, Wu Qian hasn't been dealt with yet. I don't have time for love. Huan's face showed a hint of sadness as she said to Liu Lei, I know there's someone in your heart. Saying that, she gave a sinister smile, moved closer to him, and whispered, but I don't need a title. Tonight, I just want to serve my master, make you feel comfortable and completely relaxed. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Sun Mujun was eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly scolding, That woman, how can she be like this? This love demon has no shame. Outside in this situation, Liu Lei blushed and said, What you want to do? Huan seductively said, The women of the He family are not just for show. Tonight, I will make sure you experience pleasure beyond imagination. Inside the bathroom, Sun Mujun was furious. How dare you touch Liu Lei? Ms. Chen Chu thought to herself, feeling that she was far too passive. No, if I go out now, I'll be laughed at. Suddenly, overwhelmed, she screamed, I'm about to break down. Where is the men's bathroom? Meanwhile, in the main hall, the two big brothers Wu and the chubby guy were raising their glasses. Without a few girls around, it's really dull, lonely, and cold. Why separate the men's and women's baths? Liu Lei, in order to preserve the reputation of these girls, you really are a true man. Touching. Respectful. Let's drink to that. On this lonely night, would you like to know why I practice cultivation? Brother Wu couldn't stop complaining. I thought cultivation would make me stronger, but instead, I ended up as a short guy who knows martial arts. Xu Chang, who was drunk, cried out, I understand, I'm just a fat guy who knows martial arts. Saying that, the two of them slung their arms around each other and laughed. Bro, if one day we could be like Lei, surrounded by so many women, that'd be great. Xu Chang shyly said to me, I already have someone, a good figure, very beautiful. Big brother Wu was unwilling to accept this and yelled, The one who has conquered fate, how about giving me your sister? He said, How dare you have intentions toward my sister? Then the two of them rushed into a fight. The full person doesn't understand the suffering of the hungry, the frustration of being single. I will beat this shameless toad to death. At the Lin family hospital construction site, Han Xiao quietly thought, This might help Liu Lei, but I wonder if Lei feels lonely without me by his side. Meanwhile, over here, Huan was constantly massaging Liu Lei. Ah, Mom, so comfortable. She worked hard, massaging him. In the adjacent bathroom, Fu Yao angrily said in a sulking tone, Liu Lei, have you never soaked in a hot spring before? Is it really that comfortable? Liu Lei replied, You haven't reached my realm level. You can't understand this kind of comfort. Huan immediately spoke up, Come on, I want to hear you moan even louder. Then she put more strength into her hands. Liu Lei seemed to sink into a trance, overwhelmed by pleasure, tears of joy in his eyes, saying, Is there any servant like you? Stop, please don't. Over here, Fu Yo kept grumbling and questioning him. Liu Lei, what were you whispering over there? Is there someone else by your side? At this moment, Yuan Xiao Xu called out, Sister Yo Yao, I'm here. Xiao Xu smiled and said, Your back looks so beautiful, Sister Yo Yao. Let me help you massage it. Without hesitation, Fu Yao replied, Okay, after I'm done, I'll help you. At this point, Xiao Xu thought to herself, It seems like Miss Sun makes Liu Lei feel really comfortable. This forbidden love triangle really excites me. Meanwhile, Fu Yao felt the cold air emanating from behind her, from Liu Lei's side. He immediately turned around and smiled, saying, It's tricky with Huan, but I don't dare to resist. Huan, who was no slouch, responded, Master, if you're this proactive, you can do whatever you want with me. Liu Lei waved his hand and said, Stop making a fuss. You girls only know how to use me for your entertainment. Upon hearing this, Huan spoke up, Because every girl here has been helped by you. On behalf of the He family, I thank you. With that, she extended her hand, then embraced Liu Lei tightly, expressing, if it weren't for you, the He family's curse might never end. At least now, we can see some hope. With a click, the door opened. Someone's coming. You better hide. Immediately, Huan hurried into the bathroom, saying, wait. Li Lei forced a smile and thought, it seems like I've forgotten something. Then suddenly, she shouted out loud, remembering something. Ah, in the bathroom. Oh, even Sun Mu-jun and Huan froze in shock. Huan secretly mocked her. No wonder Li Lei talked about the group of women. Turns out Miss Sun is even more proactive than me. Mu-jun got angry and shouted, didn't you come too? Huan, with a smug expression, continued, I don't need a title. Miss Sun comes from a big family, with great wealth. Compared to me, it's truly an honor. Upon hearing this, Sun Mu-jun became even more furious, shouting, don't think just because you've saved my life, you can act all proud. I still have debts to settle with the He family. Huan, acting innocent, replied, now I'm Liu Lei's maid. You wouldn't dare to hurt me, would you? Sun Mu-jun, irritated, pointed at her and said, go, use your magic to find a spacious place, and let's fight. Suddenly, a voice was heard from outside. Brother Lei. Immediately, the two of them pressed their ears to the door to listen. It was the voice of Lin Kuya, wearing a short dress, calling, Brother Lei. She put on a coquettish expression and said, I don't have the beautiful figure like Yao. Don't criticize me. I'm willing to treat you sincerely. Everything from the Lin family, if you want it, it's all yours. Upon hearing this, Li Lei awkwardly laughed and responded, no, it's not necessary. Inside, Sun Mu-jun shouted anxiously, I didn't expect Li Lei to be such a beast. Even a child like that isn't spared. Huan, beside him, also said, she is the eldest miss of the Lin family, just a few years younger than you. Moreover, the one who likes the master also includes the genius designer Han Xiao and the crazy younger sister Lin Yuwei. Immediately, Sun Mu-jun grabbed Huan by the collar, lifted her up and warned, if you say one more word, I will really hit you. Huan continued, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you getting so worked up? I can accept him being flirtatious. At that moment, the two women inside the restroom made some noise, leaving Liu Lei helpless. Lin Kuye then asked him, why does it suddenly feel like the restroom is moving? He answered, you just entered Wen Quan. The dizziness caused an illusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuya suddenly stumbled. So, she then threw herself into Li Lei's arms, acting coquettish. I do feel a bit dizzy. Lei, your muscles are so firm, just like when we used to go swimming with our father. At that time, I sprained my ankle, and you rushed to save me without hesitation. Li Lei quickly replied. At that time, I was still engaged to Meng Fuyao. Hearing this, she immediately pressed her finger to his lips. Don't say any more. You're no longer bound by that now. Besides, we've grown up. We can decide our future on our own. But he remained unmoved, replying straightforwardly, Kuya, to be honest, I've always seen you as a sister. Ye refused to back down and retorted, I will grow up, become more mature, and then Meng Fuyao will be more deserving of you. Lei. Inside, Sun Mu-jun gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. This girl really dares to cling on and never let go. Huan, standing beside him, immediately said, there's no one else around now. Do you need me to help you deal with that girl? Mu-jun quickly responded, do I need your help? I can handle this on my own. With that, Mu-jun opened the door. Suddenly, Brother Wu and the chubby guy burst in, singing, we're not used to not fighting. Let me introduce my sister to you when we get back. Whether it works out or not, it depends on your fate. He said, thanks, brother-in-law. My happiness is all thanks to you. Seeing the two drunkards arrive, Li Lei quickly waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Oh, everyone's here. But from inside the bathroom, there was a continuous sound of angry noises. Li Lei couldn't help but feel helpless in this situation. The two drunkards barged in and pressed Li Lei a drink. Lei, why are you alone? Come on, drink with us. Bro, Brother Wu, already a bit tipsy, said, come on, let's finish this bottle. You've had some already, so I don't need any. The chubby guy then pulled a bag of peanuts out of his pocket and said, I've saved some peanuts soaked in alcohol for you. Li Lei immediately shouted when he saw it. Where did you pull that from? On this side, Yo-Yo is soaking in the tub with Zhao Exu, and she keeps wondering. It's so noisy over there in the south, but there are still 3 of us here. Yuan Xiao Exu shyly smiles and says, maybe they're in the middle of a landlord fight. Meanwhile, Qiu Ye has also entered the communal restroom with Huan Hua and Mu Jun. Mu Jun firmly holds Qiu Ye's mouth and says, don't speak of this, it's our secret. Huan Huan gently strokes Qiu Ye's hair and says, it's fine, I'm not afraid to speak about it. Immediately, Mu Jun snaps, shut up. Seeing this, Lin Qiu Ye thinks to herself, so they act faster than I do. Plus, their figures are better. I lost. In the small forest, the person says to him, can I talk about these things of hers? Her useless younger brother is not easy to deal with. Liu Mai responds, how about we let your people and my treasure warm up the XM? Suddenly, the pack of wolves howls fiercely. In the southern hot spring area, Liu Lei tells Xu Chan and Big Brother Wu, drinking alcohol and soaking in hot water isn't good for your health. You two go to the cold spring, and later we'll drink together outside. Xu Chan agrees, okay, that works. Big Brother Wu, standing next to them, looks pale and screams, it's bad, I need to use the restroom. Liu Lei immediately points, it's over there. Inside, the 3 women were panic-stricken. Oh no, he's coming over here. But Liu Lei quickly stopped them. Wait, not now. You can't go. Wu Rongming, his face pale, said, Brother Lei, I can't hold it anymore. Liu Lei then came up with a tactic. Well, there's also a hot spring nearby. If a woman happens to release a scent, it might affect your flawless image of both talent and virtue. However, Wu Rongming kept shouting, Brother Lei, I really can't hold it anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Chong spoke up. Brother Lei. He said, his face serious, I really respect you. With a determined look, Xu Chong shouted, but nothing beats the relief of going to the bathroom in time. Brother Wu, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things. After hearing this, Li Lei waved his hand and replied, no need to shout like that. Overwhelmed by Xu Chang's forceful attitude, Li Lei finally agreed to let Wu Rongming go. Wu Rongming, touched, said, Brother Xu, I'll never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. After taking care of business, Wu Rongming said comfortably, as expected, the bathroom in this villa smells great. The lounge is a perfect place to relax. Huan Huan smiled and said, you all owe me one. Mu Jun, angry, yelled, shut up. Lin Ku, however, said that it was fine for him not to go outside. For him, Brother Lei's actions were righteous. At this moment, Huan Huan proudly said, how about I take both of you back there? You might be able to see the little brother go to the bathroom. Immediately, Hu Ya and Mu Jun shouted, don't. Suddenly, Fu Viao and Xiao Exu walked over. Everyone's here, Fu Viao asked, looking at Mu Jun's outfit. Why are you wearing a swimsuit in the living room? Mu Jun stammered, This. Yuan Xiao Exu quickly spoke up. This must be a punishment from when they played Landlord Fight. Fu Viao asked skeptically. All 3 of you lost at Landlord Fight, but after this question, no one answered her. In the bamboo forest, Liu Mai said that Kai Zhu, from this position, could clearly see how strong Liu Lei really was. Kai Zhu replied, all right. Suddenly there's a streak of blood spraying out. Hu Yang was scratched on the back, surrounded by wild wolves. Saikong Bao gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for needing to keep a bit in reserve to deal with Li Lei later, I would have killed these monsters already. Suddenly, Kai Zhu spoke calmly, our target is Li Lei. Don't waste time fighting these beasts. Mr. Qi, please take this. Kai Zhu continued, all right, I've already sent someone. You quickly tell your beasts to follow. Liu Mi then asked, aren't these 2 leaving? Kai immediately continued, if it's possible to advance to nascent soul, why suffer losses here? After all, today you just wanted to gather data, right? Liu Mai, upon hearing this, smirked wickedly and replied, as expected, the Qi family thinks ahead. Suddenly, He Xing spoke up, the Qi family has lost 1 person already. Li Lei, I want to be the one to deliver the final blow, to make him taste the despair of seeing his close friends killed off. Kai Zhu quickly grabbed his phone and said, there's news coming in. My people have won. Next, it's up to you. Liu Mei's eyes widened with a crimson glow as she replied, yes. Standing amidst the wild wolves, she appeared both eerie and full of malice. On Liu Lei's side, Xu Qiang shouted, why is no one saying anything? Can't you hear? Brother Wu. When Wu Yongning entered, he found Brother Wu lying unconscious on the floor. Wu Yongning and Kexu Qiang rushed over to check his pulse. No heartbeat, he murmured, choking with emotion. It's all my fault, all my fault. But Liu Lei responded calmly, the enemy is still nearby. Stop talking and get him to the main hall to gather everyone. Liu Lei pushed the door open and announced, we've been ambushed. Everyone gasped in shock. What's going on? You only hit the marks on Brother Wu's neck. Looking at his injuries, it's obvious he was poisoned with needles. He continued, it's probably someone we know. Huan Huan seemed to understand who it was and pouted, saying, it's Heat Sing. After Mr. Meng ascended, no one's seen him since. Mu Jun over here also responded, the He family, you really are talented. Outside, Lin Kuye was trembling uncontrollably, then screamed, ah. She pointed outside to indicate that their car had been bitten and ruined. It turned out that a pack of wild wolves had destroyed their vehicle. Seeing this, Li Lei immediately spoke up, Yao Yao, Sun Mu Jun, He Guan Huan. You girls take care of Ku Ya and Yuan Xiao Exu. Kexu Chan, and I will handle those beasts. Upon hearing this, Lai quickly went to Q Ya and said, don't run around. He can handle it. Q Ya, help me open the thermal image. The computer, the cameras in every corner of the room. Though irritated earlier, he still managed to respond. Over here, Mu Jun pulled out a whip and said, no need to trouble yourselves, just use the light reflection field technique. A few of the bees immediately got stuck in the technique and fell. Seeing this, Mu Jun couldn't help but feel proud. They're just a few venomous bees, I can take care of them. Liu Li's already outside, dealing with these women is as easy as flipping my hand. Let another one die. Suddenly, a venomous bee was aggressively flying towards them. Q Ya, you keep typing on the computer. Fu Yao quickly spoke up from this side. I already said there's thermal imaging. Are you still planning to rush in and get yourself killed? On this side, Hu Chan was relentlessly attacking the wolves in retaliation. He used multiple powerful punches to strike them. Liu Lei, grinning with satisfaction, said, attacking them one by one is too slow. Then he pulled out a sharp dagger. Lai Guang, in a burst of fury, immediately caused a pack of wolves to fall under his blows. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Liu Lei looked seriously in its direction. The shadow continued to move swiftly, and soon appeared in front of him as a giant wolf. Liu Lei immediately struck out with a palm toward the giant wolf. Seeing that it had no effect on it, he thought, this wolf is wearing exceptional defensive armor. The wolf immediately let out a ferocious growl and charged quickly toward Kexu Chan. Kexu Chan, be careful. At this moment, Xiu Chang had already assumed a defensive stance. He quickly grabbed the wolf's paw and slammed it to the ground, throwing it forcefully. Seeing the wolf being knocked down, Li Lei asked, is that it? But something's not right. Their attacks won't be that simple. On the mountaintop, Liu Mai said, He family, look at the stamina they're using now. If you push them any further. The Qi family immediately responded, didn't we already guess that Lei Lei has no way of dealing with the absolute severance body? That's enough. Upon hearing this, she thought to herself, he hasn't put in any effort. So of course that's enough. A bee kept flying toward them. He Xing shouted, it's just a few trivial poisonous tricks of mine, but they've completely evolved. Suddenly, as he was speaking, he paused. It was the voice of Guan Huan. Try moving, she said, suddenly appearing from nowhere and squeezing his heart. Huan Huan, from another dimension, tightened her grip on his heart and said, last time Li Lei didn't take your life, and now you're determined to bring it on yourself. He's a noble of the He family. At this point, He Xing started to fear and pleaded with her. Let's talk this through. We're all from the He family. Huan Huan immediately began to interrogate him. Who sent you? Speak up, and I might let you die more peacefully. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air, heading straight for his head. Blood splattered from He Xing at that moment, shocking everyone. Li Lei, on the side, also vaguely sensed something. It was Kai Zhu. He spoke, I don't like people who talk too much. Liu Lei tightly gripped the stone and said, treat him however you want. He'll get what he deserves. Then he threw the stone with all his might. The stone flew swiftly toward the man, striking him on the head with a painful blow, and producing a loud explosion. Seeing this, Sai Kong Bao hurried to find Liu Lei to settle the score. Liu Lei, don't think you can act arrogantly. Kaizu immediately stopped him, saying, don't act recklessly. At that moment, Liu Lei appeared right in front of him. Upon seeing him, Kaizu smiled smugly and said, Liu Lei, don't get too full of yourself. With that, he launched a spinning palm strike toward him. The red whirlwinds relentlessly charged at Liu Lei, but Liu Lei was unafraid, calmly evading the attack, then quickly closing in and grabbing his neck. Having dealt with the matter, Liu Lei swiftly dashed forward and arrived in front of Kaizu in no time. He threw Sai Kong Bao's lifeless body onto the ground and shouted, Kaiyu, I've tolerated you long enough. Kaizu froze when he saw Sai Kong Bao. Liu Lei's gaze was sharp as he looked at him, and said, you're bold enough to kill my brother. Today, I will make you pay for your blood with blood. Kaizu stood with his arms crossed behind his back, and said, Liu Lei, today you harm one person, and I lose two. If we really fight, neither of us will benefit, so it's better to stop here. Suddenly, a shadow swiftly assassinated him from behind. Do I allow you to be so cowardly? Everyone froze, staring as he was pierced in the back by a needle. It's Liu Mai. I injected the medicine into him. He's merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. You are in the nascent soul stage. What are you afraid of? Kill him? Immediately, the old man's eyes turned bloodshot as he spoke. Following orders, Liu Mei turned and smiled at Hu Yang, saying, do you still want the injection? I dare not. At this point, he seemed to change, becoming more aggressive. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yang quickly rushed forward. Both Hu Yang and the old man Kaizu charged towards Liu Lei. Liu Lei, unfazed, laughed and said, do you know why I am at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage? It's so I can summon lightning at any time. As he finished speaking, he pointed to the sky, and instantly, a thunderstrike slammed down on Hu Yang and Kaizu. However, Kaizu was unharmed, and, in fact, rushed forward to attack. With a loud crash, smoke billowed, and the triumphant grin of Liu Lei appeared. Both Hu Yang and Liu Mei gaped in shock as they saw that Kaizu had fallen unconscious. She screamed, what are you standing there for? Go! Hu Yang immediately braced himself, but he continued to tremble in fear. With a loud crash, both Hu Yang and Kaizu collapsed to the ground. Liu Lei, feeling pleased, said, the thunderbolt is finally left of her. Seeing this, Liu Mai hurriedly ran off. As she ran, she fearfully thought, I thought they might wear down Liu Lei's strength. But it seems I shouldn't have listened to the Qi family and run away earlier. In a flash, she was struck, falling helplessly to the ground in a miserable state. Luckily, her mother had given her a protective elixir. Now that the boy had entered his ascension state, she still had time to escape if she fled quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a fan was heard. Fu Yao spoke up. When you made your move, you shouldn't have thought that this day would come. With that, she conjured a whirlpool that sucked Liu Mei in. Liu Mai was tightly bound, unable to struggle, like a helpless caterpillar. You dare sever my meridians. My mother will never forgive you. Liu Mai screamed. Liu Lei walked up, wearing a dangerous smile, and said, coincidentally, I was planning to kill her anyway. All the insults Liu Lei has suffered, I will repay them 100-fold. Liu Mai lay unconscious on the ground, while Wu King walked over and grabbed Wang Qi's hand, saying, Master Wang, my daughter's meridians have been severed. You must help me get revenge. Liu Qi immediately replied, Liu Lei is not frightening. It's just that his Zuzi piqued my interest and made me want to investigate with him. That place might lead to another world, and it also provides Liu Lei with a high-level defense formation. We'll wait another 2 weeks for me to study how to break that formation. By then I'll be able to return to the other world and reach the peak of Wang Qi's divine transformation. He is just a nascent soul stage cultivator, completely not worth fearing. At Liu Lei's electronics workshop, Liu Lei told Yuan Xiaoxu, since the other side isn't making any moves for now, quickly produce that batch of goods. Overtime pay will be 5 times the normal rate. Hearing this, Xiaoxu happily replied, Got it, Boss Lei. 2 weeks from now, I'll head straight to Liu family's supermarket. Wang Qi hurried to find Liu Lei to settle the score. Liu Lei quickly rushed out to meet him. Looking at the house in front of him, Wang Qi thought to himself, as expected, there's a protective barrier, and immediately set up a formation. 4 symbols shattered cloud strike, and the barrier was instantly broken. He calmly pushed open the door and stepped inside, scanning the surroundings and secretly guessing, "You've run away already. No need to destroy it." A crack immediately appeared. Wang Qi smiled triumphantly and said, "Finally, I can go home. From now on, everything that belongs to you will be mine, King Lan Mountain." General Huo was currently fiercely arranging his troops and charging forward with the weapon granted by martial cultivation. Immediately, the 2 sides clashed in battle. General Huo, holding a firearm, clapped his hands together and said loudly, "The divine weapon of martial cultivation truly opens my eyes. The day when the King Lan Mountain rebellion is quelled is not far off. I will definitely repay martial cultivation generously." The spiritual key from the gun stirred, and a total of 20,000 premium spirit stones were on Liu Lei's side. He was smiling awkwardly at the pile of spirit stones. "That won't do," General Huo immediately responded. "Minimizing casualties and increasing the combat strength of the ancient merchant nation is a favor martial cultivation should not refuse. I will send someone to deliver them to your residence." Liu Lei accepted, bowing in gratitude. "Then, thank you, General Huo." He then turned away, secretly smiling to himself. "I'm getting rich now." On the mountain path, a group of people was marching when suddenly a large, highly destructive bullet was thrown into the midst. Anyone hit by it instantly exploded. Liu Lei happened to be near the blast site and quickly covered his face with his hands. It was Wang Kai who had set up this trap. How dare Liu Lei, with his measly talents, arrogantly deceive the ancient merchant nation? "Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens," Heavenly Phoenix Rampage said, as he lifted Liu Lei into the air. Liu Lei was swept up, coughing up blood. He realized that this was the result of a cultivation difference of 2 levels. Suddenly, a beast approached, holding a gem in its mouth, and stood before him, saying, "Martial cultivation, he is the one who injured my husband. Quickly absorb the Thunder Beast chain soul that I have created and avenge me." Liu Lei took the gem, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, I won't let him off." With that, he began using the gem to restore his spiritual energy. The gem slowly entered his body, merging into one. At that moment, Liu Lei's strength surged as if he had unlocked his full power. Wang Qi, upon seeing this, thought to himself, "If I kill him now, I still have a chance to absorb his chained soul." He thought for a moment, then immediately charged forward. The 2, each with their own killing intent, faced off. With a loud bang, the 2 sides clashed continuously, sending massive shockwaves through the air. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere. General Guo, upon seeing this, turned pale and thought, "This is bad. Martial cultivation is in trouble." The people on Liu Lei's side were also anxiously worried about him. Upon hearing that martial cultivation had been ambushed, they hurriedly said, "Quick, quick, quick! Let's save martial cultivation." Wang Qi smugly spoke from within the billowing dust. "Is that all there is?" However, Liu Lei was exhilarated by his own strength and grinned foolishly, saying, "All right, I'm starting to get used to this power." With that, he shot forward at incredible speed, zigzagging across Wang Qi's position. Suddenly, Wang Qi noticed something and remarked, "Too slow." But in an instant, Liu Lei was already standing right before him. He began unleashing his Lei Guan power. With a deafening blast, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking Wang Qi and creating an earth-shaking explosion. Yet Wang Kai remained completely unscathed. Rising to his feet, he said, "Marvelous thunderous medicine cavern of the ancient merchant nation. I underestimated you. I had originally planned to save this move for my senior brother Wang Heng, but it seems I can't afford to hold back now." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a grotesque, long-armed monster. A sudden flash of light appeared as Liu Lei swiftly charged at him, throwing a punch at Wang Qi, but it was caught by his monstrous hand. Undeterred, Liu Lei continued his relentless barrage of punches. Unfortunately, his attacks inadvertently caused the eerie purple flames on Wang Qi's body to spread. A strange mark formed on his hand. While still hesitating, Wang Qi suddenly created a vortex that pulled Liu Lei inside. Zap! A streak of electricity flashed, and flames of purple ignited in both of his hands. At that moment, Wang Qi was like a raging beast, relentlessly unleashing his magic. The mark was immediately surrounded by magical patterns. Seeing this, Li Lei became alarmed. This is bad. At that moment, the marks on his hand began to burn. The mark expanded under Wang Qi's magic, advancing toward Li Lei, and then, boom! It crashed down upon him. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, Liu Lei still stood tall, his face filled with fury. The moment Tian Chang and Hong Zhu saw him, they cried out, "Martial cultivation!" Wang Hang pointed at Wang Qi and shouted, "So it really was you, Wang Kai." Then, pointing at the mark on Li Lei's chest, he declared, "This mark is the root cause of the disturbance at King Land Mountain." At that moment, footsteps rushed in from a distance. It was General Hua. He ran forward, shouting, "You have destroyed the defenses of our ancient merchant nation and harmed martial cultivation. Wang Qi, do you admit your crimes?" Wang Qi let out a sinister laugh and sneered, "Martial cultivation? He's nothing more than worthless trash from another star, sitting in that world, taking perfumes, foods, and even our finest magical treasures from here. You see, even after absorbing the power of the Thunder Beast, he has only just reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. This is the proof." Tian Xiang had just asked in doubt, "Is it true? Martial cultivation?" Li Lei fell silent for a moment upon arriving, then replied, "He is not lying." At this moment, Wang Heng roared as he pointed, "Wang Qi, leave his matter aside for now. You have secretly refined forbidden pills, betrayed the sect, and by right, your cultivation should be abolished entirely." General Hua also interjected sternly, "For personal grudges, you caused a disturbance in King Land Mountain, leading to grievous injuries and even fatal wounds among the warriors of our nation. You will not escape the death penalty." Upon hearing this, Wang Qi shouted angrily, "Absurd! I provided the elixirs and satisfied their desires. Where is the fault in that? The disturbance at King Land Mountain was merely an experiment of mine. Used correctly, it could bring endless threat to our enemies." He then pointed at Liu Lei and continued, "Take me in, and I can help you conquer both realms. Will you choose to trust a worthless deceiver, or will you trust someone like me, who can offer Primordial Spear Nation far more?" Li Lei clenched his teeth in fury upon hearing this. Thinking bitterly, though harsh, it was true. He was a braggart, and this time, survival seemed uncertain. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, General Wang Qihua appeared before him, and declared firmly, "You, who have committed countless crimes against Primordial Spear Nation, must be captured and brought to justice." Upon hearing this, Wang Qi burst out laughing, "Capture me? Then you had better try harder." Saying that, he began to unleash his power, leaving Hong Zhu utterly astonished. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Qi's mind. "Take Hong Zhu hostage. Only then can I escape from here." The moment he conceived the idea, Wang Qi immediately charged forward. Realizing his intent, Liu Lei swiftly dashed in to block him. "Don't you dare lay a finger on her." The martial cultivators from both sides clashed once more. Liu Lei threw a powerful punch straight at him. As Wang Kai intercepted Liu Lei's fist, his brows furrowed, and he thought to himself, "How is this possible? His strength, why is it so overwhelming? He's even maintaining it longer than I can. Has he tamed the Thunder Beast? Or is he capable of nurturing the Thunder Beast treasure of the Soul Thunder Beast?" The Thunder Beast was supplying Liu Lei with energy. With a crackling surge, Liu Lei lashed out with an electric whip that struck Wang Kai directly, amidst the chaos as dust and sand billowed into the air. Wang Hang pointed at him and declared, "Those who follow the path of righteousness shall be aided, while those who stray shall be abandoned. Your defeat stems from your own selfishness." Yet, Wang Kai stubbornly retorted, "And you all choose to trust that fraud." Hearing this, General Hua immediately spoke up, "He is no fraud. We believe in him because every single one of us here owes a debt of gratitude to martial cultivation, not just because he is martial cultivation, but because he possesses a sincere heart, one that genuinely wishes the best for us all." On Liu Lei's side, he was surrounded by beautiful women who were asking with concern, "Martial cultivation, aren't you all right? Martial cultivation, don't move. I will heal your wounds." With a blade pressed against his throat, Wang Qi shouted, You will all regret this. Meanwhile, Wang Hang gently said to Li Lei, martial cultivation. Now that the battle at King Land Mountain has been decided and the culprits have been captured, why don't we have a friendly match here and introduce us to your world? Li Lei replied, I appreciate the offer, but I must return. The woman who stole my family's legacy must pay for it in blood. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. Long Qian laughed in exhilaration, absorbing its power. Then he turned to Wu King and said, at last, thanks to Sister Wu's medicine, I have successfully ascended. I am now at the nascent soul realm. But suddenly he was stabbed. Cold-blooded Wu King licked the blood off her blade and said, you are more useful dead than alive. Become my necromancer puppet. After that fatal stab, Long Qian transformed into someone else entirely. Yes, master. Outside the Liu family's mansion, Li Lei smiled and said, this will be the final battle. The people following him immediately echoed, we've waited long enough. Finally, it's time. Haha. Vengeance for our master. And the debt with the Wu family's cousin is still unsettled. Suddenly, in front of him stood a woman, holding a scythe in her hands. She said, the King Land Mountain summoning formation? Could it be that Wu Qian wants to? Wu King spoke up, you guessed right, Li Lei. I am summoning the evil god, becoming the queen of Shangdu, tearing apart the void, expanding the chaos, uniting all beings. Evil god shall descend. Seeing this, Li Lei urgently shouted, we have to split up and act. We must destroy all the formation's cores as quickly as possible. If we let her summon the evil god, all of Shangdu will be in danger. Immediately, Liu Lei's group split up. I'll take the left, I'm heading to the right. I'll assist Miss Sun. Li Lei turned to Yo Yao and said, we'll charge straight through the front. Then he thought to himself, we must destroy all the formation's cores, or we won't be able to harm Wu Qian. On the left side of the mansion, the person Xu Yang encountered at that moment was Kai Zhou. Xu Yang was shocked, exclaiming, how can this be? It's you. Kai Zhou had completely lost consciousness, muttering under his breath, kill everyone. This was Undead Master Qi, at the Yuan Ying 7-4. He swiftly threw a punch at Xu Yang. With that single strike, Xu Yang was sent flying. Stunned, he asked, this is corpse poison. On the right side of the mansion, Sun Mujun and Huan Huan were facing Long Qian. Mujun turned to Huan Huan and asked, who is that? Huan Huan hurriedly responded, the striker was taken by the Qi family, highly potential, but now it seems he has already been killed by Wu Qian. Hearing this, Mujun quickly charged forward. Just a dead man. What's there to be afraid of? Long Qian, at the peak of the Yuan Yang stage, appeared. Seeing him, Mujun felt somewhat apprehensive. His energy was overwhelmingly domineering. Suddenly, he lunged forward, swiping at her. She panicked, thinking, I'm doomed, I can't dodge this. At that moment, Huan Huan dropped a sphere and began chanting a spell. Teleportation attack. Instantly, the sphere chased after Long Qian. Seizing the opportunity, Mujun stabbed him right in the chest. But unfortunately, he caught the dagger and reversed the attack, stabbing her instead. Mujun reeled from the strike. The power gap was too vast. Or was it that he simply couldn't be defeated by such a simple attack? Seeing this, Huan Huan asked, Miss Sun, don't be afraid. The He family has a technique to use the weak to defeat the strong. Charge in and attack him. Mujun saw her risking everything, and shouted, He Huan Huan, what are you doing? Stop. Huan Huan turned to look at Sun Mujun and said, please take care of Liu from now on. Then with a loud crash, amidst the white smoke appeared the silhouette of a man. It was Long Qian. He looked like he had gone mad. Without a moment to rest, Sun Mujun charged forward with her sword. Sun Family Secrets, Human Soul 7-colored slash. With a single strike, she immediately sliced him in half, blood splattering everywhere. On Kekshu Chang's side, the battle was equally fierce. The corrosive nature of this evil sect corpse poison is incredibly strong. Once it touches you, there's no escaping. That means I have no choice but to petrify my entire body. At the very least, it will lessen the corrosive effect of the corpse poison. Saying that, he licked the petrifaction, then smirked to himself. If I can't beat you, I'll outmaneuver you. I'll use your own corpse poison to corrode you. His entire body became covered in a layer of marble-like stone. Then he immediately launched himself to attack Kai Zhu. Hu Cheng's punch landed squarely, not missing in the slightest, causing Kai Zhu's face to instantly distort, turning to mush before collapsing to the ground. Unfortunately, at that moment, Hu Cheng stepped on the green slime he had created and slipped, falling down. Even so, he grinned broadly and said, "If Lei hadn't given me a few top-tier defensive tools, there's no way I could have survived fighting someone a whole level above me." The scene shifts to Liu Lei, who is facing Wu King with Yo Yao. Liu Lei, shocked, asks, "How is this possible? The evil god is my father." Liu Lei's father, Liu Sheng, is at the second level of the spiritual transformation stage. Wu King, smug, says, "How does it feel to meet your father again?" Liu Lei grits his teeth and growls. As expected, "She killed my father." She replies, "Who told him not to cooperate?" With that, he charges forward, shouting, "You bastard!" However, he is stopped by his own father. He is thrown back, landing a distance away. Luckily, before leaving, General Hu gave me some guidance. At the third level of Dongsu, Liu Lei holds a gun, pointing it directly at his father, saying, "Father, tit for tat." With that, he pulls the trigger. The bullet, packed with great force, quickly speeds toward his father. Liu Sheng looks at the light without reacting. Suddenly, that light grows stronger. In an instant, all the power Liu Lei had shot from the gun forms a large circle of energy. Liu Lei, bewildered, asks, "What's happening?" At that moment, all the power is absorbed by his father, Liu Sheng. Wu King laughs sinisterly, saying, "Your father is much stronger than you. He can absorb all energy." Wu King continued, "Liu Lei, become my puppet. You are worthy of it." Liu Lei quickly responded, "Though I'm not yet proficient, this is the only way." Without hesitation, he conjured a Ligong sphere, then smiled and said, "Using thunder and lightning to stimulate acupoints across the body to enhance the flesh." Liu Lei bows down. He then dashed swiftly toward his father. A chaotic battle broke out immediately, with father and son relentlessly attacking each other. At this moment, the Liu family held the upper hand, landing a punch on him. Struck hard, Liu Lei was sent flying far away, crashing into a nearby rock ledge. Clutching his body in pain, he thought about how even his father's palms could absorb his electric energy. Wu King arrogantly declared, "Come now, my darling, return to your mother's embrace." Wu King then launched a barrage of iron chains toward Liu Lei, but he remained calm, unfazed, and vanished with a flash. "So lively, yet you didn't call me. Are you looking down on me because of my age?" Meng Changtan said. At that moment, He Zai-hao spoke up. "We already said the He family would support you. Not saying a word makes things no fun at all." He Zai-hao continued, "We almost lost the demoness of our He family. You have to take responsibility for that." Seeing that everyone had gathered, Wu King spoke in a defiant tone. "Good, you've all come. I'll deal with you together. Then summon Liu Sheng afterward." Meng Changtan hurriedly interjected, "Everyone here, except for the Meng family, has fought Liu Lei before, yet they all became his friends." He conjured a small orb and said, "This guy's ability to attract people surpasses my imagination." With that, he transferred his power to Liu Lei. Yo Yo did the same, and even Huan Huan, Zai Hao, and the others also shared a portion of their strength with him. Sun Mujun and Texu Chang followed suit. Everyone channeled their energy into Liu Lei. Receiving both their power and support, Liu Lei turned and said, "I have accepted everyone's trust. Father, watch closely as I walk my path of growth." Boom! Liu Lei swiftly soared upward, delivering a punch straight at Liu Sheng. A fierce battle erupted between the two, an intense clash shaking the heavens. Thunderous explosions continued to reverberate across the sky. The Liu family was instantly overwhelmed by Liu Lei's attack. In that fleeting moment before vanishing, the old man looked at Liu Lei and smiled. A joyous smile spread across his lips. Yet he could not hold back his tears. "You've grown up." As soon as he finished speaking, he dissolved into nothingness. Liu Lei reached out helplessly into the empty air, trying in vain to grasp his beloved father. Wu King, now overcome with fear, screamed, "No, no, this can't be happening." After bidding farewell to his father, Liu Lei regained his composure and shouted, "This final punch is for you." With those words, he struck out mercilessly. Her face twisted from the impact. Blood spewed from her mouth as she was sent flying. With a deafening crash, she exploded into nothingness. Liu Lei looked down at her broken body lying pathetically on the ground. Then, turning around, he smiled at those who had stood by his side, helping him all along. "It's over. We finally won." Meng Chongtian, satisfied, said, "Since he has avenged his father, it's time for you all to settle your affairs as well." Hearing this, Yao Yo blushed furiously and shouted, "Grandpa!" In the luxurious hotel, the wedding of Liu Lei and Meng Fuyao was taking place. Xiao Xiao was seated at the ceremony when Su Chang suddenly approached and said, "If it's destined for you, you will have it in the end. If it's not, don't force it." Hearing this, she hurriedly refused. "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm happy." On the other side, Huan Huan nudged Mu Jun and asked, "Do you need me to help you launch a surprise attack tonight?" Understanding her meaning, Mu Jun sneered and replied, "You always push me into trouble." Huan Huan said, "Don't you want to?" Blushing, Mu Jun admitted, "I do." Meanwhile, Meng Chongtian tensed up and shouted, "What? The bride and groom are missing." He immediately commanded, "Find them for me." Those little troublemakers had escaped to the alternate world of King Gang Mountain. There, she and he had run away together. Fu Yao, fuming, scolded Li Lei. "Grandfather arranged this wedding for me, yet you ran away. Do you not want to marry me openly and honorably?" But Li Lei smugly responded, "Over there, you have to be the chairwoman, and I have to be the boss. We always have to worry about the company. It's much more relaxing in the alternate world." Fu Yao, after hearing that, replied, "You just love being idle." Suddenly, he changed his demeanor and sweetly said to her, "No, it's about being idle together with you."